Chapter 1. The Young Master. Drunk? I have never been intoxicated. I began drinking at the tender age of 3, toppled 2 boys 6 years my senior by the age of 5, and at 12, emboldened by liquor, I dared to peep at girls while they bathed. Why 17? What happened at 17? The man at the interrogation table instinctively inquired. T17. I discovered that what I had been drinking was just a cheap imitation, the interrogated youth replied. Huh. The female officer responsible for recording paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Enough. The man's expression darkened. Zhou Chun, do you realize whom you have assaulted this time? Attacking an officer, you have quite the audacity. Unfazed by the reprimand, the boy remained indifferent. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. You officers, not in uniform, mingling with the foreigners, how am I to distinguish you? Zhou Chun shook his head. A few insisted on competing with the girls and drinking that. I told them it wouldn't do to compare with me. They barely managed a few bottles before succumbing. It was that simple. Is that so? Then how do you explain this injury report? Setting aside the bruises and lacerations on 5 individuals, there are multiple fractures within their bodies and varying degrees of concussion. 2 of the most severely affected are still in the intensive care unit. The man, referred to as Officer Lee, spoke with a chilling gaze. Were they merely drunk? Or did you render them unconscious? They're still alive? Zhou Chun paused, then cleared his throat. Regardless, one must rely on evidence. Oh, by the way, I hear there are eyewitnesses. Perhaps you should consult them. The records will be ready shortly, Officer Lee replied coldly. Oh, really? The youth nodded, feigning surprise. In the next moment, a small gap opened in the interrogation room door. Lee, step outside for a moment. Officer Lee suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Glancing at the youth, he was met only with a pair of mischievous eyes. They're calling for you. Go see what's up. Perhaps the eyewitnesses have revealed something new. Don't get too cocky, Officer Lee muttered through clenched teeth, his face pallid as he exited the room. Lu Jia, aren't you going to follow him out? With Lee's temper, he'll inevitably run into trouble eventually. Zhou Chun grinned, looking at the female officer who had been recording. Do you want to know why he's angry? The female officer rolled her eyes. As a law-abiding citizen, I believe you harbor a bias against me, the youth countered. After exchanging only a few words, the door swung open again, and a more robust, composed man strode in, Captain Liu. The woman instinctively stood. The young Master Zhou from the largest gang in Yunjin City is not a matter of our bias, Captain Liu remarked, patting the female officer's shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, she glanced at the youth and quietly tucked away her notes before exiting the room. Hey, isn't it against protocol to interrogate someone alone? They'll be filing a complaint about this, the boy said, leaning slightly back. Care for a smoke? Captain Liu ignored the youth's protests and produced 2 cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the B. Why father says children shouldn't smoke, the youth declined. Captain Liu lit one for himself. You can't smoke, and I suppose you can't kill either. Shall we have a chat? What does Captain Liu wish to discuss? Where's the youngest daughter of the Chun family? What? Zhou Chun paused. What youngest daughter? Where is she? You have killed the entire Chun family of 5. This matter is still under investigation. His youngest daughter has just qualified for the exploration team. If you release him now, we can have a pleasant discussion. Wait a moment. What do you mean I killed the Chun family? Hasn't your patrol team captured the real murderer? Brother Liu, this is not a funny joke at all. Liu did not respond, maintaining a calm gaze with the young man. The atmosphere in the interrogation room fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Lu Sun slowly spoke. Your parents are no longer around. It would be wise for the Zhou family to keep a low profile. Many eyes are watching you. Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. My parents worked diligently, spending their lives selling pork. They finally managed to expand their business, enjoying only a brief moment of fortune before their lives were tragically taken by a freight truck. You cannot imagine the devastation at the scene. Zhou Chun sighed softly. Before they passed, they told me, we haven't left you much, just over 10 million. Help us pay our debts. Lu Sun from the patrol team is a good person. You can trust him. Don't cause him any trouble in the future. Enough. Lu Sun interrupted, his expression darkening slightly. Xiao Chun, if you truly regard me as an older brother, please cooperate. I have been very cooperative. Zhou Chun inhaled deeply. If you want to search, I'll let you search. If you want to investigate, I allow you to investigate. What more do you want from me? I just got out of the hospital a few months ago, and I still have a mess to clean up. The patrol team has visited me nearly 10 times. Have I not been cooperative? The two locked eyes once more, and the interrogation room remained eerily silent. Time ticked away. Smoke curled in the air, and the pupils hidden within the mist resembled swords, piercing and discomforting the skin. After a moment, Lu Sun took a deep breath, savoring the last draw of his cigarette. Let's go. All right. The young man finally smiled. As the handcuffs were removed, he navigated the familiar corridors of the patrol team, glancing around just as he had on his first visit. Notices were plastered on the pristine white walls. Lines of text caught his eye, predominantly revolving around terms like Gray Tower and Gray Spirits. 300 years ago, the Gray Tower descended without warning. The entire Tianlan Star underwent drastic changes. Tensions escalated among nations, resulting in various conflicts. Yet stability has now returned, leading to collaborative efforts to explore the Gray Tower. What a seemingly paradoxical world this is. Zhou Chun scanned the notices. Wow, you actually changed the wording on the wall. Confess for leniency, resist for severity sounds much better. I always thought it was far superior to that previous slogan of for the people and the nation, patrolling Tianxia, which is so grandiose and hollow. It seems you have quite a few opinions about our patrol team. Lu Sun shot him a glance. That's not true. Your patrol team has its own opinions about me as well. During their conversation, they traversed the long corridor and arrived at the entrance of the patrol team. Golden sunlight poured onto the pavement, warm and bright. Release Chun Jun, Lu Sun stated. I don't understand what you're saying. Please don't misunderstand me. The young man, feeling helpless, added, Do you have any other matters? If not, I will take my leave. Lu Sun remained silent, and after giving him one last glance, Zhou Chun descended the staircase step by step. The steps of the inspection bureau are indeed quite steep, remarked A. Figure as he ascended the 24 steps toward the entrance point. 10 sleek, jet-black vehicles stood in precise formation at the entrance of the bureau, flanked by a pair of robust men clad in dark suits, arranged in 2 orderly lines. Occasionally, passers-by hurriedly traversed the street opposite, casting furtive glances before swiftly moving on, wary of drawing attention. Upon reaching the entrance, 2 elderly gentlemen with graying hair straightened their postures, while dozens of sturdy men executed synchronized movements, erupting into a thunderous chorus. Young master, enough, enough. Why are you all gathered here? The inspection bureau has work to do. Zhou Chun chuckled as he accepted the coat handed to him by one of the elders, glancing back. At the forefront stood Lu Sun, flanked by several inspectors who had gathered at some point, each casting varied gazes. The words Inspection Bureau were prominently displayed on a grand, white stone, solemn and imposing. Flanking the columns were engraved vertical plaques. The sunlight streamed down, illuminating the scene at the entrance, casting a warm glow upon the gathered crowd. Those standing in the shadows of the plaques wore different expressions, their faces obscured as silent exchange ensued between the two parties. The youth smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly. Everyone seems quite spirited. All right, no need for such fervor. This is where you can leave me, he added. Zhou Chun brought his palms together against his temples and waved gently forward, his smile broadening. Then, gentlemen, until we meet again. With that, he settled into one of the vehicles under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As he sat down, a faint whimpering sound emanated from the trunk, as if something was struggling within. It made an effort to create a noise, but alas, it was barely perceptible. With a soft thud, the car door closed. Young master? Inquired the elder who had taken the driver's seat. The youth maintained his composure, his smile gradually fading as he softly uttered 2 words. Home. Chapter 2. When will revenge end? Rooting out evil is preferable. Young master, we have assessed the losses. Our operations on West Street have been significantly impacted, while other areas remain relatively unscathed, the elder intoned solemnly. From the driver's seat. Uncle Zhong, please handle it as you see fit, the youth replied, gently rubbing his temples. The inspection bureau has been determined to target the Zhou family lately. It would be prudent for our brothers to exercise caution. What a sight! It was a fire had consumed 2 mansions belonging to the Chen family, while 3 liquor bottles have been opened for foreigners, and 6 minutes have been spent in a fierce challenge, incapacitating 7 guardians for nearly 9 months. It was truly unexpected how ferocious he had become following that accident. It is not we who should be cautious, young master, Uncle Zhong pondered in silence. Through the rearview mirror, he observed the youth's pale, slightly wan countenance. The young man gazed out the window, the contours of his profile sharp and defined. He lacked the youthful vigor typical of boys his age, instead exuding an air of exhaustion and languor. "Uncle Zhong," Zhou Chun suddenly spoke. "Young master, tell me, can I shatter mechas with swords? Like that fully armored one over there?" he inquired. Uncle Zhong hesitated, following the direction of the youth's gaze. Not far away, a black and white armored figure captured his attention on a roadside LCD advertisement. It resembled the armored suits from Iron Man, crafted from an unknown alloy, seamlessly integrated without a trace of welding marks. Every joint moved with fluid grace, interwoven in shades of blue and white, glimmering with a cold, austere luster. An intricate web of lines adorned the surface of the armor, ultimately converging at the chest to form a vortex. As energy coursed from the chest to the torso, the blue and white lines seemed to breathe, flickering in and out of visibility. "This," Uncle Zhong chuckled, "are you suggesting a particle blade, or—" No, a regular iron sword like the ones we have at the dojo." "That might not suffice," Uncle Zhong replied with a shake of his head. "The latest release from Mingguang Group, the Hunter White Wolf series armor, is impervious to conventional blades in terms of hardness." "Why do you suddenly bring this up? Are you thinking of purchasing a set?" "I can go right away." "Save your money," the young man sighed, his gaze drifting past billboards to the uneven skyline of buildings lining the street. Xinghui Technology, Huaishu High School, Minghui Convenience Store. From large corporations to small shops, at least 60 to 70% of names bore the character Hui. "Gray Tower," he murmured softly. Zhou Chun, 18 years old, a failed art student in the college entrance examination. To be precise, he had not participated at all. Just days before the exam, his family had gone out for a meal, only to be involved in a severe car accident. He was fortunate to be seated in the back, sustaining various fractures and bruises, and remained the sole survivor of the crash. The doctors declared it a miracle that he had awakened from such injuries. Yet, it was no miracle, for the original soul had never regained consciousness. What awakened instead was a spirit from Earth. Or rather, images of another blue planet that had lingered vaguely in his mind since childhood, now crystallized with clarity following the collision. Gray Tower invasion, the Ring of Realms, the Hall of the Church, extraordinary mechas, the Star Alliance Council, the oligarchic group, a century of leased territories, world wars. A world that seemed both familiar and perplexing, filled with elements that were hard to grasp. Whether it was a journey through time or merely the awakening of past memories remained unclear to him. In any case, Zhou Chun felt nothing but helplessness and a headache upon contemplating his current predicament. Having been a simple and honest individual in his previous life, how had he suddenly found himself as the heir to a gang? He was hardly suited for such a role. Screech. The vehicle gradually came to a stop. "Young master, we have arrived at the dojo," Uncle Zhong announced. "Oh, right." The young man snapped back to reality. Exiting the car, he adjusted his sleeves as Uncle Zhong opened the trunk. "Ugh." A girl, tightly bound, emitted muffled sounds of distress. "And oh, need, I can handle this," Zhou Chun said, taking the rope and lifting the girl as one might a chick. Her fear escalated, but with her mouth sealed, she could not articulate a single coherent word. "Oh, not be alarmed, I am a good person," the young man reassured her, maneuvering her left and right until a spacious dojo came into view. The golden plaque prominently displayed 4 large characters. "Zhou's Martial Arts Academy. My family is truly impressive," he remarked, stepping inside. The entire venue was impeccably clean, with a wooden table placed at the center, adorned with numerous memorial tablets. "Here we are." Zhou Chun approached the wooden table, gently placing the young woman down before kneeling on the mat himself. "I ought to have untied you earlier." With a slap to his forehead, he withdrew a small knife from his waist and deftly cut the ropes that lay trembling beside the girl, before tearing away the seal from her mouth. Unbound, her wrists and ankles revealed deep purple bruises from the constriction, yet she remained still, hesitant to move. "Chun Jun, do not remain silent. Say something, would you?" "I'm sorry, Brother Zhou." Chun Jun's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother, grant me a chance, and I shall uncover the truth. I had no inkling of my father's actions." "I can understand that," Zhou Chun replied. "In my memory, you have always been lively and charming. Our families are close, so there was no reason for such cruel treatment. He nodded, scrutinizing the girl before him, who was merely a month younger than himself. Beneath her gently arched brows were clear, innocent eyes, complemented by a delicate nose and refined features. Due to the excessive sweat, her thin shirt clung to her skin, and her pallor lent her an air of fragility that evoked a sense of pity. Enough, Zhou Chun chuckled softly. Let's just have each of my family members bow once. All right. All right. The girl wasted no time, kneeling on another mat and bowing her head vigorously several times. Uncle Zhou, I am truly sorry. Though they had agreed on one bow each, she ended up bowing 3 times at every memorial tablet. After finishing, she slowly lifted her head, a dazed expression upon her face. Brother Zhou, is that sufficient? Yes, that will do. Zhou Chun gently brushed his hand across her forehead and smiled. You bowed with such fervor. Is there anything else I must do? She inquired, biting her lip. No need, you may return now, really. Truly? Brother Zhou, you won't kill me? Zhou Chun chuckled lightly. Do not be foolish, I do not harm beautiful girls. As he spoke, he pinched her cheek playfully. Now off you go. The girl rose slowly, seemingly unable to believe her good fortune. She took a few hesitant steps, and Zhou Chun kept his gaze fixed ahead, remaining in a kneeling position before the memorials. Lost in thought, she took one step after another, her heart racing as she confirmed that Zhou Chun truly meant to let her go. Exiting the martial arts hall, the guard at the door merely glanced at her before returning his attention elsewhere. Just ahead, after turning 2 corners, she would be free from the Zhou family estate. Chun Jun's eyes widened as she stumbled forward. Inside the martial arts hall, Zhou Chun remarked, Father, I believe I have fulfilled my duties. You once posed a question to me. In the midst of a blazing fire, should one save the painting or the person first? I have pondered this matter thoroughly. I think we should simply admire the burning masterpiece from the sidelines, while criticizing those who failed to save it. I suspect others would choose similarly. You often advise me to approach my work with rigor and live with integrity, so rest assured. Suddenly, an urgent screech of tires pierced the air, followed by a sharp cry of ah. A heavy thud resounded, and then silence enveloped the dojo. Zhou Chun rose to his feet, lighting several incense sticks. When will the cycle of vengeance cease? It is far better to eradicate the root of the problem. Fear not. Father, I have been diligent in my efforts to be a good person during this time. Chapter 3. Into the dream, mecha? Very well. Lu Sun, this is where I shall bid you farewell. I have just exited the inspection bureau, only to re-enter it. Perhaps we should refrain from such exertions next time. At the entrance of the inspection bureau, Zhou Chun gazed at the darkening sky. The last scion of the Chun family met his demise at your hands, leaving the Chun clan in tatters. Are you now satisfied? Lu Sun halted his steps and calmly inquired. I did not wish for this to transpire. You ought to question the driver responsible. Enough. Lu Sun impatiently interrupted, casting a sharp, icy gaze with his keen, eagle-like eyes. Since the accident, you have undergone many changes, yet you must understand that in Yunjin City, your Zhou family does not hold sole supremacy. Oh, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. When my family faced calamity, the inspection bureau detained several suspects from the Chun family. Did they not also proclaim a similar sentiment? You must recognize that the Chun family is not the largest in Yunjin City. Lu Sun remained silent, simply observing him. Noticing the lack of response, Zhou Chun shrugged and proceeded forward. Brother Lu, my Zhou family is quite well off now. Why bother with such trivialities? Foreigners commit murder in the streets without consequence, while those defrauded by Western technology lose their life savings. And the choice to leap from heights haunts the overworked and the elderly left alone. The plight of those displaced and the girls forcibly taken to brothels goes unnoticed. Compared to those aforementioned, my situation pales in significance. At least my quest for vengeance does not involve innocent bystanders, right? I have visited the inspection bureau more than a dozen times this month. It is nearly my second home. We cannot turn a blind eye to outsiders. I shall strike hard against the Tianxia. Do you not agree? As Zhou Chun stepped out of the inspection bureau, he called back to Lu Sun. I shall treat you to a meal another day. The inspection bureau has its own determinations. After Zhou had walked several meters away, Lu Sun finally spoke. Very well. Next time I shall employ some fresh phrases. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively without looking back. Upon reaching the entrance, He boarded Uncle Zhong's vehicle and returned to the Martial Arts Academy. His time of detention at the Inspection Bureau was not long. After merely a few hours, he was released. By the time he arrived back at the academy, the broken wall had already been partially repaired, and it was estimated that it would be fully restored in a couple of days. After greeting the guards at the entrance, he stepped inside. Although referred to as an academy, it was far from an ordinary venue. The Zhou Family Martial Arts Academy was vast, covering nearly 80,000 square meters. It boasted a large training ground, 2 medium-sized training arenas, and indoor facilities, complete with dormitories for students and martial artists, a gym, a swimming pool, and comprehensive amenities. The Zhou family rose to prominence through their martial arts academy, which, to put it bluntly, was once an inconsequential gang. They grew in strength and influence, eventually aligning themselves with the Hong-Ing Society, which led to their current stature. The Hong-Ing Society is one of the foremost powers in Yunjin City, controlling the entire entertainment industry. Indeed, the entertainment industry. In essence, the Zhou family acts as mere lackeys, akin to security. Yet, even as subordinates, the Inspection Bureau could do little to them, illustrating the Bureau's standing within Yunjin City. The interior of the academy was exceedingly spacious. As he navigated through, his gaze swept across the various buildings until he arrived at his own independent quarters. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, he tidied up with ease. With a subtle creak, Zhou Chen opened the cabinet, skillfully activating the hidden compartment. Instantly, a section behind the wardrobe opened up, revealing a square wooden box crafted from black ebony. As he lifted the lid, a pale white light flooded his vision. Within lay a cone-shaped, extraordinary crystal. He toyed with it for a moment, yet remained unresponsive, just as it had before. "Is there not even a manual for this thing?" Zhou Chen muttered, closing the lid and reclining on his bed. The crystal, known as the Ember Crystal, was a precious product from the Grey Tower, said to be exceedingly rare. As for its actual purpose, perhaps Zhou Qichong knew, or maybe the head of the Chun family was privy to its secrets, but he himself was in the dark. Alongside the luminescent crystal was a more enigmatic manual with a white cover. He speculated that this item might be even more valuable than the Ember Crystal, which likely prompted the Chun family to take action. But could they not provide me with a beginner-esque guide or an instruction manual? "Father, you could have left me more words of wisdom." He sighed deeply, closing his eyes slowly. The blankets enveloping him grew softer, and the bed beneath him seemed to fade away. His consciousness began to plummet, hurtling downward at an alarming speed. On the day of the accident, Zhou's father had forcibly pressed the manual into his arms. Ever since, whenever he succumbed to slumber, Zhou Chen would find himself transported to another realm. Just as he was now, the dream commenced. Creaking gears engaged, mechanical components assembled, and the armor activated. He opened his eyes to behold a figure in the distance. Turned away from him, within the expansive space of nearly 1,000 square meters, a row of weapon racks stood beside him, while across from him, a battle armor was being assembled. Countless tiny components began to move rapidly with the activation of the energy core, merging with astonishing speed and precision. The sleek armor glimmered with a silvery sheen, its minimalist design imparting a more austere tone. The entire back of the armor was adorned with lines resembling a flowing light strip, radiating from the center and pulsating in a rhythm akin to veins, continuously supplying formidable power. This was the Hunter Type 3 White Wolf armor, the latest creation from the Mingguang Group. The Hunter Type 3 White Wolf was not akin to a genuine sci-fi mech. Its origins lay in the Grey Tower. Zhou Chen was unaware of the specific principles behind it. All he knew was that over the past 3 months, during countless nights, he had met his demise at its hands over 1,000 times. Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen hesitated not at all, stepping forward with remarkable proficiency. With his right palm outstretched, he suddenly clenched his fist. As he passed the weapon rack, a resounding clatter erupted. The long sword on the third shelf scraped against its sheath, emitting a glint of cold light, which he grasped in reverse. Entering the dream, selecting a suitable weapon, and drawing the blade in the shortest time possible. These 3 simple actions had cost him nearly 100 lives before he achieved the current fluidity. With a flick of his wrist, he adjusted his grip, angling the blade to his side. The sword hummed with a resonant vibrato, blending seamlessly with his hurried footsteps. The assembly of the armor accelerated further. In truth, only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed since his awakening from the fall. Zhou Chun had already traversed a distance of over 20 meters, bringing both parties to a mere breath apart. With both hands gripping the sword, he surged forth. The long blade carved a half-circle in the air, the silver edge slicing through the void, producing a resonant sound. This movement, repeated in dreams hundreds of times and in reality thousands, was now executed with breathtaking elegance. The youth's gaze burned with intensity. With a powerful strike aimed at the neck of the wolf's head that was taking form, he brought down the blade. Slash! Clang! The blade descended, erupting in a piercing sound. In an instant, cracks spread forth, accompanied by the sound of shattering, manifesting a force of destruction. Had he succeeded? Yet, before Zhou Chun could revel in joy, a familiar white arc of light flickered. It was the harbinger of the claw's assault. His expression shifted, and he hastily maneuvered the blade to his side. Boom! After the explosive sound, Zhou Chun's arm tingled, and his form was instantly hurled away. The force was considerably lighter than before, yet the impact was remarkable. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He quickly stabilized himself, rolling twice on the ground before springing back to his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the long blade above his head. Clang! The claws descended, colliding with the blade. The weapon could likely endure 3 to 4 direct strikes, yet its rear neck already exhibited signs of fracture. I merely need to find another opportunity to strike. The fervor surged within him. Such scenes had unfolded hundreds of times before, and his mind instantaneously envisioned 7 or 8 viable paths. Crack! However, at that moment, the blade suddenly erupted with fissures, and before he could react, it shattered into a myriad of fragments. Subsequently, the massive claws descended, abruptly halting before him. The whirlwind of force raised a tempest, tousling his hair backward. Zhou Chun's pupils gradually constricted, revealing a strained smile. Brother, can you go a little easier this time? The claws retracted, revealing 8 dark gun muzzles from the palms. Bia, 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 Bia. This is offense. This is defense. This is the predator, the white wolf. This is charge. This is evade. This is standing firm against your onslaught. This is cleave. This is slash. This is the latest model of the Mingguang Group's full skeletal coverage Gray Realm battle armor. Chapter 4, Manual. Measuring nearly 5 feet in total length, with a blade extending 38 inches and a width of over 3 fingers, weighing 9 pounds and 9 ounces. Forged from a blend of 100 temperings of steel and celestial meteorite, its form reminiscent of young rice shoots, glistening with a scale-like sheen. This was the result of countless deaths, and somehow, information related to weaponry began to gradually surface in Zhou Chun's mind. In terms of design, it bore a striking resemblance to a Miao knife, yet in terms of quality. In ancient times, it would undoubtedly be considered a divine weapon. In modernity, it would struggle to sever rebar. You expect me to wield such a tool against a mech? The hunter, White Wolf, merely in terms of defense, has official data claiming it can withstand the onslaught of the Fire God cannon and endure the impacts of a Barrett rifle, regardless of whether it ultimately falls apart. The question remains, can it withstand such forces? This is no ordinary technological creation. Zhou Chun closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples. Even though he had grown accustomed to being torn apart by claws, blasted by shells, or crushed to death, each death still brought a twinge of discomfort. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The vast expanse of 1,000 square meters had vanished, replaced by a modest room of approximately 20 square meters. Against the left wall stood a weapon rack bearing identical arms, and at the center of the room, a pure white-covered manual floated in midair. Unlike the outside world, where ashes and crystals mingled, Zhou's father had handed him this booklet, and upon first contact, it flowed into him like water. Each time he succumbed to death in that armor, he found himself lingering in this room for a brief period. Subsequently, the manual began to project text as if it were bursting forth, rustling. The pages turned, countless intricate characters swept by, casting a luminous screen above. The words rolled and gradually formed lines of text. On the 1,444th death, you successfully inflicted severe damage on the hunter, White Wolf 3 with a common blade. Countless strikes have led to this outcome. Only a step further is needed to vanquish the foe. In a moment of daze, you felt as though you grasped something. Yet, as the haze faded, you found nothing in your hands. You are aware that you are but a hair's breadth away from a true breakthrough. This slender gap could be bridged in a flash of inspiration. Or it could take a decade with no progress. You know you must continue to swing your blade until you shatter these shackles. I know nothing. Zhou Chun genuinely believed there was something amiss with this manual. The commentary today seemed relatively normal, yet previously it had spouted absurd remarks. On the 10th death, you realize a change must be made. A man must fight. A man must fight. On the 100th death, are you truly going to give up? No. A new storm has emerged. How can one remain stagnant? On the 1000th death, can it really end here? It hurts so much. This manual seems utterly deranged. And this space, too, feels equally bizarre. The Hunter, White Wolf 3, is officially categorized as a lower-tier entity of the second realm. The first realm awakens the spirit, while the second transcends it. What does this imply? Aside from its inability to fly and a less advanced long-range attack system, it could easily be considered a lower-tier Iron Man. The conventional explosive power exceeds 5 tons, and in an overloaded state, it can unleash at least 12 tons of force. A 100-meter sprint takes merely 3 seconds, and a frontal collision is akin to being crushed by a car traveling at 120 kilometers per hour. Crucially, it is not only swift, but also remarkably agile. Upon learning in his first dream that he was destined to confront such a formidable entity, Zhou Chun felt a profound sense of despair. Unarmed and in a room devoid of obstacles, how could he possibly fight? If the opponent stood still, a single punch from him would likely result in his own bones fracturing. Thus, after his initial demise, the manual revealed pertinent information. On your first death, you are still unaware of the situation, and even less so of your location. Yet you understand that you must devise a method to confront the formidable foe before you. In the face of a cataclysmic beginning, you believe you require. I need a weapon, he declared at that moment. Consequently, upon entering the dream for the second time, a longsword appeared beside Zhou Chun. Following continuous experimentation, he ultimately created a weapon rack filled with swords, spears, clubs, axes, and halberds, utilizing whichever felt most comfortable. Zhou Chun had attempted to propose other requests, such as changing the arena to a space with more obstacles for easier ambushes or acquiring a few rockets as an initial strike. Regrettably, none of these requests bore fruit. Throughout the entire process, he was left with only the weapon rack. While the swords and blades were commendable, their quality sufficient for combat. The current dilemma involved battling a mech. Could he not acquire some technologically advanced gadgets? Was he truly expected to engage a mech with mere blades? This was akin to a group of primitive tribesmen armed with fire sticks, emerging from their caves only to find a row of AK-47s pointed at their foreheads. Sigh. Zhou Chun clenched his fists, feeling the strength coursing within him. Fortunately, it was not entirely without effect. Swinging a sword in the dream translated to wielding one in reality, and he seemed to have grasped some essential techniques. Each time he entered the dream, the mech was never fully assembled, particularly in the neck area, barely covered by a thin membrane. Today, he managed to create a crack, and perhaps in a few days, he could indeed sever its head with a single stroke. His chaotic thoughts gradually settled into tranquility. He gazed at the luminous screen before him, and with a slight mental shift, the tome turned its pages automatically. Zhou Chun named Technique 299-100, an unknown technique on the verge of breakthrough, capable of augmenting the power of weapons and enabling swift mastery of various arms. Through countless deaths, you have birthed the unnamed technique, which aids you in mastering weapons more rapidly and unleashing greater power. You understand that only by continually enhancing this technique can you hope to vanquish more foes. You realize it is your foundation. It is time to bestow upon it a resounding name, and you decide to name it the Sword Manual of Exorcism, Zhou Chun stated. This name contains prohibited words. The college entrance examination of 5 years and 3 years of simulations. This name contains prohibited words. No fish kanji. This name contains prohibited words. You're a lunatic. Despite Zhou Chun's seemingly nonsensical remarks, He had indeed attempted countless serious titles, such as Basic Sword Techniques, Fundamental Blade Techniques, Master of Arms, King of Slaughter, and various others. Without exception, all were laden with forbidden words. It seems you have tasked me with naming them. Yet the result is a refusal to approve. Is this not a form of madness? For 3 months now, Zhou Chen has found the manual increasingly irksome. He closes his eyes, refusing to gaze upon the screen any longer. With each swing of the blade, empowered by technique, there lies the potential to forge his physique, to enhance his corporeal strength. If he perseveres, there will come a day when he can twist the white wolf's head off and use it as a ball to kick. Zhou Chen inhales deeply. The hues of the surrounding walls gradually fade, vanishing completely within mere seconds. The room housing the manual resembles a sanctuary, a refuge where he lingers briefly each time he meets his demise. Once he has recuperated, the sanctuary dissipates, and he must once again confront the mecha. A soft hum resonates, and he finds himself back on the battlefield. Thus he presses on. Whoosh! His figure lunges forward, his palm gliding past his side. Yet the angle is slightly off, and the fluidity of his draw is somewhat compromised. This is unfortunate. He hopes it is not too late. A pang of anxiety grips his heart as his pace quickens. He leaps repeatedly, cleaving downwards. Bang! Bang! 2 explosive sounds erupt. The first, the blade strikes his shoulder. The second, Zhou Chen's head, splatters across the ground. Chapter 5, Tianxia, Baixing Zhou, the files have been submitted. Now we await notification from the Academy. Given your physical condition, gaining admission through the special recommendation should pose no difficulty. Zhang, the principal of Yunjin First High School, smiled broadly, enthusiastically patting Zhou Chen on the shoulder. His excitement perhaps genuine. It was likely authentic, although Zhou Chen had spent a bit of money to secure a recommendation from him. The medical examination report indicated that at 18, he ranked in the upper echelon of the first realm, coupled with his self-proclaimed mastery of a family heirloom technique. His chances of passing the special admission were quite high. Should he be selected by the Academy, the school would undoubtedly share in the glory. Principal Zhang, you are too kind. I owe you my gratitude for your endorsement. In the future, should you wish to deal with anyone, feel free to come to the martial arts hall. I can offer you a discount, Zhou Chen jested. Cough, cough. Let's not jest about such matters, Zhang coughed lightly. We should discuss these things privately. It is rather inconvenient to do so here. Release me. Return my son. Is there no justice, no law? A distant, anguished cry captured their attention. They beheld a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray, clad in a faded garment, his face stained with tears, being forcibly escorted away by 2 security personnel. The man bore bruises, his already tattered clothing now torn and misshapen, one of his shoes having been lost in the struggle. Looking toward the school entrance, they noticed that the gray and white sign and banners had been taken down, leaving them to wonder what had transpired. It is disheartening how such trivial matters escalate to this level. You know, these incidents have become all too common in recent years, Zhang sighed softly. Indeed, bullying on campus, or even suicides, not to mention inappropriate conduct of male teachers towards female students. But since they are external hires, there is little to be done, and those with connections are unwilling to intervene, Zhou Chen remarked with a smile. Come now. Our school is not so deplorable. Zhang chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Zhou Chen. Thank you, but I prefer this. Zhou Chen produced a specially crafted small box from his pocket, extracting 2 slender jade rods. Care to try? Zhang, intrigued, accepted the jade rod, placing it between his lips, only to recoil in surprise. Goodness, how cold! Dry ice, Zhou Chen explained, inhaling deeply. It is edible. Are you out of your mind? Zhang murmured, setting the item down and leaning closer, lowering his voice. Young Master Zhou, you mentioned earlier about being able to deal with individuals. Were you referring to that man? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. That fellow? He is insignificant. Zhang sniffed. What you may not know is that my son is currently navigating the trials of adolescence. Recently, he had a disagreement with a female classmate whose family has a slight background, though certainly nowhere near the Zhou family or the Chen family. Oh, I have heard whispers. Your son, along with 2 others, bullied her and disposed of her body in the river, correct? Zhou Chen interjected. Such exaggeration. I know my son well. Zhang chuckled nervously once more. Indeed, Zhou Chen replied, patting him on the shoulder. So, young Master Zhou, what do you think of this situation? Get lost. Zhang Zhao's smile froze. Seemingly still processing Zhou Chen's swift transformation akin to the face-changing art of Sichuan opera. Your father colluded with the enemies to betray Tianxia, producing such a gluttonous wretch as you. Your son, a mere bully, is nothing but a base creature. Your entire family truly deserves to perish, you wretched scoundrel. Zhou Chen's lips, seemingly coated in honey, reached out to pat the greasy, plump face repeatedly. Then, with an air of disdain, he rubbed his hand across the fattened fabric of the suit, just as the other was about to erupt in fury. He spoke. Remember to deliver the money to the martial arts school. All right, all right. The once darkened countenance of Zhang Xiao transformed dramatically, instantly brightening with joy. Zhongbo, we are leaving. Zhou Chen yawned and settled into the vehicle. Young master, do you truly intend to assist him? Assist? Not all. I meant for him to return the money he collected today. The academy offers special recruitment. He is obligated to recommend talent. How dare he charge me? Zhongbo fell into a deep silence for a moment before inquiring, Young master, isn't this approach somewhat inappropriate? Inappropriate? He ought to be thanking us. Zhou Chen gazed out the window. Thank you, Zhou Xiao. Zhang Xiao stood by the car window, waving enthusiastically. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly, returning the gesture from within the vehicle. His visit to the school that day was, in truth, not particularly significant. It was primarily concerning the special recruitment for the following year. A severe car accident months prior had caused him to miss both this year's recruitment and the college entrance examination, leaving him to seek alternative paths. He held no particular obsession with the examination. The issue lay in the fact that the Zhou family was far from as prosperous as it appeared, and the waters of Yunjin City ran exceptionally deep, compared to the daily machinations with these foreign elites, where his life could be at risk any day. The allure of entering the academy and experiencing the extraordinary path was far more enticing. The vehicle moved forward, gradually distancing itself from the campus. As he gazed back at the school, slowly receding from view, memories of the vividly diverse students within filled Zhou Chen with melancholy. 60 years ago, led by the Star Alliance, multiple nations jointly enacted the White Star Cooperative Development of the Gray Tower Regulations. The great powers were obliged to dispatch troops to assist weaker nations in the development of the Gray Tower, forging ahead together on the extraordinary path. What was nominally cooperative development was, in reality, an act of invasion. Tianxia resisted, igniting a decade-long bloodbath. Ultimately, it paid a painful price to quell the conflict. However, cooperation was an inevitability. Among the 9 districts, 3 were designated as so-called cooperative zones. Yunjin was situated on the border of one such zone, a nondescript little city. Given its status as a cooperative area, one could easily imagine the reality. Though touted as a key high school in Tianxia, only a small fraction of its students were actually from Tianxia. To enter such an institution, one would be wise to pray for some form of background or hope their child was not overly attractive. High emotional intelligence. Cooperative zone, low emotional intelligence. Concession within. There are noble families and powerful elites. Outside, oligarchic conglomerates. The Inspection Bureau? In most cases, after apprehending individuals, they would release them without a trace, only to later forcibly let them go. With internal strife and external threats, the nation weak and the family impoverished, the Inspection Bureau was merely the last veil of shame for Tianxia. The Mingguang Group reminds you, please ensure that human experimentation is conducted through legitimate channels. The Hongying Society, Tianximai, offers a plethora of gameplay options for your selection. Looking for a loan? Turn to Huratech, with interest rates as low as a penny. Witness the value of this advertisement. Biomechs, body-enhancing fluids, extraordinary pathways. Various tantalizing slogans plaster the streets. Everyone is imbued with a desire to break free from their shackles and step into the extraordinary. All are dreaming of exploring the Gray Tower and achieving instant wealth. In contemplation, a significant gathering of people ahead catches his attention. What could be happening by the roadside, with so many gathered? Zhou Chen raises his gaze. It appears to be an event by the Mingguang Group. Young master, shall we take a detour? Inquires Zhongbo. No need, he replies, as the vehicle continues forward. The latest biosuit from a Mingguang group is undergoing testing, and chosen individuals may enter the group to participate in experiments, donning mechs to step into the extraordinary. Tell me, does this not stir your hearts? On a makeshift stage by the street, a well-dressed man holds a microphone as a throng of people surges below. Choose me. Choose my family. My brothers are robust and can endure the experiment. Let me in. I want to enter the gray tower. Let our lineage be inscribed on a new page. I have calculated my fate. Greatness awaits me. With every wave of his hand, fervent cheers erupt. The crowd is a cacophony, with a few elderly individuals, their hair as white as snow, struggling to pull forward the eager youth. Zhou Chun surveys the scene, his gaze sharpening, signaling Zhongbo to stop the car, and then he opens the door. You reckless boy, your elder brother perished due to such experiments. Are you trying to drive me to despair? Mother, you don't understand. The experiments are now quite safe. Once we become extraordinary, no one will dare to bully us. The throng pushes and shoves, as if squeezing into the innermost circle would grant them the coveted ticket to participate in the experiment. I must ask, what are you two young ladies doing here? On the outskirts of the crowd, two young girls in long garments stand in daze, observing the scene, when suddenly a hand lands on their slender shoulders. Startled, they shiver. Zhou Chen, upon recognizing the visitor, the already delicate girl's eyes widen in surprise. Am I truly that frightening? Zhou Chen inquires with an impassive expression. And no, not frightening. The elder sister, Xiao Ming, instinctively positions herself to shield her younger sibling, swallowing hard as she musters her courage. You must be out of your mind, bringing your sister here. She performed well in her studies. Why is she here instead of preparing for university after the college entrance exams? We should leave immediately. Seeing her attempt to speak further, Zhou Chun cracks his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds. The girl bites her lip, taking her sister's hand, her complexion paling as they retreat. The Mingguang group has increasingly flaunted its promotions in recent years, leading many impressionable youths to join the experimental program without hesitation or critical thought. While others may not intervene, it is imperative for this frail, impoverished classmate to be dissuaded. Zhou Chen scans the crowd once more, the fervor still palpable. He shakes his head gently and returns to the vehicle. The car gradually departs into the distance. The cacophony of chaotic sounds gradually faded away. Those chosen for the experiment feared they would not survive. Uncle Zhong gently shook his head, reflecting on the matter. I feel that writing a novel in these times could be quite remarkable, Zhou Chun suddenly remarked. Do you mean a martial arts novel, young master? Uncle Zhong chuckled. No, I'm referring to Diary of a Madman. Zhou Chun replied with a light laugh. But never mind. This place is truly one where heads may roll. Uncle Zhong, not comprehending the meaning, fell silent as he drove. The madness of Yunjin City is merely a microcosm of Tianxia. The fervent pursuit of the extraordinary is deeply ingrained in the very blood of every citizen, to the point of becoming almost grotesque. The autumn breeze stirred. In this transitional season from late summer to early autumn, yellowing leaves swayed from their branches, and at a certain moment, some were uprooted, drifting down like weights of decay, descending towards the earth. With the arrival of an impending storm, more withered leaves would be swept away, merging into the decaying soil. The youth withdrew his gaze from the window and quietly closed his eyes. Beneath the vibrant blooms lies a world of rot and ruin. The voices of the elder generation are drowned in the tide of time, while the lifeblood of the new generation is grasped tightly within the hands of others. Madness, chaos, bloodshed. The murderer walks free, while the humble remain voiceless. The powerful indulge in opulence, while the poor are lost in daydreams. In the year 299 of a new calendar, nearly 300 years of extraordinary civilization have unfolded. Here lie the citizens of Tianxia. This is by Xing's Tianxia. Chapter 6. Speculations and the cultivation of techniques. Awakening upon his bed, Zhou Chen cradled his head, wrestling with the remnants of a night fraught with battles, during which he had perished at the hands of the White Wolf a dozen times. The phenomenon of dying in dreams does indeed possess its limits. The more one succumbs to death, the graver the repercussions become. His threshold lay approximately around 15 instances, beyond which he would awaken to excruciating pain in his head. Typically, he would curtail his endeavors at just over 10 deaths, yet last night, driven by an insatiable urge, he convinced himself that one more life would lead to victory. However, it became evident that the seemingly narrow margin was far sturdier than he had anticipated. Patience was essential. He needed to take his time, gently massaging his temples. He gradually revived his spirits, tidying himself up in the process. He then made his way to the adjacent living room, where a small incense burner and a family photograph of a Zhou clan were displayed. His father, his second uncle, himself, alongside his elder siblings. With practiced ease, Zhou Chun retrieved 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and offered a prayer before inserting them into the burner. "Father, you once said that we could ally with anyone, but insisted on the Red Cherry Society. The Suyang Empire sounds as treacherous as it is daunting. The term traitor carries a heavy connotation, especially when one contemplates Xia traitor. Is that even bearable? My second uncle has been in the Grey Tower for 2.5 years. Without a whisper of news, I must display a fa-ade of strength to deter others. Yet beneath this aggressive exterior, I am, at heart, a good boy. The eyes of the city are too watchful upon the Zhou family. Currently, they are wary of my second uncle and the few dozen brothers who entered the Grey Tower alongside him. Should I show even a hint of weakness, the Zhou family would surely be devoured piece by piece. I shall proceed cautiously from here on. The Chen family, a pack of ungrateful wretches, should not possess the audacity to act against us. They are likely backed by some powerful entity, possibly the Mingguang group, stirring up trouble. If tranquility persists, do not blame me for halting my investigations. I have only just come of age, having missed the college entrance examination and special recruitment, and I must prepare for a retake next year." After offering his final prayers, Zhou Chun rose. Pushing open the door, the morning sunlight bathed him in warmth. The autumn air had begun to exude a crispness, the gentle breeze caressing him in sheer delight. While the Zhou family owned a residence in a villa district, he had been tirelessly occupied, often residing in a small detached building within the martial arts school. Navigating through the verdant canopy, he made his way to the modest training ground. The sound of clashing metal echoed as Uncle Zhong busied himself with the weapon racks. "Good morning, Uncle Zhong," Zhou Chen greeted. "Master, you rise early," Uncle Zhong replied, pausing his work with a smile. "These are the new swords and blades crafted pre-request. Drawing from previous experiences, Master Liu expedited this batch. Pray, assess their quality." "I shall give a try," Zhou Chun said, raising an eyebrow as he approached and grasped the hilt of a sword. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade, its icy brilliance illuminating the moment. The long blade, reminiscent of a Miao sword, settled into his palm. As he gently swayed it, sunlight shimmered off the blade, evoking a cascade of glimmering reflections. The cold gleam appeared as rippling waves, supple as willow branches, imbued with the essence of spring frost. Yet, as the saying goes, while it appears strikingly impressive, the reality of cleaving through rebar would prove a daunting task. The external appearance closely resembles the long blade he wielded during his dream. After Zhou Chan realized he could not shatter the White Wolf in a short span of time, he instructed Zhongbo to forge a weapon of the same style. However, while imitating the appearance of swords and blades is relatively straightforward, achieving an identical tactile experience proves to be quite challenging. Each crafted weapon bears subtle differences from the one encountered in the dream. He closed his eyes, carefully weighing his options. With a slight motion, aided by the perception granted by the unnamed technique, the details of the weapon surfaced in his mind. The weight discrepancy approximated 15 grams. The curvature of the blade was nearly indistinguishable, and due to modern craftsmanship, the tip was slightly sharper. After several attempts, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. This batch closely resembled the one from his dream, sufficient for him to practice and continually familiarize himself with the weapon's feel. In truth, the quality of the previous batches had been acceptable. A weight difference of 100 or 200 grams, whether sharp or dull, would not hinder its functionality. This was merely a manifestation of Zhou Chen's obsessive tendencies. since his dream had provided him with a specific weapon that could not be changed. He endeavored to replicate it in reality, to hone his skills and refine his technique. "Young master, how is it?" Zhongbo inquired. "Is satisfactory, Zhongbo. You may attend to your other duties. I will practice alone." "Very well." Zhongbo nodded as he exited. The small training ground was not extensive, slightly smaller than the space in his dreams, yet ample for his solitary endeavors. The weapon offered in the dream remained unchanged, capable of withstanding approximately 3 to 4 attacks from the white wolf before shattering completely. However, when Zhou Chun entered the dream 2 days prior and executed a particularly flawless strike, the blade could only endure a single attack before fracturing. Zhou Chun sensed he was grasping something crucial. The activation speed of the white wolf, combined with the distance between them, was just sufficient for him to execute strike. Considering the quality of the sword, if he could deliver a perfectly executed blow, it would surely be enough to decapitate the beast without necessitating further combat. After all, once the white wolf entered its activated state, he stood no chance of confronting it directly. Was the dream space guiding him to create and refine techniques to vanquish his foes? This had long been his prevailing hypothesis, particularly after his recent breakthrough, which made him increasingly confident in its validity. Thus, the quandary had been significantly simplified. From the initial concept of a flesh-and-blood body triumphing over mechanized foes, it had now evolved into mastering a formidable slicing technique, condensing power into a singular strike that could dismantle rudimentary defenses of the mechanized adversaries. At the very least, the latter appeared to be a task within human capability. With this thought, Zhou Chun inhaled deeply. The long blade vibrated, suddenly unleashing an invisible wave of force. His right foot carving a semicircle as the blade traced a brilliant arc in the air. He then thrust forward, enhancing his power from the waist and hips, transitioning the blade from horizontal to a rapid and fierce upward slash. In the arena, the youth's formed sword, executing grand movements that glimmered with a chilling brilliance. There were few embellishments or deceptive variations. Rather, the focus lay on the seamless connection of fundamental techniques and the precision of his movements. As the round concluded, he remained still, acutely sensing the surging power within his being. Thoughts drifted, and then a radiant screen unfolded before his eyes. Horizontal slash, upward thrust, vertical cleave. Sweeping blade. Unnamed technique 0. 1. You have completed a round of sword technique application. Proficiency in unnamed technique has increased, and your physical strength has slightly improved. You are aware that you stand on the precipice of a formal breakthrough. In a moment of disorientation, you feel as if you have grasped something, yet as the haze lifts, you find nothing in your grasp. He chose to disregard the latter statements, focusing his mind on the sensations within. With merely a swing of the blade, he could enhance the proficiency of the unnamed technique, and if his movements were sufficiently precise, there lay a prospect for additional enhancement of his physical form. 6 or 7 days prior, this so-called technique had reached a critical juncture, yet to this day, he had not managed a complete breakthrough. The manual's incessant reminders of moments where one seemingly grasped nothing were utterly vexing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the radiant screen suddenly commenced a new cycle of activity. After many days of dreaming, you gradually discern the direction of your efforts. You understand that you must tirelessly swing the blade to transcend your current state. However, having remained stagnant for an extended period, you begin to ponder what the issue might be. You are uncertain of where the flaw lies. Nevertheless, you recognize your own excellence. There is no need for discouragement, for many who struggle are not as graceful in their swordplay as you. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 7. The Zhou family's blade versus. The Jin family's blade, as the final strokes of the blade came to an end, Zhou Chun stood still, slightly panting. He felt the power flowing gently within him and exhaled a long breath, expelling the impurities. The knife he wielded the day before had achieved an exquisite perfection in both angle and force, flowing seamlessly and engaging every ounce of strength in his body. If he could replicate that execution repeatedly, he might genuinely have a chance to vanquish the white wolf. In addition to his regular practice, he persistently attempted to recreate that stunning strike from his dreams. Alas, success eluded him time and again. The pressure was insufficient. He always felt something was just a bit off. Facing formidable foes in dreams sharpened his focus. Perhaps he could procure a white wolf in reality for a trial run. But what if he couldn't defeat it? He might as well perish before it. Of course, that was merely jest. Blades and swords could be purchased without great expense, but a complete white wolf was exorbitantly costly. Moreover, if it were to be used as training equipment, would he truly believe it easy to restore after each bout of wear? Not to mention, such a weapon needed a wielder. If he were to master the art of a single lethal strike, his sparring partner would be the first to suffer. Sheathing his blade, Zhou Chun concluded his morning training for the day. Exiting the training grounds, he made his way toward another medium-sized martial arts arena. Just before entering, the harmonious sound of song reached his ears. When a fragile time arrives, let us pray together. Merciful Father, I have fallen into the realm of unseen sins. Inside the spacious arena, 40 robust men stood in perfect formation, with a leader directing the proceedings. As the song concluded, the leader bowed slightly in Zhou Chen's direction. Following suit, the group of muscular men greeted him in unison, their voices resonating. Good morning, young master. Good morning. Your morning song practice was quite commendable, Zhou Chen replied, genuinely pleased. Despite their current respect, it was worth noting that most of them had suffered at his hands before. With the passing of his father and the mysterious disappearance of his uncle, the Zhou family was in a state of unrest. Subduing these unruly elements had demanded considerable effort. Shall we commence today's sparring session, young master? Inquired the man responsible for their training. Not just yet. We still need to practice the opening song. Let me assess your progress first. Come, I shall lead, Zhou Chen announced, clearing his throat. If evil is cruel and resplendent. Young master, a mournful cry interrupted his incantation. Dozens of eyes turned in unison. 3 men staggered forth, their clothes torn and their bodies marred with bruises and scratches, supporting 2 severely injured comrades. The unconscious pair lay twisted and broken, their garments soaked with blood, clearly suffering grave injuries. Liu Zi, Xiaofeng. The crowd gasped, rushing forward to assist, helping to carry the wounded toward the medical room. Young master, spoke the least injured man, his expression a mix of rage and sorrow. Shanya, what transpired? Zhou Chen inquired, casting a glance at the injured being taken for treatment. Not long ago, you instructed us to order a batch of training equipment. This morning, we went to the East Street to inspect the goods and happened upon the 4th young master of the Jin Martial Arts School and his companions. They approached us with insolent words, insulting our school. As we disregarded them, they spat forth thick phlegm and hurled various insults. Unable to tolerate the provocation, Liu Zi and Xiaofeng engaged in a scuffle, yet they were outnumbered and sustained severe injuries. The man known as Shanya wore a slightly sinister expression, his eyes bloodshot. Zhou Chen squinted slightly, recalling the 4th young master of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. I remembered having bested him a few times during our school days. Not long ago, I had broken his leg over some incident. He had bullied a girl, who reported him to the authorities, but the Jinyang Martial Arts School suppressed the matter. Subsequently, he sought revenge on the girl and was met with your reprimand, reminded Uncle Zhong. I recall now. Where are they currently? Zhou Qiqiang. He's just a foul pig butcher. What talents could his son possibly possess? I am waiting for him at the martial arts school. Let that little brat have the audacity to come here. With the Jinyang Martial Arts School now boasting 20 experimental subjects, Zhou Chen shall have to refer to me as brother in the future. The Jinyang Martial Arts School, though not as grand in overall size as the Zhou Martial Arts School, is by no means small. At this moment, several octagonal tables were neatly arranged, surrounded by men clad in the training attire of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. Among them were core disciples of the school, as well as guests from other martial arts institutions. The dishes were still being prepared, with plates of exquisite nuts and simple tea laid out on the tables. Amidst the comings and goings, occasional flattery echoed in the air. The raucous laughter that had initially erupted belonged to Jin Taiyong, the 4th young master of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. Today marks the 80th anniversary of the school's founding, a celebration to honor guests from afar. Ostensibly, the occasion is to commemorate this milestone, but in reality, It is a celebration of their acquisition of 20 experimental subject qualifications, which enables them to serve the Mingguang group. Brothers, do you think Zhou Chen dares to show up? He certainly wouldn't, as he relies solely on the Zhou family's influence. Now that the Zhou family's power is waning, if he dares to come, I'll have him carried out. I actually hope he comes. He is but a minor figure, and Brother Yang could easily handle him with one hand. The various compliments made Jin Taiyong feel immensely gratified. He cheerfully lifted a teacup from the table, taking a small sip. Zhou Chen wouldn't dare speak loudly in my presence. Could his little martial arts lackeys truly voice any objections? The students continued to shower him with praise. The Mingguang group, under the control of the Star Alliance and the Shuyang Empire, can only be considered a mid-tier power within the context of either of those two nations. However, in Tianxia, specifically in Yunjin City, it is undoubtedly a colossal entity, possessing biological mechs, multiple technologies from the Grey Tower, and recommendations for the Grey Tower exploration team and the highest academies. The Zhou family has clung to the Hongying Society's coattails for decades. It is hard to say whether the Jinyang Martial Arts School will become the next Zhou family. The two families have long harbored grievances, with the Jin family often at a disadvantage, and today, Jin Taiyong finally relished a moment of vindication. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak a few words. As the banquet was about to commence, the schoolmaster of Jin slowly stepped out. Bang! The door was kicked open. Wait a moment. I wish to say a few words first. Dressed in pristine white and crimson martial arts attire, adorned with a dark-hued, ink-stained blade at his waist and cloud-patterned golden boots upon his feet, Zhou Chen cut an impressive figure, reminiscent of a wealthy scion from a fantastical novel. Following closely behind him was his loyal retainer, Zhou Bo, a half-step behind. As he strode into the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall, flanked by a throng of 2 to 3 dozen men, the once bustling hall and courtyard fell abruptly silent. Countless pairs of eyes converged upon the young man. Zhou Chen, Jin Feng, the master of the Jinyang Martial Arts Hall, narrowed his eyes. There is no enmity between our families. What is the meaning of your presence at today's banquet? Nothing of great consequence, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly, plucking a piece of peach blossom cake from the table and chewing it thoughtfully. It is a momentous occasion, the 80th anniversary of your hall's founding, and we, the Zhou family, naturally come to pay our respects. However, your method of educating your disciples leaves much to be desired. One must learn to speak with decorum rather than spitting indiscriminately. Your son, along with a few sycophants, what's his name? Jin Taiyong and his cousin Su Shan. They brutally killed one of my apprentices right before my eyes. How do you intend to address this? Your son is a worthless fool. Bring that cousin out. I wish for my apprentice to face him in a duel. I shall take my leave without further ado. Ah, yes, you there, step forward. Zhou Chen pointed to a man in the crowd, the very one known for his ruthless treatment of those within his own martial arts school. The injuries sustained by Lu Zi and Xiao Feng were grave, casting doubt on their future in martial arts. What nonsense are you spouting? With my strength, it is impossible for me to have killed anyone. Su Shan bellowed, slamming his teacup onto the table, his face contorted with fury. Is this truly the time to quibble over life and death? Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Then, Shanya stepped forward from behind him, clasping his fists in salute. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Jinyang Martial Arts Hall's Zhenyang Spear. I am but a humble disciple seeking to learn a few techniques from the young master today. I hope Master Jin will be gracious in his guidance. Jin Feng's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over Jin Taiyong and then to Su Shan, the latter being his nominal fourth son's cousin. Su Shan, do you have confidence in your abilities? He asked in a low, serious tone. I have studied spear techniques for over 20 years. If I cannot teach this brash youth a lesson, I should abandon martial arts altogether. Su Shan, no. Very well. If you wish to compete, then let us do so. Should this matter persist, young Zhou, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Jin Feng declared, gesturing grandly. Instantly, tables and chairs were cleared from the expansive courtyard, and the crowd dispersed to the periphery. Su Shan selected a long spear, advancing with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. With a flick of his wrist, the spear sparkled, revealing the prowess of a seasoned practitioner. Observing Shanya's somewhat lax grip, he scoffed. Daring to provoke after learning a few tricks from the Zhou family's pig-killing techniques? Such folly. Words are futile. I implore you to enlighten me, Shanya replied, his expression unyielding. You spared the lives of 3 this morning, yet now you shall pay with your own. With a resounding roar, Su Shan surged forward. The spear sliced through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound, akin to a silver dragon charging forth with unrelenting momentum. This formidable maneuver elicited continuous admiration from the onlookers. Su Shan has immersed himself in the art of the Xinjiang spear for over 20 years, mastering its essence to a remarkable degree. Let us observe how Shanya counters this technique, his spear skills. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, startling the gathered crowd. Among weaponry, the spear technique is notoriously challenging to master. Jin's move, parting clouds to reveal the sun, is quite commendable, and I am thoroughly satisfied with today's sparring session. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that the young master of my family taught me the Remington. As his opponent was sent flying, disbelief shimmering in their eyes, Shanya softly spoke, extinguishing the smoke wafting from the gun's muzzle. Chapter 8. Uninvited Guests Remington. What the hell, a shotgun? Is this even reasonable? The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. Just moments ago, Su Shan had charged forward with an incredible ferocity. As the crowd pondered how the mountain crow would retaliate, he discarded his weapon and swiftly lifted his clothing. With the gun aimed and poised, he fired without hesitation. The flash erupted, and by the time Su Shan realized something was amiss, it was too late. The momentum of his rapid advance could not be halted instantly, and his instinctual attempt to decelerate merely made him an easier target. Bang! The sound echoed, blood splattering forth. The tremendous impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground several meters away. Fortunately, he avoided a head-on collision. Otherwise, his skull would have been shattered. How dare you? After a brief moment of shock, a thunderous sound erupted, even drowning out the gunfire. Jin Feng's eyes widened in fury as he smashed the table with his palm, propelling himself into the air. Excellent! In the next instant, a resounding shout echoed as Zhou Chun clapped his hands together. What a shot! A thunderclap from the ground. Truly, my disciple from the Zhou clan executes moves with such decisiveness and precision, capable of overwhelming an opponent with a single strike. Jin Feng, the master of the hall. Today I concede to your prowess. Zhou Chun clasped his hands together and, seemingly casually, revealed the peach-red token dangling from his waist. Having leaped into the air, Jin Feng, gathering his energy, altered his trajectory. As he descended, he retracted the hand poised to strike down the mountain crow. At first glance, it appeared as though Jin Feng, emerging from behind the table, had merely performed a long jump. The entire scene was almost comical. Where did you steal the scarlet cherry token? Jin Feng's face turned ashen, his blood pressure nearing the boiling point. That's none of your concern. Instead, why not assess my disciple's marksmanship? Those lacking in martial ethics dare to discuss gunmanship? Jin Feng bit down on his molars, his anger simmering dangerously close to a boil. What are you waiting for? Hurry and carry him away for medical treatment, he shouted, prompting the other disciples to hastily lift the unconscious Su Shan away. Given the current level of medical technology, death is not a certainty, especially since it wasn't a headshot. However, with a shotgun involved, and considering he is not a high-ranking martial artist, even if he is saved, his meridians are likely to be severely affected. The consequences of not being able to practice martial arts are minor compared to the potential of his vital energy violently impacting his body. It could lead to paralysis, or worse. Only then did Jin Feng turn his gaze back to Zhou Chun, his expression now as dark as the depths of water. Very well, what a move! Thunderclap from the ground. Zhou Chun, my young nephew, you have impressed me. I'm doing quite well, and I wish your parents good health. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Zhou Chun yawned. Wait a moment. Does Uncle Jin have something else to say? Did you intend for Jin Taiyang to face me in battle? The mentioned Jin Taiyang shuddered involuntarily, all previous bravado forgotten. Now, he desperately wished to conceal himself. A year ago, when he cornered that female classmate who dared to report him, preparing to humiliate her, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Immediately, his body was spun and forcefully thrown over the shoulder. As the world around him spun chaotically, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Chen's face. Subsequently, a decrepit wooden table crashed down with a thud. The first strike shattered it, followed by a second, a third. Rotten wood splintered and littered the ground. Amidst the onslaught, Zhou Chen shouted, "What the hell is with that name? Golden Sun? Is it still called the Sun, or not?" With each heavy blow, the sound of cracking bones occasionally mingled with his heart-wrenching screams. Golden Sun swore that it was undoubtedly the most terrifying and despairing day of his life. After such a long time, he had thought that prosperity was finally within reach, and that he had long since bid farewell to his psychological shadows. Yet, the moment he saw that face again, his legs turned to jelly, rendering him unable to stand. "Brother, once you finish with my cousin, could you please spare me?" Impudence. The master of the Jin Feng Pavilion, unable to contain his fury, wore an exceedingly grim expression. The pressure unique to a second-tier martial artist surged forth. "Today is a grand feast at my Jin Pavilion, and you think you can come here to provoke us and simply leave? If you do not provide an explanation, my Jin Yang Martial Arts Pavilion will not let this matter rest. Not let it rest. Your son brought people to attack my Zhou family. You must be mistaken." Zhou Chun chuckled lightly. "I understand. Everyone sees my father dead and wishes to take a piece of flesh from the Zhou family. Some say I have become a mad dog these past months, acting without morals or rules." He grinned menacingly, locking eyes with a visibly anxious individual. "Indeed, I'm that mad dog. The Zhou family has encountered some troubles, and there are always a few former wild dogs eager to test their strength. Very well, let them come. The Zhou family still stands, and so do I. Even if I perish, my second uncle will return from the Grey Tower to learn of all that has transpired." Zhou Chun smiled at the opponent, while the master of the Jin Pavilion turned ashen, rendered speechless. Thus, he languidly clasped his hands together, inquiring, "I wonder what Uncle Jin means by this. Shall we have a little spar?" The master of Jin Feng Pavilion, having immersed himself in martial arts for decades, felt that engaging with you would be beneath his dignity. Just then, applause suddenly erupted from the crowd. The onlookers began to part, revealing a figure emerging from the back. Clad in a tailored suit, the elegant silhouette came into view. The deep blue suit, stylish yet appropriately fitted, complemented his meticulously styled light brown hair. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and his azure eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. He strode forth at a leisurely pace, starkly contrasting with the surrounding martial artists. Trouble approaches. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes. "Young master, we are the ones who have arrived," Zhong Bo whispered cautiously. The two exchanged hushed words, while the master of the Jin Pavilion slightly bowed. "Manager Lu, I apologize for the disturbance." "No worries. No one expected such an occurrence." The brown-haired man spoke fluent Tianxia, his gaze playfully locking on his Zhou Chun. "The young master of the Zhou family, I have heard much about you. Regrettably, I had not previously been in charge of the relevant business and had little interaction with your family, Zhou. Today, however, the encounter is entirely different from what I had anticipated. Manager Roar, I have indeed heard of your esteemed reputation. You are currently the project leader for the Second Realm experimental body at Mingguang Group. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Zhou Chun clasped his hands in greeting. "There is no need for such formalities. Today, I represent Mingguang Group at this banquet, and your arrival here. Are you challenging the Jinyang Martial Arts Academy or my Mingguang Group?" Roar smiled, though his eyes betrayed a different sentiment. "If you can represent Mingguang Group, can I not represent the Hongying Society?" Zhou Chun responded with a similar facade of mirth. Roar's expression darkened in an instant. He truly could not speak on behalf of Mingguang. An apology to the Academy and a gesture of contrition to the Jinfeng Martial Arts Academy would suffice. "Apology?" Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. "That may not be feasible. You lack the qualifications to address me thus. How audacious!" In just a few exchanges, Roar's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. Before he could retort further, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd. "Clear the way, everyone. I've heard a serious incident has occurred here. What is going on?" The voice drew closer, and the crowd parted once more. Dressed in tactical gear, Lu Sun stepped forward, surveying the scene before locking his gaze on his Zhou Chun. "Who reported this?" he inquired. Zhou Chan stood at attention, palms pressed together at his temple, reporting to the officer. It was I. What transpired? Lu Sun asked. Sir, there was gunfire at the martial arts academy, malicious provocation. It is imperative that we take this individual back for thorough questioning. Who? Lu Sun pressed again. Zhou Chen stood firm once more, reporting to the officer. It was not I who fired, but I am responsible for everything else. Take him away. Upon finishing, Lu Sun signaled, and two officers advanced with practiced efficiency. The entire exchange flowed with an astonishing smoothness. Wait, Officer Lu, this is inappropriate. Roar finally reacted, calling out to the officers with a grim expression. I represent Mingguang Group at this banquet. This young man has come to provoke. Ah, you have misinterpreted my intentions. I am merely advocating for my disciple. Just as I stepped forward, I was apprehended. Are you intending to obstruct the investigation? Zhou Chen displayed the sturdy handcuffs, and in response, Roar remarked, I look forward to the opportunity to gather again. I shall treat you to a closed-door feast. Do not be overly arrogant. Roar's gaze darkened. He yearned to call out to Lu Sun, yet while the other officers might indulge him, Lu Sun would never allow this individual to be released. Watching Zhou Chan's smiling face recede into the distance, Roar's fists gradually clenched tighter. Chapter 9. The Red Cherry Society, you have some audacity, remarked Lu Sun, clicking his tongue in the interrogation room. What else could I do? My subordinates were bullied. I couldn't just stand idly by, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head. Knowing that the Jinyang Martial Arts School was hosting a banquet and still daring to bring people to confront them, are you not afraid of not being able to escape? Lu Sun glanced at the weapon at Zhou Chen's waist. Is it merely for the sake of the Red Cherry Order? Do you believe they will protect you at all costs? Zhou Chen shrugged. It's not about protection. Besides, I feel that my relationship with the Mingguang Group is quite amicable. Lu Sun fell silent for a long while. The Mingguang Group promotes biological mecha experiments, and you threaten anyone on Zhou family territory who dares to participate by vowing to annihilate their entire family. The group manager storms into schools to select test subjects, and you kick open the principal's door, leading a student riot. The Chen family just pledged allegiance to you, and then you wipe them out. You barged into the Jinyang Martial Arts School during their banquet. When leaders serve dishes, you turn the table. When they toast, you refuse to drink. It's all about confrontation. Wow, I didn't realize so much has happened, Zhou Chen chuckled. But what can I do? The Red Cherry Society is at odds with them. I can't possibly side with the Mingguang Group. Your tongue is indeed sharp, Lu Sun remarked, standing up. With all the evidence present, you may have to spend some time in the office. That might be difficult, Inspector Lu. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a striking figure who laughed softly. Her voice was languid and laced with mischief. I'm afraid I must interrupt you, she said. Miss Asakawa, this is the interrogation room of the Inspection Bureau. It is rather inappropriate for you to enter without so much as a greeting, Lu Sun said, his expression slightly darkening. Before him stood a woman with alluring crimson short hair and eyes resembling blue glass speckled with stars, a beauty marked beneath her right eye, a prominent nose, and slightly upturned red lips. She wore a new-style qipao in red and blue, her tall and slender figure exuding an undeniable allure. Asakawa China, one of the vice presidents of the Red Cherry Society, her status far exceeding that of Luo heir, and she was indeed a significant ally of the Zhou family. Please do not be angry, Inspector Lu. Young Zhou Chen is simply inexperienced and has caused some trouble. I have already spoken with your bureau chief, she said, placing a release notice on the desk. Your bureau chief has personally stamped it. I won't disturb you any further. Please continue your conversation. With that, she swayed her slender waist as she exited the room. Hey, Lugo, shall we chat a bit more? Lu Sun remained expressionless, pulling out a key from his waist. Shall I unlock it myself, or will you let me do it for you? Then I must trouble you, Lu Leoj, Zhou Chen replied cheerfully, stepping forward to quickly unlock the handcuffs. As a final friendly reminder, Lu Sun said, your father is not around. It would be best to avoid dealings with such forces. The waters here run deep. Lu Sun removed the handcuffs, patting Zhou Chen's shoulder. Be careful not to get played, or I won't be collecting your remains. Not playing is what would lead to demise. See you later, Lu Ge. Zhou Chen waved as he exited the interrogation room. Outside, Chikawa Chinna was surveying the slogans and icons in the corridor when she turned upon hearing a sound. "Let us go," she said. "All right," Chikawa-san. Zhou Chun followed her movements. Chikawa Chinna's attire was audaciously provocative, her graceful figure swaying ahead, her delicate, fair legs crossing as she walked, the sound of her slender high heels echoing on the floor. As they made their way through the inspection office, the two exchanged few words until they reached the entrance. Several cars from the Hongying Society were lined up in order. "Let us take my car." Chikawa Chinna walked directly toward one of them. "I'm coming." Zhou Chun shot a glance at Uncle Zhong before eagerly following her. With a loud bang, the car door shut, and Chikawa Chinna let out a long yawn, unabashedly stretching her back, revealing her alluring curves, which Zhou Chun observed without reservation. "You little rascal, after 10 months, your audacity has grown." Chikawa Chinna adjusted her sitting posture. Zhou Chun averted his gaze. "Chikawa-san, you know me. I'm an honest person, and I've always feared violence. These past months, feeling helpless, I could only pretend to be fierce." "You feel wronged?" Chikawa Chinna chuckled. "The Chen family has just allied with the Mingguang group. Your father has passed away, and your second uncle is missing, yet you dare to take action against them? My father is dead, and I'm scared. I fear that if I don't eliminate them, they will continue to hunt me down," Zhou Chun replied helplessly. Chikawa Chinna glanced at him, then followed his gaze downward, where her crossed legs appeared as delicate and white as jade, seemingly possessing an irresistible allure. "Do you find them attractive?" she asked, her eyes slightly narrowed, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "I just miss you, Chikawa-san." Zhou Chun sat up straight, avoiding her gaze, and then asked Chikawa-san, "Have you concluded the exploration of the Great Tower?" I just returned to Yunjin today and heard you were taken to the inspection office. And now you've been swiftly rescued." "You certainly have quite the reputation," she replied, her tone light. Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly. "In 3 days, you'll go to the Hongying Society. Miss wishes to see you." She leaned back in her seat and spoke softly. "Miss?" Zhou Chun was taken aback. "Not Kai, the actual power holder of the Hongying Society in Yunjin." Zhou Chun vaguely recalled last seeing her at a banquet 2 years ago, where his father had led him around, allowing him a brief glimpse of her. His impression was that she was refined, though not as much as Chikawa Chinna. "Miss wants to see me?" He was genuinely surprised. "I seem to lack the qualifications, don't I?" "You are quite self-aware, but if not you, then who else?" "Should we seek your father?" Chikawa Chinna chuckled lightly, then shook her head. "I was busy exploring the Great Tower recently, and was preoccupied with matters within the Empire, leaving her little time to attend to Yunjin. With your father's unexpected demise, the business will require significant reorganization." Zhou Chun paused, contemplating her words. "I had a brief discussion with the Zhou family's responsibilities will undergo certain adjustments, so be mentally prepared." This is nearly an implicit indication of a reduction in power, which is quite reasonable. The origins of the Zhou family are multifaceted, yet it undoubtedly has little to do with Zhou Chun. At merely 18 years of age, and still not having attained the second realm, what substantial influence could he wield? Following the death of his father, he had an inkling of this eventuality, prompting him to secure the Chun family's allegiance before the Zhou family's position waned. To be fair, given the current disarray of the Zhou family, it would be utterly foolish for Hong Ying to continue to offer support without reason. It suffices that they have not resorted to betrayal. 3 days hence, correct? After a brief pause, Zhou Chun confirmed. "Well, do you not have any inquiries?" asked Asakawa Chinna. "In any case, we shall find out in due time." Zhou Chun replied with a smile, then appeared to recall something. "Ahem, after this business adjustment, will Mingguang Group. Rest assured." Asakawa Chinna could not help but chuckle. "Your family's contributions will never be forgotten by Hong Ying. We shall ensure your protection." With those words from Sister Chinna, Zhou Chun felt reassured. Moments later, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. "Miss, we have arrived," the driver announced. Outside, the entrance of the Zhou Martial Arts School loomed. "Sister Naiko, I shall see you in 3 days," Zhou Chun said as he opened the car door, reluctantly waving farewell. "Return safely." Asakawa Chinna smiled in acknowledgement. As he stepped over the threshold, Zhou Chun gradually reined in his smile. Meanwhile, Asakawa Chinna, who had been observing his retreating figure, narrowed her eyes slowly, lost in contemplation. Chapter 10. Breathe, and then resonate. The circumstances surrounding the Zhou family are indeed dire. Zhou's father, afflicted by a chronic ailment in his early years, was unable to ascend to the third realm. Nevertheless, with the power of a half-step into the third realm, he was regarded as one of the prominent figures in Yunji City. Thus, the nature of his demise is quite intriguing. It is even more perplexing that Zhou Chun survived while the rest of the family perished. The second uncle, Zhou Qixing, is stronger, having genuinely reached the third realm, nearly among the elite within the city. Over the years, the martial arts school has nurtured several individuals at the second realm, some of whom accompanied the second uncle to explore the Grey Tower, while others have met their fates due to various circumstances. Following the unfortunate incident involving Zhou's father, several more have fled. Currently, the martial arts school is left with only 4 practitioners at the second realm. This configuration could be deemed reasonable for a second-tier force. Yet it is challenging to maintain the glory of past days. The so-called extraordinary realms are classifications gradually summarized by multiple nations over decades of exploration since the Grey Tower descended upon the White Star. The first realm is quite common. Achievable through genetic modification fluids, martial arts training from a young age, medicinal baths, exoskeleton implants, and various other means. It merely signifies an entry-level achievement. The second realm, however, is different. In most cases, it necessitates contact with the Grey Tower or the polluted zones of the Grey Realm. The specific details of this realm are typically accessible only at the university level. Perhaps those large enterprises and prominent families possess the means to cultivate their children from an early age. However, in a small place like Yunji City, the channels for acquiring information are exceedingly limited. As for the so-called Red Cherry Society, Lu Sun's words ring true. There are deep waters here, and one must be wary of being played to their demise. In Yunji City, where can one find good silver? One could pretend to be a fool for half a year and then swiftly shatter the White Wolf. It remains uncertain whether the dream space will change at that time. It likely will. Zhou Chun reclined on his bed, his consciousness gradually sinking. Click, click, the mech assembled, gears whirring. The silver-toned mech swiftly powered up. Today's condition felt promising. Perhaps he could experience a few more head explosions. As was customary, he advanced and unsheathed his blade. Today's weapon feels unusually light. After experiencing death thousands of times in the dream space and wielding a blade countless times in the real world, Zhou Chan sensed an intriguing texture as soon as the sword came into his grasp. With a few strides, he propelled himself forward, leveraging his right foot to launch into the air. The long knife glimmered with a chilling light as it traced a perfect arc in midair, descending with immense force. Crack! This time, the area where the White Wolf's nape shattered was remarkably vast. Even the blade oozed a slight trace of blood. Did it break through the defense? Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned. This strike genuinely cleaved through the White Wolf's protective layer, the change occurring so swiftly that Zhou Chun found himself slightly taken aback. In the next instant, cracks suddenly appeared along the blade in his hand. He decided to discard the nearly shattered long knife and raise his right fist, delivering 2 powerful punches. Unfortunately, the strength fell short. The White Wolf's body bent downward. Ordinarily, a human would be unable to exert power in such a position. Yet, it is ultimately a biomechanical entity, and its power source rapidly supplied energy to its legs, blue stripes glowing with radiance as it surged forward in a flash, adjusting its form for an immediate counterattack. After a couple of exchanges, Zhou Chun successfully completed his task of being shot in the head today. He returned to the waiting space, not taking a moment to adjust his state, but immediately speaking, "Let me out. Inspiration has struck." As his words echoed, everything around him began to fade away, and his consciousness swiftly returned. Zhou Chun opened his eyes and sat up from his bed. The dream could be cancelled at any time. It did not restrict Zhou Chun's nocturnal endeavors. Regardless of when one closed their eyes, as long as sleep ensued, one would first enter a dream, enduring a number of deaths, perhaps a dozen, before truly resting. Theoretically, if one never slept, they would not dream. This peculiar mechanism exhibited a certain humanity. Zhou Chun quickly adjusted his state, simply donned a small coat and exited the room, hastening toward the nearest training ground. He drew a long blade from the rack and, without hesitation, began to swing it. Little did he expect that his first entry into a dream today would yield some rewards. The extraordinary sensation seemed to linger in his memory, and what he needed to do now was seize that spark of inspiration. Thrust, diagonal cut, vertical slash, blade wipe, unnamed technique 0. 1 lift, hanging slash, twisting blade, horizontal sweep, unnamed technique 0. 1. You have completed a round of blade technique application. Proficiency of unnamed technique has increased, and physical strength has slightly improved. Hiss. In the middle of the night, the autumn wind howled. After 40 minutes, with wave after wave of blade swings, Zhou Chun was drenched in sweat, a small patch on the ground soaked, invigorating his blood flow as heat radiated from him. He inhaled deeply through his nostrils, exhaling lightly from his mouth, repeating this cycle. In an attempt to capture the sensations felt during the dream, he concentrated intently on each round of strikes, pausing to ponder deeply before initiating another round of slashes. A considerable amount of stamina was expended in this process, and today he was determined to break through the shackles that lay just a hair's breadth away. Who? He commenced yet another round of swings. The depletion of stamina grew increasingly severe, akin to a long-distance runner reaching their physical limits, where each breath felt as if it could explode his chest in pain, and any minor discomfort in his body was magnified by his senses. Zhou Chen's wrist trembled lightly, the blade vibrating as it shattered a bead of sweat that had fallen from his hair. The blade emitted a soft hum, and this peculiar frequency momentarily stunned him. The sensation of wielding the blade, as if it were an extension of his own body, surged once more, and Zhou Chun held his breath, focusing intently as thoughts flooded his mind. Inhale, exhale, deeply inhaling, slowly exhaling. In the waiting space, Zhou Chun did not appear as spirited as before. On the contrary, there was a sense of relaxation. After swinging the blade for an hour and subsequently experiencing 2 more head explosions upon re-entering the dream, his gaze gradually became tranquil. Whoosh, the surrounding scenes dissipated, and amidst the gathering gray particles, he returned to the combat room. Without delay, Zhou Chun stepped forward. A mere few steps, yet they traversed a distance of several meters. With a familiar motion, he drew the blade from its sheath, adjusting his grip. He leaped high, the action nearly a perfect replica of his previous one. This sensation, unlike any experience before, is profoundly distinct. A closer inspection reveals the blade quivering. With a clang, the long sword descends, cleaving through a distance yet failing to sever completely, far from the impact achieved moments prior. The white wolf's form remains as unsteady as ever, pausing briefly before it seizes the moment to retaliate. However, Zhou Chun exhibits no sign of regret. His gaze is firmly fixed upon the nape of his adversary, and, utilizing the recoil from the impact, his wrist trembles slightly. He senses the subtle vibrations of the blade in his grasp, accompanied by the emergence of fine cracks within its structure. The notion forming in Zhou Chen's mind intensifies with fervor. A breath reverberates through the space. It is not his own inhalation, but the trembling blade that emits a sound akin to a gentle exhalation. Through its own breath, it resonates with the weapon, attuning to the frequency of the edge. In the next instant, the blade in his hand erupts into a long, melodic wail. The second strike descends. A slight resistance is felt as the blade plunges down. Just as the long sword shatters, the wolf's head tumbles to the ground. The core at the white wolf's chest abruptly loses its energy supply, its brilliance fading slowly. After countless deaths, this moment signifies a true passage, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Zhou Chun closes his eyes, savoring the lingering sensations. A body of one realm breaks through the defenses of another. He feels the pulse of the weapon, the breath guiding the resonance. This is the breath resonance technique. Chapter 11. Successful breakthrough. Tower of Ashen ruins countless strikes of the blade, the intricate patterns of the weapon intimately etched in memory, breath resonating in harmony, and this resonance nurturing one's breath. Congratulations. You have created Breath resonance technique. Breath resonance technique. 100. By practicing this technique in conjunction with the unnamed skill, you can swiftly become adept with your weapon in a short span of time, unleashing its formidable power. You can also refine yourself to a greater extent through the breath resonance. Through relentless strikes, you grasp a fleeting inspiration, and the unnamed skill has successfully broken through. You realize that through unyielding effort, you have finally touched the threshold of the extraordinary. The manual has finally provided some crucial insights. Comprehending the technique of breath has led to a significant breakthrough in your existing skills. Today is indeed a splendid day. Zhou Chun closed his eyes, savoring the lingering resonance. It felt akin to releasing a long-held urge, the moment of relief bringing forth a profound and lingering aftertaste, leaving him in a state of euphoric bliss. Ecstatic, he raised his arms high, unable to contain his excitement. After a few exuberant punches, he finally managed to regain his composure and glanced around. He had researched extensively about the White Wolf Model 3. This biomechanical entity from the Gray Realm draws its power from the life energy of its host, requiring the host to remain in a conscious state to manipulate it. Severing the head signifies death, leaving no room for error. The White Wolf within the Tower of Ashen Ruins was oblivious to the origins of its wearer. At that moment, the head of the White Wolf gradually transformed into fine ash, dissipating into the air like embers. Under his gaze, it soon vanished completely. Following this, a pristine white door slowly materialized at the end of the room. It appeared as if sculpted from a single piece of jade, exuding an air of elegance. The door bore minimal decorative patterns, creating an overall harmonious appearance. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Chun stepped forward and pushed the door open. Warm white light enveloped him, and he squinted slightly but felt no discomfort, prompting him to continue onward. Before long, the white brilliance began to fade, revealing a vast expanse before his eyes. Congratulations! After the 1,495th death, you have successfully cleared the level before the 1,500th demise. Congratulations! As the white light dissipated, lines of text abruptly appeared before him. The familiar glow and the well-known font were unmistakable. Could you please move aside? Zhou Chen's expression froze. Ignoring the exuberant manual, he shifted his gaze around. Compared to the previously confined space, the area now felt immensely spacious. Occupying a substantial area of 100 by 100, the space included a lounge, weapon racks, training grounds, and training dummies. At the far end of his sight stood a slightly rusty iron door, above which hung a sign, 3 to 4 floors. Looking back, another iron door stood with a lighter degree of rust, bearing the inscription, 1 to 2 floors. The entire space, though not ostentatious, exuded a distinctly extraordinary aura. Here lies your sanctuary. Whenever you perish on the floors, you may choose to briefly enter this realm for respite. The resting room offers a more efficient state of slumber, while the training ground allows you to acquire greater training experience. In Hell mode, your ascent difficulty is irrevocably set to Infernal, significantly elevating both the floor challenges and completion rewards. However, there are limitations on the utilization of facilities within the resting area. Intriguing, indeed. Wait, what exactly is Hell mode? Zhou Chun found himself utterly bewildered. Current difficulty of the Gray Tower Challenge has been established. Infernal. Ascender, strive to climb higher. Climb my foot. Zhou Chun initially pondered, receiving only a few shabby weapons to confront the White Wolf. Why not simply hand me a kitchen knife to slit my own throat? I request a change in difficulty. Speak. I know you can respond. Speak up. Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings. After a prolonged silence, the luminous screen resumed its scrolling. You have successfully cleared level 1 to 2, entering the resting space and acquiring a portion of information. At this moment, you finally comprehend why you face formidable challengers. It is due to the unchangeable Hell mode. You understand that the Gray Ruins Tower certainly conceals more secrets awaiting exploration. All your queries shall be answered upon conquering higher tiers. Well, that was essentially no different from silence. I still cannot adjust it. Zhou Chun sighed in exasperation. Damn it. The first level alone consumed over 3 months of his time. How could he possibly navigate the subsequent challenges? Did he even possess such prowess? However, the Grey Ruins Tower? He pondered this term meticulously. The Grey Tower has loomed over White Star for centuries, with all the extraordinary powers of White Star originating from it. Had he inadvertently obtained the qualification to enter the Grey Tower? That seemed rather improbable, although his understanding of the tower was limited due to barriers of information. He was aware that it outwardly resembled a tower, yet within, it was vast, seemingly connecting to another realm. Exploration teams encounter various perils inside. They seemed to be exploring dimensions, while he felt as if he were genuinely climbing a tower. Who could say? Currently, he had just passed through level 1 to 2, and his understanding of this entity was woefully inadequate. Zhou hesitated for a moment before beginning to wander around the entire area. First, he approached the resting room nearby. The milky white wooden door was exquisitely crafted, yet when he turned the handle, it would not budge. Current qualifications for entry are lacking. So, the so-called usage restrictions are quite literally restrictions on my usage. Zhou began to sense something amiss. He then made his way to the training ground, where he faced no obstructions and successfully stood within the relatively spacious area. Grasping a sword, he swung it toward the training dummy before him. A sharp clang resonated. The dummy was remarkably sturdy, leaving no marks upon its surface. Current training ground is not activated. Training mode offers no enhancements. Oh, is that how it is? This is excessive. Zhou inhaled deeply. He had just shattered the white wolf. Yet here, he could utilize nothing at all? As he pondered this, the luminous screen began a new round of scrolling. Challenger, congratulations on successfully completing the 1-2 level challenge. At this moment, you may summon the Tower of Ashen Ruins to claim your reward. You are aware that in Hell mode, levels can be challenged repeatedly, allowing you to accumulate performance points. The higher your performance points, the more substantial your rewards will be. Bear in mind that once you advance to the next level, it signifies that you can no longer return to the previous level to enhance your performance points. In the challenges of Hell mode, only by establishing a more solid foundation can you embrace greater trials. There's also a mention of performance points. Should I attempt to achieve a grand national standard again? Zhou hesitated briefly and turned back. Arriving in this resting space, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of information. He felt as though he had forgotten something, realizing he hadn't even glimpsed the so-called completion reward. It turned out he had not yet formally confirmed his success. Crossing through the small square, he arrived before the door labeled 1 to 2. If I choose to confirm my completion now, how many performance points could I earn? Zhou shouted aloud. After a moment, the luminous screen appeared. Performance points awaiting collection. 5. How miserly. Although he was uncertain of the exact utility of these points, the manual indicated their relevance for subsequent levels, compelling Zhou to treat them with seriousness. Possessing a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and perfectionism, he felt that since he had not fully conquered the first level, he naturally ought to continue attempting. Creak. He pushed the door open. Here again. Zhou raised his brow. The room before him was the very waiting space he entered each time he met his demise. He often referred to this place as the morgue. You will have 180 seconds to adjust your state. The 1-2 level challenge is about to commence. All right, this time their SA countdown. 3 minutes ISN, much time for preparation. Zhou regulated his breathing, quietly watching the seconds tick away. When time reached its conclusion, the room dissipated, and a clattering sound echoed. Not far away were the weapon racks and the assembling white wolf. This scene was so familiar that he could navigate it even with his eyes closed. In the next moment, Zhou sprang into action, charging forward, his gaze fixated intently on the white wolf, fingers coalescing, tightening, drawing forth, only to grasp at emptiness. Wait, where's my blade? Chapter 12, Beyond the Limits of Weaponry. The slashing soldier, his mind momentarily blank, he instinctively glanced around. All the other weapons were neatly arranged, yet that particular Miao knife had vanished without a trace. What on earth? Is this some kind of trick? In an instant, an ominous premonition surged within him. He looked up to see a colossal wolf claw rapidly enlarging before his eyes. Bang! A minor challenge. Once a weapon successfully passes a level, it may not be reused. Please utilize a different weapon to complete the challenge. Are you ready, Challenger? This is merely the appetizer of Hell mode, a unique privilege existing only on the lower floors. Seize the moment to earn more performance points and ascend to the pinnacle of the tower. Damn it. Back in the preparation space, Zhou muttered under his breath. He pondered the situation. Having cleared the level, why was he being made to fight again? Had they hidden his weapon away? He recentered himself, standing in the space while awaiting the next challenge. If it was indeed a rematch, the difficulty was certainly manageable. He had nearly expected this wretched place to force him to dismantle a Gundam with his bare hands. Moments later, the walls around him gradually dissolved. This time, Zhou chose to ignore the White Wolf and scan the weapon racks, pinpointing his target. Suddenly, he activated his instantaneous acceleration technique, which he had mastered to perfection. Within 2 or 3 strides, he swept past the weapon rack, extending his arm to retrieve a newly acquired 8-sided Han sword. Previously, he had selected the Meow knife, partly because such a blade was ideally suited for slashing, and wielding it with both hands delivered formidable downward strikes. Moreover, the knife's placement facilitated easy access, allowing him to draw it effortlessly with each charge. After countless attempts with various weapons, he had ultimately settled on the Meow knife. However now, with the enhancement of the breath resonance technique, the sword's prowess would not be significantly inferior. The long sword hummed, unleashing an invisible blade of air. In just a few strides, the sound of weaponry resonated throughout the space. Slash! Wherever the sword's edge struck, the mechanical exterior shattered, cleaving through flesh and bone below. Regrettably, the strike did not completely sever the wolf's head. As the blade neared the final cut, it buckled under the strain, disintegrating into fragments. The swordsman, an ancient sage, revered and exalted. The adage claims that a knife is like a fierce tiger, while a sword resembles a swimming dragon. Compared to a knife, a single sword emphasizes thrusting, piercing, and penetration rather than heavy slashing. Relying on the might of the breath technique, his strike was equally extraordinary. The wolf's head nearly dislodged, it collapsed to the ground, its form disintegrating into fine ash, leaving one to wonder what visage lay beneath that mechanical shell. Did it even resemble a human? After waiting 3 to 5 seconds, the wall at the far end of the room slowly dissipated, revealing a white door leading back to the resting space. Rematch, Zhou called out. The surroundings subtly trembled, the gray gravel reassembling. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back at the starting point of the room. A new weapon rack materialized, now devoid of the Meow knife and Han sword. Moreover, it seems that Zhou has developed a keen interest in blades, as the arsenal this time is predominantly filled with various types of swords rather than a hodgepodge of weapons. He cast a brief glance, having already roughly identified his forthcoming targets. In the center of the room, a countdown composed of gray particles ticked away, second by second. As it reached 0, he surged forward with explosive speed. The results were quite satisfactory. After an entire night of effort, Zhou experienced joy for the first time. With an array of swords at his disposal, he panted heavily as he approached the White Wolf and shattered it with a single strike. When one blow proved insufficient, he delivered another, even experimenting with piercing techniques. The swords flashed like shooting stars, efficiently targeting the opponent's energy core. He inquired several times about the performance points, but regrettably, there was no response from the manual. Zhou was uncertain what level of accomplishment would constitute a full score. He could only continue to slash away. He lost count of the exact number of times, but it was approximately 20 or perhaps 30 instances of defeating the White Wolf. As he continued, the relentless activation of techniques began to cause a dull ache in his brain. Zhou chose to conclude the session, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon awakening, he unleashed a powerful punch. Each time he drifted into dreams, the feedback upon awakening would manifest in his body, and he could distinctly sense his physical enhancement. Especially after comprehending the breath resonance method yesterday, this enhancement became remarkably pronounced. The White Wolf had tormented him over 1,000 times, but next time, he vowed to tear it apart with his bare hands. After a swift wash, Zhou stepped out of his room, feeling invigorated. Today was relatively leisurely. With 2 days remaining before heading to the Red Sakura Society, and having taken care of the Chun family matters, he relished this rare moment of ease. Unfortunately, such days of tranquility were fleeting. Who knew what events awaited him during his visit to the Red Sakura Society? As he passed several training grounds, he exchanged greetings with a fellow martial arts member. He arrived at the cafeteria just in time to find Uncle Zhong ahead, and they sat down together after collecting their meals. "Young master, you have had no engagements recently. You could certainly afford to rest a bit more," Uncle Zhong remarked. "Let us wait until everything is resolved before resting," Zhou Chun replied, shaking his head as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. "By the way, young master, Principal Zhang came by this morning," Uncle Zhong continued. "Oh, what is the matter?" Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. "It's regarding our previous discussion at the school gate." I inquired further and learned that his son, accompanied by 2 others, has sullied a young lady from the Meng family. Although the Meng family is not particularly large, they do possess some influence, and lately, Principal Zhang has been quite troubled by this situation, Uncle Zhong explained. "Oh, so this is urging us to act swiftly?" Zhou Chun understood. Not only that, his son recently had a close encounter with danger. I heard that while leaving school with his companions, they were ambushed in an alley. The assailant charged at him, but he cleverly found a way to escape, while the 2 who accompanied him had their legs broken on the spot. Zhong Bol chuckled, considering this a timely reminder for Zhang Xiao. He had requested the inspection division to investigate, but after several days, there was still no outcome. It was likely that the Meng family was behind it all. His son was simply reaping what he had sown. Zhou Chun could not help but laugh, thinking that they should wait and see how things unfolded once his son was left battered. "Very well," Zhong Bol acquiesced. The affair with Zhang Xiao was merely a fleeting episode. After enjoying breakfast and allowing some time for digestion, Zhou Chun returned to the training grounds, determined to exert himself. He engaged in an array of weapon trials, initially intending to practice casually. However, once he activated the breathing resonance technique and adhered to the principles of the martial arts, each swing of his sword effortlessly cleaved through the specialized Iron Man. The severed edges were as smooth and reflective as a mirror. If such was the ease with which he could cut through this formidable material, ordinary weapons would stand no chance against him. Their sharpness was simply incomparable. Thrusts, slashes, cuts, and sweeping motions followed in rapid succession, each executed with precision. He switched from one weapon to another, yet regardless of the changes, the resonating hum echoed around him, reminiscent of countless bees buzzing, stirring his very soul. Zhou Chun had intended for a simple practice session, but to his astonishment, his latent inspirations found their expression. The perplexities that had long plagued his mind finally yielded clarity. The breathing resonance technique was adept at swiftly mastering the weapon, allowing it to realize its utmost potential. With the enhancement of technique, the weapon transcended its material limitations, unleashing formidable might. With the sword in hand, he could sever that which was deemed unbreakable. This technique must be known as the Sword of Severance. Chapter 13. The Reward for Breaking Through. Azure Scar. Slashing Technique 3. 9101. Body Strengthening. By invoking this technique, one may fortify their physical form. 3. Breaking Limits. Maintain your breath and sustain resonance. You can enable your weapon to unleash power that transcends its material essence. Congratulations, you have successfully broken through. In Hell mode, the level is a merged tier, with significantly increased difficulty at each stage. Challengers must succeed within a limited number of deaths and under specified conditions, or they will fail the challenge and lose eligibility to enter the Tower of Ashes. Congratulations, you have completed the breakthrough of level 1 to 2 with outstanding performance, earning 10 performance points. You have created the Breath Resonance Technique 1 stage, showcasing excellent versatility and extraordinary potential. 15 performance points. You have created the Slashing Technique 3 stage, showcasing excellent versatility and extraordinary potential. 15 performance points. Not bad. It exceeded my expectations. Zhou Chun let out a sigh of relief. He contemplated whether his intense efforts on the first level could earn him even more performance points in the subsequent stages. Upon reading the first line, his heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that the light curtain would continue to scroll. Does this mean that the techniques he devised could also earn him points? Although he was uncertain of the utility of these performance points, the meager 40 points earned over the past 3 to 4 months could not possibly be inconsequential. The text continued to roll, even becoming more vibrant and animated. Zhou Chun felt a flicker of anticipation, focusing intently on the subtitles. Congratulations, Challenger! You have completed the breakthrough of level 1 to 2, and you will receive the breakthrough reward, Azure Scar. What is this? Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, the light curtain erupted in a cascade of golden brilliance, and something emerged from the luminous glow, drifting towards him. He instinctively reached out. A segment, light as a feather, reminiscent of light itself, or perhaps an exquisitely thin silk, gently descended. Upon landing in his palm, he first felt a cool warmth? Yes, it was a peculiar sensation, a blend of warmth and slight coolness. Then, it was gone. Not just his sensation vanished. The entity itself disappeared upon contact with his skin. The so-called Azure Scar swiftly melded into his palm, vanishing without a trace. Azure Scar. The interplay of light and shadow leave behind a pale ember. It is a unique seed that will resonate with its holder, developing a power that aligns most closely with their essence. And then, could you be a bit clearer? Zhou Chun stared wide-eyed at the fading light curtain, his mind swirling with questions. He then incredulously turned his palm over and over. His long fingers clenched into a fist and then opened again. The familiar patterns of his palm remained unchanged. His body felt no particular sensation. Azure Scar. He tentatively whispered the name, and suddenly, he noticed a pale hue gradually emerging on the back of his right hand. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, this pallor receded once more. Azure Scar? He called out again. The pale color slowly reemerged. Amidst the echoes of his thoughts, Zhou Chun, after numerous attempts, finally confirmed that he had indeed secured a reward, a voice-activated lamp sprouting from the back of his hand. He inhaled deeply, considering this so-called reward as merely a reflection of his performance points. Zhou Chun redirected his gaze towards the space around him. The first 2 layers had been completely cleared. The door behind him had vanished, leaving only the entrance to the 3rd and 4th layers, which glimmered faintly, beckoning him forward. However, Zhou Chun was in no haste to advance to the next level. The Tower of the Grey Ruins was riddled with unexplained areas, and now there was an inexplicable hell mode that had emerged. With 40 performance points at his disposal, he felt it prudent to discern their utility. He approached the lounge first. As he grasped the doorknob, new information materialized before his eyes. Costing 10 performance points, you may enter the lounge. The lounge will offer a superior resting environment, partially alleviating abnormal states, and provide deep sleep to eradicate fatigue. During deep sleep, you may be awakened by external disturbances. Re-entering the lounge will require an additional expenditure of performance points. Do you choose to enter the lounge? Current opportunity for a complimentary experience. One time. Alleviating abnormal states? What constitutes an abnormal state? Fear curses these debuffs. The illuminated screen did not elaborate in detail, leaving Zhou Chun to speculate. He refrained from entering immediately and proceeded to the adjacent training ground. Upon stepping inside, relevant information swiftly appeared before him. Activate the training ground. You may select a training mode. Basic training requires the expenditure of 10 performance points. Within the training ground, you may choose from various training directions. With the aid of the facility, you will gain greater insights. Training may be paused at will, and reactivation incurs no fee. The training ground will tailor a training program based on the user's physical fitness. Please adhere strictly to the training guidelines to achieve optimal results. Frequent pauses are not recommended. Do you choose to activate the training ground? Current opportunity for a complimentary experience. One time for basic items. Oh, in comparison, the training ground appeared to be far more advantageous than the lounge. To simply take a nap for 10 points seemed rather unreasonable, ignoring the technique rewards of performance points. It seemed that the first 2 layers merely afforded the opportunity for a brief slumber. Moreover, interruptions in the training ground could be resumed, while a disruption in the lounge necessitated repaying the fee. It was a rational comparison, akin to the difference between renting a hotel room and acquiring a gym membership. Zhou Chun, uncertain of the value of his 40 performance points, began to grasp their significance. He could either have 4 naps or 4 training sessions. How miserly! Muttering a few complaints, he hesitated slightly, but ultimately chose to activate it. Regardless, he could experience it for free once and test its efficacy. With a shift in his thoughts, the training ground trembled slightly. In an instant, the scenery before Zhou Chun transformed dramatically. The lounge, the entrance to the next layer, all vanished, and the modest training ground suddenly unfolded before him. A black barrier emerged at the boundary, abruptly dimming his vision. Subsequently, a luminous screen materialized, presenting a series of options before Zhou Chun. Basic training, offensive training, specialized training in lethal techniques to enhance combat capabilities. Defensive training, intensive training to fortify defensive skills and master protective techniques. Agility training, exercises aimed at improving reflexes and agility, thereby elevating overall speed. Advanced training, practical combat simulation, accessible only after reaching the 10th level. This involves comprehensive combat training where participants can select their opponents. The combat process allows for pausing, slow motion, and highlighting weaknesses. Currently, one may expend 50 performance points to unlock a single usage opportunity in advance. This contraption seems to possess considerable merit. Zhou Chun was taken aback. He had initially assumed this training ground would resemble his home setup, merely providing weapons or perhaps sandbags with live trainers. However, it appeared to be far more intricate than he had envisioned. Particularly, the practical combat training option, which included features such as slow motion and weakness identification, was significantly important. If he were to face not a mere assembly of a white wolf, but a fully formed adversary, this training would assist in simulating various scenarios in advance, allowing him to understand the enemy's attack methodologies. It was undoubtedly a highly practical tool. Gazing at the solitary remaining opportunity for experience, Zhou Chun felt a surge of temptation. Alas, with only 40 performance points at his disposal, he was still 10 points shy of activation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to sample the basic package to gauge its efficacy. Perhaps he would commence with offensive training? Chapter 14. Training for Aggressive Combat. Harvesting white jade wheat. As Zhou Chun's thoughts crystallized, the concept of aggressive combat training magnified before him. Subsequently, the distant black sky began to contract and transform, blooming into a myriad of vibrant colors. In a moment of disorientation, when Zhou Chun opened his eyes, he found himself standing amidst an expansive wheat field. The boundless stalks of wheat resembled ocean waves, undulating gracefully with the gentle breeze, creating rippling crests. The sight was undeniably picturesque. Please don't tell me the training involves harvesting wheat, Zhou Chun muttered, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. Lowering his gaze, he observed his attire, a loose gray robe paired with baggy trousers and a pair of simple cloth shoes, topped off with a straw hat that fit him perfectly. It was the exclusive skin of the gentleman farmer. A unique fragrance wafted from the distance, tantalizing his senses. Zhou Chun redirected his focus to the wheat field. The wheat, towering to the height of a person, appeared golden in color. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a slender, pure white strand hidden within the center of the stalks, extending upwards to the wheat ears. In an instant, as the breeze swept through, the wheat ears transformed in hue, shimmering with a delicate white gold, reminiscent of a precious jade stone. White jade wheat, a special variety from the realm of gray ruins, glimmers like jade when mature. Its fragrant aroma can waft for miles, and it possesses exceptionally high nutritional value. When white jade wheat matures, the hardness of the stalk decreases significantly, yet this does not imply that it is easily harvested. Under the sun's rays and the caress of the wind, they exhibit a unique rhythmic posture to enhance their resilience. You will conduct aggressive combat practice under the guidance of the training field. Please select your weapon and commence your enjoyable wheat harvesting. Duration of this training, 24 hours. The timer will commence upon entry into training. 10 performance points for a day of training? It seems reasonable, yet I can't shake the feeling of a slight loss. After nearly 4 months of intense effort, does this equate to merely 4 days of wheat harvesting? Never mind. Dwelling on such matters is futile. I shall first test the effectiveness. Zhou Chen glanced at the neatly arranged weapon racks beside him. They were still ancient artifacts, albeit of a quality that was somewhat modernized. The variety was remarkably rich: long quan swords, broadswords, Han swords, spring and autumn swords, embroidered spring knives, willow leaf knives, meow knives, tang sabers, and plain knives, double-hooked spears, ring spears, single-hooked spears, and curved spears. Each major category offered a plethora of blades to choose from. All were versatile types, devoid of the extraordinary weapons often found in typical fantasy novels. After considerable deliberation, Zhou Chen ultimately selected a tang saber. Blade length, 7 inches 2. Blade body, 2 feet 2 inches. Blade width, 2.5 fingers. Total weight, 8 pounds 6 ounces. As he grasped the saber, relevant information emerged in his mind. The craftsmanship and technique bore little difference from the Miao knife he frequently wielded, and the Tang saber bore significant resemblance to it, albeit shorter and more suited for one-handed use. Zhou Chen harbored no particular thoughts. He would simply give it a try, and if it proved unsatisfactory, he could always switch. The moment he picked up the weapon, the countdown began to flow above him. He hesitated no longer. The towering golden wheat stood tall, its heavy ears nearly level with his head, while some exceptionally vigorous stalks rose half a head or more above him. With resolve, Zhou Chen did not hold back nor entertain any notions of testing the waters. He fully engaged the slashing soldier style and activated the breath resonance technique. With a sweeping motion, he brought down his Tang saber in a horizontal arc. Crack. The sound was somewhat jarring, as if he had struck a non-Newtonian fluid. A substantial portion of his force dissipated, and the anticipated scene of rice scattering wildly never materialized. His strike merely severed a 30-centimeter swath of wheat, with all momentum abruptly halted, leaving no follow-through. Zhou Chen's interest peaked instantly. He candidly remarked that, armed with his two techniques, he had never experienced such a sluggish sensation even when dealing with the white wolf. You may notice that the Bayou wheat possesses a unique rhythm, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of your attacks. Please capture the rhythm and continue your assault under guidance. A line of text appeared. Suddenly, a layer of halo was forcefully imposed upon the wheat before him. This shifting aura effectively highlighted the frequency of the wheat, making it easier for him to observe. What impressive training mode! Zhou Chen marveled, his heart stirred by a curious sensation. He subtly altered his breathing rhythm. As the second strike fell, the results were similarly lackluster. After a slight adjustment, his third strike swept through, and within a half-meter radius, the wheat fell uniformly. Perceive the rhythm. Further stimulate resonance. Breath resonance technique 0.5. A simple adjustment of your breathing frequency has enhanced the lethality of your weapon. You have gained some insights. Yet you understand that resonance is but one aspect. The angle and force of the weapon can be refined further. If you can accurately capture the opponent's weak points through resonance, the weapon will undoubtedly yield superior results. The shimmering screen dissipated, revealing subtle changes in the halo surrounding the wheat, indicating some weak points. What a remarkable tool! Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly. Gazing at the floating screen, his heart raced. He was acutely aware of how challenging it was to enhance his proficiency. Now, as he surveyed the vast expanse of golden and silvery fields, they no longer appeared as mere wheat, but rather as his reservoir of experience. Let us get to work. Strike after strike, the guidance from the gray tower gradually waned, allowing Zhou Chen to delve into his own insights, with prompts only resurfacing in the event of significant errors. This almost disassembled style of training was utterly captivating. Thud! A muffled sound marked the conclusion, as Zhou Chen lay sprawled across the wheat field. Behind him, a multitude of Bayou wheat lay toppled on the ground, varying in height, resembling something gnawed by a dog. Beside him, a sickle rested quietly, indicating that he had abandoned the use of his weapon in favor of the conventional sickle employed for harvesting. The strength of this Bayou wheat far exceeded his expectations. They swayed in the wind, their frequency continuously shifting, and, alarmingly, the weak points were in constant flux. For instance, while the act of severing the central stalk was relatively straightforward just a moment ago, the next instant, as he directed his blade towards the new white wheat. The center proved unexpectedly resilient, necessitating an adjustment in angle to strike at the stalks nearer to the ear of wheat. It is no exaggeration to say that these wheat ears, towering at human height, with their continually shifting weak points, resembled the act of hacking at a humanoid figure. Throughout this endeavor, Zhou Chun experienced a remarkable advancement in his understanding of resonance and the slashing technique. However, after an hour of such intense exertion, he realized it was unsustainable. The wheat swayed in the wind, and each swing of his weapon consumed an inordinate amount of energy. This technique was particularly draining on his vitality and spirit. Gritting his teeth and enduring for over an hour, he felt stars dancing before his eyes. After one particularly forceful strike, he nearly lost his breath and collapsed. Zhou Chun resolved to abandon his fixation on whether to wield a sword or a knife. When it comes to practicality, the sickle reigns supreme. A sickle is indeed a blade. It can equally employ the slashing technique and the breathing resonance method. Thus, he commenced anew, his body rising and falling as he trudged slowly through the wheat field under the blazing sun. The seasoned farmer, Zhou Chun, paused intermittently, initially lamenting the exchange of 10 performance points for 24 hours, yet now feeling that every passing moment was a torment. With merely 5 seconds remaining, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed utterly upon the training ground. Commencing harvest summary. Slashing technique 20, 329, 100, breathing resonance method 15, 12100. This training session has concluded. Challengers are encouraged to persevere further. Chapter 15. Kidney Deficiency. Young Master. Young Master, awaken. Young Master? The sound of concerned voices echoed in his ears. Zhou Chun opened his weary eyes to find several anxious faces gathered around his bedside. Upon seeing him conscious, Uncle Zhong finally let out a sigh of relief, though worry soon returned to his features. Turning away, he called out a few times, but Zhou Chun, still dazed, could not make sense of it. He only knew that shortly thereafter, a figure approached in haste, and his wrist was lifted as though someone was checking his pulse. Young Master, your vital energy is depleted. Your kidneys are not in good condition. You need to replenish. The voice was fragmented. A jolt of energy surged through Zhou Chun. Who has poor kidneys? Who is depleted? Bring me the sickle. I still need to harvest the wheat. You fainted again, Sai. Uncle Zhong lamented, both amused and exasperated. Zhou Chun felt as if he had been unconscious for a long time, yet it seemed not so long at all. In any case, when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft bed. The faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Just as he attempted to move, he became aware of numerous acupuncture needles embedded in his body. Young Master has awakened. Please do not move. I will remove the needles for you, came the voice. Zhou Chun obediently lay still. An elderly man with reading glasses approached and swiftly removed the needles. Phew, old Zhao has arrived. What has happened? Zhou Chun asked, rubbing his temples. Old Dr. Zhao, a physician from the Zhou family's traditional medicine hall, was usually responsible for the health of those in the martial arts school. Your condition is rather severe. You have depleted your energy too much. In martial arts, haste makes waste. First, drink this bowl of Pei Yuan Bajin soup, old Zhao said, presenting a steaming bowl of herbal concoction. Fortunately, Zhou Chun's depletion was significant enough not to raise suspicions. After all, martial artists often find their vital energy nearly exhausted, their bodies feeling as barren as parched, cracked land. Such a degree of depletion could not be achieved through ordinary exertion. If one were to push too hard, it would cost them dearly in a single night. Young Master, please rest well. I will call old Chun Uncle Zhong, whose full name was Chun Zhongyong, said, referring to himself as old Chun among peers. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Zhong entered the room. Young Master, you are awake. He hurried to the bedside. Do not worry, Uncle Zhong. It is nothing serious, Zhou Chun replied as he moved his arms. However, an unprecedented sense of weakness enveloped him, radiating from his lower back to his limbs, rendering him achy and powerless. He lifted the ceramic bowl, gently blew on it, and took small sips of the medicinal liquid. After you finish the medicine, please rest properly. I will come to check on you again tonight, old Zhao advised. After bidding farewell to him, Uncle Zhong returned to Zhou Chun's side. Young Master, You are pushing yourself too hard. Martial arts cannot be rushed. Furthermore, our martial arts school has plenty of medicinal liquids and high-energy nutrient blocks. You could use those before training, Uncle Zhong implored earnestly. Zhou could only respond with an awkward smile. He had indeed felt something was amiss at that time. But considering that exiting the training ground midway would affect the results, he thought he could endure a little longer. He managed to persist, but the cost was his complete exhaustion. Perhaps this is the price of frugality. Once, my progress in strengthening myself was steady yet gradual. I did not anticipate that a rapid surge in power within a short span would yield such consequences. Had I known this beforehand, I would have certainly exercised caution against excessive training. As I shattered the spatial barrier, my body approached its limits, yet there was no indication of impending danger. He muttered a few curses under his breath. Uncle Zhong, how long have I been asleep? Zhou Chen inquired. Approximately 3 to 4 hours. Oh, we're going to the Hongying Society the day after tomorrow, correct? Indeed, young master. It would be best if you refrain from training for now and focus on recuperating. Very well. There was still ample time. As night fell, after a thorough examination that revealed no significant issues, Zhou Chen gradually fell into slumber. Upon re-entering the resting space, he proceeded directly to the lounge without hesitation. Would you like to enter? Yes. The next moment, Zhou Chen pushed the door open. To his surprise, the room was devoid of any extravagant decor. It contained merely a bathroom and a large bed adorned with white sheets. Noticing the absence of further prompts, he tentatively laid down on the bed. So what now? Buzz. In an instant, Zhou Chen felt his body become weightless, and under the pull of gravity, he began to descend. After falling merely 2 or 3 meters, he found himself enveloped by the clouds. Soft, billowing clouds surrounded him, and as he looked up, an endless sea of clouds embraced him. An indescribable sense of bliss washed over him, eliciting a soft moan. An irresistible wave of drowsiness swiftly enveloped his entire being. You have fully utilized the deep sleep feature of the resting room. Your fatigue has been alleviated, and your condition is restored. Deep sleep has concluded. Your thoughts gradually stabilize. And at this moment, as you reflect on your previous techniques, you feel a surge of insights rise to the forefront of your mind. Slashing Soldier Technique 5, Breath Resonance Method 5, exhilarating. Zhou Chen could only encapsulate his feelings with this single word. Lying on the bed, he was instantly enveloped in slumber, returning to a state akin to that of an infant. More importantly, upon awakening, his mental exhaustion had dissipated entirely, and even the deficiency in his vital energy had been restored by a significant margin, just as stated in the introduction regarding the restoration of one's condition. What would have taken several days to recuperate was nearly reversed overnight, leaving Uncle Zhong utterly astonished, exclaiming that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. This minor episode did not stir much commotion. Once restored, Zhou Chen did not indulge in further dreams. With less than 2 days remaining before heading to the Hongying Society, he finally had the opportunity to rest after successfully breaking through the barriers. The tension that had gripped him for over 4 months could finally be alleviated. Feeling the cool autumn breeze caress his body, he reclined on a rocking chair, savoring the tranquility. His legs rested atop a round table, a straw hat shading his face as he basked in the refreshing air. It was not until Uncle Zhong led a somewhat anxious young girl into the courtyard that Zhou Chen became aware of the noise and removed his hat. Uncle Zhong? I told you I cannot indulge in romantic distractions right now. That will have to wait until after university. Shall she? Cough, what brings you here? Zhou Chen cleared his throat. A few days prior, while passing through the streets with Uncle Zhong, he had encountered the sisters Xiao Shi and Xiao Ming participating in a promotional event organized by the Mingguang group. Trembling with fear from a few words uttered by Zhou Chen, she fled without hesitation. Yet, how could she now muster the courage to seek him out at the martial arts school? It was evident that she was exceedingly anxious, even hesitant to meet his gaze. Thus, Zhou Chen turned to Uncle Zhong, awaiting his explanation. Young master, this young lady is your classmate. She expressed a desire to learn martial arts from you. Please, converse with her, Uncle Zhong remarked with a smile. Without allowing Zhou Chen the chance to respond, he proceeded towards the courtyard exit. That old fellow, Zhou Chen muttered under his breath as he regarded the newcomer. Xiao Shi, once a classmate in high school, was remarkably introverted, hardly standing out in class. It was said that her family circumstances were reasonably good, at least not lacking, as only a few children from less fortunate backgrounds managed to attend the prestigious First High School. Yet, her demeanor did not quite align with that of a privileged child. Learn martial arts? You wish to learn martial arts? Zhou Chun inquired with a slight exclamation. Ah, classmate Zhou, is that all right? Xiao, she stammered. Her first words upon entering. Did you see the weapon rack over there? Go ahead and choose something suitable. Zhou Chen gestured towards the nearby array of weapons. Oh, Xiaoxi was taken aback by the rapid progression. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the weapon rack, examining her options before selecting a small dagger. All right, you made your choice. Familiarize yourself with its feel, and shortly we shall venture out to practice. I will restrain the opponent while you sever their hand, he instructed. Huh? With a clatter, the dagger slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. The young girl stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 16. The Rainy Cloud of Yunjin. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Zhou Chen laughed heartily. I'm not afraid. In an apparent attempt to prove her courage, the young girl crouched down and picked up the dagger once more. Oh, that is splendid. I happen to have a few blind fools in my martial arts school. I'll call them over, and you can practice on them. Zhou Chen feigned rising to summon someone. Wait. Xiaoxi suddenly panicked. I must ask you, young classmate, what exactly do you intend to do? Study martial arts? Do you have any idea what they say about our Zhou family outside? Black, Xiaoxi stammered. Black society. Zhou Chen rolled up his sleeves, revealing a tattoo on his forearm. Can you tell me what this is? A skull. Do you know how it came to be? It was applied. You used to scare me with that back in school. Xiaoxi bit her lip lightly. Cough. Zhou Chen straightened his posture. Whether it's applied or tattooed, let me ask you, are you fierce or not? Xiaoxi pressed her lips tightly together, her anxiety clearly reaching its peak at that moment. Don't be nervous. We're merely chatting. I'm not asking you to harm anyone. Come sit. He gestured to the empty chair beside him. Xiaoxi's delicate face turned pale, unsure if she regretted seeking Zhou Chen today. Hesitantly, she approached the chair and sat down. What about your sister? Isn't she with you? She. Xiaoxi. What are you running around for? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. A figure burst into the small courtyard, breathless. She rushed in, seemingly taken aback to find Zhou Chen there, with her sister right beside him. Her steps halted, and her pupils widened. The once aggressive girl seemed to realize where she had intruded, her speech faltering. Eventually, she composed herself. Xiaoxi, you need to come back with me. You are too frail for martial arts. Uncle Zhong gestured outside, presumably indicating that everything was fine. Otherwise, with her petite frame, she would not have dared to enter. Sister. Xiaoxi leaped from her seat and hurried toward her elder sister. A gentle breeze ruffled the girl's hair, lifting a portion of her heavy bangs and revealing her somewhat stunning visage. In contrast, her sister bore a scar that stretched from the corner of her eye to the corner of her mouth, nearly marring her features. Sister Xiao Ming was fiery in temperament, while Sister Xiao, she was more introverted. Of course, being fiery depended on the situation. At least at this moment, her demeanor could only be described as bravado masking inner trepidation. Young master, this is Xiao Ming, who claims to be your classmate. I was about to bring her to meet you, but she suddenly dashed off. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding, Uncle Zhong said helplessly. What misunderstanding could there be? We are hardly saints, Zhou Chen chuckled, reclining with his legs crossed atop the table. Most people at school had only heard tales of his ferocity, few truly grasping its extent. By a twist of fate, Xiao Ming, who worked outside, had indeed witnessed his true nature on several occasions. Sister, you've misunderstood, Xiaoxi whispered softly. What misunderstanding? You didn't even consult anyone before running off, Xiao Ming retorted, glaring at her. What do you mean what? We're going home. Without further ado, Xiao Ming seized her wrist. Xiaoxi glanced at Zhou Chen, who was leisurely seated, cross-legged, observing the scene without intervening. Xiao Ming's anger slightly subsided. Just a few days ago, she had been trembling on the street, yet now she dared to intrude into the Zhou household. Such a sisterly devotion was commendable. The little squabble between the two sisters was merely a minor episode. Who could fathom what they had encountered? Zhou Chen paid it no mind. As for Xiaoxi's desire to learn martial arts, that was of no concern to him. He spent a leisurely afternoon, opting to delay his next challenge in the dream realm to avoid compromising his state. For once, the system exhibited a semblance of humanity, refraining from urging him to advance. He peacefully passed the night. The following day, Zhou Chen awoke to the rumbling of thunder. "Sir, it's time to rise. We are headed to the Hong Ing Society shortly," called Uncle Zhong from the doorway. "All right." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he yawned and swiftly prepared himself. Once inside the vehicle, they departed the martial arts school under Uncle Zhong's guidance. Dark clouds loomed overhead in Yunjin City, where an autumn rain had been brewing through the night. A few drops began to fall, prompting pedestrians to quicken their pace before the downpour commenced in earnest. Though referred to as a city, Yunjin is more akin to a sizable town, comparable to urban districts from a previous life. Yet in the grand scheme of Tianxia, it remains rather unremarkable. The Zhou Martial Arts School is nestled in the Western District, with the surrounding area predominantly owned by the Zhou family. Entertainment centers, KTVs, security firms, and rental companies. Some are directly operated, while others hold shares alongside various families. At the heart of Yunjin City stands a towering Zhou Group building. Indeed, an establishment of considerable stature. However, it is largely managed by the Hong Ing Society, with the Zhou family primarily engaged in collecting protection fees. After the passing of Zhou's father, Zhou Chun had visited the building a few times, but after the Hong Ing Society ceased to summon him, he had not returned. Overall, the enterprise is substantial and aligns well with Zhou Chun's preconceived notions. The wide roads are neither pristine nor excessively filthy, presenting an acceptable appearance. The storefronts lining the streets display an array of signs as he embarks on his way to the Hong Ing Society, unaware of how much will be exchanged. Zhou Chun let out a prolonged yawn. "Sir, did you not rest well last night?" Uncle Zhong inquired. "It was adequate. The weather is quite conducive to sleep," Zhou Chun replied, gazing out at the gloomy skies, recalling that fateful rainy day when both his father and elder brother passed away. Zhongbo fell silent for a moment before sighing. The master has been suffering from an old ailment, which has recently worsened considerably. Yet even so, I cannot fathom where the Chun family has found the audacity to act as the vanguard. Had our guards been more vigilant that day? Other factions have already sensed my father's deteriorating condition and have been probing relentlessly. Even in the absence of the Chun family, the Li family and the Wang family would inevitably follow suit. Zhou Chun gently shook his head. "Indeed, that is not incorrect. My second uncle has been missing since entering the Gray Tower, and news of him remains elusive. My father's health declines day by day, and the Honging Society has shown little interest in Yunjin for nearly half a year. Everything seems to have aligned perfectly. After the Chun family's intervention, the other restless factions have retreated, adopting a posture of observation once more. Otherwise, the Chun family would not have been so easily annihilated." As Lu Sun remarked, "The waters of Yunjin are exceedingly deep. Young master, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. With your talent, the Zhou family will surely rise to prominence once more. It would be a success merely to avoid leading the Zhou family into decline. Moreover, Yunjin is too small. Why must we engage in such conflict?" Zhouchen could not help but chuckle. "You're quite ambitious." The master had aspirations in his youth as well, although his ambition was to establish a branch of the Zhou family pork jerky in Zhongzhou. Zhongbo chuckled in agreement. As the two conversed, a red light appeared ahead, prompting the vehicle to halt and await its turn. The streets were not overly crowded, with vehicles weaving back and forth. Darkness enveloped the day, and the street lights seemed to falter, flickering ominously as if they might extinguish at any moment. Through the window, the howling wind could be seen swaying the greenery, while raindrops the size of beans pattered down, striking pedestrians and nearby buildings. The Mingguang Group, the future of humanity, extraordinary, become a distinguished, extraordinary being. Join the glorious evolution. Graffiti intertwined with slogans lay unattended, and even if cleaned, it would serve little purpose. Years of wear had eroded the words, and the relentless rain could not wash them clean. In this October chill, each day grows colder than the last. The residents of Yunjin experience a life that seems to repeat itself year after year. The sounds of raindrops formed a rhythmic cadence as the curtain of rain thickened, rendering the road ahead nearly unrecognizable. Sparse vehicles were compelled to turn on their headlights and proceed cautiously. A thunderous boom resonated from the distant clouds, followed by a rumbling that echoed in the air. Indeed, the street's electrical system had faltered. Following the crack of thunder, several streetlights extinguished one after another. After a brief wait, the red light turned green and the vehicle moved forward. Silence enveloped the car, mirrored by the streets. The torrential rain diminished foot traffic significantly, with many shops either closing entirely or partially rolling down their shutters. Pedestrians hurried along, umbrellas in hand, creating a visual torrent of colors. In this moment of tranquility, a sudden roar erupted from a fuel tank, shattering the stillness of the long street. The unexpected explosion assaulted eardrums. A massive, dark object surged forward, tearing through the curtain of rain. Its headlights illuminated the scene like the fierce eyes of a predatory beast, locking onto a small car that had just begun to move. Without the slightest reduction in speed, it charged headlong toward the unsuspecting vehicle. Chapter 17. Crisis. Assault on a rainy night. Amidst the panicked gasps of the crowd, the vehicle, resembling a prehistoric behemoth, showed no signs of deceleration. With the accelerator firmly pressed, it collided violently against the side of a compact black car. One was an ordinary sedan, while the other was an armored colossus, 3 times its size. The smaller vehicle was effortlessly hurled into the air. The right side door crumpled inward, spinning through the air before crashing down to the ground, rolling over multiple times. Subsequently, it shattered a traffic light and toppled onto the roadside. Fortunately, the specialized material withstood the impact, sustaining only minor dents, while the rear wheels continued to spin and the overall structure remained relatively intact. The collision left behind dark skid marks on the pavement, debris scattering in all directions, accompanied by the shattering of bricks and various fragments littering the street. Moreover, despite the heavy rain reducing the number of pedestrians, the speed at which the car was propelled was astonishingly swift, leaving bystanders no chance to react. Consequently, those unfortunate enough to be in the vehicle's trajectory, unable to evade in time. Some were merely grazed, while others suffered grievous injuries. Blood gushed forth, and cries of anguish filled the air. The scene was chaotic. "Help! Help! My leg, my leg! What is happening?" Sharp screams and bewildered voices rose in a tumultuous crescendo. In the midst of the torrential downpour, lightning crackled and thunder roared. At the bustling intersection, a cacophony of panic ensued as the crowd fled in disarray. Accompanied by the screeching of tires, 2 additional vehicles approached from different roads, halting beside the monstrous black beast. 3 individuals disembarked, intent on retrieving someone. In the passenger seat of the black car, a man with a buzz cut and a sun tattoo around his neck commanded through a walkie-talkie. Soon, the other 2 vehicles unleashed 3 more individuals, who adjusted their tactical attire, brandished flashlights, and approached the billowing cloud of smoke from the twisted vehicle. "We truly are fortunate to have drawn such an easy assignment. That Zhou Chun is merely bluffing. He wouldn't dare to confront us. If we simply stand before him, he would likely tremble in fear." The 3 approached with a nonchalant demeanor, entirely devoid of tension. Indeed, there was no need for them to feel anxious. Zhou Chun, the youngest scion of the Zhou family, had only recently come of age and had never even set foot in the Gray Tower. What useful knowledge could he possibly gain from his father? Had it not been for the collision-resistant materials of the Zhou family's vehicle, that recent tumble could have easily cost him his life. Do you think he could have been directly struck and met his demise? Our task is to prioritize bringing him back alive. That seems unlikely. After all, he is at least to the first realm. If he were to die from a collision, that would indeed be exceedingly unfortunate. As they conversed, they drew closer, peering through the shattered window. Inside, the driver, Uncle Jean, was restrained by a seatbelt, an airbag pressed against his face, his arm twisted at an odd angle, and blood seeping from his forehead rendering him unconscious. As for Zhou Chun, he lay sprawled on the ground, unbuckled and surrounded by a chaotic array of debris and shards of glass. His clothing bore several slashes, yet he seemed devoid of any serious injuries, his breathing steady, suggesting he had merely lost consciousness. It was difficult to ascertain any internal damage, but overall, he appeared to be in decent shape. His fortune was certainly greater than that of Uncle Jean. The lad was remarkably fortunate, indeed. He bore no significant wounds, so I shall extricate him first. One of the crew, sporting a rooster comb hairstyle, raised his right fist, which quickly became covered in a thin layer of scales. With a resounding crack, he struck down, shattering the glass, and then grasped the door frame, yanking it forcefully until the twisted door was detached. It was quite heavy. Just look at that protruding rear. The rooster comb chuckled coldly as he seized Zhou Chun by the collar, his arm exerting force, swiftly pulling him free. Where are the handcuffs? Let us secure him. They're in the vehicle. Let us carry him back first. The group cast a glance at the still unconscious Uncle Jean. Not delivering a finishing blow was an act of mercy. Let us withdraw. With Zhou Chun slung over his shoulder, the rooster comb strode forward with an air of arrogance. Be careful. Don't jostle him too much, or he might vomit all over you. The two companions laughed heartily. In just a few strides, the trio quickly returned to the front of the vehicle. The rooster comb slicked back his damp hair, preparing to signal his companions to retrieve rope to bind Zhou Chun. Unexpectedly, a sudden twist of fate occurred. Zhou Chun, who should have remained unconscious, abruptly opened his eyes. Slung over the shoulder, his body tensed and exerted force. An elbow struck powerfully against the rooster comb's lower back, the impact profound enough to momentarily daze him, causing him to sway and lean forward. With the grip loosening, Zhou Chun promptly rolled and fell to the ground, executing a rising dragon strike before the rooster comb could completely topple. With a sharp crack, the entire jawbone shattered, and the rooster comb's body was propelled backward. At that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Within his fading vision, he caught sight of a pair of utterly indifferent eyes, and then felt a lightness at his waist as a small dagger, previously hanging there, was swiftly drawn. It carved an elegant arc through the rain, so graceful and fluid. With a hiss, blood splattered brilliantly, mingling with the rain. The protective scales around the neck offered no defense whatsoever. The rooster comb's eyes widened in horror as his consciousness began to fade. A single slash to the throat. His companion's earlier warning to be cautious and avoid misfortune now echoed tragically. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone present completely off guard. The entire sequence not only tested speed and flexibility, but, more crucially, the quality of that small dagger which, while decent, should not have so effortlessly breached the rooster comb's scaled armor. A glimmer of cold light flashed, slicing through as if it were mere tofu. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Zhou Chun inhaled deeply, bent his knees, and lowered himself. His long boots splashed into the shallow puddle, followed by a thunderous explosion of water. Having honed his skills within the realm of dreams countless times, and having undergone even more rigorous training in the waking world, he now unleashed a formidable stance with an explosive force. In the brief span of mere meters, there existed no possibility of retaliation. Amidst the torrential downpour, a brilliant white arc flashed. In a single stride, the curved blade sliced through the air. It cleaved through scales, pierced the protective tactical suit beneath, and the sharp edge sank into flesh, severing the spinal cord. This technique, capable of bypassing the defenses of the White Wolf, was utterly unassailable by their means. With unrelenting momentum, Zhou Chun surged forth. In the blink of an eye, he confronted the third individual, executing a horizontal slash with a katana, cleaving him in two. Simultaneously, the blade became riddled with fine cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain about to shatter, as if a mere increase in force would render it completely obliterated. The price of enhancing sharpness with the slashing soldier technique was the weapon's durability. In a fleeting thought, just as the third adversary was on the verge of collapsing, Zhou Chun's left hand instinctively reached forward, drawing the same katana from the opponent's waist. He then delivered a powerful sidekick, producing a thunderous crash. The vehicle beside him swayed gently, and the recently opened door was violently bent backward, sending the would-be reinforcements tumbling back. Without aiming precisely, he thrust the long knife into the door, twisted it lightly, and then yanked it upward. The iron door was effortlessly sliced open, and in the same motion, the assailant seated within, caught off guard, met the same fate. In an instant, another foe was dispatched. Chapter 18. The White Wolf in Reality. Zhou Chun. The pursuers from the other vehicles hastily disembarked. Clad in standard special operations attire, they were all towering men, each over 6 feet tall, with an equal mix of Eastern and Western features. "Capture him," commanded the buzz-cut captain as he stepped out of the passenger seat, his skin resembling turbulent waves. Layers of deep blue scales quickly enveloping his body, starkly contrasting with the gray-blue armor of his ordinary comrades. A 9-man squad was dispatched to apprehend a frail youth who posed no threat, including the 3 lying on the ground and 1 shot through inside the vehicle. 5 enemies remained. As the oncoming foes charged forth, Zhou Chun scanned his surroundings briefly. He exhaled deeply, focusing on his breath, as the weapon in his hand hummed anew. A thunderous shout rang out. When confronted with the descending blade aimed at him, Zhou Chun felt a flicker of movement within, but opted against any flamboyant techniques. Instead, he advanced with determination, raising his knife in a defensive stance to counter the downward strike. "Foolish boy, you dare to match me in strength." A sharp clang resounded. When the 2 identical standard-issue blades collided, the force wielded by the squad member's weapon proved futile. It was severed cleanly at the point of contact. The fracture smooth and pristine, resembling a mirror. His pupils dilated slowly, and before he could react further, Zhou Chun surged forward with unrelenting momentum. The long blade swept through the air, sinking into flesh as blood erupted forth. The battlefield, not overly expansive, now only harbored the last 3 squad members and their captain. "This kid is not normal," the remaining few exclaimed in a mix of anger and surprise. The squad, unified in their stance, brandished their weapons, exuding an aura of cold lethality amidst the downpour. In stark contrast stood Zhou Chun, garbed in simple clothing, his body marked with signs of wear and tear. His dark, tousled hair clung to his scalp under the drenching rain, and the blood staining his form was indistinguishable, whether his own or that of his adversaries, presenting the image of a lone wolf ensnared in dire straits. Yet, the true circumstances of both parties appeared to be entirely opposite. Faced with such an enigmatic Zhou Chun, the mirth vanished from their faces, replaced by a creeping dread. The torrential rain poured down, washing over everyone. The light had grown completely dim, yet the faint glow emitted by the makeshift mech stood out conspicuously. "Charge! He's just a young pup. I refuse to believe he can surpass the might of a mech. Let us not forget the consequences of failing our mission." The captain gritted his teeth. Even though he sensed something amiss, it was too late. The punishment for failure was equally unforgiving. He was no formidable transcendent being, merely a luck-stricken thug who had passed some tests. Once, he had trained at martial arts school, but was expelled for violating its rules. Still, he had a keen eye. Zhou Chun's movements were hard to articulate, but it was evident that each swing of his blade was executed with an uncanny precision and ferocity that was extraordinary. He aimed for vital points, delivering lethal strikes without hesitation. Had this youth, once perceived as mediocre, truly learned the art of killing at such a tender age? The thought flickered and vanished, and he tightened his grip on his weapon. "Charge!" With a ferocious roar, the scales enveloping his body resembled those of a lizard. The captain's pupils shifted from black to a striking yellow-green, his 5 claws gradually elongating, and his physique further expanding. The specially tailored combat suit was swiftly covered by gleaming metallic scales, forming 4 flowing arcs across his chest. This biological exosuit, the Guardian Battle Lizard, was certainly inferior to the White Wolf. Against a formidable warrior, it could easily be shattered. Yet, before him stood a mere youth, capable of severing a patrol sword, but certainly unable to breach his armor. I am 28, having navigated the treacherous paths of the laboratory, dominating the weak and taking lives without remorse. He is 18, utterly unaccomplished, second-generation offspring recently bereaved of his parents. The advantage lies with me. The nameless captain walked with an air of serenity. He believed that Zhou Chun's attention was diverted towards other team members. Thus he readied his blade, preparing to launch a surprise attack from the side, aiming to pierce Zhou Chun's side. However, Zhou Chun pivoted and struck with a single blow. A lethal strike, with fully maximized attack attributes. Even the white wolf would fall. How could this simplistic first-level mech withstand it? One strike would almost certainly claim a life. If the blade were to shatter, a close-quarter combat would ensue, forcibly seizing the weapon. From a distance, it appeared as though a master was effortlessly overpowering a street thug. Indeed, Zhou Chun had not relished such a sensation in quite some time. Enduring torment within the dusty tower had long extinguished his spirit. Even with a stroke of luck, surviving 10 rounds would ultimately lead to demise. In that moment, he realized countless deaths against these first-level warriors felt akin to adults confronting children. Were they weak? Absolutely not. 9 first-level powerhouses among the contemporary elite mech warriors. Their combat skills surpassed the norm, relying on their lightweight exosuits and weapon advantages. When facing opponents of the same tier, even if not overwhelming, securing victory in one-on-one encounters posed little challenge. I seem quite formidable. The glimmer in Zhou Chun's eyes grew ever brighter. Observing the opponent's movements, the stance of their strikes, instinctively, his mind conjured strategies for evasion and counterattack. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. With a swift slash of his long blade, the last adversary fell amidst a pool of blood and rain. The chaotic intersection was littered with lifeless bodies. Even the relentless downpour could not mask the stench of blood. Drawing a deep breath, the youth inhaled the coolness brought by the autumn rain, seeking to calm the tumultuous energy within. Quite the prowess. However, just then, a light chuckle echoed behind him. An electric chill coursed through his body. With no time for further reaction, he spun around. A figure clad in blue and white surged through the rain, nearly becoming a phantom. He raised his right fist, his entire right arm swiftly enveloped in gray-white particles, coalescing into a lethal claw, glimmering with a chilling arc of light. Zhou Chun's blade was reduced to but a fragment. Leaving him no time to procure a new weapon, he hastily brought the broken blade before him. Clang! The youth knelt on one knee. Amidst the flying shards of his blade, his left arm firmly pinned by the assailant's massive claw. Yet the confrontation was far from over. The attacker's left fist tightened. Bang! With a resounding thud, he felt his eyes bulge as the violent impact rendered his thoughts nearly paralyzed. He was unstoppable as he was propelled backward, crashing into a dessert shop by the roadside like a cannonball. Glass shards exploded around him, nearly knocking the breath from his body. The white wolf. It could not be mistaken. The wolf's claw-like blades, the blue and white light strips, and that familiar, forceful strike to the chest. Having engaged with the white wolf thousands of times in the dream realm, he could vividly depict every detail of the creature, even with his eyes closed. Striking the stationary white wolf posed no challenge. Even if it remained still, at least it would allow him to practice. But now, a life-or-death battle? I might as well perish right before you. As darkness enveloped his vision and half of his body ached with numbness, Zhou Chun muttered to himself as he struggled to rise from the ground. Chapter 19. The marks of light and darkness. A sharp pain coursed through Zhou Chun as he clenched his molars, his right hand instinctively massaging his lower back. His clothing clung to him, drenched and entwined with various shards and dust, both soiled and uncomfortably sticky. Once again, he found solace in the fact that he had perished in the dreamscape numerous times before. This injury was bearable. Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings, noting the scattered shards of glass and debris. Behind the counter, 2 female attendants trembled, their eyes wide with fear as they clung to the edge of the counter. One of them appeared to want to speak, but was silenced by the other's grip. "Stay hidden, be cautious not to get killed," he warned, causing both women to shudder in terror. He staggered forward, crossing the threshold, where the rain and wind resumed their assault on his face, still sticky and uncomfortable. 10 meters away, a towering figure, a man of nearly 2 meters, approached him with deliberate steps. His physique was exceptionally muscular, with veins pulsating along his arms like writhing worms. Such exaggerated limbs, Zhou Chun mused, were typically reserved for animated characters. Yet, juxtaposed with this explosive build, the man's round face appeared surprisingly simple and earnest. Still standing? The burly man raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. An invisible field of energy surrounded him, deflecting the falling raindrops. Zhou Chun, son of Zhou Qiqiang, the so-called incompetent heir, to think you've mastered such formidable swordsmanship. Intriguing indeed. Actually, it's nothing. I've just died a lot, Zhou Chun retorted. You could do the same if you tried. He swallowed hard, wiping the blood from his lips as he steadied his breath. With each inhale and exhale, an inexplicable warmth circulated within him, the surging blood quickly stabilizing and continuously providing more strength. As he remained silent, the man continued, I am Lu Jia, an inner disciple of the former Tianfeng martial arts school. I was supposed to perish from a grave illness, but unexpectedly, the Mingguang group granted me a new lease on life. Your swordplay is somewhat interesting, but against the might of the Gray Tower, it amounts to nothing. Departing from the Red Cherry Society and joining the Mingguang group as an honored test subject, we shall overlook the past. What do you say? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Chun broke into a grin. All right, my friend. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would have simply followed you without the need for weapons. Wouldn't that have been easier? We must maintain appearances. Our group has been rather low profile lately, and various factions in Yunjin City believe they can trample us. We must assert our authority. I hope, brother, Zhou does not mind. Lu Jia replied with a warm smile. Not at all, Zhou Chun responded, clutching his side as he descended the steps, each movement causing him to gasp. There have indeed been many factions stirring within the city. To be honest, it's becoming difficult to distinguish the minor kings from the major ones. His breath grew heavier, occasional flickers of pain crossing his features. Brother Lu, how shall we proceed? I'll drive you, he offered. And what about them? Zhou Chun gestured towards the bodies strewn across the ground. They will be taken care of. You need not concern yourself with that. Lu Jia waved dismissively. Very well. Let's be off then. Wait, Lu Jia spoke again. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Chun as he turned back. Brother Lu, what is it? The electronic shackles serve as a precautionary measure. As is customary in our line of work, I trust you understand. Lu Jia smiled, producing 2 sets of handcuffs with his right hand. I understand, Zhou Chun replied, extending his hands with a simple grin. Then let me secure you first. As Lu Jia approached with the cuffs in hand, Zhou Chun unexpectedly raised his right arm, his palm opened wide, descending with a knife-edge strike from an angle. Bang! A dull thud echoed, yet instead of landing on the anticipated neck, Lu Jia effortlessly grasped his wrist with a single hand. The powerful grip resembled that of an iron claw, rendering him immobile. Such speed, Zhou Chun's heart raced. A smile slowly crept across Lu Jia's lips. The movements of both men appeared to freeze in time. In that brief moment, Zhou Chun lifted his hand again, attempting to strike at Lu Jia's face. Unfortunately, just as his punch was halfway through, Lu Jia's palm exerted force, seizing his arm and swinging him around. Zhou Chun was then flung into the air, tracing an elegant arc. Bang! He shot forth, crashing directly into a nearby pickup truck, the sheer force causing the sturdy vehicle to tremble violently. The door caved in as he grimaced in pain, his body nearly embedded in the side of the truck. You truly are resilient. Lacking any hint of the pampered demeanor of a wealthy scion, Lu Jia remarked in astonishment as he stepped forward. With each stride, the White Wolf mech completed a portion of its assembly. Why resist? Zhou Chun shook his head, his breath laborious, a warm surge circulating within him, soothing the aches in his body. Why resist? Do you think I am a mere child of 3, willing to become a test subject for Mingguang? His chest heaved as he spat out a mouthful of blood, then grinned, raising his middle finger defiantly. Damn you, get lost. His words dripped with venomous sweetness. The effect was immediate. Lu Jia's expression darkened. He accelerated his pace, gray particles materializing from thin air, spiraling upward from his feet, assembling around him. With a clattering sound, silver-white armor swiftly enveloped his calves, thighs, chest, and arms, ultimately encasing his head completely. The cold, steely glow of the armor emanated an aura of chilling severity beneath the rain. A triangular energy core illuminated at his chest, connecting a multitude of intricate lines. The hunter, White Wolf 3, the very bane that had felled him countless times within the dreamscape, now stood before him as his adversary in reality. Such blatant bullying, utterly shameless. Zhou Chen cursed angrily and promptly crouched to roll away. A thunderous sound erupted beside him, as Lu Jia's sudden burst of power overturned the pickup truck, sending it tumbling several meters away. A single punch could reduce his chest to pulp. Don't ask how he knew. After rolling on the ground, he found a long blade at his side, swiftly picking it up and, without a moment's hesitation, turning to slash horizontally. Clang! The forces collided, momentarily slowing Lu Jia's movements, while Zhou Chen was violently sent flying backwards. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. How could he possibly fight back? The White Wolf, the latest model of lower-tier battle armor, was the king of cost-effectiveness. The White Wolf's metrics are scarcely inferior to those of the median armor, yet its notable shortcomings lie primarily in its endurance and range capabilities. The so-called thermal weapon is merely a close-range impact projectile, possessing acceptable lethality at short distances, but its damage diminishes drastically as range increases. Furthermore, operating the White Wolf at full power results in an exponential depletion of the user's stamina, rendering it ill-suited for prolonged engagements. Yet the irony remains. There is no need for endurance. Zhou Chen barely managed to release his strength, without even catching his breath, when one arm had already seized his collar. This Lu Jia undoubtedly activated its overclocking mode, significantly enhancing its performance in a brief span. The individual in the gray tower would never resort to such tactics. Is this excessive display truly necessary? With a deft tug on the collar, Lu Jia advanced a half-step, lifting Zhou Chen's body and leaving him utterly devoid of resistance. A thunderous roar erupted. The youth's face contorted in pain as he was forcefully pressed against a nearby vehicle. The metal crumpled, and Zhou Chen's chest also caved slightly. A torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments spewed forth from his mouth, the severity of his injuries darkening his vision. Had he not bitten down on his tongue, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness. You little wretch, the mission prioritizes capturing the living, yet you seek your own demise. Lu Jia panted slightly, raising his right fist. The familiar sound of cracking echoed, a beam of light igniting in his palm. Zhou Chen struggled to breathe. The words of his opponent elongated and blurred, rendering them incomprehensible. The White Wolf's built-in impact projectile requires but half a second to charge before it can be unleashed. Unexpectedly, a thunderous shout resonated beside them. The sound, akin to a thunderclap, startled Zhou Chen, who had been on the verge of closing his eyes. He opened them to witness a dark figure piercing through the rain, colliding directly with Lu Jia and causing him to stagger. Zhongbo. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Zhongbo, in his 50s, though no longer in his prime, had once been a formidable force in the Second Realm during his youth. Age had only diminished his vitality, rendering him a seemingly amiable elder. However, being in the Second Realm at 50 or 60 is not comparable to being in one's 80s or 90s. He still possessed considerable strength. Caught off guard, Lu Jia was instantly propelled backward. Zhongbo's punch landed squarely on his core, transmitting layers of force straight to his bones. The dispersing energy sent a tingling sensation through Lu Jia's chest, leaving his limbs weak. Damn! His expression shifted. After striking him, Zhongbo swiftly followed up with an elbow strike that descended like a meteor, slamming him to the ground. Instantly, the earth erupted with a web of cracks. Raindrops splattered as Zhongbo delivered 5 or 6 consecutive blows. However, he could not match the agility and vigor of his youth. His breath faltered slightly, and as he swung, Lu Jia reacted quickly, catching his hand with a single palm. Old fool. Lu Jia's face contorted menacingly, channeling power into his right arm, and with a spiraling force, he retaliated in an instant. Uffed! Zhongbo's eyes widened as a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, sending him flying several meters away. Thank goodness you aren't a decade younger, you old fool. Lu Jia gasped for breath. The exoskeleton upon his chest unexpectedly displayed a radiating web of cracks, through which strands of inner energy penetrated the armor, burrowing deep within his being. The warrior's formidable combat prowess was merely hindered by the exorbitant cost of cultivation. Fortunately, Lu Jia, still youthful and vigorous, was able to suppress the discomfort within him at this moment. After calming his breath, he moved somewhat awkwardly, gradually approaching the position where Zhou Chun had been. Was the intelligence department utterly incompetent? Every piece of information they provided was flawed. Where is he? Upon reaching the spot, he discovered that the youth who had stood there moments ago had vanished without a trace. The rain fell heavily, casting a dim light, and visibility diminished with distance. Behind him, in an instant, his hair stood on end. A dire threat loomed. A chilling menace of death surged forth. He had no time to ponder, swiftly pivoting. All that met his gaze was a blinding flash of cold light rushing towards him. Damn it! In the critical moment, Lu Jia adjusted his position to the limit, raising his arm to shield himself. The blade glided smoothly, severing his arm with precision. The razor-sharp gleam swept before his eyes, nearly grazing his skull. Everything transpired too swiftly. Lu Jia hardly felt the pain of his severed limb. When the world was that? His eyes widened in shock. Before him stood the youth wielding the blade, his wrist shrouded in a swirling tapestry of light and darkness, resembling both a strip of cloth and a veil of mist encircling his arm. The sword in his grasp exhibited a mesmerizing interplay of black and white, akin to a stroke caught between light and shadow, a celestial phoenix amidst the twilight. Chapter 20. Rainy night, streets, masterpiece of the world. Zhou Chun struck with precision, poised to press his advantage. Unfortunately, before he could gather his strength, Lu Jia offered him no such opportunity. With a swift motion, he shattered the long blade with a slap of his left arm. After all, the dual strain of the slashing warrior technique and resonance breathing method had pushed the already ethereal blade to its limit. Rather than fracturing into countless shards like a typical sword, it disintegrated into fine, powdery ash scattering like grains of sand. What on earth? Lu Jia's pupils constricted once more. Seizing the moment, Zhou Chun executed an upward kick. A resounding thud echoed as it landed squarely. Though Lu Jia endured the earlier treatment from Zhou Chun, his second-tier physique, coupled with the protection of the White Wolf, mitigated the damage significantly. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Zhou Chun flicked his wrist, and gravel coalesced in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a blade, slightly longer than a broadsword, but shorter than a dagger, materialized. This kid is truly uncanny. Lu Jia quickly recovered from his daze. Bolstered by a surge of adrenaline and rigorous combat training, he steeled himself against the pain of a severed arm and other injuries, swiftly dodging away. At that moment, he regretted his decisions. This mission was utterly unlike what he had envisioned. As the assessment officer of the team, had he engaged alongside them from the start, he could have effortlessly dispatched Zhou Chun. However, it must be said, this was a team operation, not his personal endeavor. Initiating the engagement prematurely would have been foolish. In a certain sense, his activation of the super frequency had delivered a crucial blow to Zhou Chen's state. Otherwise, that previous strike might not have merely severed an arm, but could have been a precise, fatal blow to the neck. The sound of slicing air filled the space, and wherever the blade passed, it left behind a trail of scars. Lu Jia grew increasingly alarmed. Zhou Chun had effortlessly breached their escort's mecha with their own weapon, and now he was adorned in a myriad of black, white, and gray garments. Is he preparing to activate a mecha as well? With little time to catch his breath, the youth's blade came slicing diagonally towards him. Aware of the lethal nature of the opponent's swordsmanship, Lu Jia instantaneously retreated. He accurately gauged the distance, then leaped forward, delivering a powerful side punch infused with immense force. Just as it was about to strike Zhou Chen's right waist, he swiftly maneuvered his blade to the side. The sound of metal clashing rang out as it deflected the attack. To Lu Jia's surprise, rather than retreating, Zhou Chen advanced, transforming his punch into an elbow strike. The elbow struck like a knife, the knee like a spear. Enhanced by the White Wolf's power, this elbow strike exceeded all expectations. Zhou Chun barely managed to crouch down, narrowly avoiding the elbow strike. The two were now in close proximity, rendering their blades less effective. As he relaxed his grip, the long blade disintegrated into ash. With his right fist clenched, enveloped in a layer of pale substance, he briefly gathered strength before crashing into Lu Jia's chest, releasing a concentrated force. Both the slashing warrior technique and breathing method had honed the strength of his physique. His power was undeniably formidable. With a series of cracking sounds, the already fractured chest armor nearly shattered completely. Alas, his application of force was not as refined as Lu Jia's, nor comparable to Zhongbo's. Most of the kinetic energy was absorbed by the armor, resulting in far less actual damage. Zhou Chun was unable to even change his tactics as Lu Jia relentlessly bore down upon him. Finally, Lu Jia's left fist landed solidly against Zhou Chun's right rib, sending him flying once more. He rolled several times on the ground before gradually coming to a halt. Lu Jia leaped into the air and, upon landing, countless droplets of water erupted, causing the ground to fracture with myriad fine cracks. Thanks to the relentless trials in the dream space, Zhou Chun managed to roll his body just enough to evade being trampled. Can he still dodge? Lu Jia's expression twisted in fury. Seizing the moment while Zhou Chun remained on the ground, he prepared to thrust his right foot forward. A sudden scream pierced the air. It emanated from Lu Jia himself. Looking down, he was horrified to find a dagger, crafted by the Mingguang Group security team, embedded in the top of his foot, completely penetrating through his soul. In that instant, the young man mustered his strength and pushed Lu Jia back, driving him away with force. How could it be that you could pierce through the white wolf's defenses with a mere dagger? Are you mocking me? Lu Jia's face contorted in rage. Having lost an arm and suffering from the stamina drain of his hyper-accelerated state, the lingering energy from Zhongbo's might still surge within him. And now his foot had been pierced as well. His injuries were not significantly better than Zhou Chen's. With a more ferocious expression, Lu Jia grasped the dagger and yanked it out with a sudden jerk. Hiss! What kind of ability does this little brat possess? The dagger seemed to carry an invisible blade of energy, which, as raindrops fell upon it, was instantly shredded into fragments, clearly visible. This energy blade appeared to seep into the wound on his foot, akin to 1,000 steel needles stabbing him with excruciating pain. He clenched his fist, revealing an icy blue hue on his palm. Aiming at his severed arm and the wound on his foot, he gently sprayed a cool mist. The chilling spray swiftly formed a thin membrane, alleviating his pain and quickly stemming the bleeding. After completing this, he turned his gaze forward. The staggering youth had already risen from the ground. Strands of light and darkness intertwined around him, rapidly coalescing and assembling. Light and shadow swirled about him, subtly attempting to form an outer garment, but perhaps due to insufficient energy, it failed to fully materialize. With a breath that resonated like thunder, he extended his right hand and drew forth a long blade from the air. Particles of light and darkness converged, entwined, and solidified. At this moment, the shape of the weapon resembled that of before, yet the details were more intricate. The blade's tip was sharpened on both sides, its surface adorned with dense patterns, radiating a ghostly glow. Though those particles did not form a complete outer garment, they forged this entire weapon along with a separate right arm guard. What in the world are you? Lu Jia cursed aloud. The next moment, his vision blurred with a flash. The sound of an explosion echoed in the downpour. A pale streak emerged. He intended to defend himself, but the sudden burst of brilliance dazzled his eyes and blurred his vision. In a critical moment, Lu Jia leaned back to evade. As the attack missed, he transformed his slash into a downward chop, leaving a lingering afterimage in the air. With a slicing sound, Lu Jia's chest was marked with a long gash, the outer layer effortlessly breached, his flesh churning within, blood seeping out in crimson torrents. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, sidestepping to deflect the blade, and delivered a fierce shoulder charge into Zhou Chen's side. The young boy let out a muffled groan, his physical prowess greatly enhanced by his peculiar attire, allowing him to stabilize his stance after merely retreating a few steps. The air was thick with the glint of blades and the sound of fists raining down. The stamina of both combatants had long diminished from the initial vigor. their movements now distorted and labored. Yet the peril of the encounter remained undiminished. The echoes of heavy impacts and the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh reverberated in the air. Finally, after several intense exchanges, Lu Jia seized his opportunity. His furious roar resonated like thunder. In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound. A cannon-like fist struck the boy squarely in the chest. This was akin to a cannonball being discharged. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the last of the obsidian pickup trucks. With a tremendous force, the vehicle was overturned, leaving him precariously half-hanging on the tilted frame. "You little brat," Lu Jia sneered, breathing heavily. Just as he prepared to advance, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his chest. Impossible. A jolt of realization gripped him. He glanced down to see a long blade piercing through his heart, slowly dissipating into ash. While the weapon could vanish, the gaping wound remained, an indelible mark. "This wretched pest. You." His strength rapidly waned. Lu Jia's lips quivered, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Staggering a few steps, he felt the darkness encroaching, deepening with each passing moment. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, splashing into a myriad of droplets. A torrential downpour doused the entire city of Yunjin. The once spacious intersection lay in ruins, strewn with overturned vehicles, shattered glass, and various debris, mingled with severed limbs. Blood mixed with rainwater, forming large pools of crimson. The extinguished streetlights cast a hazy gloom over the scene. Only the red glow of a few rear and tail lights from the toppled vehicles remained, resembling predators lurking in the shadows. The shattered white wolf faded into ash, while the wide-eyed man's struggles weakened until they ceased entirely. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the haphazardly strewn bodies across the intersection, which had transformed from a chaotic battleground to a realm of profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic patter of rain. In the stillness, onlookers from nearby shops peered out through the cracks in their doors and windows. Time slipped by unnoticed. The rhythmic flashing of red lights heralded the arrival of patrol vehicles, encircling the intersection in a semicircle. Beneath the tranquil veil of rain, he lay half-reclined on the car's roof, surrounded by lifeless bodies. Coughing, his once pale attire had long since lost its luster. Torrents of blood streaming from his mouth and nose, mingling with the rain as it coursed down his face. His chest rose and fell slightly, each breath seeming to demand every ounce of his strength. Squinting at the heavens, he felt the icy rain lash against his skin. His bloodied lips parted slightly. Whether to moan or to laugh, it mattered little now. In the dimly lit street, faint beams of light flickered. The boy, ensconced in a pool of blood, lay at the center of a tableau that had transformed into a masterful work of art. The defender, Colossus, inhale, exhale. Am I dead? It seems not. The deceased do not breathe, and those who breathe are not dead. The sensation of falling washed over him like a tide, awakening the remnants of his consciousness. He was unaware of how long he had been plummeting. It felt like a mere instant before the familiar sensation of descent returned. When Zhou Chen opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a waiting space. Indeed, a waiting space, not a resting one. Directly ahead, a grand door stood silently, inscribed with the words Level 3 to 4. No way. I'm severely injured outside, and I must continue climbing the tower? Zhou Chen was utterly bewildered. He was genuinely exhausted. His body was in tatters. Oh no, it was his external form that was in disarray. At this moment, he felt remarkably well, all his injuries completely healed. You really are something? Zhou Chen grimaced, cursing the gray tower vehemently in his mind. Do not ask why he did not voice his complaints. He feared that this wretched entity would increase the difficulty for him. You have 300 seconds to adjust your state and prepare for the challenge, or you may proactively push open the door to commence the challenge. Perhaps I should wait a moment. He closed his eyes, quietly reflecting on the previous battle, significant physical exhaustion compounded by a punch from Lu Jia. He felt dazed. In his haze, it seemed as though some kind of shadowy flicker of light and darkness appeared before his eyes. What was that? At the time, Zhou Chen had not registered it, thinking he was hallucinating from the blows he had taken, until a burning sensation spread across the back of his hand. A strange feeling surged within him. Originally abstract and uncontrollable, the particles of light and darkness gave him the illusion that he could reach them. As Zhou Chun extended his hand, he witnessed pale particles composed of light and dark rushing towards him, adhering to his arm. First the hilt, then the blade. Countless particles coalesced, and soon a uniquely shaped sword materialized in his grasp. Though it was not entirely perfect, he had no time for contemplation as he swung the blade towards his opponent. As the sensation in his hand intensified, he faintly sensed that he could make the form more complete. However, after some attempts, he regrettably failed, returning to the present. Could he summon it again? He steadied his mind and called upon the pale scar. The heat returned to the back of his hand. In a fleeting moment, pale particles gathered once more. Before long, they reassembled into a sword and a unique attire that enveloped his right arm. His physical prowess had significantly improved, and more crucially, the sword, the pale blade, felt perfectly balanced in weight and grip, wholly satisfying his expectations. Not bad, very good. Zhou Chun felt immensely pleased. After a brief assessment, he turned his gaze towards the new door before him. A new floor. It wouldn't have me face a fully powered white wolf, would it? The difficulty seemed rather daunting. There was no Uncle Zhong to assist me in the dream space. However, it remained within the realm of acceptability. As Zhou Chun waited, the countdown finally elapsed, and the surrounding walls dissipated like ash. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing within a dense forest. The dense forest is not a vibrant green, but rather dominated by shades of black and purple, evoking an overwhelming sense of oppression at first glance. Has the location changed? Zhou Chun pondered in astonishment. Upon further reflection, it was indeed reasonable. The Tower of Grey Ruins is quite mysterious, yet has never indicated that the enemies on each floor are fixed and unchanging. What could his adversaries be? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. He would much prefer to face his old companion, the White Wolf. Their deep bond forged over nearly 4 months was far preferable to any other flamboyant adversary. Before long, a luminous screen materialized before him. The ink pine forest, birthed from the pollution of gray breath, is characterized by clusters of ink-patterned pine trees. These trees possess a robust texture, and their blossoming branches meld seamlessly with the darkness, providing excellent concealment. The leaves of the ink-patterned pine exhibit certain attributes, such as entanglement and binding. Please refrain from extensive contact for a short duration. Survive for 1,800 seconds under the pursuit of enforcers. How long is 1,800 seconds? Half an hour. That is indeed quite a stretch of time. Take the White Wolf on floors 1 to 2, for instance, if it were to unleash its full potential in a one-on-one confrontation. Zhou Chun felt he could last a maximum of 10 minutes. Well, 5 minutes might even be a challenge. However, given the current terrain of the forest, there might indeed be room for maneuvering. Wait. Zhou Chun noticed the text on the screen. Enforcer. His eyelids twitched violently. No way. Thud. Thud. The heavy footsteps rapidly thumped against the ground, the intense vibrations drawing ever closer. Accompanied by the crisp cracking of branches, something immensely oppressive was hastening towards him. Zhou Chun had no time to dwell on it. He quickly chose a direction and began to sprint frantically. Yet almost immediately, a similar sound arose from another direction. What the hell? There's more than one. He swiftly changed his course and quickened his pace. These ink-patterned pines were remarkably tall, neither densely packed nor sparse. The branches and leaves were pitch black, making it nearly impossible to discern anything beyond 6 or 7 meters. The rhythmic pounding of footsteps grew louder, and despite his increasing speed, he was unable to shake off the ominous sounds behind him. If anything, the distance between them was closing. With a whoosh, he dashed through the trees and suddenly found himself in a clearing. Zhou Chun's hair stood on end, his heart seeming to skip a beat. In the center of the clearing stood a towering figure, at least 2.5 meters tall, its body a mechanical amalgamation, exuding an aura of cold menace. A crimson core at its chest glimmered with light, intricate lines extending from it like veins, permeating its entire form. Enforcer Colossus. Yes, not just one, not merely 2. Enforcer Colossus, second-tier elite, 3 of them. This is quite excessive. Like a bulldozer, they charged forward, the sounds of pursuit growing ever closer behind and beside him. Zhou Chun shut his eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. With a resounding crash, he returned to the resting space. Well then, this is quite the predicament. He felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Enforcer Colossus 2. Is it formidable? A product from 2 or 3 years ago, plagued by numerous defects, has seen a significant reduction in production in recent years, and no subsequent models have been developed. If we were to draw a comparison with the White Wolf, the latter boasts superior agility, while the Giant's flexibility is rather lacking. This marks the first victory for the White Wolf. The White Wolf's color is a pristine white, whereas the Giant is shrouded in darkness. This constitutes the second triumph. With 2 victories for the White Wolf and none for the Giant, we arrive at the third win. However, this is merely Zhou Chen's whimsical musings. In reality, the Giant's defensive capabilities, offensive power, and endurance far surpass those of the White Wolf in every aspect. The sole disparity lies in agility, which also happens to be the Giant's most fatal weakness. Compared to martial artists of the same realm, once it encounters an opponent with superior footwork, it will be completely outmaneuvered, unable to lay a finger on them. You may possess the strength to shatter your enemy with a single blow, but what good is that if you cannot land a hit? Nevertheless, aside from this weakness, the Giant is truly formidable. 3 Giants pursuing me for half an hour and still allowing me to survive is quite impressive. How can I turn the tide? Zhou Chen pondered for a while, but found himself at a loss. Their lack of agility does not equate to a lack of speed. If they are slow to initiate, so be it. Once they do, they resemble a massive tank barreling down the road. With terrifying strength at their disposal, they can demolish everything in their path. Trees? They would simply be smashed aside. How could I possibly escape in such a scenario? To be frank, Zhou Chun felt even more bewildered than when he faced the White Wolf. Half an hour? With a deep sigh, he approached the door of the resting room. Paying 10 performance points, he entered and gradually drifted off to sleep. As for levels 3 to 4, they were beyond his current concern. If he did not take the time to rest, his physical form in the outside world would soon be on the brink of collapse. Chapter 22. The Inspection Officer's Visit. Proposal for reconciliation. Am I dead? It seems not yet. A chaotic consciousness swayed within my mind, and Zhou Chun felt an indescribable pain, an ache that pervaded his entire being. He was in a state of disorientation, caught between wakefulness and slumber, teetering on the brink of life and death. The patient, bleeding. Hurry, hurry, hurry. What is the rush? Could you not jostle me so? A wave of nausea threatened to overcome him, and although his eyes remained shut, he sensed himself being transported. Surgical knife, hemostatic forceps, gauze. The sounds fluctuated in volume, intermittent and disjointed. It was maddening. A faint sound escaped his lips. Zhou Chen keenly perceived a momentary silence enveloping the surroundings. Following that, hurried voices emerged, the anesthetist. Increasing. Then, darkness enveloped him entirely, and he slipped into unconsciousness. This time, Zhou Chen fell into a remarkably deep slumber. After being ensnared by this dream realm, he had endured numerous deaths over several months, long forgetting the sensation of a normal sleep. Initially, he had rested in the lounge of the Gray Tower. Now, under the influence of the anesthetic, he finally found himself capable of experiencing a perfect repose in the realm of the living. Uncertain how much time had passed, his drifting consciousness gradually returned, and he heavily opened his eyes. What greeted him was a pristine white ceiling. The freshly laundered sheets emitted a faint, sweet fragrance, intermingled with the unique scent of the hospital that wafted into his nostrils. His body felt as though it had been crushed, and an excruciating pain radiated throughout him, while the silence around him was eerily profound. I'm not dead. Zhou Chen's bewildered gaze slowly sharpened. Just then, footsteps approached, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. He beheld a middle-aged man clad in an inspection uniform, munching on a large pear with audible enthusiasm. Beside him, a young man approached, carrying a fruit basket, which he then set down at the bedside. Awake? The man expressed surprise. With pericardial effusion, progressive hemothorax, ruptured organs, and massive blood loss leading to multi-organ failure. How can you awaken so swiftly? Zhou Chen remained silent, merely fixating on the pear in the man's hand. Do you wish to eat? The man gestured. This pear is spoiled. The inspection officer turned the pear to reveal a small patch of blackened, yellowing flesh. His expression darkened as he quickly consumed the good portion before discarding the rest into the trash bin. I never expected that the Deputy Inspector Wei Min would come to visit me. Zhou Qin's voice was hoarse. Visiting is one matter, but primarily I am here to inquire about the specifics of the incident. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the young man beside him. What is your name? The young man retrieved a notebook from his pocket. All right. Zhou Qin's expression remained impassive. Don't be so serious. We mean no harm. Wei Min signaled for his subordinate to put away the notebook, then scrutinized the youth carefully. Yet, there was little to discern. Wrapped in blankets, only his head was visible, bruised and bandaged. The once arrogant demeanor seemed to have vanished entirely. The more he looked, the more he wanted to laugh. Feel free to laugh if you wish, Zhou Qin remarked, his face betraying no emotion. Ha ha! Wei Min could hardly contain his laughter. If you continue like this, I shall summon a nurse. I never anticipated that the young heir of the Zhou family, whom I held in such high regard, would find himself in such a dismal predicament. Wei Min stifled his laughter slightly. The wheel of fortune turns. Should you, Commander Wei, find yourself in this position one day, I shall certainly come to visit you. Zhou Qin remained expressionless. Wei Min shrugged, then rose to his feet. The room was dim. Should I draw the curtains? Please do, and open the window as well. As the gentle breeze wafted through and a beam of sunlight flooded the ward, the atmosphere transformed from the oppressive silence of just awakening. I know Lu Jia. Years ago, he suffered from a grave illness. Yet with the aid of the Mingguang group, he mastered the White Wolf 3 model, demonstrating formidable prowess. The Zhou heir, often seen as a bully, had actually managed to vanquish him. Wei Min gazed out the window, producing a cigarette from his pocket. May I smoke? I will call the nurse. Go ahead. Zhou Qin didn't truly call out. Even if he did, it would be of no consequence. Wei Min, however, lit up regardless of any summons. I must clarify. Zhou Qin rasped through his hoarse voice. There was indeed some bullying, but I had yet to dominate any women. Huh. Wei Min chuckled lightly, cryptically. In truth, my visit today is also driven by a desire to have a meaningful conversation. The Zhou family's current situation is rather precarious. Zhou Qin ignored him and inquired, What of Uncle Zhou? How is he? In the room next to yours. He won't perish just yet. However, it's uncertain for the next encounter. Who knows what kind of battle armor the Mingguang group will employ? Just as Wei Min was about to respond, his communicator vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and, after giving a silent nod to the young man beside him, stepped out of the ward. I'll take this call. You can speak with him. Understood, Captain Wei. The youth nodded. May I ask how to address you? Zhou Qin turned to him. Sun Hu. A fine name, exuding strength and distinction. Enough of the pleasantries. The young man's demeanor was calm. Zhou Qin, with the Chun family's annihilation, you have avenged them. Now that your father is gone and your second uncle has also perished within the Great Tower, if you continue to oppose the Mingguang group, you may not have many days left. My second uncle is dead? Zhou Qin was taken aback. Indeed, I just received this news. It was precisely because of this that the Mingguang group acted so recklessly, suspecting that you may possess treasures sent back from the Grey Tower by your second uncle. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Qin lashed out. Well, there are indeed treasures, but if he does not acknowledge them, then they do not exist. Sun Hu remained silent, merely observing him intently. What do you intend to achieve? Zhou Qin's expression darkened. Do not suggest that I collaborate with the inspection division as a traitor. What era is this to still engage in such tactics? There is no need to gather evidence. I simply hope. He stepped forward, lowering his voice abruptly. Brother Chun, Wei Min desires that, under his leadership, the Zhou family reconcile with the Mingguang group. There are too many peculiarities involved. I have learned that he seems to have some dealings with them. Do not get entangled in this. As October approaches, a gray tide will soon engulf the city, making it exceedingly difficult to leave. I have been in contact with the patrol department's exit team. When the time comes, you can blend in with them and seek refuge in another city. Reconciliation? Is he suggesting that I reconcile with the Mingguang group? Zhou Qin's eyelids twitched violently. I'm not entirely sure, but for now it's best for you to leave the city and lay low, Sun Hu advised. Very well, I will reach out again later. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Qin nodded. Just as his family had set fire to the Chun family, the patrol department was powerless against him. Conversely, it would not be difficult for the Mingguang group to target the Zhou family. Previously, They had refrained from doing so out of respect for Zhou's father and his uncle, as well as the influence of the Hongying society behind them. Now that the Zhou family's pillars are absent and the stance of the Hongying society remains ambiguous, the Mingguang group could devise countless methods to strike at the Zhou family. He had indeed been contemplating an escape, but had yet to devise a concrete plan. Sun Hu's suggestion was, however, feasible. With that said, Sun Hu returned to his impassive demeanor and began inquiring about the incident. Shortly thereafter, Wei Min re-entered the room. How was the discussion progressing? He inquired, casting a glance around. Captain Wei, we have documented the details of the incident and are currently discussing the matters you instructed, Sun Hu replied, standing at attention, righteousness evident in his demeanor. Thank you for your hard work. Wei Min smiled and nodded before turning to Zhou Chun. So, have you come to a decision? I am willing to act as a guarantor on behalf of the patrol department, facilitating a discussion between you and the Mingguang group. There is no substantial conflict between you, just minor frictions. A calm conversation could benefit everyone, don't you think? Wei Min moved to the window, closing it and drawing the curtains completely, blocking out the last remnants of light. Under their influence, the Chun family has taken action against mine. Just days ago, they launched an attack in broad daylight. You want me to ignore them and seek reconciliation? Zhou Chun laughed in anger. I say, Director Wei, are you jesting? Whatever the Mingguang group orchestrated, it was merely the Chun family emboldened by audacity. It's not that complicated. After the daylight attack, it was merely a group of madmen seeking revenge on the Zhou family. They are dead now. So let us turn the page, shall we? Wei Min maintained his smile, urging Zhou Chun to reconsider the notion of reconciliation with the Mingguang group. It would be beneficial for all parties involved. Zhou Chun scoffed. Very well, young Master Zhou, I will reach out to you in about 10 days after your discharge. Wei Min chuckled. Wait, what does reconciliation entail? You must clarify your statements. Zhou Chun suddenly interjected. Where will this reconciliation take place, and with whom? Can you provide me with a definitive answer? I was nearly run over by a vehicle and attacked with a knife, and the patrol department has yet to offer any explanation. 10 days to contact me. What does that even mean? Speak up. Wei Min did not respond, leaving the room. As the door closed, the last flicker of light vanished, plunging the room into darkness, save for a few machines glowing with green light and the call bell at the bedside emitting a faint glow. The young boy took a deep breath and exclaimed with fervor, "It is so exceedingly dark. How am I to discern which day it is?" Chapter 23. The young girl. Xiaoxi must flee. Zhou Chun muttered under his breath, reluctantly acknowledging the utility of Sun Hu's suggestion. His bravado was not solely reliant on his own capabilities. As an 18-year-old hothead, even if he could dispatch a white wolf as one would a mere chicken, well, if he could indeed achieve that, he ought to be able to navigate life in Yunjin City with relative ease. After all, in his current state of being below the second realm, there were plenty of others in the city who were just as inexperienced. Even if he were to break through to the second realm, there would still be no shortage of adversaries. If fortune favored him, and he managed to slay a single white wolf, what would happen when 10 or 20 attacked him simultaneously? With the death of his father and his uncle perishing within the Grey Tower, speculation surrounded the possibility of his uncle sending back treasures. The troubling truth was that their conjectures were entirely accurate. The ember crystal left by his father might be considered a somewhat rare item, but the nature of this mysterious little booklet was beyond Zhou Chen's comprehension. If he could escape from this tumultuous place, he would genuinely welcome the prospect. The matters that lay ahead could be dealt with later. He felt somewhat disoriented, his body aching in numerous places. Lying in bed and clearing his mind, he soon succumbed to sleep. It was unclear how long he had been in a daze before he jolted awake. What time is it? Is there anyone here? Zhou Chun was about to reach for the bell by his bedside. The door swung open swiftly. Brother Chun? A man peeked through the slightly ajar door, glancing around the darkened room before rushing inside. Hey, Brother Chun, why are you sitting up by yourself? The doctor said you should rest. Vui? Old wolf? Zhou Chun recognized the newcomers as two loyal members of his martial arts school. Brother Chun, you're awake. Quickly lie back down. I'll go summon the nurse. No need. My body feels like it's rusting. Just give me a hand. With their assistance, he was transferred to a wheelchair. Draw that curtain for me. It's pitch black in here. Didn't you stop the patrol officer from coming in? Yes, a deputy officer, claiming it was a routine investigation. We noticed he meant no harm, so, well, we couldn't really stop him. The two exchanged awkward chuckles. How long have I been in the hospital? Zhou Chen asked, rubbing his temples. It's been 2 days, Brother Chun. Your injuries were quite severe. The doctor mentioned some danger, but your recovery has surpassed their expectations. Shall I call the doctor for another examination? No need, Zhou Chun interrupted again, turning his attention to inquire. What is the situation with Uncle Zhong? Uncle Zhong, the two men who had just spoken, suddenly fell silent. Uncle Zhong in the hospital room. Zhou Chun gazed at the frail, withered figure lying on the bed, enveloped in a profound silence. Wu Ji, an old wolf, stood behind him, hesitant to speak. Master, there's no need to wear such an expression. At my age, merely preserving my life is quite commendable, Uncle Zhong said with a reassuring smile. The upper part of the hospital bed had been raised, leaving Uncle Zhong awkwardly propped up. And look, I can still manage to move this arm, albeit barely. He attempted to lift his right arm, yet barely budged, as he slightly distanced himself from the hospital bed. It was evident from his trembling and rigid hands that he had little control over his body. Indeed, he was not dead but incapacitated, more severe than partial paralysis, yet slightly better than complete immobility. However, the improvement was minimal. His head could move, and his right hand had a slight range of motion, while the rest of his body seemed nearly devoid of sensation. In the realm of martial arts, the concept of vital energy truly exists. Although Uncle Zhong was advanced in age and his vitality had waned, he could still unleash a formidable force. Initially, he sustained minor injuries in the main cockpit, but when confronted with Lu Jia's cannon-like punches, his vital energy was immediately disrupted. Lu Jia, being both a martial artist and adept in mecha, possessed considerable strength. Upon impact, this led to a violent upheaval of his vital energy, ultimately injuring his spine, resulting in his current state. Is recovery possible? In this extraordinary society, it might be achievable. Yet, given the current capabilities of the Zhou family, finding a solution within Yanjin City is quite challenging. Do not wear that expression, young master. At least we are still alive, while those assailants have turned to ash. Uncle Zhong said cheerfully, adding, You truly astonish me, young master. With such exquisite swordsmanship, gaining special admission to the academy will undoubtedly be within your reach. Is it really the time to discuss special admissions? Zhou Chen replied, bemused. He felt no urgency now. The effect of the slashing soldier technique was remarkable. Effortlessly severing the white wolf was a testament to his true skill, and he had no worries about proving himself wherever he went. There is no need for concern. Young master, surviving is already a blessing. However, I fear my body may no longer serve you as it once did, Uncle Zhong said with a hint of regret. Forget about serving, focus on healing. Hold on a little longer, and I will definitely find a way to restore your health, Zhou Chen assured him. I will await your good news then, Uncle Zhong replied, still in high spirits. I won't disturb you any longer. Please rest well, Uncle Zhong. Vui, keep a close watch on him. I am fine, Zhou Chen said from his wheelchair. Allow me to push you back. Old Wolf offered as he steadied the wheelchair and began to move outside. Rest well, Uncle Zhong, Zhou Chen waved goodbye. Take care, young master, Uncle Zhong responded. Upon exiting the hospital room and stepping into the corridor, Zhou Chen unexpectedly spotted a young girl seated on a bench outside. She held a delicately arranged fruit basket and wore a large, thick school uniform, presenting a demeanor of nervousness and restraint. Shall she? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, letting out a soft exclamation. This little girl claims to be your classmate. She has come to see you every day these past few days. Tian Yi, what do you think? What can I say? Just push me over, Zhou Chen replied. Of course, Old Wolf said, maneuvering the wheelchair closer to her. The girl, having noticed them approaching, tightly grasped the plastic bag with her small hands. As they drew within 3 to 5 meters, she quickly stood up. What is it, little classmate? Do you wish to learn martial arts from me again? Zhou Chen inquired, leisurely observing her as he was brought face to face with her. Although she stood and he sat, the dynamic gave off an impression that he was the one in a position of superiority. No, it's nothing. I just came over to check on you after seeing you fighting with someone on the street that day. There is no need to be anxious. Come in and speak. Zhou Chen gestured for the wolf to push him inside. Coming to a halt by the window, He reveled in the gentle caress of the breeze and the warmth of the sunlight before turning his gaze toward the girl. Her thick bangs concealed her brows and eyes, barely revealing a pair of glimmering orbs. Her long, lustrous black hair obscured most of her features, and her habit of lowering her head further obscured her visage. The school uniform she wore was oversized and thick, slightly faded from washing, with stubborn stains that remained despite attempts to cleanse them. She appeared rather unremarkable, blending into a crowd effortlessly. "Put your hair up," Zhou Chen instructed. The girl was taken aback and hesitated briefly before retrieving a hair tie from her pocket to gather her hair. In that simple act, it was as if she transformed before his eyes. She resembled distant mountains veiled in mist, near waters imbued with ethereal grace. Her almond-shaped eyes, as clear as autumn lakes shimmering under the sun, sparkled with an indescribable sorrow, while her delicate nose and soft, rosy lips were pressed tightly together from anxiety. Such a captivating beauty was utterly unexpected. Despite having frequented the Cherry Blossom Club on numerous occasions, Zhou Chen felt a flicker of astonishment, though he had entered against his will, vowing to express no interest in that world. Chapter 24. A visit is both melodramatic and entirely plausible. Lacking connections, devoid of background, and without resources. In Jiangyunjin City, possessing beauty is considered the gravest sin. A few days ago, Zhang's son, in collusion with others, committed a crime. However, the girl's family had some influence, and, in the end, nothing came of it. This is hardly a society governed by the rule of law. Chen Jun was brutally killed at the doorstep of the Zhou family. What could the inspection agency possibly do? As for Xiaoxi's family background, Zhou Chun had little impression. If he couldn't recall, it must be an ordinary family. Such looks are indeed a transgression. Zhou Chun, he was being scrutinized, causing Xiaoxi's heart to race uncontrollably. Was she shy? Hardly. It was pure fear. She had thought herself brave, only to find her legs trembling. Zhou Chun assessed her, finally recalling, that day at the intersection. "When I was pushed into the store, was it you and your sister hiding behind the counter?" "Yes, that was us." It was nearly October, and yet, she had not started college? "I didn't pass the entrance exam. My sister doesn't want to go either," Xiaoxi replied, biting her lip. "Didn't pass? Doesn't want to go?" Zhou Chun was taken aback. The answers were increasingly unexpected. He remembered her grades were not just good, but among the top in her class. Despite the poor reputation of his own school, the annual graduation rates were respectable. "We are working together now," Xiaoxi stated, reluctant to delve further into the topic. She appeared hesitant, ultimately pushing the fruit basket forward. "I placed it on the table. I noticed you seemed seriously injured that day. Are you feeling any better?" "Just managing. After all, I'm not dead yet." Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "All right, take care of yourself. I won't disturb you further." She nodded slightly. "Is there nothing else?" Zhou Chen inquired, surprised. The girl replied softly, "My sister is unwell, so I accompanied her to the hospital for a checkup, while also visiting you." Seeing the imposing tattoos on the old wolf, her legs quivered in fear. Coming to the ward alone was indeed a challenge. "Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, young student," Zhou Chen acknowledged as she prepared to leave. "Wait." As she approached the door, Zhou Chen suddenly spoke. The girl turned around, puzzled. "That day, as I passed by the street corner, Mingguang Group was seeking volunteers for experiments. What were you and your sister doing there?" Zhou Chen asked. "Oh." The girl hesitated, her lips moving as she appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I heard someone say that they were giving away eggs at the event, so we want to check it out." "Goodness," Zhou Chen chuckled. "Didn't someone behind you scold me for being fierce over an egg?" The girl laughed awkwardly. It seemed there was indeed some truth to that. She turned to leave, but just before reaching the door, she removed her hair tie, restoring her heavy bangs to their unrefined state, then hurriedly exited. After descending several floors, she arrived at the lower-level inpatient department. "What's going on? Are you robbing me? I've only been here for a day. Is this how you charge?" In the distance, she heard a shout. Xiaoxi hurried her pace. "The gray mass in your left leg requires further examination. It may necessitate excision. Furthermore, the blood test results indicate that your condition is not favorable. We recommend that you complete the hospitalization procedures today to facilitate prompt further treatment." "Treatment my foot. I am fully aware of my own health. I am perfectly fine. Spare me the theatrics. I merely felt a bit dizzy. It is not that serious." "Sister." The girl's sudden intrusion brought a brief pause to the conversation in the ward. Xiaoxi, let's go. I've finished my checkup. There is nothing major. No need for hospitalization. Come on, let us go. Xiaoming did not give her a chance to refuse, jumping off the bed and tugging her towards the exit. Sister, Xiaoxi pressed her lips together. Rest assured, I truly am fine. By the way, have you visited Zhou Chun? Is he doing all right? His injuries looked rather severe a couple of days ago. Thankfully, yes. Xiaoxi recounted the circumstances within the ward in detail. All right, since we're passing by, we might as well check on him. Let us head home. Xiaoming sighed in relief. Xiaoxi bit her lip gently. Sister, your health. I've already told you I'm fine. Also, do take better care of yourself, I can't articulate it well. But just make sure to protect yourself. Xiaoming ruffled her hair. Xiaoxi sighed inwardly, choosing not to speak further. Doctor, you must save my little Lu. He is so young, and with a spinal injury, he cannot be paralyzed for life. Just think of what a wonderful child he is. I've read about Mingguang Group. Is their information reliable? It should be, right? They have collaborations with your hospital, and I've seen reports of over a dozen paralyzed patients who have recovered. My Lu is so young. He doesn't even have a child of his own. And my little Feng, he is not much better off. He can hardly walk, let alone work. What will happen to him in the future? The intense cries from within the ward drew Xiaoxi's attention. She had witnessed countless similar dialogues, particularly prevalent in hospitals. Too many patients facing the countdown of their lives opt to join the Mingguang Group's life reconstruction program in their despair. The vast majority meet their demise, yet a small fraction truly manage to attain a new lease on life and harness extraordinary abilities. The first hospital of Yunjin City reminds you to seek life-related experiments through legitimate channels. Mingguang Group promises to do everything possible to help patients regain their lives and emerge from the shadows. Ordinary ailments are trivial. Mingguang Group will resolve your troubles using extraordinary means. Xiaoming gazed at the lines of text until Xiaoxi nudged her. Sister, we must not believe in these things. Indeed, those things cannot be trusted. But Xiaoxi, you mentioned that with such extraordinary methods in the world, why are there still so many patients? Chapter 25. Ashes, gray jade, and ember crystals, it must be said. Xiaoxi is truly captivating. Her skin is so delicate, it seems one could almost squeeze water from it. Did I have any prior interactions with her? Zhou Chun pondered this carefully in his mind. It seemed he might have. Although she tends to keep a low profile, her true appearance remains largely unknown to outsiders. Yet, bullying can occur without reason. Sometimes, it simply arises from a discontented glance. During his time at school, he had certainly dealt with that group of little rascals more than once. If they dared to pick on any inconspicuous student, he would turn a blind eye. It seemed that they only bullied their own kind, always preferring the weak over the strong. He recalled that neither he nor his sister had performed poorly in their studies, so how could they both fail to gain admission? It seemed implausible. Never mind them. Returning to his bed, Zhou Chun drifted back into slumber. The resting room allowed for recovery, though it did not completely heal his injuries. Nonetheless, the distinction between recovery and complete healing was somewhat blurred. His significant blood loss, various soft tissue bruises, and fractures improved considerably after spending some time in the resting room. As dreams enveloped him, he opened his eyes to the waiting space of layers 3 to 4. So I must be slain a few times. Zhou Chun took a deep breath to adjust his state. As the countdown concluded, the scene transformed. Approximately 3 minutes later, a ressounding explosion échouait. Upon opening his eyes, he finally stood within the resting space. 3 colossal statues loomed before him. One he might attempt to engage, but 3 overwhelming him? He briefly tested if he could vanquish one. The answer was affirmative. As long as he could eliminate all 3 of these formidable beings, he would naturally be able to endure for 30 minutes. Quite reasonable, setting aside the requirement from the Gray Tower to evade them. He pondered what the final performance score would be if he succeeded in defeating them all. However, the most pressing dilemma was that he could not even defeat one. The sheer size of these behemoths was daunting, unless Zhou Chun had the opportunity to strike at their necks. Targeting other areas, such as the chest or arms with his current techniques, would prove exceedingly challenging. It was indeed a hellish difficulty. How many times would I have to perish this time? 100? 500? 1,000? If he needed 3 months to pass a single level. That would amount to 4 levels a year. What a hardcore, soul-based combat game this was. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Regardless, breaking through the tower would ultimately yield benefits. On one hand, it appeared he had taken nearly 4 months to conquer the first level, which encompassed layers 1 to 2. Yet on the other hand, his abilities had manifested significantly after eliminating a squad of 10 and subsequently slaying the White Wolf. This demonstrated the merit of the Grey Tower. Standing at the center of the Grey Tower, he opened the manual. Last time he entered, the manual seemed to flicker slightly. But in his haste to reach the resting room for recovery, he had not taken the time to examine it. As his finger pressed down, the light screen unfolded rapidly. An exceptionally thrilling battle. Under the cover of night, you faced a siege. Days of life and death struggles honed your reflexes, enabling you to fully unleash your potential. After an extraordinarily perilous battle, you emerged victorious. The exhilarating battle concluded, and after an intense confrontation, the techniques of blade mastery and breath resonance yielded significant insights. Blade mastery, 345-100 breath resonance, 135-100, what a remarkable bounty. Zhou Chen realized his newfound strength only upon seeing the concrete numbers reflecting such a substantial enhancement. The Grey Tower starkly contrasts with reality. Within the Grey Tower, he had faced death countless times, growing accustomed to it, knowing that he would not truly perish. Aside from the pain, it was akin to playing a game. In reality, however, the blood, scars, and agony incessantly pricked his nerves, incessantly reminding him, death is real. He must wholeheartedly concentrate on employing his techniques, exhausting all his mental faculties to unleash their full power. The terror of life and death hangs precariously, nothing more than that. Zhou Chen's current achievements are solely the result of his relentless efforts. You have completed a life and death battle. Beneath the rain curtain, you declare, what shall I say? On a rainy night, with a blade in hand, could someone provide me an umbrella? Rainy night, blade in hand. No umbrella has been recorded. Are you out of your mind? Bold letters were inscribed directly onto the pages, and as he turned the page, several gray luminescent particles, previously unseen, materialized. The gray particles swiftly arranged themselves, gradually forming a peculiar jade. Embers, the remnants of gray spirits after their demise, typically used to enhance one's extraordinary system or to augment ember crystals. Please note, utilizing highly complex ember products carries a risk of negative effects. These effects can be self-digested and eliminated. However, if a significant quantity of inferior ember products is consumed in a short time, the negative effects will accumulate until they become difficult to dispel. Current embers gray, 200 available for synthesis. Synthesis. Embers can be repeatedly synthesized to eliminate impurities and enhance quality. What a surprise! Zhou Chen stood frozen in place. He had not anticipated such an extensive text to emerge upon merely opening the manual. He read through it line by line, struggling to comprehend. He then began reading again from the start. Still, it was perplexing. Brother, where did these embers come from? In response to Zhou Chen's inquiry, after a brief moment, the text on the page blurred and began to scroll anew. Battle record. Defeated the low-level Gray Spirit White Wolf and its wielder, earning 200 units of embers gray. Well, that's rather thoughtful of it to provide a battle record. This manual, with its incessant chatter, seems to serve a purpose in critical moments. The battle record did not include the 10-member squad. Could it be because they were not strong enough? Zhou Chen pondered thoughtfully. There was no need to dwell on such matters. He should attempt synthesis at least once. He lightly pressed his consciousness against the light screen. Soon, the size of lychee particles of ash began to coalesce, growing from a few to dozens, and then to 200. The beams converged inward, radiating a faint gray glow. As the gray light illuminated the surroundings, it vaguely appeared to form the snarling visage of a wolf. The anomaly flickered and vanished. As the radiance dissipated and all particles vanished, what materialized before Zhou Chen was a diamond-shaped crystal, roughly the size of a fist. Gray gem. 100 units of embers synthesized into the refined gray gem, having eliminated the majority of impurities, can be ingested to enhance extraordinary abilities or to strengthen ash crystal. Embers, gray gem, ash crystal. Zhou Chen pondered these 3 terms intently. The embers were acquired by vanquishing the White Wolf. Killing others did not yield the same result. Should it be understood that only by slaying substantial second-tier extraordinary beings can one obtain this item? Thus, the entire process unfolds as follows. In the real world, slay extraordinary beings to acquire embers. Embers are then used to synthesize the gray gem. The gray gem can augment one's own extraordinary system and enhance the ash crystal. Excellent, excellent. Zhou Chun felt that he had unraveled the intricacies. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. What purpose does the ash crystal serve? Chapter 26. The agile training of the young master in farming. Zhou Chun suddenly recalled what this object was. The inheritance from his father, known only to a select few, consisted not only of that manual, but also of the ash crystal hidden in a secret compartment at home. After researching relevant materials, he concluded that it was beneficial for extraordinary individuals. This was the essence of it. However, the specific advantages remained a mystery to him. Zhou Chun had attempted to sleep while holding it or even try to bite it, but the outcome was nearly disastrous for his teeth. He had indirectly inquired about it from Uncle Zhong, but unfortunately, the latter was not well versed in this matter either. Uncle Zhong practiced the traditional martial arts of Tianxia, which had been passed down for thousands of years, fundamentally differing from the current extraordinary system of the Grey Tower. Should he consider retrieving the ash crystal from home? The thought flashed through his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The most trustworthy Uncle Zhong was currently resting next door. Entrusting this task to anyone else would carry risks. Keeping the item safely at home posed no immediate threat, so he decided to postpone that plan. He extended his hand forward and retrieved a piece of gray jade. How does one use this? As soon as this thought emerged, a wave of warmth surged through the scar on the back of his hand. The gray crystal in his palm instantly transformed into gray particles, flowing into his hand. By consuming the gray jade, Scar receives a certain enhancement. You can now obtain a slight boost in both light and dark environments. In the Scar state, your technique training speed receives a minor increase. I take back my previous evaluation of you. You are not merely a fidgety, talkative manual, you're my elder brother. After absorbing its essence, Zhou Chun felt a vague sensation in his mind, far clearer than the mere descriptions in the manual. Do not underestimate the significance of these simple words. This concise description points out specific directions for enhancement, saving him from the tedious process of exploration. The convenience becomes abundantly clear when applied to multiple tasks. Of course, this assumes the information is accurate. If it were to be incorrect, then Zhou Chun would have to continue berating it. With this gain thoroughly assessed, he realized that breaking through to levels 3 to 4 was not feasible in the short term. While pondering, Zhou Chun turned his gaze to the training ground. He had already experienced all the free offerings and even spent 10 performance points for an extra nap. With 30 points remaining, he was eager to advance. Thus, he could not afford to be frugal with this opportunity. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Zhou Chun exited the Grey Tower, sought out a nurse, and procured several bags of nutritional liquid before returning to his slumber. Now, let the agility training commence. As the familiar scene shifted, performance points deducted, he found himself momentarily dazzled. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating his senses. Additionally, the scent of rain mingled with earth lingered, though not unpleasant. It offered a refreshing aroma. White jade wheat, a special variety from the realm of the Grey Ruins. Enough of the repetitive descriptions. After a rain shower, the white jade wheat reaches maturity, and its fragrant aroma attracts many unexpected guests. In this vast expanse of wheat fields, there exists a rare gem known as the White Jade Wheat King, which is notably plumper and imbued with an extraordinary spirit, containing a wealth of ethereal substance that surpasses that of ordinary spiritual entities. At this moment, the nearly ripe White Jade Wheat King exudes an alluring fragrance. In order to ensure its successful maturation, you, as the farm owner, have coated yourself with a potent lure, making you appear as the Wheat King in the eyes of unwelcome guests. During this agility training, you must evade detection for as long as possible while being pursued by various creatures. Be mindful. Should any creature make contact with you, they may recognize your human identity, necessitating that you avoid being touched in a short span of time. The total duration of this training is set at 24 hours. Goodness! This agility training bears a striking resemblance to the content of levels 3 to 4, albeit at a significantly lower difficulty. In the game, even a slight brush could result in serious injury. while this training stage allows for a few touches. With 30 seconds remaining on the countdown, Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an endless, expansive wheat field, leaping to gaze into the distance where the horizon seemed infinite. Still clad in his farming attire, he had donned a pair of heavy, long rubber boots. His body was sprayed with an unknown fragrance reminiscent of the white jade wheat, and with a deep inhalation, Zhou Chun found himself tempted to lick his own skin. As the countdown reached its conclusion, he dashed forward. After only 2 steps, a scream escaped his lips. What the hell? Is that a snake? Zhou Chun's face contorted slightly as he gripped and quickly dispatched a small jade-green snake, adorned with white markings on its forehead, which had been lurking amidst the white jade wheat. The creature was small, hidden within the wheat, virtually invisible unless one looked closely. Just then, Zhou Chun felt a faint yellow glow emanating from his body. It was a warning from the Gray Tower. The white jade wheat king does not make a sound, and you are exposing your identity. Damn it. The white jade wheat king doesn't make noise. Does that mean it can run on legs? Is that even reasonable? Zhou Chun suppressed the pain in his backside and took off running through the wheat field. After a few seconds, the yellow glow quickly diminished, indicating a return to normalcy. He extended his right hand, and the pale blade swiftly coalesced in his palm, its black, white, and gray particles spreading up his forearm to form a protective arm guard. Starkly contrasting with his farming attire, Zhou Chun swung the long blade to clear his path. Not that he intended to sever the white jade weed outright, but at the very least, he aimed to push the stubborn stalks aside. Previously, he had noticed the wheat's remarkable toughness, and now, as he navigated through the field, it was astonishingly rigid. The white jade wheat swayed in the wind, seeming to ripple gently. However, should he force his way through, it felt as though he were caught in a tumultuous wave. Ouch! Another scream rang out as Zhou Chun was bitten fiercely on the calf by a small, orange-striped badger. This creature had sharp teeth, and he feared it might even break the skin. He stumbled momentarily, and before he could regain his composure, a certain bird of prey, which had been circling overhead, swooped down and collided heavily with his chest. A sharp crack echoed as a small dent formed in his sternum. What in the world? Zhou Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. But that was not the end of his troubles. His final cry of agony rang out. His expression contorted into one of sheer horror, and he clenched his buttocks tightly. Another tiny creature, the nature of which he could not discern, latched onto him. The crimson hue of his skin escalated from a pale yellow to a deep scarlet, rapidly darkening further. The eyes lurking in the shadows, eager to pounce, instantly became alert, and after a brief contemplation, they unanimously concluded that Zhou Chun posed a threat. Subsequently, they dashed away without a backward glance. Training failed. Restarting soon, you realize that if your running speed diminishes, it will swiftly attract the attention of numerous creatures, so you must run, and run swiftly. The rhythmic white jade wheat significantly hindered your speed. You understood that it concealed a certain pattern. Perhaps you could seek answers in the whispers of the wind. A gentle reminder, the white jade wheat king also does not scream or bleed. Am I to be attacked without a sound? Chapter 27. The changing situation, the intensity of the agility training was exceedingly high, and the difficulty was formidable. Zhou Chun found himself perplexed. He had come for training, yet he was constantly subject to unexpected blows to his rear and bites at his waist. And then there was the wheat field. Couldn't some pesticides or alternative measures be applied? Badgers, snakes, field mice, pangolins, a myriad of colorful birds whose species eluded classification. Wheatfield Zoo, the longest he managed to endure, was a mere 15 minutes before being exposed amidst the relentless pursuit of various nuisances. Zhou Chun's speed was not insignificant. His slashing soldier technique and breath resonance method had made remarkable advancements, and his physical prowess had been steadily increasing. He was somewhat bewildered by his own system, sensing he might be nearing the second realm, yet feeling he still fell short. Perhaps this was what was referred to as the fabled half-step into the second realm. As he dashed through the wheat field, he faced an overwhelming array of obstacles. He exerted every ounce of effort to weave through them, yet he would occasionally be grazed by the slender wheat stalks. He sought to feel the rhythm of the wheat, searching for answers in the whispers of the wind. In your days, you may cease your chatter now. This absurd manual was once again leading him into a trance, where he grasped something in a haze, only to emerge empty-handed. The total 24 hours of training came to a swift conclusion. The gains were indeed substantial, yet he was left with a lingering sense of incompleteness. His movements had become increasingly agile, reminiscent of a nimble mountain dog. As for overcoming layers 3 to 4, that was unlikely, compared to these charming little creatures. The colossal figures that charged forth were ruthless, striking and slashing. A mere brush against Zhou Chun would leave him grievously wounded. Moreover, their reckless speed was astonishing once they truly engaged. After much contemplation, Zhou Chun still could not find a breakthrough method. He hesitated briefly, then once more procured several packets of nutritional blocks from the nurse, consuming them to regain his strength, and invested 10 performance points to initiate the agility training for the second time. Commencing harvest summary. Slashing sur die technique 15. 360-100, unnamed technique 150, 150-100. 1 swift. Activating this technique may enhance one's agility. Breath resonance method 30. 155-100. This training session has concluded. Challengers are encouraged to persevere. This encapsulated all the gains from the 2 training sessions. He had successfully devised a technique focused on speed. Under the influence of the breath resonance method, he gained a clearer perception of the surrounding dynamics, becoming entranced by it. His progress in the first stage of the breathing technique had now reached the halfway mark. Zhou Chun could distinctly sense a warm current flowing within him, invigorating him, dispelling any chill. This internal flow was unlike internal energy or the strength of qi in blood. It was difficult to articulate, yet harmonized seamlessly with other martial techniques. I'm not striving for immortality, am I? Zhou Chun muttered to himself as he exited the dream space. Upon awakening, he was startled by the large face of Lu Sun looming beside his bed. Awake? Lu Sun inquired. What are you up to? You're not planning to steal a kiss from me, are you? Lu Sun found himself utterly perplexed by the unexpected remark. Why have you come again? Just a few days ago, Commander Wei visited. Is there truly nothing for the patrol division to attend to? Zhou Chun inquired. The scene on the street that day was particularly tragic. I came to see how you are faring. As you can see, Brother Lu, I was nearly rendered incapacitated. You must be pleased, Lu Sun replied. Not to that extent. I am merely intrigued. It is quite astonishing that a young man, who commits various crimes under my very nose, possesses the capability to slay the white wolf. It feels almost like a tale woven from fantasy. You have quite the talent for concealment, Lu Sun remarked, his expression inscrutable. It was merely luck, Zhou Chun replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Lu Sun regarded him thoughtfully before resuming his seat. This year, the gray tide has already begun to take shape. Its eruption is likely to occur sooner than anticipated. Those of lesser rank can no longer venture beyond the city. The gray tide? Zhou Chun asked, taken aback. The inhabitants of White Star are generally well aware of this phenomenon. It occurs approximately every 3 to 5 years, from November to February or March of the following year, marking the period of the gray tide's outbreak. The essence that seeps from the gray tower mingles with countless calamity spirits, coalescing into a wave that engulfs the lands of White Star. This represents a true catastrophe beyond human resistance. The wilderness has become exceptionally perilous. Each year, several small to medium-sized cities are completely devoured by the gray tide, leaving no trace behind. Considering the timeline, it has indeed been 3 years since the last outbreak. Oh, if we cannot leave the city, then we shall remain. I have no intention of fleeing. Zhou Chun chuckled awkwardly. In that case, we return to the original plan, to participate in the Academy's special recruitment next year and distance ourselves from Yunjin City. However, the current situation is somewhat intriguing. Sun Hu and Commander Wei visited a couple of days ago, and my younger brother, Sun Hu, took the opportunity to secretly discuss matters of leaving the city with me. Logically, no one else should be aware of this. It seems unlikely that Lu Sun would casually broach such topics. Had Sun Hu revealed something? Or was there another reason? Zhou Chun could not ascertain. Moreover, there was another matter. Lu Sun's demeanor remained calm. He did not dwell excessively on this issue. So serious? I've been confined to a sickbed lately, hardly capable of mischief, Zhou Chun remarked, raising an eyebrow. Though you may be bedridden, your subordinates are not. Do you know that Zhang Zhao's son has died, and he himself has been gravely injured? What? Zhou Chun was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with that group of rascals in the fields these past days, completely unaware. Who did this? Was it an act of justice? Was it not your doing? Lu Sun inquired. Am I so idle? I can barely manage the Mingguang group. Where'd I find the leisure to concern myself with Zhang Xiao? Zhou Qin's interest piqued. Pray tell, how did those two rascals meet their demise? Zhang Xiao is not dead yet, Lu Sun reminded him, pausing before continuing. If that is the case, I shall. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, revealing a graceful figure who swayed as she entered. Naizi, Sister Qianai? Zhou Chun stammered. I apologize for not arriving at the appointed time. He propped himself up, only to remember his grievous injuries, and thus coughed weakly, his face pale. Do not feign innocence. If you are unwell, simply rest, Chikawa Chinna chided playfully, casting a mischievous glance at Lu Sun. What brings you here to visit my dear brother? I am merely conducting an investigation, Lu Sun replied with an unwavering calm. If he indeed is your dear brother, I must admit that I have not seen you visit him in recent days. He then rose to his feet. You two may continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to at the office. Farewell. Wait, Lu Sun, do not rush off just yet. Let us converse a little longer, Chikawa Chinna called after him. But Lu Sun did not turn back. I say, Xiao Chun, this Lu Sun truly seems to care for you, Chikawa Chinna remarked as she approached the bed. Looking down at the young man. Cough. He would rather uproot our Zhou family entirely. Zhou Chun replied with a sheepish smile. How is your injury? Chikawa Chinna inquired. Not too bad, though I lament that I may no longer be able to brave the flames for Sister Chinna in the days ahead. Zhou Chun sighed, shaking his head. Fear not, for I shall be here, Chikawa Chinna said, her eyes narrowing into a bright smile. Zhou Chun was taken aback by her response. The Zhou family belongs to our Crimson Cherry Society. The Mingguang group has been exceedingly bold. I have taken upon myself to exact considerable retribution on your behalf during this time. I am truly grateful, Sister Chinna. I have not yet finished speaking. Chikawa Chinna continued with a radiant smile. Miss Chinzi and I have deliberated thoroughly and unanimously concluded that your potential is indeed extraordinary. Therefore, the Zhou family shall maintain its standing, and considering the lack of manpower, I shall take on the responsibility of managing the Zhou family directly for you. Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned. Their eyes met, and in her cerulean gaze, he saw his own reflection. What is it? Chikawa Chinna asked. Having drifted aimlessly through life, I have yet to encounter a wise leader. Now, blessed not to be forsaken, I wish to adopt you as my sworn sister. Zhou Chun declared. You old fool, she retorted playfully. You had best not give me the opportunity to catch you. Chapter 28. The incomplete Zhang Jiao. You are quite the amusing conversationalist, remarked Asakawa Chinna, her laughter ringing out melodiously. The vibrant gestures she made caused Zhou Chun to feel slightly dizzy. Still watching? She paused, her laughter subsiding as she playfully inquired. Sister Chinna, you must know that I have always longed for an elder sister since childhood. Upon meeting you, I realize you are truly my dearest sister. Let us hope your heart truly harbors such sentiments. Asakawa Chinna replied with another fit of laughter, extending her slender fingers to gently pinch his forearm. Ouch! Zhou Chun exclaimed, a shiver coursing through his body. With that lecherous look of yours, I presumed you had escaped unscathed, Asakawa Chinna said, a teasing smile gracing her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. How could that be, Sister Chinna? You have no idea how perilous that day was. Fortunately, Uncle Zhong saved my life at a critical moment. Alas, he now faces a crippled fate. Who knows what lies ahead? Zhou Chun sighed repeatedly. I have checked on Uncle Zhong's condition. The injuries inflicted by the White Wolf are quite severe, involving not only physical trauma, but also the invasive essence of the ruins that has permeated his body. Asakawa Chinna gently shook her head. You are young and robust, and fortunately, you have not suffered significant repercussions. Uncle Zhong, however, was already weakened after sustaining grave injuries. The encroaching essence has thrown his vitality into chaos. We presently have little recourse, but in the extraordinary realm, anything is possible. Perhaps in time, a remedy will be discovered. Indeed, Zhou Chun mused. He was uncertain of his current standing, but in the grand tapestry of Tianxia, he felt utterly inconspicuous. Beyond the higher echelons, there must exist greater means to heal Uncle Zhong. If not, it would be a travesty. Zhou Chen had a desire to inquire of Asakawa Chinna whether the Honging Society could form a team to facilitate his departure to another city. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Just as the Honging Society had never fully trusted the Zhou family, he too had never completely placed his faith in the seemingly whimsical Chinna before him. Let's set aside such matters, Asakawa Chinna cheerfully prompted. What was the situation with that Commander Lu's son? Did he seek to persuade you to act as an insider for the inspection division, aiming to topple the Honging Society? Sister Chinna, please do not jest. How could Commander Lu's son possibly recruit me for such undertakings? Zhou Chen hastily clarified, revealing the entirety of Zhang Jiao's affairs. Zhang Ming? I have indeed heard of his situation, Asakawa Chinna responded thoughtfully. Over the years, he has taken advantage of his position to reap considerable benefits. His younger brother holds a significant role within the inspection division and dotes on Zhang Ming's son, who has stirred up quite a bit of trouble during his 2 years at school. Recently, he conspired with others to disgrace a young lady from the Meng family. His demise was hardly unjust. He seems to be in this hospital as well, perhaps on another floor. Would you like me to take you to see him? Asakawa Chinna's eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly eager for some entertainment. Cough, cough. No need for that, Sister Chinna. I am not particularly acquainted with him. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Very well, then rest well. We can discuss matters further once you have fully recovered. Thank you. Sister Chinna. As he watched her depart the hospital room, Zhou Chen finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Rubbing his brow, he felt that life was increasingly akin to a scrambled egg. Once again, there was the targeted scrutiny from the Mingguan group, coupled with Lu Sun's particular attention. And now Asakawa Chinna was harboring some peculiar thoughts, to be precise. The Honging Society had conceived a new idea. Asakawa Chinna was assisting him in managing the Zhou family. The Zhou family was entirely under the control of the Honging Society, and Zhou Chen might also become a mere puppet. He genuinely wished to refrain from getting involved. Previously, his fierce stance served two purposes: to deter certain factions with ulterior motives and to hope that the Honging Society would take note of the Zhou family's performance, delaying their inevitable betrayal. Currently, the gray tide was rampant, making it exceptionally challenging to leave the city. If the Zhou family were still as prosperous as before, finding a reliable team would not pose a problem. The real issue was the scarcity of trustworthy allies. Did he truly have to wait until next year for the gray tide to subside? 3 to 4 months might not seem long. Yet it was anticipated that special recruitment assessment notifications would soon be forthcoming. Zhou Chen let out a long sigh once more. The primary turning point remained the death of his uncle. This loss was not merely about one uncle. It also encompassed the brothers who had accompanied him to the Grey Tower, totaling dozens of second-tier experts, each a formidable force and absolutely the backbone. Suddenly, they had all perished. The reason Zhou Chen could still stir was precisely because this group of brothers was not to be underestimated. Everyone harbored a certain trepidation toward the Zhou family. That being said, he could not afford to show weakness. Did he truly believe that the various factions in Yunjin City were fools? If he dared to exhibit even the slightest hint of retreat, he would have been devoured long ago. Lying in his hospital bed for a while, he cast aside his chaotic thoughts. Then he extended his hand. A corner of the curtain was drawn back, and sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his palm. The traces of light and shadow the areas bathed in sunlight radiated a gentle warmth, which swiftly spread throughout his body. Bathed in sunlight, the speed of his recovery was enhanced. While not excessively dramatic, when combined with breathing techniques and the feedback from his training during dreams, the results were indeed notable. At this pace, he should be able to leave the hospital soon. Someone entered at the door. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and called in Lao Lang, who had been waiting outside. In recent days, members of the martial arts school had come to visit him one after another, causing him considerable annoyance. And he had ultimately sent them all away, leaving only 2 individuals stationed at the entrance. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Lao Lang peeked in. Push me out. Zhou Chen turned over, attempting to get out of bed by himself. Surprisingly, aside from a slight tightness in his chest, it was far smoother than he had anticipated. Oh dear, young master, do be careful. Lao Lang hooded and up. Okay, I'm fine. Just look, I can still jump. Saying this, Zhou Chen leaped from his position. The thud upon landing startled Lao Lang. Hiss, that hurt a bit. Where's the wheelchair? Zhou Chun inhaled sharply, and with the other S assistance. He settled into the wheelchair. Young master, do you wish to go out for some fresh air? Lao Lang inquired. No. Do you know which ward Zhang Xiao is in? Oh yes, he is just below us. Go find him. Thus, Lao Lang pushed the young master's wheelchair forward. Upon ascending via the elevator to the lower floor, he soon found himself halted before the hospital room of the other party. You wretched creature, why must you provoke everyone? Claiming superiority here and there, who truly excels? You are the most formidable of all. Look at the predicament we are in now. If your son has erred, can't we simply acknowledge his mistake? What are you doing? Oh dear, how shall we navigate our lives from this point onward? Even before entering the room, he was met with the heart-wrenching sounds of sorrowful weeping. The entire family was present. As he was ushered into the room, he beheld a woman, seemingly not yet 30, collapsed beside the hospital bed, wailing in despair. Nearby, the expressions of the patrol officer and his family were equally grim. They were none other than the family of Zhang, the brother, Zhou Chun. Upon his entrance, the officer instinctively rose, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Young Master Zhou, Zhang Ming, still groggy from his slumber, turned to look at him, subsequently managing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything joyful. Long time no see. Indeed, it has been a while, Zhang. Zhou Chun cast a glance at the immobile lower half of his counterpart, expressing sincere regret. I had intended to assist you in dealing with the situation, but alas, with the unforeseen turn of events, you were the first to bear the brunt. It is not your fault, young Master Zhou. I, too, did not anticipate their reckless aggression, akin to that of a rabid dog, striking without warning. Zhang's complexion indeed appeared quite dismal, and his words emerged frail and lacking vigor. Chapter 29. The eve of breakthrough, young Master Zhou. You have seen enough. My brother needs rest. You may take your leave, Zhang Xiao said in a somber tone. As a supervisor, he was not particularly upright in his duties, yet he had not formed a close relationship with the Zhou family. Instead, he leaned towards the Mingguang group, harboring no fondness for Zhou Chun. Ah, let us converse a little longer, Zhou Chun remarked, casting a glance at Lao Lang, who promptly placed the fruit by the bedside. Principal Zhang is a commendable educator, deserving of utmost respect in my eyes. Witnessing him in such grievous condition fills my heart with profound sorrow. A flicker of emotion crossed Principal Zhang's face as he lay upon the sickbed. Indeed, one was confined to a wheelchair while the other rested on a hospital bed. Their plight resonated deeply with one another, a true reflection of kindred spirits. Can we ascertain that it was the Meng family behind this? I recall that the Meng family faced some upheaval a few years back, rendering them rather powerless, Zhou Chun pondered. When we competed against the Zhou family for business a few years ago, your second uncle incapacitated several of their members. Principal Zhang interjected with a slight cough. However, the notion of their lack of power is subjective. Notwithstanding their situation, they could always muster the financial means to hire someone to act on their behalf. Yet, given the amalgamation of evidence, it does not seem characteristic of the Meng family. What do you mean? Zhou Chun inquired. Zhang Xiao continued, his gaze icy. The absence of eyewitnesses at the time of the incident and the failure of surveillance footage lead us to believe it is unlikely the Meng family was responsible. That explains why Lu Sun sought me out for inquiries. Of course, Yunjin City is equipped with surveillance, at least for the impoverished. As for the elite, apologies, the technology falls short, or the cameras may be malfunctioning. The Meng family, while affluent, was not a lineage of martial artists or extraordinary beings. They merely constituted a wealthy family enterprise. They had invested in several martial arts schools, but overall, they did not rank among Yunjin's top powers. Although Principal Zhang's son was a scoundrel, he possessed a certain discernment in selecting targets, typically choosing families whose backgrounds paled in comparison to his own. However, this time, they seemed to have underestimated their adversaries. More critically, if the situation had not been utterly dire, if at least someone remained alive, the circumstances might have been somewhat more favorable. Oh no, with 3 individuals involved, it appears the outcome is hardly better than death. The supervisory office had been tirelessly pursuing the culprit in recent days. Young Master Zhou, should you possess any leads, we implore you to share them, and we shall reward you handsomely. The woman who had been weeping incessantly before entering pleaded, wiping away her tears. Agreed, Zhou Chen nodded and subsequently exited the hospital room. In the corridor, he pondered aloud. Do you think this incident could have been orchestrated by the Meng family? To be honest, I doubt it. Lao Lang offered his assessment. The Meng family's influence is well known, and Principal Zhang is at the second realm, albeit a weaker one. He should not have been so grievously harmed. Who among the Meng family possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat? Never mind. It is of no concern to us, Zhou Chen replied, shaking his head. A glance toward the other party revealed that their relationship was not particularly close. He was purely curious about the circumstances of the other party. Under such considerations, Lu Sun's suspicion that the Zhou family was involved in some wrongdoing seemed entirely reasonable. Upon returning to the hospital room, a tranquil environment was restored. Several days passed without incident. After repeatedly enduring the frustration of being struck down during a game of hide and seek, Zhou Chen could no longer contain himself. With only 10 points of performance remaining, he contemplated whether there would be an urgent need for action. As he saw no glimmer of hope for advancement, he boldly decided to gamble on agility training to enhance his footwork skills. Within a field of wheat, Zhou Chen darted back and forth, embodying a unique rhythm that intertwined and flowed continuously. In his right hand, he wielded the azure blade, its swinging frequency not particularly high, yet each forward slash effortlessly cleaved through a small patch of white jade wheat. This new, unnamed technique was entirely distinct from the slashing soldier technique. While its lethality did not stand out, it placed a pronounced emphasis on speed. Coupled with the breath resonance method, the entire expanse of the white wheat field, along with the gentle breeze, presented to him a novel cadence of breath. Zhou Chen moved with remarkable swiftness, weaving seamlessly through the stalks of wheat. The azure blade danced in his hands, reminiscent of a butterfly flitting from flower to flower. Amidst the rustling sounds, white jade wheat would occasionally be severed in twain. The rhythm of the wind, the rhythm of the wheat. Even the blade possessed its own rhythmic breath. He attuned himself to the vibrations of all things, resonating with their movements. Suddenly, a peculiar rustling drew his attention, and with a speed akin to instinct, he evaded to the right. A cold gleam flashed, and a snake was cleaved in two. After enduring numerous attacks from these small creatures, he had gained considerable insight. While he could not completely predict their trajectories, he had become fairly familiar with them. Dodging left and right in a continuous flow, his footwork became increasingly ethereal. As the countdown above his head concluded, this session of agility training was successfully completed. Commencing harvest summary. Slashing soldier technique 15. 375-100. Unnamed technique 30. 280-100. Breath resonance method 25. 180-100. The maximum duration of persistence for this training session was 1 hour. Breaking the previous record. Reward performance points. 10. Training has concluded. Challengers are encouraged to continue their efforts. The rewards were abundant, exceedingly so. The new technique was on the verge of advancing to the third stage, and if it followed the trajectory of the slashing soldier technique, the third stage would likely possess new characteristics. The credit for this advancement could hardly be overlooked, attributed significantly to the Azure Scar state. When entering the Azure Scar state, stamina would deplete at an accelerated rate, yet overall physical capabilities would be enhanced in virtually all aspects. Furthermore, any comprehension of techniques would receive a boost. His considerable efforts to break through layers 1 to 2 were undoubtedly worthwhile, yielding rewards that exceeded expectations. In this training space, time was nearly equivalent to the night outside. A 24-hour agility training session equated to a full night's rest in the external world, akin to undergoing a profound sleep. Upon concluding today's specialized training, he exited the dream space. After yawning several times, Zhou Chen donned his garments. Having spent a week in the hospital, he had nearly fully recovered, and his strength had significantly improved. If I were to confront Lu Jia once more with the skills I currently possess, he would undoubtedly find himself in a far less disheveled state. It is time to return home. All formalities have been duly completed. However, Uncle Zhong's condition is somewhat precarious, necessitating an extended stay in the hospital. After exchanging pleasantries with the staff, Zhou Chen, accompanied by the old wolf, exited the medical facility. They boarded the vehicle and gradually departed from the hospital premises. Has anything noteworthy transpired in Yunjin recently? He glanced at the newly posted posters along the street. Nothing significant, Chunge. If we were to speak of major events, it would be the tragic murder of Principal Zhang's son, leaving him partially paralyzed from the waist down. Additionally, the Mingguang Group has recently announced some technological breakthroughs promoting their armed program. They are calling for volunteers throughout the city of Yunjin to participate in mechanical armament. Even an ordinary individual can become extraordinary. They profess to aim at arming the entire populace of Yunjin, which sounds remarkably noble and righteous. The city has been abuzz with excitement, with many extolling the virtues of the Mingguang Group as benevolent saviors. Chapter 30. A Moment of Catharsis. Zhou Chen instantly grasped the crux of the matter. The ARM project? It also allows ordinary individuals to become extraordinary? He let out a soft exclamation. Indeed, Brother Chun. The ARM project aims to equip all residents of Yunjin. Privately, everyone refers to it as the Extraordinary Project. If everything aligns with the propaganda, it could indeed produce a multitude of extraordinary beings. Furthermore, individuals with physical disabilities can also partake in this initiative to attain extraordinary abilities. Old Wolf elaborated. If I recall correctly, they have been experimenting with these trials for some time, but the mortality rate was excessively high. Now that it is being widely promoted, perhaps they have made new technological breakthroughs. Zhou Chen pondered thoughtfully. Previously, the mortality rate was so high that it could scarcely be described as anything but reckless disregard for human life. Those with a solid foundation might fare better, but for an utterly ordinary person, the risks were alarmingly high. Yet, there remained a multitude of citizens who believed wholeheartedly and revered the Mingguang Group, nearly regarding them as saviors of humanity. While the high mortality rate may have drawn some criticism in the past, if the ARM project proves effective, he could only imagine the magnitude of prestige the Mingguang Group would subsequently attain. How could such a technology fall into the hands of these scoundrels? How wonderful it would be if the Hong Ing Society had control over it. In that case, several brothers in the hall, along with Uncle Zhong. Old Wolf sighed deeply. In today's world, paralysis is a remarkably common affliction. However, this type of paralysis, while seemingly similar to that of the past, is far more complex, particularly prevalent among martial artists or the extraordinary. Martial artists possess vital energy, while the extraordinary are infused with the essence of the gray void. When subjected to severe trauma, the internal substances may go haywire, potentially injuring critical organs. If one is unfortunate enough to damage the spine, it could lead to symptoms of paralysis. If the symptoms are mild, there is hope for partial recovery through gradual treatment, allowing one to return to a normal life. However, if the symptoms are severe, the prospects become dire. Regardless of whether one is an ordinary person or holds another status, being confined in such a manner, be it for 10 days, half a month, a year, 2 years, or even 10 or 20 years, would undoubtedly transform one's mental state. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. After a moment, he spoke, stating that upon returning, he would reiterate to the martial arts hall that they should not be swayed by this so-called armed project, for the Mingguang Group has never been benevolent. Rest assured, Brother Chun, we have emphasized this repeatedly. Apprentices are strictly forbidden from engaging with the Mingguang Group on their own. Old Wolf chuckled, adding, besides, we are not foolish. With our current relationship with the Mingguang Group, how could we possibly venture into their territory? That would be tantamount to courting death. Indeed, Zhou Chen nodded. He was relatively satisfied with his martial arts hall's students. Since the incident, those who had departed were gone, and those who remained were largely loyal. Brother Chun, setting aside emotional biases, do you find their project reliable? Old Wolf inquired with curiosity. Difficult to say. Zhou Chen lifted his gaze toward the roadside billboards, LCD screens, and bus stop signs. Every so often, the words related to the ARM project and the Mingguang Group would appear. Previously, there were numerous slogans, yet none have been as exaggerated as this one, overwhelming to the point that one might fear others remain oblivious. Without certainty, it seems implausible for the Mingguang Group to be so ostentatious. He clicked his tongue in disdain, referring to the unruly denizens of the internet CAFS, asserting that any achievements they might boast of are built upon the countless bodies of the Tianxia people. Brother Chun was right. These scoundrels are conducting all manner of insane experiments on our Tianxia territory. The old wolf began to curse vehemently. The two exchanged barbs, relishing in their shared disdain. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Just as they were about to enter, Zhou Chun suddenly noticed someone standing quietly at the door, awaiting their arrival. Three individuals were impeccably attired in tailored suits, their collars and ties crisply pressed. The leader, with impeccably groomed hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, was unmistakably a member of the Mingguang group. After signaling the old wolf to halt the vehicle, Zhou Chun stepped out. "Suckabuli, my good brother, my Funk Beach friend, Manager William, it has been so long. What winds of misfortune have blown you to the doorstep of the Zhou family?" Zhou Chun beamed a radiant smile, extending his arms for a grand embrace. Manager William was of equal rank to the manager role he had encountered days prior. It was he who had previously engaged most frequently with the Zhou family. "Young Master Zhou, please refrain from calling me manager. I have since been demoted to a level 3 employee." "How embarrassing," William replied, his Tianxia accent slightly noticeable, yet not difficult to comprehend. "Oh dear, Suckabuli, my brother has been demoted?" Zhou Chun expressed profound sympathy. "Your business acumen is well recognized by my family. Back when my father was still around, you often compelled him to take antihypertensive medication. He frequently remarked, 'Why hasn't that rascal William, who birthed a child without a skin rash, kicked the bucket yet?' In the blink of an eye, my father has passed, and you still remain." His tongue wagged incessantly, akin to a machine gun. "Please accept my condolences." "Wait, are you insulting me?" William momentarily failed to grasp the situation, instinctively responding with condolences. "What nonsense, my good brother. I would never speak ill of anyone." Zhou Chun waved his hand, draping his arm around William's shoulders as they prepared to enter the hall. "Come, let us go inside. I shall treat you to some horse urine." "Zhou Chun." William's face turned ashen, finally realizing that this fellow had just managed to insult him thoroughly. He shrugged off Zhou Chun's arm, his expression darkening. "I came here to have a serious conversation with you, not to engage in conflict. If you wish to chat, then let us enter. It has been ages since we last saw one another," Zhou Chun replied cheerfully. "I could be your uncle." William adjusted his somewhat disheveled collar. "Regarding the matter at hand, I extend my apologies on behalf of the Mingguang group. Due to certain oversights on our part, erroneous information was relayed to our subordinates, resulting in your grievous injury. I sincerely apologize." "Huh?" Zhou Chun was taken aback. Is such a sentiment truly capable of being expressed by an employee of the Mingguang group? A miracle indeed. "So?" he inquired. "Thus, on behalf of the Mingguang group, I extend an invitation to you for a banquet to be held in the park in a few days. It is my hope that our two factions might find reconciliation, as there may well be opportunities for collaboration in the future." William spoke earnestly, his demeanor reflecting a genuine seriousness. "Reconciliation?" Zhou Chun chuckled softly, taken aback by the suggestion. "Are you serious?" "Of course. Our Mingguang group is sincere in our intentions and has prepared numerous generous gifts for you." William nodded, asserting that it would be the best outcome for both parties to put aside past grievances. "What a notion of putting aside grievances. Allow me to inquire further." Zhou Chun paused briefly before asking, "What was the reason for your demotion, Manager William?" William remained silent for a moment, then replied with a smile. "It was due to the failed mission to orchestrate an assassination against you, which resulted in considerable losses." Chapter 31. The Ember Crystal and the Gray Armor originally. Commander Wei Min was supposed to accompany us today, but he was suddenly assigned a mission to lead a team away from Yunjin. Before his departure, we had an extensive discussion, and we both concurred that there was not much animosity between the Mingguang group and the Zhou family. It is entirely feasible for us to sit down and engage in a dialogue. Zhou Xiao can rest assured, although he is not physically present, his spirit will continually accompany us, and this reconciliation will undoubtedly adhere to a formal process. After a few brief exchanges, William left behind a business card with his contact information, yet he did not specify the exact location. As we watched the three of them depart, Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming urge to strike back, but ultimately restrained himself. Such audacity! In the end, he managed to suppress his impulse and refrained from launching a retaliatory attack. His primary wound had yet to completely heal. Should they react, they might transform into their mech suits on the spot. Last time, the White Wolf had failed to eliminate him, but this time they surely would. The extraordinary project manager of the Mingguang group possessed considerable strength. Chengge, the old wolf tentatively called his name. Let us head back, Zhou Chen replied as he stepped into the martial arts training hall. What business did he have in seeking reconciliation with the Mingguang group? He could only think that he was no fool. If he truly desired to reconcile, there were numerous grand restaurants in Yanjin City. Why must it be at their park? Were they intending to make a fool of him? This notion inevitably conjured images of a treacherous banquet. And then there was Wei Min. What kind of people-s soldier was he to consort with such deceitful individuals? Zhou Chen scoffed at the thought. He did not intend to concern himself with their affairs. Let them do as they pleased. After being struck by the vehicle, he had no intention of exposing himself again to be targeted. He would bide his time quietly until he could leave Yanjin. Recently, there had been numerous upheavals, and the martial arts hall had grown considerably quieter. Upon his entrance, he noted that the number of practitioners in the training ground was sparse, lacking the vibrancy of a year or two prior. Winding through the various training areas, Zhou Chen finally arrived at his small courtyard. There was little change since before his hospitalization. After all, it was the young master's residence, and someone had to maintain it. He retrieved his key and unlocked the door. Ensuring no one was watching, he proceeded to the inner room and opened the wardrobe. The heavy wooden box felt as it always did. Upon opening a corner, it revealed the faintly glowing pentagonal crystal. The ember crystal, a small object whose purpose remained elusive even to this day. Zhou Chen mumbled softly to himself as he reached out to grasp it. The warm yet cool touch was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of a fine jade material, with a surface temperature that felt like a blend of both warmth and chill. Truly remarkable. Upon closer inspection, one could observe a myriad of tiny crystalline particles within, coalescing into a visibly fluffy substance. This material appeared to oscillate between liquid and light gas, flowing slowly and exuding a dreamlike quality. Suddenly, as he was observing it, a jolt of energy surged through him. A searing sensation erupted on the back of his hand, followed by an overwhelming desire blossoming within his heart. Was the scar on his hand yearning to consume this object? Zhou Chen adjusted his grip with a single hand, and the intensity of his desire immediately diminished. Could it be that his previous lack of reaction was due to the absence of the scarlet mark? No. It might also be that he simply lacked extraordinary qualities before. Zhou Chen's expression turned peculiar. After much contemplation, this was the only plausible explanation. Previously, he had merely practiced his swordplay and experimented with breathing techniques. While these were indeed different from a warrior's methods, they bore a striking resemblance overall. It was only when the scarlet mark appeared that he truly felt devoid of any connection to a warrior. As he pondered, a luminous screen suddenly materialized before him. Through exploration, you have finally discerned a difficult correlation between ember crystal and scarlet mark. You are aware that you possess one unit of gray jade, which can be utilized for self-absorption or to enhance the ember crystal. You may place the ember crystal within the luminous screen to complete the enhancement. At last, a glimmer of guidance. Zhou Chen understood that ember crystals were exceedingly precious, fiercely sought after by both the Mingguang Corporation and the Red Cherry Society. Yet they were virtually unattainable for the common folk. He couldn't help but wonder if, after absorption, he could cleave through the Mingguang Corporation skyscraper. Musing to himself, he drew the ember crystal closer to the luminous screen. Soon, he experienced a gelatinous sensation from the once intangible screen. The ember crystal submerged within, sending ripples outward. Ember crystal, offensive and defensive type. Enhancement possible by merging this ember crystal with gray armor. You will create a personal offensive and defensive technique that reflects the user's unique characteristics, gray armor. A construct shaped by the power of the Gray Ruins. It represents one of the mainstream systems of the Gray Ruins organisms. The information was far more extensive than Zhou Chen had anticipated. The scarlet mark was likely a manifestation of gray armor. The so-called ember crystal could be viewed as a skill, perhaps? At this point, he genuinely felt the need for a proper skill. This slashing technique was merely a special resonance technique. As long as one wielded a weapon, it could unleash formidable lethality. In his understanding, a skill should resemble something akin to a heavenly burst or a dragon-slaying strike. Zhou could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. Without further hesitation, he directed his thoughts towards the enhancement option behind the Ember Crystal. He soon noticed the gray jade materializing, seemingly inquiring whether he wished to proceed with the enhancement. He nodded in affirmation. The gray jade then approached the Ember Crystal, gradually disintegrating into countless gray particles that melded into the crystal. The concentration of particles within the Ember Crystal visibly surged to a new level. He had previously tested the enhancement effect of the gray jade. Initially, the scarlet mark could only cover his entire right arm, but now it had expanded to include a piece of chest armor. Although the overall appearance was still rather incongruous, the boost to his physical attributes was nearly exponential. Moreover, under illumination, his body's recovery speed significantly accelerated. In shadows, it naturally generated a peculiar rhythm that allowed him to conceal part of his aura. Neither effect was overly exaggerated, but remained exceptionally practical. Zhou eagerly anticipated the effects of the Ember Crystal after enhancement and its subsequent absorption. After some contemplation, he reclined upon his bed and swiftly descended into slumber. After experiencing a series of deaths, he withdrew into the realm of rest. A manual floated quietly at the heart of this expanse, its pages rustling until it settled upon one detailing the ash crystal. He retrieved an item, grasping it firmly in his right hand. The scar on his palm ignited a yearning sensation, greedily absorbing the essence wafting from the ash crystal. Thus he thought, absorb, hiss. Just as this notion took flight, in the next moment, Zhou felt as though his entire being was enveloped in mist. A tingling electric current surging wildly within him. Wherever it coursed, his sinews were stretched, rendered more resilient. Hiss! Yet before long, this subtle pleasure morphed into waves of sharp pain. Within mere seconds, the agony enveloped him entirely, contorting his face. Ultimately, it resembled a cramp, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Scorching heat surged within him, blurring his senses. Time passed, second by second. The sheen of the scar on his hand began to fade. It was uncertain how long this lasted, but the peculiar sensations eventually subsided. Zhou, drenched in sweat, lay prostrate on the ground, maintaining a position with his rear elevated. Slowly opening his eyes, he remained in this dazed posture, immobile, until clarity gradually returned to his thoughts. With a deep exhalation, he flipped over, sprawled out in a relaxed manner. His gaze remained vacant, his chest heaving violently. It seems I have gleaned much. A sword is a sword. A knife is a knife. A sword is a double-edged blade. A knife is a single-edged one. The Malay sword is indeed a sword, and a nail clipper is a knife. One stroke can pierce through tetanus. A rusty blade reveals its lineage. What on earth am I saying? The ash crystal. Skills. Have I truly comprehended something profound? Chapter 32. Techniques of Weaponry. Unformed techniques of weaponry. After absorbing the Ember Crystal in conjunction with your personal characteristics, a certain offensive technique is on the verge of being born. By adjusting your breath and invoking this technique, combining the internal energy at a specific angle to pierce with a sword, you can accomplish this skill. Due to the effects of the Ember Crystal, you may choose to directly acquire a technique with constant power or opt to gradually absorb its effects to construct your own new technique. A luminous screen materialized before him. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up within Zhou. Rising from the ground, he meticulously scanned the text before him, followed by an acute awareness of his internal condition. As the Ember Crystal melded into his body, he could feel a significant enhancement in his physical prowess with a mere gentle activation of the Kangen. In his mind, a nebulous mass swirled, transmitting vague information as it rolled and twisted. If you were to activate the Ember Crystal immediately, that mist would burst forth, granting him instant mastery of an ability. Conversely, should he choose to ignore it, the Ember Crystal would continue to release power, and those indistinct thoughts would shift with his movements, effectively guiding him in the creation of a new technique. Both options bore an element of unpredictability. The former was more direct and exhilarating, allowing for swift mastery with minimal effort, while the latter was laborious, requiring considerable time for exploration before complete technique could be forged. Zhou Qin's expression reflected uncertainty. Extending his hand, pale particles adhered to his arm, swiftly forming a breastplate and gauntlet, along with its song blade. With a flick of his wrist, the sword's edge erupted with a sharp hum. Under the influence of the resonance breathing method, an almost transparent airflow, distinct from internal strength, surged within him. This flow rapidly enveloped the blade, enhancing both its sharpness and durability. He concentrated his energy in the dantian, holding his breath to focus. Then, he traced a semicircle with his feet, channeling power through his waist, as the white light on the sword intensified dramatically. Suddenly, he swung forward with a single stroke. The air buzzed, and the sword left rippling white streaks in its wake, akin to waves spreading across a tranquil surface. After a brief moment, all phenomena dissipated. Could this strike truly withstand the defender? It was certain to breach defenses, but the extent remained uncertain. Zhou Qin's eyes widened, staring in awe at the remnants of the phenomenon in the air. He felt a slight emptiness within, his lower back aching slightly, perhaps due to his inexperience. Currently, his combat prowess, without heavily relying on Kangen, would face some pressure in a one-on-one encounter against the White Wolf, while he could seize an opportunity for a decisive blow. Any retaliation would not bode well. Yet, with this technique, could he even injure the defender? In theory, with a well-timed ambush, a one-hit kill was not beyond reach. Purely high offense coupled with low defense. Zhou Qin felt he had perhaps overemphasized his attack capabilities. More crucially, the strike he had just executed was far from a complete technique. It merely stemmed from a unique sensation he experienced after absorbing the Ember Crystal, leading him to follow his instinct and deliver the blow. The journey towards true mastery is undoubtedly a long and arduous one. Who can fathom the potential power that this so-called blade technique will wield once it reaches fruition? It is utterly frustrating. I find myself increasingly in need of a mentor. In the minuscule realm of Yunji City, unless I fully dedicate myself to the Red Cherry Society, acquiring information regarding contemporary mainstream extraordinary practices proves to be exceedingly difficult. Zhou Qin has, after all, amassed all the knowledge available from books. According to the original plan, he was to enroll in a comprehensive learning program at an esteemed institution, thereby securing an opportunity to enter the Gray Tower, where, under the guidance of professional instructors, he would master extraordinary powers. Who could have anticipated that a mere accident would lead to the demise of Zhou's father? Each time he dreams, he finds himself within an entity of uncertain authenticity, perhaps a genuine Gray Tower. Nevertheless, in comparison to his peers, Zhou Qin perceives himself as relatively formidable. Who truly knows? He continues to wield his blade, reveling in the exquisite sensations it evokes. Through breath techniques, he refines his body, cultivating a unique flow of energy, which he chooses to designate as weapon essence. This essence flows as a result of the resonance between his breath and the blade. Without a weapon in hand, however, his progress is significantly hampered. Compared to blood warriors, weapon essence harmonizes more effectively with blades, enhancing the blade/slash technique and universally fortifying the weapon's strength. Previously, Zhou Qin believed himself to be quite impressive. Yet, as he masters more techniques, he increasingly realizes that this path is replete with uncharted territories worthy of exploration. At this moment, with the guidance of the Ember Crystal, he reflects upon his past techniques, which appear shockingly rudimentary. Each move and stance, when distilled, are merely slight variations on basic swordsmanship. They hardly qualify as sophisticated, at least not in comparison to the unformed techniques. Should I not simply activate it entirely? Zhou Qin's inner desire stirs with anticipation for the effects this technique might yield upon completion. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrains his impulse. To directly conjure a technique of unknown origin, without assurance of its compatibility with his essence, seems reckless. Presently, Kangen has consumed the Ember Crystal. The potential for transformation is ever present, yet with nothing pressing at hand. He prefers to deliberate and comprehend at his own pace, which may prove more fitting for him. Self-discovery, indeed, aligns more closely with one's true nature, yet techniques, passed down through generations, are continuously refined, ultimately becoming increasingly intricate and perfected. How can one man's strength contend with that of the generations before him? You realize that such thoughts are akin to a novice in mathematics aspiring to delve into calculus. Could you possibly refrain from speaking? Zhou Chen's expression darkens. Very well. If that is the case, he shall proceed to activate the Ember Crystal. Just as he prepares to do so, the luminous screen ahead continues to scroll. You're also aware that the Ember Crystal is a remnant of the Embers, a relic left by the creatures of the Grey Ruins, gradually absorbing and digesting impurities. Should you choose to accept it unconditionally, it may bestow a fleeting surge of power. However, it will ultimately sow seeds of peril for the future. Can you not complete your thoughts in a single breath? This manual is becoming increasingly irksome to him. The immediate cost of activating the Ember Crystal is, in essence, a latent peril, somewhat akin to the Grey Jade. Zhou Chen meticulously perused the text multiple times. At this juncture, he resigned himself to the realization that he possessed a promising future and saw no necessity to engage with this entity. Was it not merely a matter of patience and perseverance? However, prior to commencing, you have 300 seconds to adjust your state, prepare for the challenge, or actively push open the door. The surroundings shifted, and with the acquisition of this technique, he felt invigorated. A defender, indeed. A colossal figure, no doubt. They seek to hunt me down, do they? With this sword in hand, I shall vanquish any formidable foe with a single stroke. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from his side. Zhou Chen discerned that a giant would soon emerge from approximately 2 o'clock. This time, he chose not to flee. After steadying his breath, he marched boldly forward. The azure blade in his grasp shimmered with a faint luminescence as he gauged the distance between them, accelerating with each step, and then leapt into the air, the sword of the great river, descending from the heavens. Ah! Thud! A colossal blade, nearly 2 meters in length, effortlessly flattened countless trees, and then cleaved through the bewildered Zhou Chen suspended in midair. Rest assured, I am quite well here. I have contacted a few old friends. They mentioned that paralysis is rather troublesome, but not insurmountable. We have prepared the necessary resources. It should pose no issue. What are you doing? Are you running? You sound out of breath. Perhaps you should refrain from exercising for the next few days. Do remind my brother to follow up. How could the patrol division fail to uncover such a trivial matter? Utterly useless. Very well, let us leave it at that. I must take my rest. He hung up the phone. Zhang Xiao's visage displayed fatigue and disappointment. He summoned a caregiver, lowered the bed, and tucked himself under the covers. Soon, Zhang Xiao drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, struggling to catch his breath. Zhang Xiao opened his eyes, heavy with sleep. In that instant, a pair of crimson eyes met his gaze. Instantly, he jolted awake. You! His mind buzzed, plunging into a void. He desperately sought to articulate something, yet his throat was constricted, and when his voice emerged, it was subdued by some unseen force, failing to carry far. That day unfolded in a similar manner, with no one noticing his cries for help. He could barely move his upper body, extending his hand to grasp the assailant's arm with all his might, but regardless of his efforts, he could not budge them an inch. Zhang Xiao could only emit muffled sounds. Zhang Xiao, can you guess who I am? The hand of a mechanized figure tightened its grip. You. Crack. The sound rang out sharply. In the end, Zhang Xiao could not utter sound. Chapter 33. Feel the flow of the wind. 10 meters to the left. There lies an inconspicuous pit. A vigorous leap over it may ensnare the defenders, potentially causing them to lag behind by at least 2 paces. Zhou Chen, with remarkable swiftness, navigates through the dense thicket, maintaining a peculiar frequency. This is not a meticulously pruned forest, but rather a wild expanse overrun with untamed grass and shrubs. The branches and undergrowth grow wildly, creating an exceedingly chaotic environment. More critically, within this disarray, there lurk indistinct black lines, the secretion of the ink-patterned pine. Excessive contact in a short span can induce characteristics such as binding and entangling. Zhou Chun initially presumed these were mere descriptors, only to discover, upon contact, that they manifested a tangible yet indescribable state. The threads are not resilient. They snap with a mere tug. Nevertheless, his speed inexplicably diminishes, enveloping him in a sensation of confinement, as if bound. This embodies the so-called characteristic. In the past 2 days, he had confined himself to the gray tower, fervently laboring. For he had uncovered that under this mode, he could actively restart. There was no need to await death. As long as Zhou Chun resolutely declared his intention to exit or restart, everything would revert to its original state. Previously, he had been ensnared in a thought pattern imposed by the White Wolf, never contemplating the possibility of halting midway. The manual provided no hints, leaving him to navigate through trial and error. Thankfully, this realization has dawned upon him. He now feels he can restart whenever he senses a misstep or impending demise. Consequently, his efficiency has surged dramatically. The paramount benefit of this restart capability lies in the significant alleviation of mental strain. Each death bore a tangible toll, inflicting mental burden that, after repeated occurrences, induced excruciating headaches. Given his current condition, his threshold for death hovers around 25 instances. Beyond that, the Gray Tower would not permit his entry. However, the situation has transformed. Endowed with the power to restart at will, his efficiency has soared. Moreover, at this moment, with sword in hand and armor encircling his torso, his legs are enveloped in a unique ensemble of pale particles, resembling specialized trousers and combat boots. The formation speed of the Kangen has accelerated significantly, perhaps due to frequent activation or the efficacy of the Ember Crystal. Regardless, this tool proves exceptionally effective. Clad in straw sandals, he feels as though he is flying. Zhou Chun darts about, wielding the Tsang blade to forge a path. The sound of thundering footsteps draws nearer, without turning. He senses a colossal blade slicing through the air towards him. Instantly, he crouches, narrowly evading the attack. Then, he abruptly shifts his stance. Propelling himself to the right like a startled rabbit, another towering figure brings down its massive sword, crashing into the ground where he had just been, effortlessly cleaving a gaping fissure. With a light touch upon the ground, Zhou Chun exhibits a semblance to a swaying white jade wheat, gracefully traversing the forest. Though his straight-line speed may not be the swiftest, his agility is unparalleled. As the defenders close in, he adeptly alters his form and direction. Boom! Yet another tree beside him is shattered by the force of the defender's assault. Zhou Chun finally comprehended the reason for the low evaluation of this contraption. Its flexibility was indeed woeful, ill-suited for urban warfare, and far more appropriate for assembling a legion to charge forth, obliterating everything in its path. Remaining time, 180 seconds, the final 3 minutes. Zhou Chun felt a surge of exhilaration. Bang! As this thought blossomed in his mind, he was suddenly propelled into the air. A massive boulder came hurtling from behind, striking him squarely in the back, sending his body tumbling. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground. Restart. Cough, cough. Restart. His injuries healed swiftly, and the surroundings returned to the waiting space. Zhou Chun felt a lump in his throat and rubbed his back. He wished he could punch himself twice. With only 3 minutes remaining, he should have gritted his teeth and persevered. After a brief adjustment in the morgue, he took a few steps forward and pushed the door open. Standing once more within the dense forest, pale particles weaved a long cloak around him, his legs remarkably intact. As the countdown reached its end, he shot forth like a white shadow, rapidly fleeing towards the 6 o'clock direction. Zhou Chun estimated that this route would buy him approximately 4 additional minutes. The path was fraught with obstacles, and his smaller stature allowed him to maneuver skillfully. The hulking figures, akin to bulldozers, would easily become entangled in the foliage, hampered by traits like entanglement, significantly reducing their speed. Ahead, a massive log lay across the center of the path. He crouched low, and just as he was about to make contact, he suddenly sank down, sliding past it with deft agility. Following this, he leapt upward, grasping a branch overhead and swinging forward, navigating through the interlaced branches with grace. The entire sequence was seamless, a sight to behold. Soon, The thunderous sounds drew near. Zhou Chun bent low, the massive black-red blade whisking past his scalp before crashing ahead. Indeed, these monstrous creatures were not limited to melee attacks. Occasionally, they would hurl their weapons directly. A gigantic sword, taller than him, came crashing down. Regardless of its sharpness, the kinetic force alone could render him incapacitated. Zhou Chun rolled forward, swiftly propelling himself upward with one hand. Another resounding crash followed as another colossal blade fell at his previous location. He continued his vigorous advance, wielding his pale blade, the sharp sound exploding as he severed nearly half of the crimson giant sword embedded in the ground. Immediately, he pivoted and sprinted sideways, where the trees were sparse but concealed many pitfalls covered by leaves. A moment's inattention could lead to a sudden plunge, and here, he could likely engage in combat for another 10 minutes. The chase echoed through the dense forest, the thunderous sounds incessant. Time ticked away second by second, and, at last, the countdown approached 3 minutes once more. I must evade. This time, Zhou Chun was prepared and rolled to the side. A rushing wind swept past him, creating a powerful gust that revealed the immense force behind it. Zhou Chun glanced over, and there he beheld 3 colossal figures radiating a fierce red glow, steam billowing from their surfaces. Alas, do you two seek to overclock? He has come to understand how the colossal statues erupted with a sudden ferocity during the previous 3-minute countdown. It is highly probable that upon reaching the time limit, they will launch one final assault. In that fleeting moment, the velocity of the 3 titanic figures surged dramatically. The dark tendrils entwined around them ignited instantaneously, transforming into mere ashes as the attributes that had constrained their speed evaporated in unison. Zhou Chun finally witnessed their true prowess within the blink of an eye. The 3 towering giants, resembling small towers, lunged forth at a speed far surpassing that of the white wolf. His expression changed drastically. There was no time to evade left or right. The velocity was simply too formidable. Resolutely, he retreated in the opposite direction, slipping through the gap between the 3. He then swiftly sidestepped, twisting at the joints of the behemoths. The Guardian, the colossal statue, boasted high attack, thick health, and formidable endurance. Its only deficiency lay in its agility. In these final 3 minutes, Zhou Chun chose not to dodge. In a state of overclocking, the giant's speed was utterly exaggerated, rendering evasion impossible. Breath, resonance. How am I to perceive resonance at such a rapid pace? Boom! Ultimately, the distance was too close. Zhou Chun could not evade entirely, and a heavy fist struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. Cough! He crashed into a robust tree, creating a massive crater, and his consciousness momentarily blurred. Just as he intended to regain composure, a strand of hair was lifted by the wind. The insights gleaned from the wheat field and the experiences of running on levels 3 to 4 suddenly intertwined at that instant. What significance does grasping their resonance hold? In pursuit of speed, I must resonate with the wind. Chasing the wind and riding the waves, I shall move with the breeze. As the heavy fist drew ever closer, Zhou Chun's gaze brightened, and he increasingly sensed that he had grasped a crucial point. The Great Tower Reboot. Chapter 34. The Technique of Chasing Wind and Waves. Wind chasing style. Zhang Xiao has perished, in a manner most mysterious and unclear. The patrol officers could only ascertain that someone had infiltrated the hospital and snapped his neck, yet they were utterly incapable of identifying the culprit. The patrol officers approached the Zhou family once more, but to no avail. This matter of death is inconsequential. Zhou Chun felt no inclination to mourn him. At this moment, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Faster, even faster. By discerning the shifts in airflow, capturing the opponent's movements, and yielding to the wind's impetus, he sought greater momentum. Within the forest, Zhou Chun's legs moved with remarkable speed. As he leaped and darted, he wove seamlessly through the thickets. His robes billowed about him, a palpable current of wind swirling at his side, granting him assistance. Each step he took felt as though he were embraced by the wind and waves. As if aided by divine forces, Zhou Chun's speed escalated, and his fluidity of movement reached an unprecedented level. Akin to upgrading from a shared bicycle to a robust electric scooter, a monumental enhancement in power. The final minute. A glance at the countdown ignited a fervor within him. A massive arm suddenly swung towards him from the side, an eventuality he had anticipated. He crouched slightly and deftly slipped beneath his opponent's armpit, delivering a forceful kick to the joint, causing a momentary delay before propelling himself away with the gained momentum. Subsequently, a pair of colossal blades descended, one high and one low. He dodged to the sides, with only 50 seconds remaining. The great blades grazed past him like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving deep gashes in their wake. The giant, poised to pursue, lifted its massive blade, only for the multitude of scratches on the weapon's surface to culminate in a resounding explosion. Zhou Qian weaved through the chaos, navigating around several colossal figures. Each narrow escape was fraught with peril. The final 30 seconds. Suddenly, one of the giant's cores glowed a brilliant red. Immediately, an intense heat began to emanate. Concurrently, the other two giant surfaces also erupted in radiant light. No, my friends, are you about to self-destruct? Zhou Qian's expression shifted dramatically. With no time for combat, he turned and fled at the first sign of trouble. 2 seconds. He was afforded but 2 seconds. Zhou Qian barely managed to sprint several dozen meters, seeking refuge behind a grand tree. Boom! The earth trembled violently, a deafening explosion piercing his eardrums. A scorching wave of fire swiftly engulfed an area spanning several dozen meters. The smoke and debris from the explosion billowed upwards, gradually dissipating into ash after a brief distance. The self-detonation of 3 second-tier entities unleashed a force surpassing that of ordinary missiles. How could flesh and blood contend with such power? Moreover, he had been granted but 2 seconds to escape. Even if he could run 20 meters per second, he would barely cover 40 meters. Yet, the suddenness of the event made it challenging to distance himself, compounded by the uneven terrain that hindered his every step. Heaven knows how far he ultimately managed to flee. In summary, Zhou Qian felt a sudden lightness in his body. He truly experienced the sensation of riding the wind. He floated weightlessly, lost in a daze, as if he had been swept into the air. After tracing an arc through the sky, a dull thud resounded, and he fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, his limbs numb, and his mind clouded. Zhou Qian sensed something was amiss, feeling as though he might be obliterated. Who would have thought that self-detonation could be an option? Yet upon reflection, it indeed seemed logical. It was the greatest absurdity that a mech could not self-destruct. Am I destined to perish? No, there were still a few seconds left. Zhou Qian forced himself to regain focus, feeling neither pain nor relief, his entire being numbed. He summoned every ounce of strength to open his eyes, and the countdown appeared before him. 20s, 19s, 18s. I must hold on. Suddenly, a surge of vitality coursed through him. He braced himself against the ground. Wait, I only have one hand left. Very well. He ceased his struggles, aware of a dampness and pain below his waist, perhaps a casualty of the blast. His eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, the energy within him rapidly depleting. Zhou Qian stubbornly clung to life, his eyes oscillating between open and closed, even rolling back in their sockets multiple times. 12, 11, 10. He fixed his gaze intently on the dwindling countdown. The numbers blurred, and he felt himself drawing closer to death. This was the first time he had so vividly and slowly perceived his mortality. Previously, the white wolf had dispatched him with a few strikes, without any lingering moments. A stark contrast to the present. Just as he felt his eyelids slipping beyond control, the countdown finally reached 0. Everything around him began to reassemble. Arms, abdomen, posterior, legs. All components coalesced one by one. Had I truly been left with only my upper body? Zhou Qian shook his arms, finally emerging from that near-death state. Residual sensations lingered in his mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. After several deep breaths, he gradually calmed his thoughts. It was excruciating to witness his own demise. It was far less agonizing to simply perish outright. At this moment, he longed for some dry ice to soothe his lungs. After a brief pause, He finally opened his eyes. The long-awaited light screen commenced a new cycle. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared level 3 to 4. Although it was somewhat chaotic at the end, you indeed persevered. Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment. Soar bottom? The bottom's in the tree, not soar. Please be quiet. Zhou Qin's expression darkened. You may now officially confirm level clearance, tally your performance points, or return to level 3 to 4 to undertake a new challenge for additional performance points and rewards. Would you like to choose level clearance now? Yes, no. There was no rush. To be honest, this second level was not nearly as challenging as he had anticipated. After several days of diligent agility training, mastering new techniques made the level seem like a natural progression. In total, less than half a month had passed in the real world. Zhou realized he had overlooked a significant issue: the ability to restart. Previously, when battling the White Wolf, he was constrained by a daily limit on challenges, and the frequent loss of lives was unbearable. However, now he could restart at any moment, resulting in a remarkable surge in efficiency. Regardless, he reassured himself of his own prowess. With a flicker of thought, he turned the page of the luminous screen. Wind Pursuit Style 3. 10-100. This technique, born from the understanding of the flow of wind and waves, enables one to attain swifter speed when activated. This style can enhance weapons or stand alone as a form of movement, branching into special techniques such as chasing the wind and riding the waves. Currently, your development in this style leans towards agility, lacking a harmonious fusion with your sword technique. 1. Swiftness. Activating this technique may enhance your agility. 3. Riding the wind. Maintain your breath to sustain resonance. You will be able to perceive the flow of wind and waves with greater finesse. The new technique emphasizes agility and can be combined with the slashing soldier style, compensating for its deficiencies in speed. Where are the White Wolves? Summon 10 of them. Zhou Qin exclaimed once more. Slashing soldier style 3. 99-100. Wind Pursuit Style 3. 10-100. Breath resonance technique 1. 90-100. While activating the Wind Pursuit style, he primarily employed his footwork. The branches he struck with his hand utilized the slashing soldier style. The breath resonance technique harmoniously complemented both, creating a synergistic enhancement among the three techniques. Unlike the first two, which had already reached the third tier, the progress of the breath resonance technique was notably sluggish, still requiring some experience to break through to the second tier. Nonetheless, Zhou Qin could feel the warm currents surging within him, those intricate essences promising formidable effects. Now, could I single-handedly defeat the White Wolf? Zhou Qin's gaze flickered. Of course, he referred to his full power in its natural state, without the aid of the Kangen. Chapter 35. The Mingguang group's generosity awakening from slumber. Zhou Qin stretched languidly, a yawn escaping his lips. After successfully conquering the third and fourth levels the previous night, he decided to challenge himself once more. The task read, within 1,200 seconds, vanquish 3 defender giants. The Tower of Grey Ruins will evaluate your performance based on your comprehensive results. His immediate reaction was one of exasperation. Farewell. I shall pretend I never entered this place. This accursed tower offered no respite with its relentless challenges. However, upon noticing the time constraint, he felt a flicker of joy. Yet, after thoroughly absorbing the instructions, he was left dumbfounded. It seemed he was to confront the 3 formidable giants directly, rather than engaging in some form of hide-and-seek. Thankfully, the restart option remained available, allowing him to commence anew should he feel dissatisfied with his performance. After a single demise, Zhou Qin chose not to persist. Ignoring the vexing level, he reflected on the considerable rewards he had amassed in recent days. With a creak, the door swung open, and Zhou Qin stepped outside. The weather in Yunjin City was rather unremarkable today, with thick clouds obscuring the sun. The sweltering summer was drawing to a close, giving way to the subtle chill of autumn. Zhou Qin's injuries had fully healed, thanks in large part to his relentless training in the Tower of Grey Ruins and the remarkable effects of the Kangen. He couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary power he had acquired. In his past life, such injuries would have landed him in intensive care, leaving him unable to even step outside for a considerable time. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhou Qin made his way to the dining hall. After snatching a few buns to nibble on, he soon arrived at the training ground. Oh, merciful Father, I have fallen into a land devoid of sin. From a distance, he heard a harmonious chorus emanating from his own composition. The morning songs, sung in unison, served to bolster the camaraderie within the guild. Initially, the members were reluctant, but they soon discovered the melody to be quite pleasing, particularly during their endeavors to collect protection fees or engage in combat. A rendition of In the Name of the Father added a touch of flair. Recently, Zhou Chen had been contemplating the initiation of some team-building activities. The Zhou family had been preoccupied with resolving their mess and contending with the Chun family, and it had indeed been a while since they had engaged in any communal bonding. As he exited the training ground, he spotted Old Wolf brandishing a machete, preparing to venture out. "Hey, Chen Gu." Old Wolf sheathed his weapon and approached him. "Haven't seen you around lately. How is your recovery progressing?" "Quite well. I'm essentially unscathed," Zhou Chen replied before inquiring. "A few days ago, a female classmate visited me at the hospital. Has she been to the martial arts school in recent days?" Old Wolf pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "Are you referring to the girl with long hair?" "I haven't seen her." "All right." Zhou Chen nodded, gesturing towards Old Wolf's waist. "Where are you off to do?" "There's a minor altercation over on West Street. I'm taking a few brothers to lend support." "Oh." Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. "What sort of minor altercation?" "Ah, it's nothing serious. Just stay at the martial arts school." "Chen Gu, we'll handle it." Old Wolf chuckled. "Is it related to the Mingguang group?" Zhou Chen pressed further. "Ah." Old Wolf faltered momentarily. "Indeed, may have some connections." Zhou Chen initially intended to casually inquire. The Honging Society had recently made their stance clear. At such a critical juncture, who would dare provoke the Zhou family, except for the scoundrels of the Mingguang group? What was going on? He instantly regained his focus. Had they come to confront him? Not quite. A brother of his mentioned that the Mingguang group was promoting something that differed from expectations and was rather stirring. I plan to witness it firsthand. Are they conducting experiments? Zhou Chen squinted. It seemed not. Primarily, he had not fully comprehended his brother's communication. Lao Lang scratched his head, pondering the notion of experimental subjects and financial incentives. "Shall we go and see, young master?" "Let's go." Zhou Chen nodded, calling for more of his brothers. "All right." With Uncle Zhong absent, Lao Lang assumed the role of the driver. They gathered a dozen brothers, and the group marched toward West Street with great enthusiasm. "Dear townsfolk and neighbors, today the Mingguang group comes to fulfill its promise." Moments later, a proclamation echoed from the crossroads. "Not long ago, we conducted lectures across Yinjin City and openly recruited volunteers. This is, in fact, the precursor to our armed program. Thanks to the overwhelming support from the public, our recent experiments have been unprecedentedly successful. We have helped a total of 60 volunteers shed their former bodies and successfully acquire their own mechas, armed for the future. From now on, they will join the Mingguang group to safeguard our Yunjin city and protect every citizen." Vehicles halted at the intersection, and individuals disembarked, forming a line. At the center stood a man with golden hair and emerald green eyes, the very same William who had conversed with Zhou Chen days prior. Not far from him, 10 individuals of diverse ages and genders, all bearing faces from Tianxia, consecutively stepped out of the vehicles. As the man spoke, the 10 stepped forward, and amidst the clatter, gray particles materialized out of thin air, coalescing into chains that swiftly intertwined and transformed into mechanical armor, something one could only witness on television or within the confines of the Mingguang group. "Isn't that a Fong? Her family sells tea, doesn't tea it? I heard a fortnight ago that she volunteered for something. She is still alive?" "And that S. Wang Lao-san, the one who used to sell cucumbers. I thought he had fallen on hard times, yet he has become an extraordinary being. Goodness, look over there, it's old Yi. If I'm not mistaken, he is nearly 70. After suffering a stroke, one leg and one hand were incapacitated, and he too has become an extraordinary being." As they donned their mechanized suits, the gathered crowd erupted into a frenzy. Among these 10 individuals, at least 5 were once familiar neighbors. They had vanished in recent days, and those who knew presumed they had perished in the experiments. Those unaware speculated that they had faced some misfortune and relocated. The so-called Gray Realm Mecha extraordinary sequence. once regarded as an elite echelon, was thought to be attainable only by those with exceptional talent. In every household that welcomes a child, it is customary to proclaim, "Partake generously of this extraordinary supplement introduced by XXX, for who knows, one day you might ascend to greatness. Exercise diligently, for it is said that physical activity can awaken the latent, extraordinary factors within. Academic performance matters little, as one is destined to serve the illustrious, extraordinary masters in the future. Thus, one must train vigorously to achieve greatness." From the incessant repetition of these words, one can discern the fervent enthusiasm people harbor towards the extraordinary. Yet at this moment, that seemingly unattainable extraordinary has manifested in the very individuals who were once part of our lives. The intensity of this realization leaves many feeling as though they are engulfed by a potent wave of emotion, rendering them momentarily dazed. My visit today serves two purposes: to present the achievements of our group and to express gratitude to all who contributed to the experiment. As he spoke, the blond man gestured, and a truck approached, halting at the intersection's center before opening its cargo doors. In an instant, an array of specialized blood testing equipment was revealed within the crates. What is that? Suddenly, figures appeared atop the buildings, clutching bags and barrels, bulging with mysterious contents. The man raised his arm triumphantly, his voice resonating with fervor. "Today we, the Mingguang Group, have come to distribute wealth. Let rain." Following his command, those atop the buildings promptly began to shower the intersection with currency. The air above the crossroads became a veritable rain of bills. Chapter 36. Wailing and Revelry Money. Are they truly throwing money around? Indeed, they are casting it into the air. The crowd, already envious, now descended into near madness, reaching out to grasp the bills cascading down like rain. The azure-hued currency formed a visual spectacle that was nothing short of overwhelming. Alas, it was not long before those atop the building ceased their generous shower. William observed the expressions of the onlookers, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he skillfully adopted a guise of sorrow. Another truck came to a halt on the opposite side. Its doors swung open to reveal an array of black and white wooden boxes, each inscribed with names. As this scene unfolded, the crowd gradually fell silent. The money was intended for everyone, but the Mingguang Group was hardly a philanthropic organization. Would accepting this money lead to trouble from the Mingguang Group? Upon hearing this, uncertainty washed over the crowd, leaving them conflicted about relinquishing the cash in their hands. William continued, "It is well known that the experiments carry risks of death, and these risks are not insignificant. Until our technology reaches maturity, we require a substantial number of test subjects to provide sample data. Regrettably, not everyone could pass the trials conducted by the Mingguang Group." He sighed slightly, gesturing toward the recently opened compartment of the truck. "Inside, you will find those who did not survive the experiments. To prevent contamination from the remains, we have incinerated the deceased. Of course, this was stipulated in the agreement signed prior to the experiments. We did not act unilaterally. What we must do next is to return the heroes to their loved ones." As he spoke, an aide stepped forward, solemnly lifting a small box embossed with a series of names. Jiang Yu, 20 years old, female, Mother Xiaoping. A frail woman surged forth from the crowd, her tattered garments faded and worn. Her eyes flickered with emotion as she was accompanied by two young men in their 20s. She had received notification from the Mingguang Group instructing her to bring her child to this location to wait. She never anticipated this moment would follow. Staring blankly at the small wooden box, she glanced at William, hesitating for what felt like an eternity under the weight of various gazes from him and the surrounding spectators. Before tentatively approaching, Is this my daughter?" she inquired, standing before him. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the box bore not only her daughter's name, but also an identification number. Inside the box, besides the ashes, are some of her personal belongings and photographs. "You may open it here to verify her identity," the man spoke in a deep, measured tone. The woman's arms trembled as she opened the box, revealing several photographs from the laboratory, unmistakably featuring her daughter at the center. Alongside the images lay a few of her daughter's cherished hair ties and clips. In an instant, she recognized them as her daughter's possessions from her life. Please accept my condolences. With these words, a large bag was extended towards her. Just as the woman's tears began to fall, they abruptly halted, leaving her bewildered as she gazed ahead. The Mingguan group upholds the belief that life surpasses all else. In light of each unfortunate volunteer lost during our experiments, we have prepared generous compensation. Accept it, do not refuse. To put it mildly, these volunteers have propelled the refinement of our experimental programs. To elevate the sentiment, a small step for your family is a monumental leap for the entire armed initiative. Dear lady, please accept the funds without delay. Once William concluded his remarks, his subordinates silently stepped forward, presenting a heavy bag filled with tightly bound currency. Thank you. Thank you. I am grateful to the Mingguan group. The woman, tears streaming down her face, clutched the weighty bag and pulled her 2 children away. Continue, William commanded with a sweeping gesture. Several aides busily transported money and urns. More individuals approached to claim their belongings, some wailing in grief, others in sorrow. Some, upon receiving the urns and the substantial sums, retreated a short distance, weeping in anguish. Lu Guang, my child, my beloved child. He was a hero. Sister, rest assured, you were indeed correct. The Mingguan Group is a conscientious enterprise. Now, we have the means to purchase a home, sick son, poor child, the mother lamented. I know your character. You would rather fight to the death than spend the latter part of your life bedridden. As more citizens emerged from the crowd, names were called, and they stepped forward. The sounds of tears were unceasing. Was it sorrow? It seemed genuinely sorrowful, yet something felt amiss. Was it not sorrowful? It was hard to deny there was an element of sadness. Setting aside these musings, the bag was bulging, surely containing at least 100 to 200,000. This was pure monetary compensation. It should be noted that when they originally signed the family agreement, it merely stated, in the event of experimental failure, there may be a nominal compensation. We thank you for your exceptional contributions to the extraordinary experiment and present you with a medal. Yet now, what was once deemed nominal compensation had transformed into an exorbitant sum. Surely, the Mingguan Group had expended a considerable amount on this expenditure. My goodness, I had previously criticized them in private. Let alone Yinjin City, how many such conscientious enterprises could we find throughout the entire Tianxia? Gradually, someone in the crowd began to speak, and the sounds of grief quickly morphed into fervent praise for the Mingguan Group. They manufacture mechs to protect the citizens of Yunjin, delve into technology to heal ailments, and provide genuine care for the deceased and their families. This is the Mingguan Group. William once again seized the microphone, raising his voice passionately. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be hasty. I have more to convey. All experimental subjects' bloodline data has been meticulously recorded by our company. Although they did not succeed in the experiments, subsequent adjustment plans have already been devised. Therefore, any direct descendants within 3 generations who participate in the ARM initiative will see a significantly increased success rate in becoming extraordinary beings. Even in the absence of success, they will not face immediate death. To avoid death is akin to incurring no cost at all. From the youthful age of 14 to the venerable age of 70, anyone possessing an extraordinary dream within their heart may enroll in the ARM program. Here, we have meticulously prepared simple blood testing devices, allowing individuals to merely drop a droplet of blood to ascertain their compatibility based on preliminary results. Should the device display gray or black, it signifies incompatibility. Conversely, if it reveals green, blue, or purple, it indicates a high degree of compatibility with only a slight risk involved. Should one be fortunate enough to detect a golden glow, congratulations are in order, for you stand a 95% chance of becoming an extraordinary being through the ARMed program. William raised his arm triumphantly as his subordinates distributed the palm-sized testing reagents. It's green. It's green. I've got green. I'm purple. The risks of the ARM program have significantly diminished. Should I get a try? I got gold. I got gold. With the distribution of these testing reagents and the second round of cash being thrown from the rooftop, the wailing crowd erupted once more into an exuberant chorus of cheers. Chapter 37. Xiao Ming and the Sick Son. The Sick Son. Sob, the sick son. Mother, he must find solace in the afterlife. For his sacrifices were not in vain. Beside a weeping woman with white hair, several others had reddened eyes as well. The woman's skin was notably rough, her hair nearly completely white. Although she appeared to be in her 60s, she was actually just over 50. Her attire was relatively neat, not of the highest brand, but certainly not inexpensive, as most of the onlookers around her would hesitate to purchase such garments. Her familial circumstances seemed to be quite acceptable. Surrounding her were 3 women, their ages ranging from 15 to 30. How could someone as strong as the 6th son fail to become extraordinary? Tears streamed down her face, supported by her daughter. "Don't worry, Mother. Didn't we say that his paralysis made it impossible for him to carry on the family line?" Rather than languish in bed for a lifetime, he chose to take a chance. If he had succeeded in becoming extraordinary, he could have risen to great heights. The daughter gently patted her mother's back. The woman's sobs did not cease. "With the death of the 6th son, our Zhang family has been utterly severed. How shall I explain this to your father? I always advised him against associating with the Zhou family, but he refused to listen, and now there is nothing left." Did the 6th son go to participate in the experiment? Suddenly, a strange male voice interrupted, prompting the group to look to the side. The elderly woman trembled, her cries halting momentarily. "Zhou! Young Master Zhou!" Before them stood Zhou Chun, clad in a black, form-fitting outfit, adorned with golden threads at the cuffs and collar. Exuding an air of understated luxury through its exquisite craftsmanship. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he radiated an undeniable nobility and valor. Yet, the thought of his identity left them trembling. What has become of Zhang Lu? Zhou Chen's expression remained neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful, which caused the women to tremble even more. Zhang Lu, he is the 6th son, the one who was incapacitated by the Jinyang martial arts school. He is the 6th child in his family, nicknamed Lu, as a hope to retain the family line. After 2 older brothers passed away due to various circumstances, he was named with a hope of preservation. He was regarded as the family's hope for succession, diligently training in the martial arts school, with aspirations of remaining within the martial arts community or at the very least joining the security company under the Zhou family. Unfortunately, after the Jinyang martial arts school's intervention, he was left completely paralyzed, rendered a useless shell. Zhou Chen had been hospitalized recently and had not kept up with the happenings at the martial arts school. Yet, he had never anticipated that the 6th son would participate in the Mingguang group's experiment. "Old Wolf." Zhou Chen's gaze turned cold as he called out, looking towards a distant figure, still chattering away. "Brother Chun." Old Wolf stepped forward hesitantly. "Did I not instruct the personnel at the school to refrain from participating in any experiments conducted by the Mingguang group, reiterating the message to their relatives?" "Yes, you did. And have we not compensated 6 and Xiaofeng generously?" Indeed. After these exchanges, Zhou Chun finally turned his attention back to the increasingly trembling woman. I. Our family Liuzi is already ruined. What is the purpose of all that money? His greatest wish is merely to stand up again." The woman felt weak. Were it not for her daughter's support, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. His desire is to regain his footing. But was it truly his own idea to seek out Mingguang group? Zhou Chen's gaze was piercingly sharp, coupled with his notorious reputation. The women felt as though they were being pricked by needles. The woman faltered again, stammering, beads of sweat forming as she struggled to respond. "Zhou, you have not experienced the despair of a paralyzed person. Initially, he may not feel much, but as time passes, his heart becomes nearly consumed by anguish. What can Liuzi do? Furthermore, we never anticipated that allowing Liuzi to learn martial arts from you would lead to this day of paralysis." One of the sisters had tears welling in her eyes, droplets falling like broken strings. Still, they had not revealed how they approached Mingguang group. Observing the hesitant women, Zhou Chen understood that they had undoubtedly been incited from behind. Regardless, Liuzi's demise was an established fact. Everyone interested in further understanding or wishing to enroll in the ARM program, please proceed with a simple registration here. As I have stated, Mingguang Group adheres to a people-centric belief, striving to seek welfare for the citizens of Tianxia and protect Yunjin. This is our mission, and it is the goal for which we shall forever strive. As his words fell, the 3rd round of wealth cascaded down from above. William set down the microphone, a smile gracing his face as he approached Zhou Chun. Liu Zi's mother and several sisters sensed something amiss and quickly moved away. Noticing Zhou Chun's attention was elsewhere, they exchanged glances and swiftly joined in the collection of money. Zhou, I apologize for borrowing your territory. I am not engaging in any malicious promotion. Rather, I am continuously dispersing money, which could be seen as enhancing the quality of life for your people. William smiled. So, should I thank you? Zhou Chun replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. No need. That would be too courteous. William's smile broadened as he glanced at the dark-faced strongmen behind Zhou Chun. With so many gathered, the actions of the surrounding citizens picking up money slowed considerably. It is unclear what Zhou intends by bringing so many people here. Could it be that he does not wish for them to collect the money? Indeed, the sight of money scattered across the ground appears rather uncivilized, and it should be collected by the Zhou family. With that, he made a gesture of invitation. Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings. This was precisely why he had not acted immediately. Mingguang Group was engaged in legitimate endeavors. If he were to indiscriminately take them down, what would the Zhou family be reduced to? Truly becoming shameless thugs. After all, look at what Mingguang Group accomplishes, promoting new technology and then providing substantial compensation to the families of the testers. If Zhou Chun were to intervene, saying, wait, I disagree, it would only invite universal condemnation. Moreover, in the face of such circumstances, resorting to force is undoubtedly the least advisable strategy. Even inaction would be preferable to a violent resolution. To speak candidly, he is not personally acquainted with everyone. His efforts to caution others against deception have already been generous. One cannot simply bind individuals with ropes and threaten them to stay away from the Mingguang Group. That would be utterly barbaric. Not long after Zhou Chun arrived, still contemplating his next course of action, he encountered the family of Liu Zi's mother, leading to the unfolding of the current narrative. Zhou Xiao, please do not wear such a grave expression, William remarked, gesturing to the throngs behind him, fervently collecting money, undergoing blood tests, and signing up for participation. Do you see? The yearning for the extraordinary among the people here is more fervent than you might imagine. Moreover, let's not dwell on the past. Our technology at Mingguang Group is now highly advanced. We bear no significant enmity towards one another. Even if there were, there is an ancient saying in Tianxia that advocates for resolving grievances rather than deepening them. Would you not agree? Zhou Xiao, this is the venue for the banquet. Understanding that you might have reservations, we chose not to hold it at the Group's headquarters, but rather at our newly established Guangmingzhu, which has yet to officially open. The cuisine is exceptional. As a gesture of goodwill, we are willing to assist in treating Uncle Zhong's injuries and to facilitate your introduction to the highest academic institution. Should you wish to explore the Gray Tower, we would also gladly provide a team to help you achieve the extraordinary. There is no need for concern regarding our sincerity. We are determined to ensure your satisfaction. What future could one possibly have by associating with the petty members of the Hongying Society? Would you not concur? If you would consider attending, we could simply converse. If not, it is of no consequence. No hard feelings. Oh, by the way, do you have a classmate named Xiao Ming or Xiao Shi? Before Zhou Chun could respond, William waved to the distance, and a subordinate promptly approached with a small black box in hand. My sincerest apologies. We truly did not know of her acquaintance with you. This child has faced a rather unfortunate fate. We had no intention of subjecting her to experimentation. Regrettably, she was afflicted with a severe illness and did not have much time left. Ultimately, after some hesitation, she consented to join the experiment, but alas, she could not endure until the end. Upon inquiring with her father, he expressed his reluctance to keep even her ashes, deeming it inauspicious, rest assured. Once we learned that she and her sister were acquainted with you, her sister was well cared for. If you wish to retrieve her, it is but a word away. With a slight frown, Zhou Chun was about to speak when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Ah, Commander Lu Sun, you have arrived as well. William straightened his posture and turned to acknowledge the figure behind him with a gesture of respect. Chapter 38. A fork in the road. Our current endeavor has been duly reported to the Inspection Bureau, chuckled William, as he produced the approved notice from his pocket. Personally sanctioned by the Deputy Director. Is that so? Lu Sun inquired, extending his hand to accept the document, then nodded. I will take the lead in maintaining order here. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your discussions any longer. This event is nearing its conclusion, and I will proceed to tidy up the premises. Zhou Xiao, as always. We are quite sincere. The final decision rests with you. William executed a gentlemanly bow before making his way back. Captain Liu, Zhou Chun then turned to his companion. What is it? Were you planning to strike if I remained silent? Lu Sun asked. Zhongbo is half paralyzed. I am gravely injured. I should have terminated that wretched creature with a single blow last time. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, his irritation palpable. That despicable scoundrel, smiling like that, is truly revolting. William is hardly a helpless manager, and there are over 10 bodyguards at his side. A chaotic confrontation in the streets could lead to countless civilian casualties. The Honging Society would likely not extend their protection to you, Lu Sun replied, shaking his head. Zhou Qin's gaze fell upon the wooden box that Old Wolf had taken, lifting a corner to reveal a series of photographs. In one, a scarred girl appeared somewhat anxious and out of place. The scar was a remnant from her childhood, and Zhou Chun was unaware of specifics. Dressed in a white lab coat, she faced the camera, managing a strained smile, yet an overwhelming sense of frailty radiated from the image. Xiaoming. He was not particularly familiar with her, but remembered her stubborn nature, resembling a feisty hedgehog. Given her prominent scar, few dared to provoke her at school. Had Xiaoming become a test subject? In the fragments of his memory, she struck him as someone who would never bow to fate, fiercely determined. He truly had no knowledge of her serious illness. Care for smoke? Lu Sun offered, extending a cigarette toward him. Thank you. The two, who had previously been at odds, now stood side by side, sharing a smoke. Is the inspection bureau not intervening? After a long silence, Zhou Qin squinted at the chaotic scene before them. Intervene? Are they to prevent them from reaping profits or bar them from participating in experiments? Lu Sun gently shook his head. Did you not hear? The deputy director approved the documents. Your deputy director is quite the supporter. ISNT, just the other day, while in the hospital, he urged me to reconcile with them, yet they attempt to kill me in the streets. Does that sound like something a reasonable person would say? Zhou Qin scoffed. Lu Sun remained silent, lost in thought. Their conversation momentarily paused, as Zhou Chun's mind became increasingly tangled. He pulled out a business card. This group of scoundrels has summoned me to a meeting. Should I attend? That is for you to determine. If you go, be aware of the risks. They are not benevolent souls. Do you truly believe they are inviting you for a mere meal out of kindness? Lu Sun took a deep drag from the nearly extinguished cigarette and remarked, however, I have heard that the higher-ups from Mingguang Group and Honging Society are gathered elsewhere today for a dinner to discuss important matters. So it seems you will not be able to seek their assistance. The two fell silent once more. Just as Lu Sun was preparing to step forward to take charge of the scene, Zhou Chun called out to him. What's the matter? Lu Sun turned his head. Is it the same in other cities of Tianxia as it is in Yanjin? Certainly not, Lu Sun replied with a smile. Jiangchuan District is a cooperative area led by the Shuyang Empire. If you venture into Baiwuzu or other exclusive areas of Tianxia, you will find the situation somewhat improved, although perhaps only marginally. Without sovereignty, the nation cannot be restored, Zhou Chun stated. Lu Sun extinguished the cigarette, but exhaling the last plume of smoke as he strode forward. Suddenly, he spoke out of the blue. Tonight, let us take down a few dogs. Whichever one barks the loudest, we shall target it. As Lu Sun proceeded to clear the scene, Zhou Chun lingered for a moment, exchanging glances with his subordinates before stepping up to assist. In truth, not much help was required. A few warnings would suffice to symbolize the resolution of the matter. He lifted his gaze to see Lu Zi's family finishing their collection of money, reaping a bountiful harvest. Fearing trouble, they hastily averted their eyes and hurried past. Heads bowed. The ground was nearly devoid of cash, save for scattered notices printed with armed plan fluttering about. Additionally, there were overturned wooden boxes, either abandoned by relatives unwilling to claim them or deemed too heavy to carry. Some test subjects, without parents or in desperate straits, were afflicted by severe illnesses. After the demise of the experimental subjects, distant relatives would come to claim them. If that failed, neighbors would step in. Who cared about the ashes? Bringing them home was simply bad luck. Chingu, please do not act impulsively. This talk of reconciliation is nonsense. I suspect they have ulterior motives, Lao Lang advised. Just disregard them as if they had released a fart. What about Xiao Feng? Wasn't Wu Feng taken home a couple of days ago to rest for a few days? Zhou Chen recalled something and inquired. Wu Feng was one of the two who had been rendered disabled alongside Lu Zi by the Jinyang Martial Arts School. His injuries were somewhat less severe than Lu Zi's, resembling Zhang Zhao's condition, with his lower limbs immobile while his upper body remained relatively functional. Xiao Feng was taken back with Lu Zi a few days ago. His family is providing more attentive care. Lao Lang's expression shifted. I will give his family a call. He retrieved his phone and found the contact, but after briefly identifying himself, the call was abruptly terminated. He received only a curt response that Xiao Feng was doing well, much better than being paralyzed, and that they preferred not to be disturbed. Wait, they hung up directly? Lao Lang exclaimed in disbelief, then, in a fit of frustration, laughed bitterly. Have they forgotten how much trouble the martial arts school helped them with back then? And now they wish to sever ties? He made as if to redial. Enough, it's unnecessary. Zhou Chun's throat tightened. At home, a more meticulous watch is desired, ultimately handed over to the Mingguang group. In the distance, the crowd has yet to fully disperse, with scattered individuals still scavenging for any bills that might lie on the ground. Xiaoming, Liu Zi, Xiaofen. Along with countless residents of Yunjin City, Zhou Chun lowered his head, casting another glance at the urn cradled in his arms. Xiaoming, such a grand person now contained within this diminutive box. More precisely, within a small vial inside the box. Human ashes are not insignificant in quantity. This tiny vial could hardly be filled, indicating that this is but a fraction of her remains. Is it sorrowful? It hardly qualifies as such. The bond between them had not yet reached that intimate level. At this moment, Zhou Chan was likely left with nothing but silence. The collective grief of the people seemed to linger only until they received the urn, swiftly replaced by the barrage of wealth thrust upon them by the Mingguang group, leaving them dazed enough to forget their sorrow. Even after obtaining preliminary results from blood tests, they would exultantly raise their arms in joy, eagerly rushing to register for experiments, as if their destinies had undergone a profound transformation. The human trials were brazenly publicized, conducted with unabashed fervor. The crowd cheered and reveled, exhausting all means to idolize the extraordinary. It was as if they had entirely forgotten the events of the past years. Health deteriorated into disability, harmonious families shattered, needs manufactured where none existed. If one cannot forget their pain, there will come a day when they become intrigued by the experiments. He gazed ahead. A multitude of toppled wooden boxes had opened a corner, and the small vial containing the ashes had cracked upon impact. Tiny fragments scattered with the wind, mingling with the currency. Soon a few fingers would retrieve the bills, brushing off the ashes and exclaiming in delight, "Wow, what good fortune, here's another one." The somber sky was thick with clouds. There was no rain today, only howling winds and heavy clouds obscuring the sunlight entirely. The crossroads, cleaned a dozen days prior, were now repurposed for a grand celebration. A celebration of experimental advancements, with bills raining down from the heavens. A celebration for those who have perished, paving the way for others. After a while, lost in thought for an unknown duration, Zhou Chun rose to his feet. To his left lay the path back to the martial arts school. To his right, the route to the banquet spoken of by William. The road diverged in two directions. Where should he turn? To be or not to be? That is the question. Chapter 39. The Mingguang residence hosts a banquet. Buy you my bruised wine, brother Chun. Shall we return? Lao Lang inquired in a deep tone. Let me ponder. Zhou Chun remained seated, lost in thought. Brother, you've been contemplating for quite some time. Lao Lang hesitated, wanting to persuade his young master but unsure of how to approach it. To advise against attending? That would nearly spell the end for the Zhou family. To encourage him to go? That would be a disservice to their young master. Ever since Zhou's father encountered misfortune months ago, Zhou Chun has shouldered the family's burdens. In the wake of his father's demise, although the underlings stirred with unrest, they were still manageable. The overwhelming force directed at the Chun family served to intimidate some onlookers. Yet, the absence of a pillar of strength is profoundly felt, regardless of whether one is Zhou Chun or anyone else. One must possess something of value to command respect from subordinates. Now, for months have passed, and the Hongying Society's stance remains ambiguous. The Mingguang group has grown increasingly brazen, encroaching upon Zhou family territory with audacity. Is the Zhou family to retreat like a turtle? They merely extended an invitation to a banquet, specifically selecting an esteemed venue in the city center. Can they not muster the courage to attend? Moreover, the invitation does not even come from the entirety of the Mingguang group, but rather from a former manager. Cowering may serve to preserve one's life temporarily, but it may also lead to the eventual dissolution of the Zhou family. Whether Zhou Chun would survive that eventuality remains unknown to Lao Lang. He believes he would likely endure. Lao Lang, Zhou Chun called, narrowing his eyes slightly. Yes, young master. Do you think I can still summon Ronggu and the others now? He chuckled lightly. Ronggu, once a disciple of the martial arts school, now works in the Zhou Security Company, primarily under the influence of the Hongying Society, which seeks to sever ties between graduates of the martial arts school and the institution itself. Previously, their efforts yielded mediocre results, but following Zhou's father's death, there was no need for the Hongying Society to intervene further. Most individuals are merely observing. Lao Lang's expression turned serious. It depends on what you wish to summon them for. If you intend to merely guard the martial arts school, it may prove challenging to rally them. However, if they believe they can support the Zhou family, they might just respond. Is that so? Zhou Chen smiled. Do you think Zhou Chun will attend the banquet? I've heard he's exceedingly cautious and likely reluctant to come, one remarked. We've made the situation abundantly clear. Mingguang residence is not at the Mingguang Group's headquarters. They are demonstrating sincerity. If he dares not attend this, he might as well abandon his aspirations. Ha ha ha. What is the Zhou family thinking, insisting on mingling with the Hongying Society? It's akin to associating with a den of vice, engaging in sordid dealings with little hope for a brighter future. Laughter erupted among the group, their demeanor carefree and irreverent. William sat by the window, gazing down at the ceaseless flow of traffic below. The Mingguang residence, situated in the most bustling area of Yunjin City, occupies a modest yet significant footprint, representing a multifunctional edifice. Having been completed just months prior, it has only opened the 10th floor extraordinary restaurant. The audacity of its name speaks volumes of its opulence, utilizing ingredients from Gray Tower biologicals, adorned with exceptional seasonings. Though consuming this dish may not grant one immediate ascension, it is undeniably nourishing for both the extraordinary and the ordinary alike. The flavor captivates countless diners, drawing them back time and again. Before William, a small table is adorned with a teapot and teacups. Steam rises in gentle wisps as he lifts the cup to his lips for a delicate sip. Opposite him sits his subordinate, Thompson. Boss, do you think Joachim will come? Thompson, unaccustomed to the taste of tea, instead indulges in whiskey, taking hearty swigs. This is how one truly enjoys life as an extraordinary individual. He is not foolish, with the Zhou family lacking a strong pillar. What benefit is there in clashing with Mingguang Group? Why should we not align with the Hongying Society? William shook his head, hoping that this young master, Zhou, might grasp the reality of the situation and relinquish his unrealistic fantasies. This lad is indeed fortunate. His father amassed such a vast fortune, and now it all falls to him. Thompson's tone carries a hint of envy, reflecting on how in the past, such a young man would not have dared to converse with them. Even a thin, dead camel is larger than a horse. Despite the Zhou family's decline, they still possess some foundation. If I could bring them under control, I could reclaim my former position. No, not merely that, there is potential for advancement. As he spoke, William glanced at his subordinate, who was still gulping down tea and vodka, veins on his forehead throbbing. Boss, what's wrong? The bald man paused, looking at him in confusion. Drink up. You're acting like a water buffalo. William waved dismissively, then rose from his seat. Just as he was about to turn, a subordinate rushed in, breathless. Sir, headquarters has just received news that the Zhou family, along with several other martial arts schools, has wreaked havoc on multiple properties of Mingguang Group. Is this lad mad? William's expression shifted dramatically. And then what? Moreover, Lu Sun has suddenly led a team to conduct surprise inspections on several laboratories. Many of our brothers have already been injured, and there is a shortage of personnel. Headquarters requests that we mobilize some of our forces for support. Where does Lu Sun find the audacity? William's demeanor grew cold. After signaling to his team, they swiftly descended the stairs. His mood fluctuated as he pulled out his phone and sent several messages, his expression softening slightly thereafter. It seemed Zhou Chen would not be coming after all. Just then, a chime echoed as the elevator doors slid open. Accompanied by a sweet-faced attendant, Zhou Chen emerged, clad in casual attire. "Oh, my dear friend from Shiba Beach, it has been too long. What is happening here?" I saw a throng of people rushing down as I arrived. "Is there a crisis?" "Brother Zhou, I invited you for a meeting. Yet you send people to disrupt our Mingguang Group's affairs?" William's frustration mixed with amusement. "Do not be angry, my good brother. It was merely a precaution. When we gather, why should we have so many irrelevant individuals present?" I was stopped at the entrance with my subordinate, for fairness. "It seems appropriate that there are fewer people from Mingguang Group as well." "Very well." William squinted, taken aback by the audacity of Zhou Xiaojin to attend the meeting. Given the extent to which they had been cornered, it would have been imprudent for the Zhou family to abstain. Their future would be precarious, and he had hoped to leverage the Zhou family's influence to extend his own years. Zhou Chen approached him, inquiring, "So, Mr. William, how do you intend to converse with me?" After a prolonged exchange of glances, William suddenly smiled, gesturing, "This way, please." Zhou Chen, having seldom witnessed such a swift change in demeanor, promptly followed him into the private room. The Mingguang residence boasts 10 stories, featuring a gym, a health examination center, an exhibition hall for mechas, and a contemporary dining establishment, with other floors anticipated to open over the coming months. Half of the floors operate under a VIP invitation policy. Thus, anyone permitted entry possesses an extraordinary status, which Zhou Xiao was surely cognizant of. Within the spacious and opulent private room, the two men sat facing each other. Outside the right-side window, the Yunsong River wound its way through Yunjin City. The weather was rather gloomy today. Under the sunlight, the river would sparkle magnificently. "Does young master Zhou have any dietary restrictions?" William inquired. "Anything is acceptable," Zhou Chen replied. "Very well, I shall serve you what has been prepared." William issued the command, and the kitchen, awaiting this moment, began to fervently prepare the dishes. The waiter first poured 2 glasses of wine and placed them before each of them. The aroma was delightful, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The beverage, crafted from Baiyu wheat of the lower tier of the Grey Tower, blended with Baisher berries, red bee flowers, and other Grey Tower products, was exquisite. "Do take a sip," William invited, gesturing graciously. "Damn Baiyu wheat." Chapter 40. Enduring hardship does not make one a superior being. Upon hearing those 3 words, Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall his days of laboring in the fields. Gazing at the crystal-clear liquor in his cup, a slight twitch graced the corners of his mouth. "What, does young master Zhou suspect that I might have poisoned the drink?" "Ah, rest assured, our Mingguang Group has never stooped to such despicable acts." William waved his hand dismissively. Zhou Chen offered no explanation, lifting the cup to his lips and taking a small sip. In that instant, a unique fragrance surged through his mouth, an extraordinary flavor flooding his throat. A delicate spiciness, mellowness, and sweetness. The exquisite taste harmoniously intertwined. Even someone like him, who seldom indulged in alcohol, found himself craving more. "How does it fare? If it doesn't suit your palate, we have a milder white corn liquor that possesses its own unique charm." As William spoke, he beckoned for another bottle to be opened. After sampling the drinks, feeling a warm current rise within him, subtly nourishing his internal organs, Zhou Chen was once again astonished by the capabilities of the Mingguang Group. With a smile, William remarked, "For your visit, I specifically instructed the chef to use only the finest ingredients. 3-tailed squab soup, black-striped eel stewed with colorful peppers." As they conversed, an initial broth and appetizer were presented at the table. Under William's explanation, Zhou Chen savored each dish. The previously unexperienced aromatic flavors continually stimulated his senses, the ingredients sliding down his throat and entering his stomach, almost immediately bursting forth with rich energy, bestowing upon him extraordinary strength. He had occasionally experienced such culinary delights in the past, but perhaps due to his lower status and the lack of such exquisite ingredients, He had never perceived such intricate nuances. At that moment, he finally grasped what it meant to possess extraordinary power. "How do these appetizers fare, young Master Zhou?" William inquired with evident delight. "Quite novel, as the name suggests." Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. "Naturally, when it comes to exploring the Grey Tower, if the Mingguang group claims second place within Yunji City, I doubt any other entity would dare to assert the first." William's smile broadened. This time, inviting young Master Zhou here serves a dual purpose. On one hand, we aim to resolve our previous misunderstandings, with all losses compensated by the Mingguang group, which I trust meets your satisfaction. What might the other purpose be? Zhou Chen continued to eat heartily. The other aspect is quite simple. William chuckled. The myriad forces within Yunji City render it unnecessary to have so many competing voices. Retaining just two principal factions suffices. Zhou Chen's pace of eating momentarily paused. The Zhou family situation isn't particularly favorable, is it? Once the foremost underground force in Yunji, is young Master Zhou content to let your family decline into obscurity? At last, William subtly revealed his true intentions. Don't mingle with the Hongying society. Come to our Mingguang group, and we shall assist you in consolidating the entire underground forces of Yunji City, with the Zhou family remaining at the helm. As he spoke, he gestured with his thumb. As for the Hongying society, they may thrive in other cities, but here in Yunji, William clicked his tongue, leaving his statement hanging. Half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. One engages in the extraction of marrow, while the other conducts human experimentation. Neither is particularly noble. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Huh? William chuckled, as if he had just heard something amusing. Isn't this quite ordinary, Zhou Xiao? The populace and the inspection bureau are indifferent. Should you care? Zhou Chen paused, his earlier fervor dissipating as he wiped the corner of his mouth and met William's gaze with an unsettling calm. You seem to have misconstrued my intentions. My presence here is not predicated on concern for your affairs. You may indulge in whatever machinations you desire on your own territory. It is of no consequence to me. You are aware of the reason for my visit. I understand. There is no need for you to be anxious, Zhou Xiao. Everything can be negotiated. William shifted the conversation. Xiao Ming and Xiao Shi. You're familiar with them, I presume? However, you may be unaware of their familial circumstances. Their mother passed away during their childhood, and shortly thereafter, their father brought home a stepmother and her young son. It marked the onset of their suffering, for their father and those relatives are akin to beasts. Care to guess how the elder sister acquired her facial scar? I shall refrain from delving into the specifics, he continued. Recently, their family encountered financial difficulties. One day, their father happened upon our company as promotional slogan and sought us out, inquiring if Mingguang Group would be interested in purchasing his daughters. Isn't it rather intriguing? A father selling his own daughters. Oh, he claimed that although a paternity test would affirm their relation, he felt certain these two wretches were not his biological offspring, and was resolute in selling them to Mingguang Group. He also stated that he intended to use these girls for experimentation and data collection, asserting that if successful, he would invest substantial sums to procure the finest materials to aid his son in becoming a powerful, extraordinary being. Zhou Chen's expression gradually shifted to one of contemplation. Speaking of your apprentice, the sixth son, Zhou Xiao must have encountered his family on the streets, William continued. They have 6 children, with Zhang Lu being the youngest. 2 older brothers met untimely deaths, leaving the 3 sisters to rely on the youngest son to carry on the family line. However, his current state renders such aspirations impossible. Can you guess how he became one of our subjects? Zhou Chen remained silent. William pressed on. It was his mother, in her 50s along with his sisters, who conspired to incapacitate him and forcibly bring him to us, insisting that we conduct experiments on him. Should he become an extraordinary being, the Zhang family would soar to great heights. You cannot fathom their tears and pleas, lamenting how their family had been wronged and expressing their desperate desire to become extraordinary. The sixth son cannot be allowed to remain a failure. Given the gravity of their situation, how could we refuse to assist? Allow me to share a secret with you. His 2 older brothers met their demise under similar circumstances. Aside from the request for experimentation, we promised to help the Zhang family carry on their lineage by attempting to produce another male heir. This is the mother of the 6th son. Moreover, Permit me to reveal another secret. The ARM program possesses a remarkably low success rate. In other words, while it may produce numerous extraordinary beings in the short term, the physical damage inflicted is irrevocable. Yet who truly cares? Do you care? Do the common folk care? They only concern themselves with this. William raised his fist. They're solely concerned with whether they can transcend the ordinary, whether they can rise again. Is this not absurd? Such short-sighted individuals resemble chives. Once one harvest is complete, another sprouts forth. They are akin to a thicket of weeds, impervious to destruction, ever resilient. Why bother with them? Can we truly manage today or tomorrow? Who does not aspire to transcendence? If the healthy do not desire it, let them be rendered disabled. If the fulfilled do not seek it, let them endure torment. As for the resolute, I apologize before the Mingguang group. There are no resolute individuals. I could break their legs and provide them with crutches, and they would still kneel to express their gratitude. Servility, ignobility, these traits are ingrained in their very bones, unchangeable. The experiment of transcendence is an inevitable trend. Why should Zhou Xiao resist? Rather than following the Red Cherry Society, why not join us, collaborating in harmony, right? He laughed heartily. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, lifted his glass and drained its contents. He turned to gaze sideways. The river flowed languidly forward, flanked by propaganda slogans for armed initiatives. The Mingguang group always regards your life as the most precious treasure, nurturing the spark of transcendence. The Mingguang group is always on the path, Zhou Xiao. Trust me, by completing the consolidation of power and mastering Yunjin, we can access a broader realm. At your young age, capable of vanquishing the white wolf. Why are you content to languish as a fallen heir in this modest Zhou family instead of making a name for yourself in the Gray Tower? Zhou Xiao, may I ask, do you recall the slogans frequently proclaimed by the Mingguang group? William smiled, awaiting his response. To guard Yunjin? Zhou Chen inquired. No, it is to instill belief that Yunjin is protected. There's a saying you may find intriguing. If one believes that what they consume nourishes them, then enduring hardship does not elevate one to greatness. It is only through consuming knowledge that one may become exceptional. Chapter 41. This inferno, what a cannibalistic scene. At this moment, Zhou Chun felt an urge to laugh, yet he was uncertain where to begin. Should he find amusement in the harshness of the other's words, or in the undeniable truth they conveyed? Ha ha, how intriguing. William joined in the laughter, then raised his glass, and the two completed their toast. The wine brewed from white jade barley was truly delightful. Alas, the environmental conditions of Baixing rendered the cultivated varieties somewhat inferior. After taking a hearty sip, William appeared to glow with satisfaction. So, has your impression of our Mingguang group changed, Zhou Xiao? He inquired with a grin. Zhou Chun's smile didn't quite reach his eyes as he responded. Manager William, perhaps you should share your future plans. I'm all ears. Well, we've enjoyed quite a meal. Shall we continue our conversation as we walk? William suggested. Certainly. Zhou Chen nodded. Where to? To the basement, William replied, a smirk playing on his lips. The basement? Zhou Chen expressed his surprise. He had never heard of any underground structures in Mingguang residence. The elevator buttons only indicated levels -1 and -2 as parking areas. Mingguang residence had only recently been completed, and prior events hosted by Mingguang Group had taken place elsewhere. It seemed they aimed to transform Mingguang residence into the pinnacle of elite venues in Yunjin City. Only the esteemed would gain access to the core floors, though whether the criteria might ease in the future remained uncertain. In any case, judging by the dishes served today, the resources at Mingguang Group's disposal were indeed extraordinary. The Zhou family surely could not procure such items. Not even the Hongying Association could afford to be so extravagant. Rising from their seats, the two exited the private room. Are you curious about what we call the experimental subjects? William inquired. I imagine no one in Yunjin City is not curious. Zhou Chen replied thoughtfully. By the way, I have a classmate named Xiao Shi, who is with you. Yes, William exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Rest assured, she is perfectly fine, not a hair harmed. If you wish to take her with you, it's a simple matter. How about we go see her now? The two stepped into the elevator together. Zhou Xiao, that girl is quite lovely. Have you considered? William flashed an understanding smile. I'm not particularly close with her. It's purely a classmate relationship, Zhou Chen replied with calm composure. Oh, I see, William nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. He did not harbor any suspicions. Initially, he thought that Xiao Shi's exquisite appearance might suggest a special connection with Zhou Chun. But after conducting preliminary investigations, he sensed otherwise. While Zhou Chun had a notorious reputation for violence, his entanglements with the opposite sex remained elusive. William longed for some leverage that could threaten Zhou Chun. After a thorough search, he found nothing that could serve as a damning piece of evidence against him. This fellow had lost both parents, rarely engaged in romantic pursuits, and seemed only to delight in acts of violence. The only person he was closest to was Loyal Uncle, which is why William had offered assistance regarding Loyal Uncle. After exchanging a few words in the elevator, they soon descended to level -2. After you, Zhou Xiao, William gestured, continuing to lead the way. Yunjin City, while not large, cannot be deemed insignificant either. Over the years, it has developed in ways that should have warranted further advancement and the influx of greater resources. However, the intricate web of power dynamics within the city remains a challenge. Unless these forces can be integrated, the mutual entanglement will hinder any elevation of Yunjin status. Therefore, our Mingguang group aspires to consolidate the powers within Yunjin City, with our organization leading in the light while the Zhou family orchestrates the underground forces in the shadows. This harmonious duality aligns with the principles of yin and yang that govern the Tianxia people. Together, we can grow stronger and secure more opportunities for exploration within the Gray Tower, propelling our development like a snowball. For this world is far more magnificent than we can imagine, Zhou Xiao. Furthermore, the most significant advantage of achieving this integration is the swift implementation of policies. For instance, when our Mingguang group seeks to recruit experimenters, we face delays from the inspection division one day and interference from the Red Cherry Society the next, resulting in inefficiencies that are utterly exasperating. Wouldn't you agree, Zhou Xiao? Zhou Chun chuckled in agreement. The pair navigated through the underground parking lot until they reached the end, where several guards clad in black verified their identities before granting passage. Continuing forward, Zhou Chun was surprised to discover 2 elevators. From levels -3 to -5, this is the true abode of Mingguang. William smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate further. The two entered the elevator and in silence soon arrived at level -4. As the doors slowly opened, a beam of silvery light flooded their vision. The floor and walls were adorned with minimalist lines, interspersed with the mechanical whirring and clicking sounds of gears. They walked onward, flanked by expansive glass windows. Through the glass, they could observe the experimental subjects adapting to their acquired mech abilities. Gray particles coalesced, forming battle armor that quickly dissipated into nothingness. To their left stood a youth, bare-chested. The wall beside the glass bore his number and abilities. MG2-7550, current age, 18, in experimentation for 3 years, equipped armor. Hunter, beast type 1, number of missions, 3. Next were various photographs capturing his expressions of anguish during experimentation, alongside dynamic images of his armor and testing. The final image showed him, bloodied and clad in a rudimentary armor, standing amidst severed limbs, his eyes vacant as they gazed into the camera. Zhou Chun averted his gaze to the right side. The scene was equally disheartening. A girl, devoid of her legs, bore a numb expression as she struggled to construct armor to envelop her body. A pale yellow mech adorned her back, with 2 pairs of wings flapping vigorously, allowing her to hover with great difficulty. MG 2-7551, current age, 18. In experimentation for 3 months, equipped armor, Swift, Wasp Type 1, number of missions, 5. The Beast and Wasp models, still unreleased, exhibit overwhelming instability. This is one-way glass. Allowing Zhou Xiao to observe closely, they remain unseen by us. Once these armors are fully developed, they theoretically possess immense potential, representing our envisioned strong armor series. Thanks to the armament program, the progress in recent years has significantly accelerated. Ideally, we should see results within 2 years. Does that not reflect impressive efficiency? William nodded slightly, clearly pleased. It surpasses my initial expectations by a considerable margin, Zhou Chun remarked candidly. The two continued onward, encountering a series of glass chambers. Adults and children, males and females, appeared like tethered creatures on display. Zhou Chun scanned the information and photographs in each room, many of which evoked a visceral response, causing his eyelids to twitch. They eventually arrived at the chamber housing Xiao Shi. This must be the only room with double-sided glass. She curled up on a small bed, her back against the wall, burying her head in her knees. The girl seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze. Her crystalline eyes met the tranquil gaze of the boy on the other side of the glass. The myriad emotions reflected in their eyes were difficult for Zhou Chun to articulate, each conveying a complex tapestry of pain and sorrow. "You truly are beasts," Zhou Chun murmured softly. "Thank you for the compliment," William grinned. "Shall we head up and take another look, Zhou? Let us go." With one last lingering glance at Xiao Shi, Zhou Chun followed in William's footsteps. Chapter 42. With blade in hand. Zhou Chun's response. Upon entering the elevator, it swiftly descended to the -3 level. As the doors opened, a familiar sheen emerged once more. However, this time there were no glass-walled compartments. Azure LED strips adorned the floor and walls, with luminous particles flowing in harmonious synchronization. Stepping out of the elevator, the spacious corridor was immaculate, flanked by suits of armor exuding a cold, austere brilliance. Hunter, White Wolf 3 type, originating from the lower levels of the Gray Tower, Mechanical Spirit Zone number 45. Modified by the Mingguang Group, the wearer will command the White Wolf armor, possessing a minimum strength of the second realm, with a standard power of 5 to 8 tons. And in an overclocked state can. Defender, Colossus 2 type, Scout, Eagle I type. Beside each mecha was a detailed description of its specifications. An array of intriguing designs unfolded before Zhou Chun's eyes. Beyond the few models he had heard of initially, the further he ventured in, the more fantastical the armors became. Their intricate and complex structures radiating an indescribable aesthetic. Most belonged to conceptual machines, which might emerge in 3 to 5 years, or perhaps be discarded as experiments progressed. Yet, should these conceptual machines truly be realized and dawned, Zhou Chun had no doubt he could crush the White Wolf as easily as one would a chick. This place wholly satisfied Zhou Chun's fantasies about sci-fi mecha technology. What do you think, young Master Zhou? Do you feel as if your eyes have been opened wide? We have been tirelessly dedicated to developing the third and even fourth realm armors for the Mingguang Group. Young Master Zhou, you cannot fathom the wonders of the extraordinary world. Only by stepping into it can one truly grasp its marvelous essence. We are ever eager to advance further. Join Mingguang, and we shall help you restore the Zhou family's glory, at which point the entire underground forces of Yunjin will be at your command. William concluded with a smile directed at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun retrieved a piece of dry ice from his pocket and extended it toward him. Would you care for some? Thank you, young Master Zhou. After a brief hesitation, William accepted the dry ice. Are there no cameras here? Zhou Chun suddenly inquired. Aren't you concerned about losing valuable items? We have contemplated that issue as well. Ultimately, we concluded that those who can access this level are either affluent or powerful, and thus tend to be quite sensitive to surveillance. Therefore, we decided against installing cameras here. Besides, we have ample personnel to ensure nothing goes awry. William chuckled, gesturing to the surroundings. Before them stood several robust men, clad in uniform attire, arranged neatly beside the mecha. Come, let young Master Zhou witness a transformation. William commanded. In the next moment, 10 individuals stepped forward in unison. With a series of clattering sounds, gray particles coalesced out of thin air, forming solid entities that soon shimmered in white and blue hues. In an instant, the 10 individuals flawlessly completed their transformation into the White Wolf. Excellent, excellent. William waved again, and the group promptly stepped back, deactivating their armors. The results of our armed program are quite commendable, are they not? Though there are some side effects. The experimental results were rather intense, leaving them somewhat rigid and akin to automatons. However, one must remember they are merely a vast supply of materials, commonly found throughout Yunjin City. Following orders without much contemplation can indeed be more beneficial, William remarked, taking a sip of the peculiar dry ice, eliciting an involuntary gasp of cold air from him. Is the young master of the Zhou family not in his right mind this week? Let us return to the matter at hand. What exactly do you wish the Zhou family to do? Zhou Chun inquired. In simple terms, we assist in exerting influence. ultimately incorporating the entire underground power into the Zhou family's domain. As for the Hongying Society, we shall manage that as well, William elucidated. This is not a difficult endeavor. To put it bluntly, if they resist, we fight, and if they still resist, we eliminate them until none dare oppose. If it were truly that simple, I could theoretically sweep through Yunjin City, and then it would be mine, Zhou Qin chuckled. Ah, I was merely painting a picture for you. William responded with a smile. I am aware that we will face some challenges. However, the number of first and second realm warriors under the Zhou family's command is quite substantial. If they can adapt to the transformation offered by the Mingguang group, their strength will experience a qualitative leap. Oh, so that is your focus, Zhou Qin noted. You need not worry about the success rate. The difference between having a foundation and lacking one is immense. The success rate for warrior transformation is exceedingly high, and you can fully trust the Mingguang group. With that, he awaited Zhou Qin's response. I have a general understanding now. I will reflect on this further once I return, Zhou Qin replied calmly. As the young master of the Zhou family, your words carry considerable weight. If you agree, the Mingguang group will support the completion of all of this, William said, patting him on the shoulder. Zhou Qin nodded and then turned to retrace his steps. Let's leave it at that for now. I hope Manager William will not inform the Hongying Society of my visit to the Mingguang group today. Otherwise, my situation would become untenable. Ah, but wait. William called out to him. Is there something else? Young Master Zhou, do not be in such a hurry to depart. I nearly forgot an important matter. He produced a remarkably thin glass panel, approximately the size of A4 paper, from his pocket. It was adorned with electronic circuitry, glowing with a greenish-blue luminescence. What is this? Zhou Qin paused in his tracks. Our verbal agreement, while convenient, remains somewhat casual. Thus, I believe we should establish additional safeguards. William smiled. This device is called the Softening Lightweight Combat Armor, Basic Subtype. When affixed to the chest, it will seamlessly integrate into the user's body, forming a simplified combat armor that enhances physical strength. Of course, the extent of enhancement is not as dramatic as that of formal combat armor. Furthermore, it serves as a foundational branch of the gray armor system, allowing you, young Master Zhou, to continue your development within this framework. You need not worry about safety. This is merely a seed and poses no threat whatsoever. It can be easily removed through certain means, he continued, extending the incredibly lightweight glass panel toward Zhou Qin, suspending it before him. You mentioned subtype earlier, Zhou Qin inquired. Oh, I almost forgot to elaborate on that. William, feeling a touch of embarrassment, remarked that the design was divided into a host and a subordinate, with the host possessing greater authority and a certain degree of control over the subordinate. However, due to the current insufficiency of host devices, he suggested that Zhou Xiao should temporarily make do with this one. In that case, my response is that today shall be disregarded, Zhou Qin stated calmly. Disregarded? William asked, somewhat perplexed. I said disregarded, Zhou Qin repeated. William chuckled silently, having always believed that everyone was intelligent. After leading him through various exhibits, he thought a response was in order. Our interest in you is rather lukewarm. It is merely the lingering influence of the Zhou family that has prompted this invitation to the Mingguang residents for a banquet. Rather than bolster another faction, it is more prudent to continue supporting the Zhou family. As for the fate of the Zhou family members, if they live, that is certainly preferable. If they die, it merely complicates matters. Do you understand what I mean? He raised his palm, the grains of sand within swirling ominously, revealing unmistakable threats. Their gazes locked in silence for a considerable time. Suddenly, Zhou Qin smiled. What if I had agreed to collaborate with you from the outset? In that case, I would have revealed this item sooner, William replied, lifting the thin sheet in his hand. Is this what you call collaboration? Zhou Qin questioned. ISNT, this indeed collaboration? William countered, astonished. This is quite sincere. The item is precious with promising prospects, and others would crave such an opportunity. Let me reiterate, I have no genuine interest in this. If you wish to conduct your experiments, feel free, but do not bother me. If necessary, if you truly wish to converse, could you please remove this ridiculous subordinate armor? The youth inquired. It seems that would not be possible. Does the Zhou family still possess any room for choice? William maintained his smile, shaking the thin crystal sheet in his hand. Sighing lightly, the young man reflected. Everyone is discontent with the status quo, always yearning for more. What is this but a chaotic expansion of extraordinary greed? Your faction is strong and aims to swallow the Zhou family's territory. Quite reasonable. Were I in your position, I would not let this opportunity slip by either. If I choose to ignore it and forego attending the meeting, the Mingguang group will inevitably escalate its actions, recruiting more experimental subjects and gradually encroaching upon Yanjin, while the Zhou family and I would merely await our demise. Should I agree to collaborate and have that so-called subordinate armor implanted, I would merely be shackled by a leash, with my life and death no longer in my hands, yet I could survive a while longer. The Zhou family is weakened and has long been in conflict with Mingguang. It cannot remain unscathed. After all, I have benefited from the Zhou family, and now the price must be paid by me. Upon hearing this, William's smile broadened, and he praised, Zhou Xiao seems to have a clear understanding of the situation. Indeed, the Zhou family has limited options. If you find this unacceptable, why not attempt to escape from Mingguang residence? If you can manage that, perhaps a sliver of survival may present itself. Zhou Chun suddenly chuckled. Ah, how did you know that I was contemplating precisely that? In the next moment, a buzzing sound erupted. Wait, what is happening? William's expression shifted instantaneously. The azure blade suddenly manifested, slicing forward in a horizontal arc with a swift motion. With a piercing sound, the sharp edge met flesh. At that very moment, William had activated his armor, yet the formidable defense seemed as fragile as paper before this strike. Had he not retreated in the nick of time, this blow would have surely cleaved him in twain. No, you truly dare? A mix of shock and disbelief washed over William's face. You pursue your path. I tread mine. This is the limit of what I can endure. I have never aspired to be a hero, but in comparison to being forced to submit like a dog, only to wag my tail in supplication, my answer is this. If one strike fails, then I shall swing my blade once more with a fire ignited in my gaze. A true man, in life, cannot feast on the 5 tripods. In death he shall be cooked in the same. New grievances and old vendettas shall be reckoned together. I shall be the one to take you down, you wretched scoundrel. The azure blade surged forward, carving a radiant arc. Chapter 43. The White Wolf? When a melon is cut. Bold. William continued to retreat, his heart a tumult of rage and astonishment. The sound of cracking echoed incessantly around him. A sturdy outer shell rapidly wove itself around his form, save for the wound on his chest. His armor, primarily a muted earth tone, appeared exceptionally resilient. At the managerial level, the armor was far from the mass-produced variety of the White Wolf. Each suit possessed unique capabilities, akin to elite monsters within the realm of the game. However, despite its elite status, William's real combat experience, having not set foot in the Grey Tower for many years, was rather ordinary. More critically, he had never anticipated Zhou Chun would strike without warning. Zhou Chun, he let out a furious roar. Your grandfather stands here. Faster than Zhou Chun's voice was the pale shadow of the sword in his hand. What kind of speed is this? William's right arm formed a large shield, seemingly poised to withstand the impending heavy strike. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Chun altered his attack. The strike, as fluid as a serpent, arched gracefully and descended from the air, slicing through. William's left arm was severed at the root. Ah! In that moment, William's eyes reddened with fury. He finally understood how the White Wolf had met its demise. A single stroke effortlessly breached his defenses, the blade shimmering with an aura of palpable energy. Even more astonishing, the pale particles danced in the air, emanating a peculiar fluctuation that even William could not decipher. What kind of background do you possess? There was no time for further contemplation. As Zhou Chun raised his sword once more, the blade glinted with a brilliance surpassing that of the passageway's illumination. Akin to the blazing sun, I see no escape for you. With the 3rd stage of the Gale technique, riding the wind, activated, the sword moved like a tempest. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened. Given their distance, he was utterly confident that even a defender would be pierced through the kidneys by his current mastery of technique. Stab! Whoosh! In an instant, Zhou Chun's pupils contracted sharply. The long blade lunged forward, yet it did not strike anything solid. Instead, it was engulfed by a whirlwind of yellow sand. where William had just stood. A silhouette was now outlined in the swirling sands, while he himself had instantaneously teleported 6 or 7 meters away. What kind of ability is this? There was no time for further thought, as the suspended yellow sands, after a brief pause, surged forward with a thunderous rush. The grains pummeled his face and body. Zhou Chen instinctively closed his eyes. Yet, the same truth remained. At this distance, conventional methods of evasion would be futile, and he could not escape the onslaught of sand. The relentless barrage of yellow grains struck his face and body, each impact delivering a sharp sting. Together, this pain was far from trivial. Zhou Chen intended to employ a breathing technique. However, the moment he attempted to breathe, the sand swiftly filled his mouth and nostrils, nearly choking him. He realized that delaying even a second could lead to additional peril. Thus, with great discomfort, he spat out the sand, forcing himself to open his eyes. 2 white wolves, one on each side, swung their massive claw blades, glimmering with a blue-white radiance, rushing towards him in an instant. He barely had time to defend himself and could only raise the long blade before him. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded. He was uncontrollably hurled backward, crashing against the wall beside the elevator. The wall immediately cracked under the impact, and he coughed heavily, his breath momentarily disordered. However, was that all the power you possessed? After 2 or 3 breaths, an increasing number of pale particles clung to him, bestowing immense strength and partially mending his injuries. The once invincible white wolf that had loomed in his vision seemed to be just that. What was that earlier? Zhou Chen rubbed his chest and rose from the wall. In the distance, a visibly shaken William, clad in ochre battle armor, had his severed arm covered in sand to staunch the bleeding, yet blood still flowed profusely. His expression was a mask of rage, his murderous intent unmistakable. I underestimated you after all. William gritted his teeth and spoke. Since you were willing to join the feast, you must be open to collaboration. Collaboration? Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Chen sidestepped to the left, and then launched forward in an instant, a flash of pale arc light vanishing in an instant. The white wolf charging at him faltered not at all, slicing through him like a hot knife through butter. In merely half a second, the opponent's upper and lower halves were severed apart. Zhou Chen then dodged again, his nose narrowly avoiding the claws of another white wolf. After so many battles, he had thoroughly grasped the attack patterns of the white wolves. Although different handlers might exhibit varying attack habits, the white wolf's limits were evident. And facing it with his current strength, Zhou Chen felt almost no significant pressure. Another arc slash emerged, and the second white wolf was effortlessly cleaved in 2. This is impossible. William's expression shifted as he continuously signaled the guards beside him to advance. The intelligence indicated that Zhou Chen had been gravely injured when facing a team of 10 and the white wolves, even with Loyalbo's assistance. In just half a month, you treat the white wolves like mere fodder? Is that reasonable? Certainly not. Beep, beep. A glaring red light flickered with a warning tone. The moment Zhou Chen made his move, William had already triggered the alarm, signaling that more guards would soon arrive from other floors. He created some distance to prevent Zhou Chen from suddenly charging at him in a desperate attempt. Regardless of whether he could win, as the former manager of the Mingguan Group, he still had his subordinates to consider. There was no need to risk everything with Zhou Chen, who was not his equal. Wait, where is he? William looked up. He saw the white wolves surging forward, yet Zhou Chen was nowhere to be found. There he is. A faint sound emerged from above, and the crowd gasped in unison, turning their gaze. This little rascal, who had been pale in color, suddenly melted into the darkness and vanished at that instant, unnoticed by all, even though everyone's attention was focused on him in that fleeting moment. It was as if everyone's gaze actively ignored Zhou Chen's presence. He was like a gust of wind, slipping through the encirclement of white wolves and appearing before William. Damn it! Witnessing the razor-sharp blade in Zhou Chen's grasp, William dared not confront him directly. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned a vast quantity of yellow sand into his palm and raised his arm, unleashing a torrent of sand that enveloped the long blade. The incessant sounds of grinding echoed as Zhou Chen's strike was thwarted. Recognizing the precariousness of the situation, he quickly dispersed his blade, preparing for another assault. Get lost, William! of course, had no intention of granting Zhou Chun such a reprieve. With his intact right fist adorned with swirling sand, he struck down upon Zhou Chen's chest with tremendous force. Following the heavy collision, the youth was sent hurtling backward, crashing directly into the elevator. The impact caused the elevator to dip slightly as the remaining white wolves lunged forward in a frenzied attempt to slay Zhou Chun. As he was overwhelmed by one white wolf after another, William finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The weakness brought on by his teleportation, compounded by the relentless pain from his severed arm, gnawed at his nerves. Had he known Zhou Chun was such a reckless maniac, he would never have engaged in prolonged dialogue with him. Collaborating with the patrol unit to disrupt the Mingguang group and divert their security forces was clearly a prelude to violence on Zhou Chen's part. Why refuse what could have been negotiated? Were the terms offered by the Mingguang group not sufficiently generous? William's gaze turned icy as he fixated on the elevator entrance. The more he contemplated, the more his anger surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing metal and collisions echoed from within the elevator shaft. "Manager, we are here. That audacious boy should have been eliminated long ago. Manager, where is Zhou Chun? Why haven't we seen him?" A dozen individuals burst forth from the emergency exit. "Throw the bombs in there." Within mere seconds, as the sound from the elevator shaft diminished, William's expression grew increasingly grave. Huh? One of his subordinates was taken aback. "Throw them now." William slammed his palm down. Oh, several subordinates, disregarding their hesitation, retrieved particle grenades and small explosives from their pockets, hurling them into the cavernous elevator shaft. Boom! A crimson blaze and billowing smoke erupted instantaneously. Even though the underground structure had been reinforced, the tremors were distinctly felt by all present. The smoke wafted upward through the elevator shaft, spilling out from the opening. The cacophony of explosions persisted for a considerable duration until all the bombs they carried had been thrown. The sounds of the struggle seemed to vanish in the aftermath of that violent detonation. Were they annihilated? As the smoke thickened, an inexplicable sense of foreboding weighed heavily on William's heart. "Stand guard," he bellowed. Almost immediately, amidst the rolling smoke, something appeared to be emerging. Plop, plop. A bloodied figure crawled up from the elevator entrance, struggling with its gory limbs. "Seize him." His subordinates rushed forward, and before they could discern the face of the figure, 2 or 3 punches were thrown, shattering the opponent's skull. "Wait, this seems to be one of ours." With a clang, just as the last words were spoken, the handle of the fire escape door, not far from the elevator, turned. The door swung open, a narrow escape, yet I managed to evade swiftly. A figure emerged, shrouded in the haze of dust, advancing slowly with deliberate steps. Cough, cough, the smoke is truly suffocating. Amidst the swirling dust, a silhouette clad entirely in pale battle attire moved forward. Countless pale particles danced around, gradually revealing the figure more distinctly. "Brother William, have you ever pondered a particular question? Why do I dare to allow my subordinates to wait outside, while I enter the Mingguang residence alone for a banquet?" The elusive figure, with dark crimson V-shaped eye protection, was the first to come into view. Chapter 44. The Gray Armor of Zhou Chun. Endless pale particles coalesced from thin air, converging upon the adversary. At his feet, a pair of ghostly white boots adorned his legs, which were draped in dark. Evaporating trousers formed from flowing particles. The edges of his pale attire danced with ribbons composed of various luminous particles, swirling around him. The chest plate, reminiscent of ink wash, shimmered with a metallic sheen while exuding an indescribable softness. His entire head was encased in armor forged from the gathered particles, with a V-shaped visor at the front, its sharp angles resembling the horns of some malevolent creature. A blend of light and shadow enveloped his arms and hands, where the palm revealed a handle of intricate spiral design glimmering with a subdued luster. The blade, etched with elaborate patterns, radiated a piercing sharpness. The overall form bore a slight curvature, with dual edges at the tip, appearing to be neither solely a knife nor entirely a sword. With a gentle flick, light and darkness seemed to converge at the blade's edge, swirling around Zhou Chun. The gray armor unfolded. Good heavens! William's pupils gradually constricted as he surveyed his surroundings, growing increasingly furious. Where is everyone? How could there be so few? This brat has summoned all those second-tier martial artists from his home. We must split our forces to hold them back. Blast it all, everyone charge. William bellowed in anger. As he spoke, several of his subordinates shifted into their armored states. They were not clad in mere white wolves, but rather in an elevated version known as the hunter cheetah. This belonged to the same hunter series, a superior variant of the white wolf, reserved for elite internal guards due to its high cost and low success rate. Thompson also donned his armor, a black and red suit manifesting around him, his stature soaring. Oh, a defender, Zhou Qin remarked with a raised brow. A single defender, 2 cheetahs, and an additional 10 first-tier ordinary armored warriors comprised what remained of the Mingguang group's forces. Oh, I almost forgot about William. This fellow possesses high-quality armor, but alas, he has already suffered the loss of an arm, and, given his cowardice, may not join the fray. It posed a challenge, yet seemed manageable. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers lost sight of Zhou Qin once more. It was the ability of the gray armor. William gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! How could a young master who has never even left Yunjin City possess such power? It must be something left behind by his uncle. William pieced everything together in his mind, but in reality, a pale flash swept through. The formidable second-tier cheetah barely managed to evade, only to have a massive gash appear in its abdomen, blood gushing forth. Had it moved even a fraction slower, it would have been cleaved in two. Empowered by the wind chaser and blade soldier techniques, Zhou Qin transformed into a specter of white, the blade in his hand dancing with relentless vigor. With his attack attributes maximized, his speed under the gray armor was equally unparalleled. Defense? Unnecessary. The Mingguang Group S members had contemplated the use of firearms. However, most low-tier armors lacked significant range capabilities, and even those that did were merely rudimentary versions. Moreover, the gray armor is a product of the Gray Tower, inherently endowed with resistance against extraordinary weaponry. A volley of bullets delivers minimal effect. This epitomizes the universal trait of the gray armor. 2 leopards advanced to launch an assault while the remaining adversaries in rudimentary battle gear provided support. Elder brother, you should retreat, Thompson spoke in a low tone. As the sole defender present, the Colossus did not hasten to act. Given the current battlefield conditions, it was decidedly unsuitable for his stature. Standing at a height of 2.5 meters, he resembled a small tower, making both attack and defense exceedingly inconvenient. Rather than charging recklessly into the fray, it was wiser to observe and allow his subordinates to deplete the enemy's stamina. Observing Zhou Qin dodging amidst the onslaught, Thompson glanced around and approached the display white wolf armor. He detached its right arm and hurled it forward with great force. The razor-sharp wolf claw sliced through the air in an instant. Zhou Qin, having keenly monitored his movements, swiftly sidestepped. A thunderous crash ensued as the massive claw embedded itself into the wall, creating a gaping crater. Undeterred by the missed strike, Thompson continued to dismantle the exhibition armors, swinging his arms in rapid succession, delivering blow after blow. Undoubtedly, the defender possessed immense strength and remarkable precision. Zhou Qin, already evading multiple attacks, now had to contend with the Colossus's onslaught. After merely 5 or 6 exchanges, he faltered slightly and was sent flying against the wall. His body erupted with pale particles, which began to vibrate violently, nearly dissipating. Activating Kangen for the first time, he found himself somewhat unpracticed, panting as he rose from the ground. Zhou Qin's breath grew increasingly thunderous. Each inhalation felt as heavy as a bellows, with blood staining his body, indistinguishable whether it was his or that of others. With every breath, the sensation of sharpness intensified. The unprocessed ash crystal within, Kangen, began to dissolve, releasing countless particles that flooded Zhou Qin's mind with chaotic thoughts. His form appeared to tremble at a high frequency, becoming exceedingly indistinct to the naked eye. Kill him. The last remaining leopard let out a furious roar and charged forward. Zhou Qin slightly bent his body, closed his eyes, and quietly attuned to the information blossoming in his mind. He softly uttered a single word, moment. A luminous streak of Kangen burst forth. In the next instant, everyone lost sight of Zhou Chun's position once more. Where is he? Thompson felt a blur before his eyes, as if a dazzling white light had ignited within his vision. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his right leg, causing him to topple uncontrollably to the side. The realization of pain struck him belatedly. The Defender, a formidable battle armor of upper-tier second-realm power, could not even react before being struck down by a mere boy. Such an absurd thought surged through Thompson's mind. How old could Zhou Qin possibly be? 18. Moreover, with no formal education in the academy or the Grey Tower, how could he possess such formidable strength, even with gray armor? Damn it, damn it, damn it. William ran, cursing under his breath, his pace not particularly swift. After a few strides, he had to pause briefly to catch his breath. Given his physical condition, mere flight should not have posed a significant challenge. However, at this moment, the blade wielded by Zhou Qin had nearly cleaved through flesh and muscle, leaving him with a wound that seemed to pulse with a peculiar, transparent energy akin to a serpent burrowing into his body. The slightest movement sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, leaving him dizzy. What manner of ability is this? How painful! Fortunately, through William's persistent efforts, the yellow sand he scattered across the wound gradually eroded the residual power left by Zhou Qin. What is this? The so-called sword energy of a sword cultivator? Quite fantastical. Indeed, gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. With his subordinates entangled with Zhou Qin, all he needed to do was navigate the passageway to escape. Curse it! The corridor leading to the elevator was the shortest route, while the other paths stretched longer. After some time traversing the winding staircase, just as he was about to push through the door, a chilling voice echoed behind him. "Oh, my dear brother William, where is the rush?" Following closely was a flash of pale, cold light from a sword. This time, in a more frantic manner than before. William's body instantly transformed into grains of sand, his essence slipping through the closed door. As his reformed shape steadied, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before a long blade pierced through the iron door, impaling him entirely. The searing agony surged through his mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Each use of his sand transformation drained a substantial portion of his strength. Having employed it twice, he was already on the brink of collapse, compounded by the severed arm and chest wound, leaving him utterly depleted. He lay on the ground, eyes wide open. I invited you to a feast, and yet you turn on me?" His body trembled, never anticipating that today's banquet would culminate in such a dire outcome. "So, what you said implies that the street brawl was not your orchestration. Is that correct? If you truly sought reconciliation, we could have negotiated, but instead, you set your sights on my Zhou family." Zhou Qin panted lightly, clutching his side as he gasped for air. Though his pale armor concealed any visible injuries, he was not unscathed. He had merely grown stronger, not invincible. "I know you look down upon the current Zhou family from the depths of your hearts. It's fine. If it's a matter of persistence, then let us persist. What is the worst that could happen? I could die a dozen times a day, and I fear you will be the one to finish me off. The notion of consolidating power is quite appealing. I'll ponder it deeply upon my return. Enough of this excessive chatter. The others are closing in. Let us leave our conversation here, my dear brother William. Safe travels." Just then, within the constricting pupils of William, the sword ultimately descended. Chapter 45. A ray of light in the darkness exhaling softly, he felt a touch of fatigue, yet he remained resolute. Zhou Qin took several deep breaths. It must be said that the extraordinary ingredients provided by his dear friend William were infused with a plethora of exceptional factors. After this bout of exertion, the accelerated decomposition of the food transformed into pure energy, continuously fueling his body with vigor. This time, he witnessed countless tiny gray particles emanating from William, pouring into his own body, absorbed by the white light belonging to the manual. The sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer. Zhou Qin regulated his breathing, adjusting the rhythm, and glanced back. Lowering his body slightly, he suddenly erupted. The enemy rushing towards him had yet to comprehend the scene before them when they were cleaved in two by his blade. Even the white wolf dared not advance this far. How could one from the first realm move so swiftly? Cursing under his breath, he executed a leap, delivering a kick to the chest of his second adversary, sending them tumbling backward, swiftly following up with a strike. His form darted through the space. The wind-chasing style, honed to perfection, proving remarkably effective even in the confines of this narrow passage. He maneuvered left and right, like wheat swaying in the wind. One by one, foes fell beside him. It was only when he arrived at the lowest level, panting heavily, drenched in blood, and slightly unsteady on his feet, that he spotted Thompson, who had lost a leg, finally managing to clear the menacing soldier's energy from his wound. He staggered his feet and looked up to see Zhou Chun descending. Gulp! Thompson's throat tightened, his expression concealed beneath his armor. Zhou Chun gasped for breath, his body slightly bent. Were you seriously chasing me down every day? Wait, what are you saying? Thompson's forehead was slick with sweat. In the next moment, a figure charged forward. Xiao Ming, is it? Your father has sold you to the Mingguang group. Just pack a few things and come out. Here, this is the contract. You can take a look. It bears your father's signature. Once it is effective, even the inspection division has no authority over it. Stop dawdling. We have another place to go. Hey, even if you tear up the contract, it won't matter. I ask again, do you insist on non-cooperation? Very well. Bring a few people to take them away. The sounds of tearing and cries echoed in the air. Xiaoxi remained curled up, as if this position could offer her a semblance of safety. Days had passed in this unfamiliar environment, and she had yet to adapt. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears long dried, leaving only numbness and daze in her gaze. Just moments ago, while huddled in her corner, she suddenly sensed something, instinctively lifting her head to catch a glimpse of Zhou Chun and William outside the glass window. Was he here to rescue her? A flicker of hope ignited within Xiaoxi, her eyes sparkling with a few glimmers as they locked onto his. Zhou Chun and William exchanged a few words. Though she could not discern the conversation, she only noted their smiles, suggesting a harmonious atmosphere. He likely was not there to save her. Indeed, despite Zhou's remarkable prowess, she was merely an acquaintance, their relationship confined to that of classmates. There is no need for further negotiation with the Mingguang group. A hint of despondency flickered in Xiaoxi's eyes as she lowered her head, burying herself once more as if that would diminish her presence. Pressing her lips together, she closed her eyes tightly, striving to hold back the tears. Gradually, her thoughts began to drift. Xiaoming, Xiaoxi, let me reiterate. It was your father who sold you to the Mingguang group. We have employed no unlawful means in this matter. Do you comprehend? As for the experiments, you may choose to participate or not. However, a lack of cooperation significantly increases the likelihood of failure. Xiaoming, you are well aware of your own physical condition. Are you not? 2 years, 1 year, or perhaps merely half a year. Can you endure? The opportunity lies before you. If you're willing to take the chance, then seize it. Should you succeed, your ailments will pale in comparison, and you could potentially become a formidable, extraordinary being. I have said all that needs to be said. You have the night to contemplate. Think it over carefully. With that, the experimenter turned and exited the room. Sister Xiao, she grasped Xiaoming's hand, yearning to speak, but at a loss for words. Yes, I understand. I am well aware. Xiaoming nodded solemnly. Then her tone shifted, teeth clenched. That bastard. It has been years since we moved out. What does he have to do with us? Does he even qualify as a father? He is nothing but a beast. How dare he sell us? Xiaoxi fell silent, her fists tightening. Sister, we must consider other options. There has to be a way. Is there? Xiaoming replied with a bitter smile. Sister, the mortality rate of these experiments is too high. Xiaoxi tightened her grip on her sister's hand. Should she advise her sister against participating? But Xiaoming had little time left to live. What should she do? Encourage her to participate? The terrifyingly high mortality rate meant that if she failed, death would be inevitable. Xiaoxi could only hold onto her sister's hand tightly, tears rolling down her cheeks. Let us not dwell on this. Don't worry. Xiaoming gently patted her sister's hand, then wiped away the tears. Sleep now. After a long day, it's time to rest. The room the sisters occupied was relatively spacious. The accursed Mingguang group had not mistreated them. When it was time to rest, the lights were uniformly extinguished, leaving only the dim green glow of the indicator signs. Sleep now. Will I be able to? Xiaoxi blinked, glancing at her sister, clutching the hem of her sister's garment, fearful of her disappearance. Time passed unmeasured. A wave of irresistible drowsiness washed over her. Her eyelids felt increasingly heavy, as if burdened with 1,000 pounds, refusing to open. Each blink brought forth a profound sleepiness. What is happening to me, sister? She attempted to speak, but found herself utterly incapable, her limbs feeling weak and heavy, devoid of strength. Eventually, she succumbed, her eyes finally closing. As time slipped away, the room remained eerily quiet. After an indeterminate period, Xiaoxi slowly opened her hazy eyes, instinctively reaching out beside her, only to find emptiness. Sister? In an instant, she was jolted to consciousness, sitting upright in bed. The expanse of the empty mattress revealed her solitude. Xiaoming was nowhere to be found. With a sense of disorientation, she staggered off the bed, the room's dimensions offering no semblance of a hiding place. She rushed to the window. Bang! Her fist struck the glass with fervor. Where's everyone? Someone, where's my sister? Soon, a member of the experimental team approached. Enough, enough, no need to shout. They spoke through a specialized microphone position outside. Your sister has specifically requested that we do not disturb you. She is currently undergoing a medical examination, and we assured her that we would not subject you to any experiments following hers. Impossible. How could she agree to this? Xiaoxi's pupils trembled. Come back. Please come back. Bang, bang, bang. She relentlessly pounded on the glass, but no one responded, until her voice grew hoarse. Xiaoxi despondently sank into a seat by the window. A torrent of chaotic thoughts assailed her, beyond her control. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to cast aside these dreadful notions. All she could do was pray for her sister to successfully complete the experiment and return to her side. In the days that followed, aside from regular meal deliveries, she encountered no one. Even when meals were brought, they were simply placed down and left. Until one day, an unusually lavish meal was provided, accompanied by a photograph of her sister participating in the experiment. In the picture, Xiaoming seemed to be aware that it would be shown to Xiaoxi, and she forced a radiant smile. At that moment, Xiaoxi felt a dawning realization, and she could no longer contain herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Their mother had tragically passed away in an accident when she was 5 or 6, and not long after, her father brought home another woman. Along with her, he also brought a brother who was merely 2 years her junior. From that point onward, her life underwent a profound transformation. Her father seemed to morph into a different person, exhibiting an irascible temper and an unsettling demeanor. Xiaoxi vividly recalled the year she turned 10 when her stepmother's brother, their uncle, visited. After being called into a room at night, her 13-year-old sister emerged with a diagonal scar marring her face, stretching from above her eye to the corner of her mouth, nearly disfiguring her. The uncle, with a pierced palm, raged and overturned the contents of the room. Had it not been for her sister bravely confronting him with a knife, Xiaoxi shuddered to think of what might have transpired. Following this incident, her father wielded a wrought-tan switch, mercilessly beating both Xiaoming and Xiaoxi until they were nearly unconscious. A few days later, her sister took her away to live outside. Xiaoming, 3 years her senior, relied on the meager inheritance their mother had secretly provided, selling off possessions to scrape together a living. As they grew older, Xiaoming took on odd jobs to contribute to the household. Their education suffered for several years. Yet both sisters demonstrated resilience, gaining admission to a prestigious high school and securing a tuition waiver. They believed that upon completing the college entrance examination, they could escape Yinjin. However, Xiaoxi never anticipated her own failure to pass, and her sister's application error resulted in her receiving no score at all. The sisters, undeterred, filed an appeal, yet to this day, they have received no clear response. Xiaoxi was perplexed by her own failings. It seemed that since the moment of her birth, whenever happiness was within her grasp, fate would invariably steer her towards an alternate path. Perhaps the notion of happiness was destined to elude her. At this moment, gazing out at the flickering crimson beams beyond the glass window and feeling the vibrations emanating from her surroundings, it appeared that something significant was unfolding. Nevertheless, Whatever transpired was likely no longer of her concern. As time elapsed, Xiaoxi remained curled up in her position. She was unaware of when the outside lights had suddenly dimmed, plunging everything into silence, so profound that she could almost hear the rhythmic thump of her own heartbeat. Thud! Thud! Suddenly, faint sounds emerged from outside. Search the other 2 floors, be meticulous, and see if you can find any gray jade or other valuable items. Don't mind me. Mi fine. The patrol will arrive shortly, so everyone be swift. Rise and shine, everyone wake up. Let me see if there are any treasures in the room. And what are you fools giggling about? Is that gold on the nightstand? Bring it to me. Oh, for heaven's sake. If you want to escape, now is your chance. Why does it feel like a bunch of simpletons here? The voices transitioned from indistinct to clear, drawing nearer. With a click, the door swung open. She stared in astonishment. A young man stood there, one arm hanging limply at his side, his body marred by wounds, blood gushing forth, and his hair matted and tangled with crimson. He breathed heavily, his steps unsteady, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, like a beacon in the night. It seemed as though pale particles danced around him, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. They locked eyes for several moments. The young man broke into a grin. Look, there's another one. Hey, tidy up, you can leave now. Chapter 46. To survive or to perish meant. She was unsure where she had struck the light bulb to extinguish it. Perhaps the air conditioning had ceased as well, for the heat was unbearable. The warmth emanating from him was intense. The young girl draped his arm over her shoulder, straining to share some of his burden. Each breath Zhou Chun took was accompanied by a wave of searing heat, his own temperature alarmingly elevated. The darkness enveloped them, and Xiaoxi could not discern clearly. Yet she could surmise that Zhou Chen's skin was likely flushed a deep crimson at that moment. Can you still hold on? Xiaoxi gritted her teeth and inquired. Rest assured, even if you perish, I shall not. Splendid. Your words remain as ungracious as ever. Zhou Chen's eyelids felt heavy as he squinted to ascertain their direction. This way. All right, Xiaoxi responded, supporting him as they advanced. Suddenly, her foot landed upon something soft. Instinctively, she glanced down. It was a corpse. The name tag on its chest read Thompson, Zhou Chen noted. Xiaoxi's body stiffened. As they progressed, the ground grew brighter, revealing a gruesome sight of severed limbs scattered across the floor. Until now, she had been engaged in a mental exercise, convincing herself that all was well, that it was merely an illusion, that nothing had transpired. With Zhou Chen's revelation, her thoughts galloped wildly, beyond her control. What is there to fear? Zhou Chen gasped. Shall we take our frustrations out on them by stabbing them a few times? Unfortunately, William's body is somewhat distant. You may treat this Thompson as William. Xiaoxi bit her lip, her steps gradually coming to a halt. You truly dare? Zhou Chen arched an eyebrow, standing still as he rubbed his back. After much internal conflict, she stepped forward, utilizing the faint light to grasp a broken sword blade from the ground. With a swift thrust, blood splattered forth. Then again, and again. Even the fractured blade was exceedingly heavy. As she relentlessly struck, her arms soon grew weary. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she discarded the broken weapon, panting as she wiped her tears away. Wordlessly, she returned to Zhou Chen's side, hoisting him up once more. The two of them stumbled forward together. Are you afraid? Zhou Chen inquired with a smile. Xiaoxi pressed her lips together and shook her head. Ha ha! Zhou Chen laughed heartily. This way. He oriented himself, noting that just a few more steps would lead them to the ground floor. The ascent brought with it an increasing brightness. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. Xiaoxi tensed, her body rigid with anxiety. Young master? Shortly, 2 men and a woman appeared before them, their bodies smeared with blood. What transpired? Zhou Chen asked. These 3 were the last remaining second-tier martial artists from the dojo. The enemies have all been eliminated, leaving no survivors. We conducted a thorough search but found little of value. Young master, allow me to assist you. One burly man approached, preparing to support him. Ah, no need. I reek, while my little classmate here is quite fragrant. Zhou Chen declined. An instant of silence enveloped the stairwell. What are you all waiting for? Let us ascend. Zhou Chen gestured with his hand. Shall we ascend first? The martial artists hesitated. Go on, They exchanged glances before turning to depart. Come along, young student. Zhou Chan extended his arm, seeking assistance. Xiaoxi's lips moved, but ultimately fell silent as she hoisted him up. Thus, the two gradually made their way upward. Along the path, the bodies of the slain, all victims of the martial artists, lay strewn about. At last, they pushed open the grand doors of the passage and entered the main hall of Mingguang residence. Young master, the numerous brothers looked on. Thank you all for your hard work. Zhou Chen nodded at them before striding towards the entrance. He seated himself upon the steps and let out a deep sigh. The commotion from Mingguang residence had been considerable, and this was the central area. A crowd had already gathered nearby, peering curiously to ascertain what had transpired. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, drenched in blood, they quickly averted their gazes, not daring to look further. Xiaoxi, too, bore her share of bloodstains, lagging slightly behind to sit beside Zhou Chen. I've taken a life. Can I now learn martial arts from you? She inquired softly. Is killing a dead person still considered murder? Zhou Chen rummaged through his pockets, but his wrist and arm ached, making it difficult to maneuver. Allow me to assist you. Xiaoxi reached into his pocket and retrieved a small, crumpled box, from which she poured out several broken pieces of dry ice. I need a longer one. Zhou Chen pouted, and Xiaoxi held the dry ice to his lips. Hiss. The unique dry ice, mingled with a refreshing minty aroma, slid down his throat, bringing a wave of relief. Zhou Chen, Xiaoxi suddenly spoke. What is it? Why did you choose to kill them? It seems no one dares to oppose the Mingguang group. While others may be timid, I am not. If I find them displeasing, I shall eliminate them. Zhou Chen replied with a grin. Am I not formidable? You are. Xiaoxi hesitated, unable to voice her thoughts completely. Biting her lip, she gently continued, but what will happen next? The Mingguang group will surely not let this go lightly. Then I shall simply perish before them, Zhou Chen remarked, crunching on the dry ice. Xiaoxi fell silent, taken aback by his unexpected response. She gazed ahead, where neon lights flickered, and slogans promoting human experimentation and various frenzied, extraordinary declarations were in abundance. In her dazed state, confusion deepened. Brother Zhou Chen, what now? What is it? You mentioned that if Baixing did not exist, would the world of Tianxia be better off? She murmured. Zhou Chen, savoring the icy sensation, paused for a moment before replying with a smile. To be or not to be, it remains the same. This is a question posed by Shakespeare, and I am uncertain. Huh? Xiaoxi looked at him, bewildered. He gently shook his head and fell silent as the sound of approaching sirens grew louder. Shortly thereafter, patrol vehicles arrived at the entrance of Mingguang residence. With a clang, the doors opened and closed repeatedly, flashes of light reflecting upon their faces as they faced a multitude of gazes filled with various emotions. The youth grinned, revealing teeth stained with flecks of blood, and gestured towards the rear. Everyone is here. Let us proceed to collect the bodies. Chapter 47. The Naming of Scars, the Shadow of Canghong. The patrol office had begun a thorough investigation. Zhou Chen and the members of the martial arts school were apprehended and lined up by the roadside. Although he did not encounter his old acquaintance, Brother Liu, he did see his assistant, Li Qiushi. A multitude of patrollers entered Mingguang residence to assess the situation. Li Qiushi intended to enter Mingguang residence as well, but upon turning around and locking eyes with Zhou Chen, he approached. Before he could utter a word, the youth stumbled and struck his forehead against the ground with a resounding thud. Hey. At the hospital entrance. Director Liu, aren't you going to arrest this kid on the spot? Li Qiushi scrutinized Zhou Chen, who was entirely wrapped in bandages and seated in a wheelchair. We'll discuss it another day, Lu Sun replied, shaking his head. That's the right approach. Zhou Chen, who had just undergone a series of examinations, raised a report in his hand. See this? The report of serious injuries. I fail to comprehend why you are unwilling to rest at the hospital. If you do not mind the inconvenience, then return. Let us hope you do not attempt to scale walls in the dead of night to eliminate the William family. Lu Sun stated calmly. Cough, of course not. Then I shall take my leave. Brother Liu, you carry on with your business. Zhou Chen did harbor such thoughts. Yet the toll from today had been significant. He would postpone for another day. He waved farewell to the two. He brought Xiaoxi, who had completed the same examination, back and arranged for a room nearby. It was already the early hours of the morning, and after minimal conversation, he soon lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. He felt himself plummeting. He was back again. The familiar sequence of events unfolded. In the morgue, Zhou Chen gazed at the countdown clock above with a hint of resignation. This fellow truly did not allow him a moment's respite. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. After the battle at Mingguang residence, he had gained a newfound confidence. Mechanical battle armor, Gray Tower technology? This was it. This was the level. He felt no pressure whatsoever. Zhou Chen practiced his breathing technique several times, and a faint crimson hue began to emanate from his body, his eyes sparkling with self-assurance. No longer hesitating, he pushed open the door. With the final 30 seconds ticking down, Zhou Chen closed his eyes. Particles of light and darkness manifested around him, swirling ribbons encircling his form, and his battle armor coalesced, taking shape in gray. In an instant, the pale hue flickered and vanished, his figure disappearing from sight. With such power, he should have left a distinctly visible crack in the muddy ground. Yet, it merely caused the surface to slightly indent. In a flash, this was a new technique Zhou Chen had formed through his unique skills, combined with the insights gained from the Ember Crystal, a technique not yet fully realized. It allowed for an explosive burst of speed in an instant. In any case, Zhou Chen swiftly traversed through the forest. The rigid requirement of defeating 3 colossal statues within 20 minutes loomed over him. His speed increased, and he could sense the tremors in the ground, a harbinger of the defenders activating from another direction. A flame seemed to ignite within his chest. With a single step, the fire surged from his heart throughout his body, granting him terrifying power. Thus, Zhou Chen transformed into a flash of pale light, accelerating once more. His gaze pierced through the dense foliage, and he beheld the enormous figure. Slash! The azure blade in hand traced a graceful arc, casting a fleeting pale glow within the forest. A sharp aura enveloped the sword's edge as it descended with unwavering intent. The blade met the opponent's chest plate, causing a subtle shift in Zhou Chen's expression. Before him stood a colossal figure with formidable defenses. What he had anticipated to be a swift strike into the core of his adversary's energy was, amidst the jarring clash of metal, met with a slow and reluctant touch against the surface of the core, failing to inflict further damage. The opponent raised a palm the size of a fan, delivering a powerful blow before Zhou Chen could react. Remarkably, bolstered by the power of the azure scars, his physical resilience prevented his head from bursting. He was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the third tree with such force that it broke nearly in half before he finally came to a halt. Coughing violently, Zhou Chen found himself spitting blood, his head buzzing, and stars dancing before his eyes. This level of difficulty, was it truly so? Just as the enormous blade was about to descend upon him, such thoughts raced through his mind. Warm and gentle white light flooded his vision as he found himself once again at the center of the resting hall. I must lodge a complaint. Why does this defender differ from before, and from the present world as well? You've secretly enhanced it without informing me. Haven't you? Speak up. Come out for a one-on-one. Zhou Chen shouted for an eternity, yet the manual remained utterly silent. Fine, I concede your cunning. The hellish mode, with its distinct challenges for normal and repeated encounters, is quite reasonable. As for the White Wolf in the first stage, merely a beginner's boon, I suppose. He could only mutter a curse under his breath. In truth, the enhancement of the defender was not excessively formidable, merely a tad beyond his expectations. At most, it would delay his progress in clearing the stage by a few days. He extended his palm, gently flipping through the manual. In no time, the luminous screen sprawled before him, unfolding. A spectacular slaughter ensued. The azure scar's power fully activated, breathing techniques provided sustenance, and skills culminated in victory. Through relentless practice, you have adeptly integrated various techniques into combat, yielding exceptional results. With the conclusion of this battle, you have gained profound insights into techniques, along with 3,600-foot embers gray. Blade Mastery, 415-100. Wind Chaser Technique, 330-100. Resonance Breathing Method, 210-102. Refining breath into threads, perpetual and unending. The manipulation of weapon essence becomes smoother and more potent. Blade mastery has advanced. The fourth stage has seen some enhancements compared to the third. Yet, no new traits have been unlocked. Perhaps another step up is necessary? Zhou Chun felt an inexplicable premonition that at the fifth stage, his techniques might undergo a more significant enhancement. As he absorbed the new panel before him, he gained a clearer assessment of his own strength. In a typical state, as long as the numbers were not overwhelming, defeating the white wolf posed little problem. In the state of azure scars, the white wolf would be akin to a mere chicken. A mid-tier leopard in the second realm could also be dispatched, but facing a stronger mid-tier opponent from the second realm would likely prove more challenging, barring the defender. Yet, the same sentiment remained. Theoretically, granting him an opportunity for a covert assault could lead to the demise of Lu Sun from the third realm, potentially felled by a single strike. Such a notion, however, borders on the fantastical. By this reasoning, an individual from the first realm could seize a moment to ambush him, decapitating him with a single blow, resulting in Zhou Chun meeting a similar fate. His evaluative criteria seemed to rely solely on the outcomes of direct confrontations. Gradually retracting his thoughts, Zhou Chun issued a command. Synthesize, all embers shall be amalgamated. At his behest, a multitude of gray particles materialized from thin air, purging impurities and coalescing into numerous gray crystals. 3,600 units of embers coalesced into 36 gray jades. 10 white wolves, 2 leopards, 1 defender, and 1 William contributed to such a bountiful harvest. The enhancement effect of a single gray jade is, in fact, quite commendable. One could utilize it personally to fortify their physique and expedite the refinement of their combat essence. Or one could bestow it upon Kangen to augment its completeness and bolster its capabilities. However, the manual had previously cautioned that gray jades still harbor impurities. An excessive consumption within a short time frame might lead to irreversible harm. Hence, what constitutes excessive consumption? Dear comrade, could you provide a more detailed standard? Manual companion, please emerge and offer some guidance. As Zhou Chun persistently called out, the manual leisurely revealed a line of text. Under normal circumstances, extraordinary beings prefer not to consume gray jades for a smoother path ahead. They would rather opt for the higher purity and superior effects of white jades synthesized from gray jades. The resting room can eliminate negative effects. However, even so, breakthroughs derived from gray jades are akin to castles in the air, posing considerable risks. White jades, Zhou Chun pondered thoughtfully. Following the acquisition of these 36 gray jades, no indications for synthesis emerged, suggesting that the ratio may not adhere to a 10:1 standard. It wouldn't be the case that, like embers, one requires 100 units to synthesize the next tier, would it? Slaying a being from the second realm yields 200 to 300 units of embers. When I need to achieve 50 kills to obtain a single white jade, such a quantity is indeed substantial. It implies that the entirety of Yunjin City would struggle to gather even a few white jades. However, embers originate from the Gray Tower, and logically, gray spirits should be the primary yield. There is no need to fixate solely on slaying. It appears I must devise a strategy to enter the Gray Tower. As for the Gray Tower under my command, Zhou Chun whimsically dubbed it the Tower of Gray Ruins, private server version. Quite an amusing notion, albeit it feels distinct from the mainstream version. Zhou Chun, with a tinge of envy, placed the gray jades within the manual. His prior use was merely a preliminary exploration of the effects. Given the manual's admonitions, he felt compelled to suppress the urge to consume them. He directed his gaze towards the final line of text that had manifested within the manual. Through your relentless development, the seed of the pale mark has finally taken root and blossomed into its complete form. You shall now wield the ethereal power of the pale and manifest your own gray attire. In the gray attire state, your capabilities will be significantly enhanced, yet your stamina will deplete at an accelerated rate. Each variant of the gray attire will possess unique abilities. It is for you to explore and develop them further. You are prepared to bestow upon this gray attire the name Kangen, a lingering trace of azure left by the interplay of light and darkness. Bathed in sunlight, it rejuvenates. Concealed in shadows, it moves silently and unseen. I shall henceforth refer to it as the shadow of the Azure Crane. Chapter 48. Future Plans in the Realm of Dreams. Zhou Chun wielded his sword with unprecedented fluidity, executing a series of strikes with remarkable grace. After advancing the blade mastery technique to its fourth stage, he found it increasingly effortless. The second stage of his breathing technique provided an unceasing flow of energy, generating waves of warmth within him with each breath, thereby amplifying his strength. Coupled with the perfected form of the Azure Scar, he became nearly indistinguishable from the shadows under the night sky. This power, it must be said without exaggeration, would allow him to contend with the White Wolf Fist even without the Azure Blade. The journey through the blade mastery, breathing techniques, and the Azure Scar had been well documented. Yet the rate of his actual power enhancement far surpassed his expectations. The improvement of his techniques was gradual, yielding slight increases after rigorous training and practical combat. However, the Azure Scar, this enigmatic gray attire, had dramatically elevated his prowess. The future appeared exceedingly promising. Within Yunjin City, the third realm was nearly the pinnacle. There were no known practitioners of the fourth realm. Moreover, the majority of those in the third realm were often engaged in exploring the Gray Tower, returning intermittently. Thus, it seemed he had indeed acquired sufficient capital to establish himself. After all, not being easily defeated was a significant advantage. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how formidable the fully unleashed Third Realm practitioners truly were. In a state of complete readiness, how many rounds could he endure against them? Shaking his head, Zhou Chun acknowledged that Third Realm practitioners generally exercised restraint, rarely engaging within residential areas. Alas, it was a pity that his uncle was no longer around. Otherwise, they could have exchanged a few moves. Perhaps he could practice with Lu Sun, though that old man appeared harmless. It was possible he could fell 10 opponents with a single strike. Zhou Chun concluded his daydreaming. He still bore injuries in the real world, and to avert any unforeseen circumstances, he expended 10 performance points to activate the lounge. The conflict between the Inspection Bureau and the Mingguang Group was considerable, reportedly involving the Third Realm and some advanced core battle armors. Both sides were embroiled in a fierce skirmish, with the Mingguang Group's situation being somewhat secondary. Regardless of why the Inspection Bureau had suddenly grown so assertive, diverting some attention away from Zhou Chun was undoubtedly beneficial to him. Lu Sun, too, had graciously granted him a respite, allowing him 2 days of rest at the martial arts hall. As his thoughts gradually slowed, Zhou Chun reclined upon the soft bed, soon slipping into a sleep as peaceful as that of an infant. Xiaoxi had been plagued by nightmares throughout the night. In fact, she found herself ensnared in nightmares whenever she closed her eyes. In her dreams, Xiao Ming appeared, covered in wounds, her expression one of utter agony, being forcibly dragged away by a group of researchers. "Let her go!" Xiaoxi attempted to scream, but her voice could only reach a brief distance. She could only watch as Xiao Ming was pulled further away, the gap between them growing ever wider. At an indeterminate moment, a hand seized her, similarly dragging her away without regard for her pleas toward an unknown destination. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated her surroundings, jolting her awake. Gasping for breath, she sat up, gradually regaining her senses. The unfamiliar environment left her momentarily disoriented until she recalled that she had been placed in the martial arts hall by Zhou Chun. After a night of slumber, she remained indoors throughout the day, undisturbed by any interruptions. At mealtime, she ventured out for a modest bite. With a brief greeting exchanged with Zhou Chun, she was not interrupted. Thus, she meandered through the day in a daze, and after another night of restful sleep, she finally felt rejuvenated. Xiaoxi rose from her bed, performed a simple morning routine, and patted her cheeks to invigorate herself. She then turned the doorknob and stepped out of her room. The warm sunlight enveloped her, accompanied by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing sensation. It was indeed a rare day of splendid weather. As she exited the house, she glanced at Zhou Chen's small dwelling, uncertain whether she should approach him to say hello. After a brief hesitation, she mustered her courage and knocked on his door, waiting for a moment. Seeing no response, Xiaoxi pressed the doorbell beside it. As the chime echoed, silence lingered within. Was he absent or simply asleep? Retracting her finger, she found herself at a loss. A part of her was curious to see what the rumored formidable Zhou family's martial arts school was like. Yet she worried about encountering those intimidating figures adorned with intricate tattoos. Caught in a conflict of thoughts, she ultimately decided to take a brief look around. Following the shaded path, she wandered not far before arriving at a small training arena, the closest one to her residence. As she drew nearer, she heard a soft, rustling sound. Was someone there? Xiaoxi slowed her pace and cautiously approached, feeling as though she were a thief. Perhaps she truly was. With careful steps, she positioned herself against the wall, peeking out to catch a glimpse. In an instant, her gaze was captivated. There stood Zhou Chun in a silver outfit, wielding an 8-sided sword, his form swaying gracefully. The blade danced, resembling a silver dragon coiling around him. His breaths echoed like the relentless flow of a river, and each exhalation left a long, white trace in the air. The fluid movement, coupled with the sword in his hand, exuded an air of formidable precision and an indescribable aura of lethal intent. Is this the essence of martial arts? For a moment, Xiaoxi was spellbound. Time slipped away until Zhou Chun gradually ceased his movements, standing still at the center of the arena, his breathing stabilizing. Have you seen enough? His voice reached her ears. Who are you talking to? Xiaoxi instinctively turned to look back. What are you staring at? Zhou Chun continued. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, the girl wished to vanish into the ground. Zhou Chun placed the sword on its stand and walked to the side, taking large gulps of tea. After wiping his mouth, he beckoned. Why are you just standing there? Guomin, you dare to take me out back at Mingguang residence, and now you're all nervous. I'm not nervous, Xiaoxi replied, though she felt a bit apprehensive about his potential wrath. With a slight hesitation, she stepped into the training arena. What did you think of what you just saw? Your swordsmanship. It's impressive. Do you want to learn? Yes, Xiaoxi nodded earnestly. First, let us have something to eat, Zhou Chun said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Afterward, I will change into my practice attire and teach you a few moves. Is it really that soon? Xiaoxi appeared to be somewhat taken aback. I will teach you a couple of techniques. Should it happen that someone from a Mingguang group comes charging in a few days, you may find yourself needing to wield a sword to defend yourself. Instantly, Xiaoxi's complexion turned pale, involuntarily recalling the scene of countless corpses within Mingguang's premises. Martial arts, self-defense. Zhou Chun did not seem like a villain. Yet after acquiring a few skills, what path should she pursue? Return home, seek employment, or was something else entirely? In a state of endless confusion, Xiaoxi accompanied Zhou Chun to the cafeteria. After collecting their meals, she placed her tray on a random table. Just as Zhou Chun was about to speak, his phone suddenly vibrated. Who could that be? Qian Chuanqina. His brow furrowed slightly as he opened the message. You've handled matters at Mingguang well. The Hongying Society has encountered some troubles lately and is unable to focus on you for the time being. However, we have ultimately decided to continue supporting the Zhou family. You indeed have some skills. I will contact you again in a few days. What Mingguang group can promise, we can too. You can look forward to it. See you in a few days. It was the Hongying Society, which had been inexplicably silent for a while. This cunning vixen finally showed some response. Zhou Chun let out a sigh of relief. It is often said that relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. He had mentally prepared himself for the task of fortifying the Zhou family after dealing with Mingguang. The fact that the Hongying Society was willing to make a commitment would undoubtedly alleviate a significant portion of his burdens. In Zhou Chen's mind, the Hongying Society was slightly less shameless than the Mingguang group. Moreover, there were truly some captivating women among them. Just as he was engrossed in his meal, an apprentice hurriedly approached him. Brother Chun, there's a man named Xiao Yuan causing a commotion at the entrance. Chapter 49, Inciting a Riot, Punish Severely. Is there any justice in this world? Is there still a law? By what right do you take my daughter away? Return my daughter. A stout man stood at the entrance, raising a placard, flanked by a throng of equally agitated individuals. Down with the forces of evil. Harshly punish the Zhou Martial Arts School. The Zhou Martial Arts School has vandalized the Mingguang group and disrupted our armed plans. They must provide an explanation. The Zhou Martial Arts School colludes with the Inspection Division. A thorough investigation is imperative. Creak. The main door swung open, and Zhou Chun stepped over the threshold with an air of calm. Upon seeing him emerge, the clamor diminished slightly. The man at the forefront of the crowd retreated a half step as well. It must be noted that Zhou Chun, clad in a black martial arts uniform and wielding a formidable 8-sided sword at his waist, cast a gaze that seemed to pierce through to the very soul. The aura of impending danger was unmistakable. Furthermore, after days of wielding blades, he emanated a palpable sharpness as he surveyed the crowd. Those already apprehensive fell into an even deeper silence. "Xiao Yuan?" Zhou Chun inquired, fixing his gaze upon the leading man. "Have you come on behalf of the Mingguang group?" What Mingguang group? I want my daughter back." Xiao Yuan stammered initially, then, as if to muster courage, shouted angrily, "The Mingguang group is a benevolent enterprise, and yet you thugs have vandalized it. The inspection division may fear you, but I do not. My daughter, so obedient and beautiful, has been forcibly detained by you. What do you intend to do? Return my daughter? How amusing." Zhou Chun chuckled lightly. "Old Wolf." Brother Chun, the fierce and intimidating Old Wolf, stepped forward. "Gather the brothers for some exercise." "Very well." Old Wolf turned back. "What are you planning? Do you dare to kill us all?" Xiao Yuan's heart sank. "You said it yourself. I dare to kill even the Mingguang group's people. So what of you?" Zhou Chun replied with a cold smirk. "Brother Chun, they have arrived." Old Wolf led a swarm of individuals surging through the doorway. "Go on. Consider it a team-building exercise, and bring that fat man named Xiao over here." He gestured towards Xiao Yuan. "Understood, Brother Chun." Old Wolf grinned sinisterly, brandishing a steel pipe, and lunged forth. What are you doing? You're killing people. Sorry, Lang. In broad daylight. You're committing murder." The cries and pleas for help mingled within the crowd. Naturally, with so many people present, the martial arts school would not truly kill everyone. The burly men wielding steel pipes struck those who had shouted the loudest, targeting their legs or arms with resounding thuds. The sound of bones fracturing composed a crisp symphony, quite melodious indeed. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Xiao Yuan attempted to flee, only to be seized by Old Wolf, who swiftly applied pressure to several acupoints, rendering him powerless. Like a lifeless dog, he was dragged before Zhou Chun. "Did the Mingguang group send you?" Zhou Chun asked with an impassive expression. "Young master." Sweat beaded on Xiao Yuan's forehead. "Brother Chun is asking you a question. Did you not hear?" The Old Wolf prodded the opponent's kidney acupoint with a steel pipe. Ouch! The pain was so intense it nearly brought tears to his eyes. It's them. "Young Master Zhou, please don't take offense. For the sake of my daughter, temper your anger. Are we to be compensated by the minute?" Zhou Chun maintained a stoic demeanor. "Compensation will be based on the script. For every line recited, an additional sum will be granted upon completion of the piece." Xiao Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Please, don't be angry. Are these people all summoned by the Mingguang group?" Zhou Chun inquired, glancing at the crowd lamenting their plight. "Not quite. These fools followed us like a flock when we incited them. Your destruction of the Mingguang group pains them more than losing their own kin." "Very well." Zhou Chun was at a loss as to whether to smile or frown. "Young Master Zhou, I was merely jesting. I do enjoy telling a few fibs. You may take my daughter. She is not worth much anyway. I hold the Zhou family in high esteem." Sweat beaded on Xiao Yuan's forehead, his age weighing heavily as he was tossed about by the Old Wolf, struggling to catch his breath. "I am quite curious. Is she not your biological daughter? What fuels such animosity?" Zhou Chun queried. "No, not at all." His expression twisted slightly. "After the birth of these two brats, I discovered I was incapable of bearing children. My son was only born thanks to the assistance of the Mingguang group. As for that paternity test, it was entirely fabricated. After my wife passed, I investigated and found that these two wretches are not my blood." "Hey, who are you shouting at?" The Old Wolf jabbed him sharply. Xiao Yuan trembled uncontrollably, forcing a smile that barely masked his discomfort. "Young Master Zhou, my daughter Xiao, she is quite an appealing match. Many have sought to buy her, yet I could not bear to part with her. If you could forge a bond with her, our families would be considered kin." "Kin, you say? Do you believe you are worthy?" Zhou Chun smiled, signaling to the Old Wolf. "Young Master Zhou, please calm down." A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Yuan, his forced smiles becoming increasingly strained. "Calm down, you say?" Suddenly, the Old Wolf struck, landing a powerful blow to Xiao Yuan's mouth. The impact shattered numerous teeth, and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. Ouch! Xiao Yuan's mind reeled from the acute pain and physiological response, eliciting cries of agony. Leave with this crowd before I truly lose my temper. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Did you hear? Depart at once. The old wolf, grinning, released him. All right. All right. Xiao Yuan felt the world spin as blood covered his face. Ignoring any further words, he struggled to rise and hurriedly fled into the distance. Brother Chen? The old wolf pointed at the disheveled Xiao Yuan as he fled. Zhou Chen nodded slightly. Understood. The old wolf acknowledged with a gesture indicating all was well. Run. There's been a murder. The crowd cried out in panic as they scattered in all directions. The martial arts practitioners gradually ceased their movements, allowing the disheveled masses to retreat into the distance. In the martial arts school, there are few apprentices left, as several were apprehended by the inspection department for causing disturbances at other martial arts establishments just days prior. However, those who remain are not ordinary individuals capable of resistance. While a smaller number might be manageable, too many would complicate matters. It would be unwise to resort to lethal force under the glaring sun. Releasing this group allows the martial arts community to anticipate how to proceed. Everyone should return, Zhou Chen announced, preparing to turn away when suddenly the sirens of the inspection department echoed from a distance, prompting him to halt. Through a crack in the door, he caught sight of Xiao, she standing silently in the corner. The latter remained wordless, having witnessed the entire scene, gazing at the departing figure of Xiao Yuan with a complex mixture of animosity and a hint of satisfaction. Your father instigated trouble. A portion of this debt surely falls upon you, Zhou Chen remarked calmly. Indeed, Xiao Shi replied with a single note of acknowledgement. The two exchanged no further words as Zhou Chen awaited the sirens, which grew increasingly closer until a vehicle came to a stop at the entrance. With a clang, the car door swung open, revealing Lu Sun and Li Qiushi, who both stepped out. Is the young master of the Zhou family in good spirits today? Ready to throw some punches? Lu Sun quipped, leaning against the car door. Look at how you speak, Brother Lu. This is our profession. If we aren't fighting, what else can we do? Come, join us for a drink. Zhou Chen gestured invitingly. No need for that. The day before yesterday, you claimed your injuries were too severe to visit the inspection department. Today, you appear quite lively. Come along with us. Old Wolf, Lu Qi, Lu Ming, and the others are also coming to take a statement, Lu Sun replied. Must I really go? Zhou Chen laughed. Unless you wish to miss some crucial information. Well then, since you insist, Zhou Chen shrugged, calling Old Wolf and several others, and they climbed into the inspection department's vehicle. Everyone should return. There is nothing to be concerned about. He waved to the remaining members of the martial arts school. You're being taken by the inspection department, not going as a guest. The driver, Inspector Li, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Oh, we visit frequently, so we might as well be considered old friends, Zhou Chen retorted lightly. If we are indeed friends, it would be prudent to lessen our workload, not increase it daily, Lu Sun replied coolly. The other day we worked seamlessly together, delivering a significant blow to the Mingguang group. Isn't that a commendable achievement? Zhou Chen chuckled, adding, by the way, during that incident on the underground 4th level, I discovered numerous test subjects were restrained. While rummaging through Mingguang, I inadvertently unlocked their doors. How are they faring? That could serve as evidence of the side effects of Mingguang Group's human experiments. As he voiced this inquiry, a sudden stillness enveloped the vehicle. What's going on? Zhou Chen asked, perplexed. After a moment, Lu Sun spoke calmly. Not a single one is willing to come forward. They all claim to bear the mission of contributing to the extraordinary cause, insisting that the inspection department refrain from meddling. The Mingguang Group asserts that the experimental fees have been dispatched to their families, so there is no need to return the money. They would even release some if that were the case. Their families, realizing recovery is impossible, have decided to continue. This matter has nothing to do with the inspection department. Chapter 50. Lu Sun's promotion and the treacherous situation in the inspection room of the inspection division. William was clearly not interested in collaboration. He treated me as if I were a fool, insisting I implant some ridiculous foundational combat armor. I would have to be quite foolish to agree to that. He then declared, the living Zhou family and the dead Zhou family are the same. If you refuse, you will die. How absurd. I came sincerely to discuss matters, hoping for a cordial conversation, yet he presented me with a feast of treachery. Is this not a form of bullying the honest? When I attempted to leave, they prevented me, and ultimately, a conflict ensued, forcing me to retaliate against them all. That is the entirety of the events. Lu Sun and Li Qiushi sat behind the table, accompanied by a female inspector taking notes. In the not-so-spacious interrogation room, Zhou Chun recounted the story piece by piece. It was not complicated and could be easily clarified. Do you have any questions? Zhou Chun inquired, noticing their silence. What is a feast of treachery? Lu Sun asked. I was merely using a metaphor. You may disregard it, Zhou Chun replied. Are you implying that you are entirely a victim? Li Qiushi questioned. Of course. My retaliation was out of sheer necessity. I am a good person, Zhou Chun asserted. Li Qiushi and Lu Sun exchanged glances, both falling into silence. How did you manage to retaliate? With swift actions, it was simply a matter of retaliating, sir. Would you consider it self-defense? Zhou Chun asked with a smile. I would say so, replied the inspector. This encapsulated the dialogues Zhou Chun had with the inspection division over the past few months, a situation frequently faced by the inspection division. I know this individual is problematic. I may possess some evidence or perhaps none at all, yet regardless, there is no way to secure a definitive conviction because this is a cooperative zone. At most, they would conduct some questioning and detain him for a while before releasing him. Let us not dwell on that for now. From what we know, your warriors only restrained a portion of the Mingguang group's combat suits. While dozens of individuals of varying ranks reside in the underground level, Li Qiushi said, his gaze filled with suspicion. How did you accomplish this? They appear intimidating, but their actual skills are rather average. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively. You could manage just as well. Do you think I could? With those colossal figures, the leopards, and the white wolves, all that chaos resembles a Zoom meeting. Those of average strength wouldn't even be able to escape, let alone retaliate. The most significant uncertainty lies here. There are no cameras within the Mingguang premises, at least not on the floor where Zhou Chun was located. What truly transpired remains a mystery. One can only attempt to reconstruct the events. However, how closely this reconstruction aligns with the truth is uncertain. Yet, from another perspective, even if the inspectors were to uncover the truth, it would ultimately bear little consequence for him. That will suffice for now, Lu Sun said, patting old Li on the shoulder. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qiushi exited the interrogation room alongside the female inspector. What is the matter? Brother Lu, do you wish to discuss something in private? Zhou Chun chuckled. You've stirred up quite a significant trouble this time. Lu Sun lit a cigarette for himself, and as the smoke curled upwards, it revealed his slightly squinted eyes. Mingguang group, Zhou Chun remarked, pulling a piece of dry ice from his pocket, placing it between his lips. You summoned me here merely to offer me the role of a pawn, a chance to collude. Refusal would mean my demise. Given the circumstances, what more can be done? If that is the case, then why not simply refrain from going? Lu Sun shook his head. Damn, for months ago, the Chen family had my father killed. Half a month ago, they sought my life. Now on my territory, they're recruiting experimental subjects and throwing money around. What will they do next? Hold a rally at the Zhou family's doorstep. Zhou Chun exhaled a puff of icy vapor, expressing his disdain for the situation. These bastards have left me with no real choice. The moment my father passed away, unless the Zhou family disbands on the spot, I cannot remain uninvolved. I can only stir the waters further. You have indeed come to that realization, Lu Sun noted with a slight surprise. To survive yet not merely exist. This is the only path forward. Zhou Chun chuckled. Besides, were you not the one leading the charge against the dogs? Without your assistance, I would truly hesitate to proceed. I had underestimated you before. However, during the upcoming talks between the senior members of the Hongying Society and Mingguang, what do you suppose they will discuss? How would I know? Surely they cannot intend to sell out my Zhou family. Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly. Noticing Lu Sun merely smoking and not responding immediately, a pang of unease struck him. Could it be that the Hongying Society is planning to dispose of me so ruthlessly? After all, it had been a few days since Qian Na had come to see him, with only a brief message sent. What a sister indeed, a purely superficial sibling bond. Could that message have been a mere manipulation tactic? They would go that far. For what I gather, there have been some health issues with Nagai Kitoko of the Hongying Society, and she plans to return to Shuyang. With her departure, the Hongying Society lacks a leader, which likely prompted them to invite Mingguang Group's senior members for discussions to stabilize the situation. As for what precisely was discussed, I am truly unaware. In any case, being caught in this whirlpool, you, the young master of the Zhou family, ought to reflect deeply. Their gazes locked. The interrogation room fell into a profound silence. Surely the Hongying Society would not contemplate surrendering and delivering my Zhou family as a package? Zhou Qin's lips twitched. Who knows? We shall see whether the factions within the Hongying Society are victorious, the resistant or the pacifist. Lu Sun shrugged. So what does Lu Gu believe I should do now? I do have some thoughts. Lu Sun raised an eyebrow. Given the Zhou family's predicament, it would be unwise to hang oneself from a single tree, especially when placing hope in outsiders. Thus, I must seek assistance from the inspection division. Zhou Chun completed the sentence. Indeed. Lu Sun nodded. Huh. Zhou Chun chuckled, but fell silent. What? Do you look down upon our inspection division? It was your deputy chief who advised me to reconcile, and he even signed with Mingguang Group. He is no longer here. You had him killed? Zhou Chun exclaimed in shock. I meant he has been reassigned from Yunjin City to another district. Lu Sun paused, extinguished his cigarette, and produced an identification badge from his chest, placing it upon the table and sliding it towards him. Zhou Chen's expression gradually shifted, momentarily astonished as he scanned the words on the badge before raising his gaze to meet Lu Sun's enigmatic smile. For the time being, I shall assume the role of Deputy Chief of the Yunjin City Inspection Headquarters, he proclaimed. You may refer to me as Inspector Lu or Deputy Chief Lu. What an audacious display, Zhou Chun thought, awarding him full marks for his bravado. Goodness, how old could this fellow be? Is he even 30? And yet, he has already ascended to the rank of Deputy Chief? It was no wonder that Lu Sun had exuded an air of self-satisfaction throughout the day. Standing at the entrance of the inspection headquarters, Zhou Chun turned back for a moment. In the sunlight, only Lu Sun and Li Qiushi remained at the door, their gazes meeting across the distance, laden with unspoken implications. The sun streamed in at an angle, bathing the area in the brilliance of midday light. Young Master Zhou, take your time to reflect and strive to redeem yourself soon, Lu Sun said with a slight nod and a gentle smile. I truly appreciate your sentiments. Zhou Chen waved a hand dismissively, his words succinct as he took his leave. Once seated in the car, the driver was replaced by Old Wolf instead of Zhong Bo. The conversation of the day left him quite contemplative. Lu Sun's words were not particularly difficult to decipher. The Hongying Society, preoccupied with internal strife, would be unable to attend to external matters, allowing the Mingguang Group to exploit the situation to their advantage. With the Zhou family positioned like fish on a chopping block, the narrative was as follows. The leader of the Hongying Society returned to her hometown, while the remaining members engaged in negotiations with the Mingguang Group, opting to yield. Zhou Chun, hesitant to attend the banquet, saw the Zhou family's reputation plummet, presenting ample opportunities for retribution. Yet, contrary to the expected script, Lu Sun's leadership dealt a significant blow to the Mingguang Group, prompting Zhou Chun to rally former martial artists and attend the banquet, thus genuinely earning his place in the unfolding power struggle. Previously, he had been misled by Lu Sun's insinuating remarks, leading him to believe that his only option was to align with the inspection headquarters. Reflecting now, however, he realized that under normal circumstances, the Hongying Society would never willingly submit. Any semblance of yielding would stem only from coercive circumstances. With the current shift in dynamics, they would undoubtedly attempt to resist the Mingguang Group once more. In simpler terms, the future landscape would likely consist of a standoff between the Mingguang Group and the Hongying Society, each vying to undermine the other, while the inspection headquarters, led by Lu Sun, covertly observed, seeking to eliminate both factions. The Zhou family's hard power was insufficient to become a rival giant, yet they could serve as an appealing ally for all parties involved. The interplay of power among factions was ever-changing, with shifts occurring in the blink of an eye. As for how events would unfold, and whether they would align with Zhou Qin's expectations that remained uncertain. He gazed out of the car window at the inspection headquarters, where Lu Sun and Li Qiushi still stood atop their platform, casting glances in his direction. To choose the inspection headquarters or the Hong Ing Society. He chuckled softly to himself. Young master, shall we return home? Zhou Chun reclined against the seat, speaking up. Chapter 51. Imparting techniques, has it truly returned? A look of incredulity filled Xiao Shi's eyes. Emerging once more from Mingguang residence, with subordinates wielding steel pipes, could one be released so easily? She had long heard whispers of the Zhou family's eldest son having formidable connections, but she never imagined Zhou Qin's influence was indeed so profound. What could have transpired? I have entered the inspection office countless times. They have never failed to release me. Within the training grounds, Zhou Chun selected a long sword, then opted for the smallest one available. With a casual toss, the sword landed with a soft thud before Xiao Shi. During my time in captivity, what events unfolded at the academy? He inquired. Nothing, Xiao Shi replied, shaking her head, then grasped the hilt and drew the sword. Upon my return, I shall bring you another tub of protein powder. Simply take a couple of scoops now and then to enhance your physique. Let us begin with the fundamentals. Some claim that years of practicing fists and monthly training with staffs lead to mastery of the spear. Others argue that a lifetime of wielding knives hones one's skill with the spear. Since you wish to learn some self-defense techniques, I shall refrain from presenting anything overly complex. Zhou Chun elegantly twirled the sword in a flourish. The blade requires great strength and force, while the sword, a revered ancient artifact, is often dubbed the king of all weapons, primarily serving ornamental purposes rather than practical combat. Yet, times have changed. In this era of the extraordinary, the sword can unleash formidable power. There is no need for reckless slashes or dazzling feints. A mere point suffices. The blade, akin to a dragonfly skimming across water, danced through the air, creating a shimmering arc of light. It pierced through the atmosphere. He stepped back, suddenly pivoting. The long sword swept upward, cutting through the air with a resonant swish. The thrust. As he spoke, Zhou Chun lunged forward, the sword's tip slicing through the void, unleashing a shrill howl that reverberated with a fierce energy. This piercing cry scattered the energy ahead, carving a visibly wide path through the air, with a significant increase in the energy within him. Even without activating the Kangen, he now possessed a multitude of extraordinary sensations. The contained sharpness was so intense that merely observing it could cause one's eyes to sting. After executing 3 techniques, Zhou Chun felt a sense of satisfaction and turned to the somewhat dazed young woman. Have you grasped it? Xiao, she stood frozen in place. I shall strike as you strike. Oh. The girl nodded repeatedly. Zhou Chun began to demonstrate each move methodically. In essence, these were merely 3 fundamental sword techniques, devoid of complexity. After conveying some key details, Xiaoxi was nearly equipped to practice independently. Practice, for without a foundation, one must surely progress gradually. Zhou Chun only shared the basic principles of the wind-chasing style, withholding further teachings. Upon reaching the first and second levels, the manual offered favorable evaluations of the blade strike style and breath resonance technique, particularly noting one phrase about its universal applicability that he had committed to memory. If that is the case, does it imply the ability to impart knowledge to others? The Martial Arts Academy, teeming with diverse individuals, raises the question of whether one's practice would conflict with others. To teach or not to teach, and to whom, remained a thought yet to be fully contemplated. As fate would have it, there exists a young maiden of impeccable lineage, untouched by the extraordinary, making her the perfect candidate for experimentation. Zhou Chun independently explored this endeavor, achieving commendable progress. Now, as he guided her practice, there was little doubt that success would not be far behind. There was no necessity for Xiao Shi to reach an advanced level. The primary aim was to observe the effects of techniques honed upon another. Thus, the maiden was instructed to practice in the training grounds. With a long sword in hand, Zhou Chun carved a half circle with his right foot, allowing the blade to dance in a mesmerizing flurry that left spectators in awe. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi steadied her mind, diligently applying the techniques imparted by Zhou Chun, focusing on the exercises of thrusting and piercing. Her movements were somewhat erratic, lacking in swiftness and fluidity. The sword felt exceedingly heavy to her. After all, wielding a sharpened iron blade proved taxing for an ordinary girl, as even a handful of strikes would leave her arms weary. Xiaoxi meticulously completed each motion, pausing to catch her breath when fatigue set in, occasionally glancing at Zhou Chun, who appeared like a tireless automaton in the training arena. After a brief respite, she resumed her swordplay. The atmosphere remained hushed, punctuated only by the whispering rush of the sword and their occasional breathy exclamations. This state of focused practice persisted from noon until dusk. Zhou Chun felt invigorated. Basking in the sunlight under the influence of the Kangen effect, he recovered rapidly. Emerging from the Mingguang residence, his mind brimmed with insights, and after an afternoon of contemplation, he experienced further refinement. Diagonal cut, vertical slash, hanging slice, rising strike, twisting blade. Calming the mind to comprehend techniques, completing rounds of weapon techniques, proficiency in sword slashing style, chasing wind style, breath resonance method enhanced. Slight increases in physical strength and agility. Sword slashing style 4, 25-100, chasing wind style 3, 50-100 breathe resonance method 2, 15-100. The results were gratifying. Such visibly tangible improvement provided a robust feedback loop. At this level, activating the shadow of Tsang Hong should allow him to attempt a confrontation with the enhanced guardian in a single wave. Stretching lazily, he turned his gaze to the maiden, who was still diligently practicing each movement with utmost seriousness. Her high-intensity exertion rendered her motions nearly unrecognizable from the standard. Her delicate face flushed crimson, a fine sheen of perspiration glistening on her skin, with beads of sweat cascading from her temples. The fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, her graceful form previously concealed beneath loose garments. Zhou Chun, who had initially perceived her as frail, now understood the meaning of latent potential, as her vigorous movements left him momentarily dizzy. After a while, whether sensing someone's gaze or noticing the training ground's stillness, she paused and made eye contact with Zhou Chun, who stood at a distance with arms crossed. "Is something the matter?" Xiaoxi asked, drawing her neck in slightly. "That's enough practice for today. Let's go eat," Zhou Chun replied. "Oh," she responded with a nod, subsequently placing her weapon back on the rack. A wave of fatigue and numbness washed over her. Had she not taken the nutritional supplement that Zhou Chun had provided earlier, she would likely be unable to stand at this moment. After leaving the training ground and arriving at the cafeteria, they ordered nourishing food, sitting across from each other. "How do you feel?" Zhou Chun inquired. "You are remarkably skilled. I find myself struggling to grasp it," she replied. "Take your time. Once you get the hang of it, progress will come swiftly." The young girl sipped her bone broth noodles delicately, then glanced up to observe him quietly. "How long can I stay here?" "As long as you wish." Zhou Chun's words always left her uncertain about how to continue the conversation. "Thank you," she murmured after a moment. "You need not thank me. As the first test subject, who knows what may happen?" Zhou Chun shook his head. After their meal, exhausted, Xiaoxi returned to her quarters. Zhou Chun remained in the training ground, and soon after, a tall martial artist, freshly finished with training, strode in. Clad in a fitted training outfit, her short, flaxen hair exuded a sense of competence. With a well-proportioned figure and piercing gaze, she radiated an imposing presence. "Young master, did you call for me?" Lu Ming, one of the second-tier martial artists and one of the few women in the dojo. "In a few days, Zhong Bo should be discharged, correct?" "Yes. We can go to pick him up." "No need. I will accompany you then." Zhou Chun paused slightly, then asked, "Have you seen Xiaoxi?" "Xiaoxi? Oh, you mean that little girl? She is quite lovely. One would be hard-pressed to find another so charming in Yunjin City." Lu Ming nodded. "Indeed, her appearance is quite extraordinary." Zhou Chun smiled and continued, "For the time being, please keep an eye on her. Should anything unusual occur, such as any secret contact with the Mingguang group, remember to inform me. You know what to do, right?" Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Young master, I understand." "Good." As Lu Ming departed, Zhou Chun slightly squinted, directing his gaze towards Xiaoxi's location. Intuitively, she did not seem like a pawn of the Mingguang group. They were unlikely to target someone like her for infiltration. However, it is always prudent to remain vigilant. If it were true, then she could serve as a test subject for imparting techniques. There was no need for intricate teachings. Merely observing the effects would suffice for the next steps. If nothing transpires, all of today's actions would stem from a benevolent young master's concern for a fellow student. Speaking of care, it had been a while since he engaged in end-of-life care, and he felt an inexplicable urge to do so. Who will be suitable for this? Chapter 52. A dark night with howling winds, annihilation and silence as night enveloped the world. Zhou Chen abruptly opened his eyes. The room, sparsely furnished, was situated within the solitary courtyard of a martial arts school. He glanced at the time, 3 o'clock in the morning. Perfect. It was the hour when Yunjin City succumbed to slumber. He stretched his neck and wrists, massaging his lower back to assess his condition. Although his injuries were not fully healed, they were sufficient for the task at hand. I rescind my earlier disrespect. The lounge's efficacy is remarkable, and Kangen is indeed my elder brother. A mist of pale particles materialized from thin air, quickly adhering to his skin. I was indeed too benevolent. I cannot conceal my thoughts, burdened by a slight tension that has rendered my sleep restless these past few nights. He opened the window, and in the next moment, he vanished. Harold, the eldest son of William. 15 years prior, he had immigrated to Tianxia Yunjin alongside his father. Unlike William, he had genuinely attended an extraordinary university. Now at 19, he had just returned home for the holidays. In terms of true combat prowess, he ranked among the lower tiers at the academy. Yet in the modest confines of Yunjin, he was certainly not weak. Though he fell short of his father's custom gray battle armor, he could easily contend with 3 of the white wolves from the Mingguang group. Under optimal conditions, he could even hold his own against 4 for a brief skirmish. Kill. Kill. At this moment, he seemed to be haunted by a dream, beads of sweat forming on his forehead before he suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. His heart racing with residual fear. What is it, Harold? The woman beside him, draped in sheer fabric and deep in slumber, was roused by his distress, rubbing her eyes in a daze. Stepmother, I sense something amiss. Harold furrowed his brow. What is unsettling you? You are merely overly tense. That old relic is dead. Relax. Harold, the Mingguang group will handle Zhou Chen afterward. The golden-haired woman huffed before extending her pale arms in an attempt to embrace him. No, something feels profoundly wrong. Harold brushed her arm aside and, amidst her discontented murmurs, descended from the bed. He reached for his phone, moving to the window to dial a number. Hello. Please check if there have been any movements from the Zhou family. After a brief exchange, he hung up, his brow furrowing further in anxiety. My dear, what troubles you? The woman on the bed, still groggy and yawning repeatedly, inquired, Are you worried about Zhou Chen? Rest assured, he is gravely injured and can do little more. And there are eyes on the Zhou family. We will be informed of any developments. You do not understand. My instincts have saved my life numerous times. I have a foreboding feeling that something is about to transpire. Harold waited a moment, and when his phone vibrated, he answered promptly. No unusual activity detected from the Zhou family. Upon receiving the news, he exhaled a sigh of relief. You should go back to sleep. I will step out onto the balcony for a few minutes. Do as you wish. The woman yawned once more, murmuring, If you wish to stay awake, do so on your own. I am far too tired and shall retire for the night. The vitality of youth is indeed exhausting. She lay down, her eyes closing, and soon the weight of drowsiness enveloped her. Just a few minutes passed, and although she struggled to sleep, she sensed a rustling sound around her. After a while, she still did not perceive Harold returning to bed. Where could he be? With a touch of unease, she opened her eyes. A silvery light reflected in her gaze, revealing her drowsy countenance. Her mind went blank. Wait. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her heart. The last image in her vision was that of a creature resembling a demonic figure, its pale helmet obscuring its face, rendering the identity of her assailant unrecognizable. Darkness enveloped her, until she succumbed to unconsciousness. Those wretched individuals. With a cold laugh, the pallid figure turned away. It clapped its hands and began to search the room. Just 2 gray gems, how scant! Including the 3 remnants provided by the foolish youth, That totals to 5. When will I reach 100? As a student of the academy, surely one could procure more. Damn it, the smallest size of doo-doo. What a waste for one so large. Is there truly nothing of value? The process of slaughtering through the bright light residence to the arrival of the patrol was swift. The martial arts school's members conducted a cursory search, but found little of worth. He felt a twinge of regret. After rummaging for a while with minimal success, he finally set down his findings and exited the room. Bang! Just then, the door opposite swung open, revealing a young boy, caught off guard, who had risen in the middle of the night to relieve himself. The boy glanced at the blood-stained hem of the pale figure's garment and caught a whiff of the gradually dissipating metallic scent in the air. Gradually, his face turned ashen. "Do not fear, child. Do you wish to see your parents?" The pale figure smiled as it spoke. The boy, suppressing his terror, tremulously replied, "I do." "Very well. I shall take you to them." Thud! The boy's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. "No, I do not wish to. Unfilial. I shall escort you to them." Who could be responsible for this? Damn it, could an unknown gray-clad infiltrator have entered Yunjin City? How is that possible? Which gray-clad individual would venture into this forsaken place? The following day, at the headquarters of the Bright Light Group, a circle of executives gathered, each with documents detailing the gruesome demise of the William family laid before them. The seat of the president remained vacant, while the vice president, named Yago, wore an especially grim expression. The surveillance and recording equipment was rendered indistinct, unmistakably a characteristic of gray attire, capable of blending into darkness and remaining undetected. Such a gray-clad presence was undeniably rare and extraordinary. Such beings should not exist within Yunjin City. Investigate, pursue every possible lead. We must uncover their true identity. Yago seethed with rage. The Bright Light Group stood at a critical juncture, and there could be no missteps. The identity of the mysterious figure that has recently emerged remains shrouded in uncertainty. Is this individual an enemy of the Mingguang Group, or perhaps someone who, upon hearing of William's demise, harbored nefarious intentions toward his estate and subsequently silenced him? Regardless of the scenario, it is imperative to uncover the truth. Although suspicions regarding Zhou Chen have been raised, the issue lies in the lack of substantial connections. Zhou Chen's previous altercation with Liu Jia in the streets was witnessed by many, and given the passage of 2 weeks, it is highly improbable that he could have led a handful of martial artists to breach the defenses of Mingguang residents. The Mingguang Group leans towards the belief that there exists another individual involved. This person, after assisting Zhou Chen in dispatching several individuals from Mingguang residents, vanished discreetly, only to return in the dead of night days later to eliminate William's entire family. The Zhou family cannot escape suspicion, and a thorough investigation into this enigmatic powerhouse is warranted. Yago's gaze was frigid. Zhou Chen exhibited audacity beyond measure. No matter the identity of this so-called gray, cloaked individual, they would ultimately face consequences. An exhaustive search must be initiated, employing all available resources. Should the truth elude them, it would be deemed Zhou Chen's doing by default. Just then, the secretary burst into the room, clutching a stack of documents. Instantly, all attention shifted towards him. "Boss, we are unable to capture any imagery, but the audio analysis has been completed." Oh, a wave of anticipation coursed through the room. Given the unique nature of the gray cloak, they had braced themselves for the possibility of uncovering no clues. Yet the success of the audio analysis was unexpected. The secretary swiftly approached, manipulating the display screen, and opened a document. The attendees in the conference room leaned inattentively. Gradually, the sound became increasingly distinct, albeit altered by the gray cloak, rendering the voice somewhat androgynous and difficult to identify. Upon closer listening, it seemed to resemble a particular melody. As time passed, the clarity of the voice improved, and the audience began to discern the words. In this tumultuous era on the battlefield, making an entrance amidst the smoke signals. In the age of mecha's passion surges forth what on earth is being conveyed in this rambling. The voice gradually diminished, and, after reaching a certain threshold, it suddenly surged in volume. "Oh, come on, the counterattack is here. The ace must be wild." Chapter 53. Am I the pioneer of the extraordinary path? falling, and continuing to fall. When Jochen opened his eyes, he realized he was not in the morgue, but rather in the resting space. It was rare not to have died several times upon entering. What was that? He suddenly noticed that at the center of the entire space, beside the manual, a sapling had inexplicably appeared. The diminutive sapling, merely half a meter tall, was a vibrant green, its form ethereal, resembling some kind of projected creation. At the top of the sapling, a faint bubble quietly floated. Is that Xiaoxi? Zhou Chun was astonished. Within the bubble, a face was discernible, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xiaoxi, appearing hazy and indistinct. What on earth is this? He never anticipated such a transformation would occur within the dream space. Just as his confusion mounted, the pages of the book began to turn on their own, and particles of light coalesced before him, gradually forming words. The resting space has undergone a new change, which has sparked your curiosity. Upon careful reflection, you realize that all these changes stem from your decision to impart the self-created technique to individuals in the present world. As the creator of the extraordinary path, you will possess unparalleled advantages compared to apprentices, but simultaneously, you will also bear certain risks. What you do not know is that there are countless paths to the extraordinary in this world, each requiring the relentless effort of countless generations to perfect. By creating and disseminating your own extraordinary path, allowing it to evolve continuously, you will gain further insight into the secrets of the Tower of Grey Ruins. But beware. Ensure that your extraordinary path is sufficiently refined and that you possess a clear understanding of your own system. Disseminating your system widely at lower tiers may lead to cognitive confusion, potentially resulting in the collapse and disintegration of your system. Certain civilizations harbor hostility towards newly emerging extraordinary systems. When you are weak and lack understanding of your current environment, exercise caution when imparting the powers you possess. This is a reminder from the Book of Records. Hiss. Zhou Chun rubbed his forehead. This information is particularly overwhelming. Cognitive confusion. The widespread dissemination of one's own powers under unstable foundations may lead to developments beyond control, resulting in various dire consequences. Upon reaching the third realm and beyond, your understanding of your own powers will become clearer, thereby reducing this risk. So complex? Zhou Chun meticulously read the text. Cognitive confusion. Does this lead to mental disorder? Or are there even more severe repercussions? I have only taught Xiaoxi a mere fraction. It should not have any significant impact, right? Beyond this, what left Zhou Chun most astounded was, have I truly become the creator of the extraordinary path? He mused that his actions merely involved wielding a sword to slash and cut. Does this qualify as the so-called extraordinary path? His current understanding of the extraordinary was merely the array of biological armors produced by the Mingguang group in internet cafes, perhaps classified under the gray armor system. The older sisters in the Red Cherry Society, on the other hand, represented the Joy system. So what does that make his own creation? A self-created system combined with the gray armor system? Manual brother, could you possibly provide a bit more explanation? After half a day of silence, while perusing the manual, Zhou Chun could only sigh in resignation. He understood that these terms were of little practical use. He knew them superficially, but lacked a deeper comprehension. His knowledge of the Gray Realm, the Gray Tower, and the extraordinary was woefully insufficient. According to official statements, there existed a form of cognitive pollution in deep-level information. When one's capabilities were inadequate and their mind immature, rash engagement could lead to various drawbacks. Thus, for most individuals, the opportunity to encounter the extraordinary lay in gaining admission to a prestigious extraordinary university. However, given his current abilities, grasping some of the content should not pose a significant challenge. Zhou Chun pondered carefully, lacking resources at hand. He surmised that the Mingguang group must possess the information he sought. He could simply seize it directly or consult with Brother Liu, who surely knew a great deal. As long as one's thoughts remained agile, methods would always outnumber difficulties. He allowed himself to imagine being a formidable creator of the extraordinary system. Therefore, Gray Tower. It would be prudent to show some leniency to a creator and adjust the difficulty level accordingly. Within 1,200 seconds, eliminate 3 defender giants. The Gray Tower will calculate performance points based on overall performance. Challenge commences. As the subtitles materialized, Zhou Chun surged forward. The fully activated state of Kangen provided him with comprehensive enhancements. He transformed into a shadowy figure, gliding effortlessly through the thickets of the forest. With a swift stroke, he severed the branches before him with ease. In mere moments, he found himself in front of the nearest defender. One strike would not suffice. This enhanced defender possessed significantly heightened defenses. I would need at least 2 or 3 strikes to truly dismantle its energy core. Alternatively, as he was presently experiencing, Zhou Chun's frenzied pace abruptly slowed. His breath grew increasingly pronounced, and each deep inhalation stirred the surrounding particles of light and darkness. His gaze remained fixed on the dense woods ahead, following the insights of the ash crystal power in his mind and combining them with the advancements gained from recent techniques. The next moment arrived. The particles swirling around him began to accelerate abruptly. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he whispered a single word. His body, which had just decelerated, transformed into a slender white line, zipping through the forest. Covering a distance of several meters, he arrived before the defender, which had just activated and was glowing with a crimson light. With a thrust of his long sword, imbued with an overwhelming force, he pierced forward. The seemingly robust armor offered only minimal resistance, followed by a sharp sound as the Tsang blade embedded itself within. A whirring noise emanated from within the opponent. It appeared to initiate an attack, but regrettably, Zhou Chun had already penetrated its front and back, and with an additional slash, he disrupted its internal structure. It utterly lost its source of power, and the radiance emanating from its surface quickly dimmed. Perfect, it was essential to strike when least expected. After catching his breath and adjusting his state, Zhou Chun swiftly took off. Barely 2 seconds later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed rapidly as 2 more defenders approached. Witnessing Zhou Chun's retreat after his strike, the 2 defenders immediately surged forward in pursuit. The incessant roar reverberated through the air as numerous trees were mercilessly crushed by the rampaging defenders. Throughout this tumultuous process, they acquired various attributes, their surfaces emanating a crimson steam that obliterated most of the minute characteristics, only slightly affecting their velocity. Zhou Chun deftly maneuvered, guiding them towards the area most densely populated with obstacles. Suddenly, one of the defenders staggered, its right leg plunging into a deep pit. In that very instant, a low, resonant sound echoed. Zhou Chun, who was supposed to flee, halted unexpectedly, instinctively drawing forth a pale blade of light. Starburst airstream slash. A flash of brilliance vanished as it pierced the defender's chest. With a powerful kick to its upper body, Zhou Chun leaned back, gliding smoothly along the ground. Just then, a broad blade whirled past, missing Zhou Chun entirely, and instead delivering a final strike to the already lifeless defender. Rising swiftly from the ground, Zhou Chun quickly recalibrated his stance. Having employed 2 immature sword techniques in quick succession, he now resembled William, who had once transformed into sand to escape. His stamina waned rapidly, leaving him feeling somewhat hollow. Yet, it was sufficient. Zhou Chun inhaled softly, standing before the last remaining defender. Chapter 54. Sudden Rain in the Hall. Pursuing wind and waves. The true wind-chasing style. With a resounding shout, Zhou Chun surged forward, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. His momentum akin to a blazing comet. From that moment onward, he merely needed to employ his agile footwork to continuously engage his opponent, gradually wearing them down. The clashing of blades resonated incessantly as Zhou Chun's movements quickened. Each strike left profound marks upon his adversary. After a series of exchanges, Zhou Chun seized an opportunity and thrust his sword forward. The energy core, having endured multiple assaults, ultimately succumbed. Its defenses shattered, pierced through entirely. At last, it was accomplished. As he witnessed his opponent completely devoid of life, dissipating into embers, Zhou Chun exhaled a long sigh of relief. The 3 enhanced defenders, though not particularly nimble, possessed formidable overall strength. The 4th stage slashing technique proved somewhat laborious to execute. Had he not eliminated 2 of them in advance, Confronting the trio simultaneously would have been insurmountable. The surroundings gradually faded, and a grand jade door materialized in the distance. After catching his breath, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon returning to the resting space, a luminous screen unfolded before him. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 3-4 stage with outstanding performance. Would you like to settle your rewards now? Yes, no. Zhou-Chan was on the verge of confirming the rewards when he hesitated. Given his performance, the final reward settlement was due. The difficulty of this 3-4 stage was indeed considerable, and it became increasingly challenging upon repeated attempts. The only reason it felt easier was because he lifted his hand, glancing at the faint pale marks on his wrist. The enhancement from the shadow of the Canghong was so significant that the overall experience left him yearning for more. If I were to rely solely on my innate strength, utilizing only the Tsang blade in combat, would I be able to secure greater rewards? Contemplating this, he resolved to act. After all, he had already succeeded in the challenge, and the reward were available at any moment. Zhou-Chan was eager to pursue a more exquisite completion method. Returning to the 3-4 stage, he dashed forward the instant the countdown concluded. With his right hand unfurled, the Tsang blade coalesced. This was all he had. Without arm and chest protection or any other gear, he wielded nothing but a long sword to cleave through the thorns and debris ahead. Devoid of enhancements, Zhou-Chan became acutely aware of the sluggishness of his body. What was once a light leap across a distance of several meters, flowing seamlessly through the forest, now felt as though he were bound by invisible shackles. At this pace, it seemed impossible to eliminate the defender before it activated. However, he resolved to give it a try. Zhou-Chan activated his breathing technique, drawing in vitality to invigorate his body. After covering some distance, he could vaguely hear vibrations emanating from ahead. The defender had been activated. Estimating the speeds and distances based on the tremors, Zhou-Chan's expression gradually grew solemn. 3, 2, he silently counted down, and then, in an instant, this time his speed noticeably diminished. The blade, entwined with a shimmering white light, weaves through the forest, emitting a piercing shriek as a long thrust resembles a soaring dragon. With a crack, the long blade penetrates the chest a few centimeters, merely causing a slight disruption in the opponent's movements. In the next moment, Zhou-Chan, exerting every ounce of his strength, find himself unable to adjust his tactics, only to witness a massive fist enlarging before his eyes. Restart. In this critical moment, he shouts out loud. The scene restructures as Zhou-Chan meticulously reflects on his previous shortcomings. His power has diminished significantly, and beyond that, if the Gale style could combine swiftness with greater lethality, even without unleashing the Azure Mark, it should be feasible to pierce through with a single strike. Zhou-Chan ponders thoughtfully. Unlike the slashing soldier style, which requires proficiency in various fundamental techniques, the Gale style emphasizes the essentials of point, penetrate, and stab. At present, his focus is more on the art of movement, embodying the essence of riding the winds and chasing the waves. The Gale style is not yet perfected. Its lethality is insufficient. There exists even greater potential waiting to be unearthed. This is not a mere fantasy of Zhou-Chan, but rather a logical epiphany born from his extensive practice with blades and swords. Moreover, I am the creator of this extraordinary path. My words are law. As the countdown concludes, he charges forward once more. Instantaneously. Restart. 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 With each successive restart, he endeavors again. The manual does not guarantee that foregoing the Azure Mark will enhance rewards. It is purely his instinct that compels him to strive for improvement, prompting repeated attempts. Zhou-Chan remains resolutely silent, yet his eyes shine ever brighter. He feels it. After an indeterminate number of restarts, he swiftly traverses the forest. The winds and waves swirl around him, providing assistance. In a flash, a beam of white light, causing a slight distortion in the air, suddenly manifests. Compared to before, the technique now presents a visual spectacle that stings the eyes. The thunderous sounds echo ahead. Zhou-Chan raises his right arm. The Azure Blade plunges forward at remarkable speed, transforming into a dragon that strikes fiercely at the defender's chest. A sharp, screeching sound momentarily resonates as the azure blade penetrates nearly halfway into the chest. Have I succeeded? Zhou has lost count of how many times he has restarted this night. If he fails today, he is prepared to rest and reconsider another day. With a successful strike, he swiftly withdraws, his fragmented thoughts coalescing at this moment. He chooses not to retreat or circle back, but charges directly at the remaining two defenders. Whoosh! The massive battle blade hurtles towards him, and Zhou crouches low, narrowly evading it. The long sword, like a dragon, weaves through the branches, bypassing the second defender's chest defense, directly targeting the core of energy at his chest. Cracks appear suddenly. This strike has not completely penetrated. No matter. He retreats a short distance to the right and back to evade the incoming heavy punch. With a light tap of his sword, another dragon-like thrust follows swiftly. Crack! The fissures multiply evermore. The continuous transformation of footwork and the pressure exerted by two guardians pales in comparison to that of three. Zhou unleashed his third sword. A light touch was followed by a crisp sound as the blade pierced the core. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. With a gust beneath his feet, Zhou twisted his body to evade the heavy punch of the third guardian. He then gathered his energy, raised his sword, and brought it down. The sound of clashing metal rang out, a symphony of rhythmic clarity echoing through the forest. This time, he deviated from his previous approach. The sword in his hand transformed from a force of thunder into a tempestuous storm. The wind pursuit style. In its third phase, it harnesses the winds for swift movement. The gale step demands rapid, long-distance pursuits. The wave step requires the rhythmic flow of surging waves, allowing for tight maneuvers. Therefore, the offensive must correspond accordingly. The piercing hall sword strikes with unparalleled speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. The sudden rain sword falls like relentless downpours, never ceasing. When the final strike descended, Zhou bore a few disheveled wounds, flesh torn where he had been grazed. Yet, the enemy before him lay vanquished upon the ground. He inhaled deeply. The azure blade in his hand sang, with a persistent clangor. It embodied both the swiftness of weaponry and the sharpness of footwork. Piercing rain, chasing wind and surf. This, indeed, is the essence of the true wind pursuit style. Chapter 55, The Ultimate Breakthrough, Lightning Mark. Congratulations! Utilizing your skills to break through without activating the gray attire, you have successfully slain 3 formidable foes. You have accomplished the breakthrough of level 3-4 with a flawless performance. Do you wish to settle the rewards now? Yes, no, as these lines of text materialized before him. Zhou felt as though he had cast aside a heavy shackle that had burdened his heart. An indescribable sense of euphoria enveloped him, akin to the bliss one experiences after awakening and shaking off remnants of sleep. He was momentarily dazed by the sheer exhilaration. Having completed merely 2 levels, he braced himself for potentially greater challenges ahead. It was prudent to claim his rewards first. Shaking his head to regain focus, Zhou clicked on the reward option. The screen flickered, and lines of text coalesced into view. You have completed the breakthrough of level 3-4 with a flawless performance, earning 30 performance points. Breath Resonance Technique elevated to Stage 2, displaying extraordinary potential and versatility. 40 performance points. Blade Soldier Technique elevated to Stage 4, 20 performance points. Wind Chaser Technique elevated to Stage 4, 20 performance points. Congratulations, Challenger, on completing the breakthrough of level 3-4. You will receive the breakthrough reward, Lightning Mark. Elation surged within Zhou as he beheld the incessantly scrolling text before him. Wait a moment. After careful consideration, he realized that the performance points were rather meager, 110 in total. He had already felt dissatisfied with the initial allocation of 40 points. Adding up his training sessions and rest, he had engaged in 2 training bouts and taken 2 naps. Subsequently, due to his commendable performance in agility training, he had received an additional 10 points. Thus far, he had accumulated points from 2 training sessions, 3 naps, and each of the initial project had a single free trial. He had anticipated rewarding himself with perhaps 300 to 500 points after conquering level 3-4. What could he accomplish with a mere 110 points? He had long yearned for practical training, which, prior to clearing level 10, required 50 performance points for just one trial. If he activated it, he would be left with only 50 points, which would vanish quickly after a few more naps or specialized training sessions. Never mind. There should be further opportunities to enhance his performance points. Zhou Chun gazed at the shimmering mark of lightning, his eyes alight with eagerness. The pursuit of a more perfect breakthrough had culminated in this moment. What unique attributes would the lightning mark possess this time? Anticipation danced across his features as he extended a finger towards the screen. The display rippled like water, and soon an ethereal creation was drawn forth, settling upon the back of his hand. Once again on the back of his hand, can it truly accommodate 2 marks? Clearly it could not. Just as he prepared to integrate the lightning mark into his right hand, it was abruptly repelled. It spun in the air before coming to a halt. Surely, one could not harbor more than one type of gray attire? A wave of apprehension washed over Zhou Chun. He extended his left hand, gently grasping the ephemeral purple mark. Fortunately, his fears proved unfounded. This silky substance, imbued with a faint electric charge, seamlessly melded into his left hand. As a magnificent figure drifted through the boundless sea of clouds, its scales brushed against the cloud layers, leaving behind traces of violet, a lingering power still palpable. It is a unique seed, one that harmonizes with its bearer, developing a strength that aligns most closely with its essence. The description is reminiscent of the azure mark. Zhou Chun closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the sensations emanating from the back of his left hand. There was scarcely any feeling at all. Initially, the azure mark had manifested in precisely this manner. It seemed reasonable. Thunder mark? He tentatively called out. Instantly, a violet glow materialized on the back of his left hand. Thunder mark, thunder mark, thunder mark. Flickering, flickering, flickering. Azure mark, azure mark, azure mark. Thunder mark, azure mark, azure mark, thunder mark. Oh dear. Zhou Chun's expression twisted slightly. It felt as though 2 currents within him were clashing. It wasn't painful, but rather a peculiar tingling sensation that made it hard to breathe. He mustn't play recklessly. After several deep breaths, Zhou Chun gradually steadied his breathing. He examined both hands with curiosity, pondering what form the thunder mark would ultimately take. Patience is key. The azure mark had taken me nearly half a month, perhaps not even a full month. I've spent my days basking in the sun and absorbing shadows in the dead of night. Perhaps these practices hasten the azure mark's formation? Then perhaps I should hasten the thunder mark's emergence. Should I attempt to touch high-voltage electricity? To his surprise, Zhou Chun genuinely felt inclined to try. His mind swirled with thoughts. He stood still, acutely sensing the changes within his body. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. Without employing the azure blade, he walked directly to the training ground. Zhou Chun picked up an ordinary long sword, casually swinging it a few times. Following the typical motion, the slashing soldier technique imparted a notable sharpness. The azure mark significantly enhanced the slashing soldier technique. If I were to switch to the wind chaser technique, contemplating this, he thrust forward. It felt as though a unique power surged within him, suddenly bestowing a far greater strength. Whoosh! What was initially a casual thrust unexpectedly emitted a soft whistle from his sword. In that moment, wielding it felt inexplicably effortless. No, using a sword still lacked something. Zhou Chun switched to a sword. Without hesitation, the long sword shot forward. The swishing sound caused the sword's tip to emit a faint blade of air. Am I nearly slicing through the air with this strike? Zhou Chun was genuinely stunned. It felt magnificent, yet he sensed there was potential for even greater strength. He glanced around, ultimately fixing his gaze on a gleaming silver spear. Approaching it, he withdrew the spear. Weighing it in his hands, he then gave it a vigorous shake. His left hand gripped the midsection of the spear, while his right hand grasped the end. He then took a half step forward. The spear spun like a whirlwind, conjuring a dazzling array of spear shadows. After a few steps, he pivoted, executing a textbook return strike with the spear. Each movement flowed seamlessly, accompanied by the sound of the wind howling. The more he practiced, the more exhilarating it became, as if he had accelerated into a higher realm, continuously swirling across the training ground. After a considerable time, he finally began to calm down. The Thunder Mark's enhancement of speed, when combined with the Wind Chaser technique, proved exceptionally suited for the execution of dragon-like weapon techniques. Each technique maintained its own emphasis. Zhou Qin's proficiency with polearm weaponry is rather average. What appeared flamboyant moments ago was merely a display of his physical prowess, giving the illusion of competence. In a genuine combat scenario, he might inadvertently injure himself while demonstrating such flamboyance. Nonetheless, there is a sense of progress. Zhou Qin is exceedingly pleased with his advancements. With a mere shift in thought, he summoned the latest status panel, slashing technique for 45-100, wind pursuit technique for 500 breath resonance method 2, 25-100 gray tower performance score, 110 gray jade, 40 post the 4th stage. The rate of proficiency increase has significantly decelerated. However, through his intense dedication and meditative insights, the growth remains quite remarkable. In approximately 10 days, certainly within half a month, both techniques should reach a breakthrough into the 5th stage. This prospect is indeed exciting. Turning his gaze towards the far end of the resting area, he noticed a jade door, eerily akin to the entrance to the resting space, standing quietly. There were no XX merged figures inscribed upon it, only a solitary 5. The 5th level, perhaps? Chapter 56. Information about the 5th layer of the Tower of Grey Ruins. A solitary level. Is there a particularly formidable adversary lurking here? Or perhaps this layer possesses unique characteristics? The previous 2 gates, dilapidated and worn, starkly contrast with this level. Regardless, one must investigate. Zhou Qin strode forward, soon standing before the jade door. He gently pushed his palm forward and took a step ahead. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly, gradually forming a vast space. Within the 100-square-foot area, an ancient yellow book floated at the center, emanating a soft glow, beckoning Zhou Qin closer. No enemies? He paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected tranquility. After surveying his surroundings for any anomalies, he slowly approached the tome. As he neared within a meter, the book's light intensified, becoming both brighter and gentler. Zhou Qin extended his hand, as if to touch the white manual as he usually would. Suddenly, the pages of the book began to turn wildly, lines of information projecting into the air. Congratulations, Challenger in Hell Mode. You have successfully completed the challenges of the first 4 layers. You have completed the foundational levels, and, in doing so, have garnered your own power. At this moment, you shall receive a portion of the information regarding the Tower of Grey Ruins. The Grey Realm invades. The power of the Grey Ruins contaminates indiscriminately in countless civilizations. After first tasting extraordinary power, succumb to its depths. Should extraordinary loss of control occur, or one be polluted by the Grey Ruins, they will be utterly consumed by the Grey Realm, gradually disintegrating. The Tower of Grey Ruins is a creation from the ancient era, offering guidance to those who come after. Please remember, only civilization itself can save the saviors. The layers of the Tower of Grey Ruins remain unknown, as do the conditions for reaching the summit. However, there are conditions for failure. 1. The challenger's current realm exceeds the challenge's limitations. 2. The number of deaths surpasses a certain threshold. 3. Unknown. Should you fail in your challenge, there will be no punitive measures. The Tower of Grey Ruins will voluntarily disengage. Within the Tower of Grey Ruins, various layers exist, with the challenges of the latter layers proving increasingly formidable. You may face difficult choices. In Hell Mode, levels are predominantly composite. Their difficulty can be assessed based on the degree of decay of the gates. Currently, there are regular layers, the most ordinary levels, unavailable in Hell Mode. Elite layers, levels of moderate difficulty. Challenge layers, where you will confront various trials. Lord layers, where you will engage in life and death battles with powerful Lord beasts. In conventional mode, special difficult layers typically appear only 1 to 2 times. Furthermore, the Tower of Grey Ruins contains rest layers and reward layers. Please continue your ascent, embracing more challenges. Upon reaching the 10th layer, you will acquire information left behind by previous challengers. The volume of information was indeed immense. Zhou Qin had not anticipated that this 5th layer required no challenge at all. Instead, it actively elucidated the Tower of Grey Ruins to him. Quite remarkable. He almost thought he was about to be struck down again. The atmosphere of the Grey Ruins, the Grey Realm, the Grey Tower. He pondered these terms deeply. The Zhou family, of course, possessed some extraordinary knowledge, which is already difficult for ordinary individuals to attain. However, when it comes down to it, none of it is particularly valuable. The anomalies of the White Star can be traced back 3 centuries to the initial arrival of the Grey Tower, which ignited the current situation. All extraordinary pathways of the White Star originate from the so-called Grey Realm. It is said that within the Grey Realm, a thick fog envelopes everything, seemingly devoid of color and exuding an immense terror. There are 2 methods to access the Grey Realm. One is through randomly appearing fissures, and the other is via the Grey Tower. The former is fraught with uncertainty, and the regions beyond the fissures are often extremely perilous. It is not uncommon for an entire expedition to perish moments after entry. The latter, however, represents the mainstream method of exploration in the White Star today. By utilizing the Grey Tower as a transit point, one can enter a relatively safer environment for exploration. This has led to the areas adjacent to the Grey Tower flourishing far beyond others. Although Yunjin City is labeled a small city, it does not lack in size. Its remoteness from the Grey Tower and limited developmental potential mean that true powerhouses do not congregate here, hence its designation as a small city. The genuine elites of the White Star are said to reach heights of 6 realms, while Yunjin City's upper limit is only 3 realms, highlighting the significant disparity. Moreover, the enhancement of extraordinary pathways often necessitates entering the Grey Tower to engage in combat with Grey spirits. The first realm can only be considered as powerful ordinary individuals, while the second realm marks the true onset of extraordinary concepts. The so-called third realm heralds a remarkable leap in strength. For the warriors of Tianxia, the delineation of realms is even more straightforward. The refinement of the body constitutes the first realm, an internal energy manifesting through the blood, and qi signifies the second realm. The third realm, known as the Minor Master, was a level that only geniuses or those who have persevered for years could attain centuries ago. Invulnerable to blades, wielding fire in hand, they can leap over mountains and live long lives. So where do I stand? Zhou Chen remained perplexed by this question. His system seemed to diverge from others, after all. It was something he had pieced together himself. Nevertheless, he resolved to ascend. Perhaps answers would reveal themselves in due time. At least today, he was content with the knowledge he had acquired. Zhou Chen withdrew his gaze, and in the next moment, those words transformed into streams of information, swirling around him and flowing into his being. There was no particular sensation, merely a means to assist him in solidifying this knowledge, preventing forgetfulness. The ancient texts dissipated, revealing the next layer of passage ahead. Zhou Chen looked up. Let me see what the next layer holds. What on earth? At a glance, his eyelids twitched violently. The first and second layers, as well as the third and fourth, were all filled with rusted iron doors. Yet before him stood a decayed and dilapidated wooden door. Its blood-red, dark hue was marred by signs of mold and the erosion of time. The entire wooden door was stained with blood, bearing deep claw marks, human handprints, and various traces of creatures that seemed to have desperately scratched at the door in a plea for help. Do not inquire how he discerned so much. When his gaze fell upon it, that broken door appeared almost sentient, the bloodstains transforming into blazing flames, within which resided beings writhing and roaring in agony. Goodness, how terrifying! Zhou Chen's expression was somewhat dazed. Gulp. He felt a peculiar sense of foreboding rising within him. He lifted his gaze. The 6th to 9th floors instantly came into view. Oh, splendid. The first 2 trials were a mere amalgamation. And now you present me with a trifecta? No, wait. 6, 7, 8, and 9. This is a quartet. Is this what they call hellish difficulty? My friend, I implore you, spare me. Zhou Chen inhaled slightly. Merely witnessing this confluence of levels had already instigated thoughts of retreat within his heart. Could it be that he was destined to falter on this very floor? After staring intently at the levels for a prolonged moment, he composed his expression and finally took a step forward. Gradually, he approached, his palm brushing against the rather warm door. He pushed it open. Please be advised. You have reached the Lord's level. Within this tier, you shall engage in a life-and-death struggle with a lordly entity, Triumph, and you shall ascend to the next floor. Lordly beings are typically formidable creatures of unique lineage, often wielding extraordinary powers. What you are about to confront is the blood-red tyrant, young lord, a master of vital energy. As a powerful being of the Crimson Clan, even in its juvenile form, it possesses strength at the lowest tier of the third realm. Fortunately, it has just emerged into existence and is currently in a state of slumber. At this moment, you have roused it, significantly diminishing its power, which will continue to wane with the passage of time. In some respects, it fulfills your craving for a formidable adversary. Challenger, may fortune favor you. Get lost. I have no desire whatsoever. Chapter 57. The Crimson Tyrant. Has Xiao Yuan perished? Buzz. Zhou Chun instantly activated the shadow of the Canghong. In his hand, the Kang blade radiated a faint glow. The words gradually faded away. The dim surroundings slowly became clearer. A slight metallic scent invaded his nostrils, mingling with a certain dampness. Merely standing there, he felt a sticky sensation enveloping him. The mist, crimson mist. It was not overwhelmingly dense, yet was far from thin. The area appeared to be a vast valley, though its precise expanse remained uncertain. At this moment, his gaze was entirely captivated by what lay ahead. Thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat surged from weak to strong, akin to the beating of a drum. The blood-red mist was drawn toward the source of the sound. The white wolf, assembling at the first level. Is it? I shall soon come and dismember you. Oh dear. Zhou Chun looked ahead. A barrier existed within a 2-meter radius around him, completely obstructing his advance. He could only await the awakening of the so-called Crimson Tyrant. Glancing at the name, it sounded ominous, a tyrant indeed, not something benevolent. This is absurd. Zhou Chun's heart raced uncontrollably, a sense of anxiety creeping in. Streams of crimson energy surged toward the indistinct figure. The mist parted, revealing the silhouette with increasing clarity. Roar! A low growl emanated from its throat, for tentacles floated behind it like ribbons. In a pool of blood red, a massive flesh-like tumor pulsated rhythmically. Boom! Suddenly, an arm pierced through the tumor, tearing open the membrane. The blood-wrapped body emerged from its cocoon, a bipedal humanoid creature. The keratin layer on its forehead grew upwards, forming a grotesque helmet that obscured half of its face, with elongated arms and a chest covered in a dense, intertwining pattern resembling tree roots. The Crimson Tyrant was a female, quite formidable indeed. However, Zhou Chun was already feeling weak, his legs buckling beneath him. Its body was adorned with sharp barbs, resembling a peculiar bone armor that protected its form. Menacing, mysterious, and powerful. As the barrier vanished, the Crimson Tyrant abruptly opened her eyes. At that very moment, Zhou Chun raised his sword to shield himself. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, akin to a missile detonation. In an instant, the Kang blade shattered. Zhou Chun's body was propelled backward, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the air. Ugh! That strike was overwhelming, leaving him utterly unprepared. After rolling several times, he barely managed to halt his motion. Am I dead? It felt like death. Just one blow. Blood sprayed from Zhou Chun's mouth, and his vision dimmed. He could scarcely keep his eyes open despite exerting all his strength. Damn you. Bang! A tentacle from the Crimson Tyrant fell, and Zhou Chun's head shattered upon impact. Haha! What a fiercely balanced and exhilarating battle. In the resting space, Zhou Chun wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, with the veins on his forehead pulsating wildly. Truly, if you were to ask me to contend with 20 white wolves or 10 defenders, I would find that somewhat reasonable. The lowest tier of the 3 realms. This was what they referred to as the 3 realms. I must ask you one thing. Are you serious? A lord-level creature? What on earth is a lord-level creature? If the white wolves and defenders allowed him to glimpse a sliver of hope for overcoming the challenge, then facing this clearly superior being, whose actual combat prowess was extraordinarily exaggerated, left Zhou Chun utterly bewildered. How could he possibly fight? Should he charge head first? A single punch from the creature nearly obliterated him. Such an overwhelmingly powerful foe truly extinguished his fighting spirit. At least he hoped to exchange a few blows before succumbing. This level of difficulty, could it truly be surmounted? He was filled with trepidation. After a prolonged moment, Zhou Qin's gaze shifted to the training ground in the corner of the resting space. Practical combat training. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from initiating it. Having just passed the 3rd and 4th levels, there was no urgency to explore the next tier. He needed rest. Brother Chun, wake up. Zhou Chun was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. What on earth is this? After yawning several times, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. What is it, old wolf? Brother Chun, Commander Lu Sun, is here again. Again? He was taken aback. Why does this old fellow keep coming to our place? Xiao Yuan's family is dead. Zhou Chun froze, and his expression shifted. I didn't do it. I merely struck Xiao Yuan's legs. Old wolf quickly interjected. Let's discuss this outside. Zhou Chun quickly wiped his face, and the two hastened out. At the entrance, beside the patrol vehicle, Lu Sun was puffing on a cigarette. Well, I must say you are now a distinguished deputy commander. Is it really necessary to personally come for such a trivial matter? Brother Lu, what is the situation? Zhou Chen inquired, astonished. Xiao Yuan's father, Xiao Yuan, is dead. Was it you or one of your subordinates? Lu Sun asked directly. How could that be? Zhou Chen denied vehemently. This matter has nothing to do with me. You said the same thing before, Lu Sun replied, taking a drag from his cigarette and narrowing his eyes slightly. Cough. What happened before is in the past. This time it absolutely has nothing to do with me. Zhou Chen insisted, shaking his head. Could it be that you are harboring resentment from a couple of days ago and sought revenge in secret? Lu Sun questioned skeptically. Zhou Chen was genuinely speechless. Moreover, the manner of Xiao Yuan's death is strikingly similar to that of Zhang Xiao. Lu Sun continued. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. He was aware of Zhang Xiao's demise, but had not paid much attention, being preoccupied with other matters. Besides, given the numerous heinous acts committed by Zhang Xiao and his wretched son, it was reasonable for him to meet such an end. You truly do not know? Lu Sun asked one last time. You see, you are now under considerable suspicion. Both of these individuals met with misfortune shortly after their encounter with you. Could it be that you have cursed them? Good grief. Zhou Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was there truly no other suspect worthy of scrutiny aside from myself? He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Indeed, there was another possibility, the Meng family. Lu Sun spoke softly. Xiao Yuan's son and Zhang Zhao's son were both participants in that incident. The Meng family might resort to some measures for retribution. The primary issue now is that they have yet to master the art of leaving no trace behind. Day by day, nothing seems to go smoothly. Anyway, I've conveyed my message. You can relay it to that young lady. The funeral home requires a signature. If she wishes to go, she may. If not, it can be handled casually. With that, he flicked the cigarette butt away and slipped into the car, accelerating away with determination. Hey, I must inform you that littering cigarette butts incurs a fine, Zhou Chen called after him. Zhou Chen exchanged a glance with Lao Lang. What do you think? Do you believe she would be willing to go to the funeral home to sign? I doubt it, Lao Lang pondered. I did some inquiries. Xiao Yuan had a decent business over a decade ago, but in recent years, he has suffered immense losses. Moreover, it seems he's been abusing Xiao Shi and her family for an extended period. I heard just half a month ago that scoundrel went to Xiao Ming's residence, causing havoc and violence. Zhou Chen gave him a pat on the shoulder. Lao Lang's voice faltered. By the front gate of the martial arts school, a frail figure stood quietly, waiting. Chapter 58. Feeding his ashes to the dogs, the family members, correct? Please sign here in the acknowledgement section. Very well. After receiving several documents, he swiftly inscribed his name. Please wait a moment. Would you like to observe? We permit spectators for the cremation process, inquired the staff. Zhou Chen glanced at the young girl. All right. To his surprise, she nodded. Zhou Chen held little interest in the proceedings and settled onto a long bench in the corridor. Brother Chen, who do you think killed Zhang Xiao and Xiao Yuan? Surely there must be some lead, she mused. Zhou Chen chuckled. I was wondering why you have been so quiet. Are you still pondering this matter? I assure you, I did not strike with lethal intent. I am utterly convinced of that. We acknowledge our actions. We cannot be unjustly blamed. The old wolf replied awkwardly, "Moreover, it is rather coincidental. You were hospitalized." Zhang Xiao was downstairs, and the next day he was gone. Xiao Yuan came to the dojo, and the following day he too vanished. If I were to patrol, I would find it perplexing. Indeed, it feels quite uncanny, the two of them meeting their fates in succession. Zhou Chun suggested, "Let the patrol department handle the investigation. If they can uncover something, so be it. If not, it matters little, for Yinjin City is never short of bizarre cases." Zhou Chun chuckled and shook his head. True enough, the old wolf nodded in agreement. The two continued their casual conversation until, after a brief while, Xiaoxi emerged, cradling a jar of ashes. The stepmother and younger brother were hastily taken away by relatives, aware of Xiaoxi's recent ties to the Zhou family, and they dared not linger. Since they were already present, they decided to visit the brothers. Right in front of the crematorium stood one of the finest cemeteries in Yunjin City. The Zhou family, once the largest gang, suffered considerable losses among their brethren each year. Reflecting on the Zhou family, Zhou Chun, in all honesty, did not find them particularly admirable. Yet compared to the Mingguang group, they could be deemed somewhat principled. The Zhou family's protocol involved recruiting suitably aged children or abandoned youths into their dojo. The innate potential of these children was generally consistent. They did not indiscriminately seek out talented individuals from every household, as that would surely incite public outrage. They taught martial arts to those of a certain physical capability. After achieving some proficiency, a portion would join security firms, primarily at the behest of the Hong Ing Society. Others would accompany Zhou's father or uncle. Should the Hong Ing Society require reinforcements, they would be dispatched to explore the gray realms beyond Yunjin. Ultimately, only the most capable remained as core disciples within the dojo. In Zhou Qin's view, the fundamental operations of the Zhou family were relatively benign, essentially revolving around the recruitment of individuals, compelling them to learn martial arts, engaging in the underworld, and collecting protection fees. Their advanced operations involved assisting the Hong Ing Society with various affairs, which was somewhat morally ambiguous. This aspect was beyond redemption. The Hong Ing Society, of course, was not solely motivated by money. A pile of Tianxia coins could accomplish little. They possessed a form of exhilarating power entirely distinct from the Ming Guang group, a somewhat illicit, ineffable pathway to the extraordinary. This was the true essence of stripping away one's very marrow. In earlier years, Zhou's father had engaged in numerous illicit undertakings with the Hong Ing Society. Perhaps due to his advancing years and changing mindset, he now sought to engage in more honorable endeavors. He still feels that if this continues, the Zhou family will not meet a favorable end. Over the years, he has strictly prohibited his core disciples from any dealings with the Hong Ing Society. Gradually, the martial arts school has amassed a genuine strength belonging to the Zhou family. From this perspective, it seems that the core disciples over the past decade or two may not be as irredeemably wicked as once thought. Perhaps Zhou's father is indeed dissatisfied with being under the control of the Hong Ing Society, intending to utilize this power for some purpose. Or maybe Zhou's father has passed away, and everyone still harbors some trepidation. The disciples taken to the Gray Tower by the second uncle were all exceptionally formidable. Who could have anticipated their sudden demise? Returning to the present, for the fallen brothers, the martial arts school will honor their last wishes, whether it be burial in the cemetery or something else. Brothers, I have been preoccupied with battle lately and have not had the chance to visit you. I hope for your understanding. With that, Zhou Qin uncapped a small flask and poured out a modest amount of liquor. In this world, with the existence of the gray realm and the extraordinary, it is not beyond reason to think there might also be an underworld. If my brothers in the afterlife are aware, those capable should take care of the Mingguang group, while those less capable should reflect on whether they have worked hard enough over the years, and if they have genuinely grown stronger. Hey, Tian Ye. The old wolf quickly intervened, jesting. Zhou Qin chuckled, pouring as he walked. The fallen Zhou descendants were mostly laid to rest together, after a circuitous walk. The tribute was complete. Xiaoxi, shall we bury your father nearby? Zhou Qin inquired. Could you help me find a dog kennel? Xiaoxi responded. At this, both of them turned to her in unison. My sister said this damned scoundrel, having never done a decent deed in life, should be fed to the dogs in death. Xiao Shi stated, her expression remarkably calm. Well, Zhou Chun mused, pondering why she cared about Xiao Yuan, seemingly intent on feeding him to dogs. Let South leave this place. He smiled, and the girl followed silently. Xiao Shi was indeed an intriguing character. Zhou Chen's gaze swept across the orderly graves. Suddenly, he noticed a dark-skinned man in black attire, standing before a tombstone, holding a photograph and a bouquet. He seemed somewhat familiar. Yet Zhou Chun could not recall where he had seen him before. Strangely, the man appeared exceedingly calm, seemingly maintaining this posture since entering the cemetery, remaining so even as Zhou Chun and the others prepared to depart. Tian Yi, Old Wolf inquired in confusion. Nothing, Zhou Chun replied, until the group exited the cemetery. The man's demeanor remained unchanged. After a considerable time had passed, he retrieved a lighter and ignited the flowers and photograph. Once both had burned to ashes, he seemed to resolve something within himself, sighed softly, and walked toward the cemetery's exit. Not long after he began walking down the road, a pitch-black vehicle approached from behind and came to a slow stop beside him. Hey, Zhao Lao Han, get in, a blond-haired, blue-eyed man gestured. The man opened the car door, silently climbing in. So silent? The blond man remarked in surprise. Oh, I see, this is called seeking vengeance. The man remained unresponsive. Indeed, you are rather dull, Dorr chuckled lightly, shaking his head. How does it feel to have avenged your grievances? Yes, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Dorr. But my vendetta remains unresolved, the man replied, his voice heavy with discontent. Enough is enough. Do you truly believe you can stand against the inspection department? After all the favors we bestowed upon you, it is time for you to cooperate with the organization, Dorr inquired with a smile. Very well. The man responded in a low tone. I am quite curious, since your hatred for them runs so deep, why did you initially sign the reconciliation agreement? Dorr asked. Confronted with this question, the man fell into a long silence. After a while, he finally managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Because I could not wait any longer. Chapter 59, Practical Training. 3 days later, at Hongfu Tower, I called upon a circle of families and factions. It is time to integrate the underground forces of Yunjin City. Prepare yourself, my boy, for I await your performance with great anticipation. Of course, I am aware that the process may not unfold smoothly and conflicts are likely to arise, so remember to bring sufficient guards. The banquet is merely the beginning. Matters will not conclude merely because of a gathering, and one must be prepared for subsequent developments. And do not dare to tell me that you are brave enough to attend the meeting at Mingguang residence. If you shy away from my invitation, do not blame me for dealing with you harshly. This message was sent by Asakawa Chitose. Lu Sun, due to some issues with the formidable boss Nagai Kitoko, was preparing to return to Shuyang. The Hongying Society was expected to enter a period of internal turmoil. Zhou was indeed surprised that Asakawa Chitose contacted him so swiftly. Has the Hongying Society completed its integration? Or does Asakawa Chitose have some other plans? There's a distinct difference between the two. If the integration is complete, then the message from Asakawa Chitose reflects the will of the Hongying Society, and the banquet in 3 days will likely proceed smoothly. Conversely, if it is not complete, the information may only represent a faction within the Hongying Society, significantly diminishing its authority. Who knows what she means by integration? From the current situation, Zhou leans towards the latter. Nevertheless, having the Hongying Society take the lead will undoubtedly present less resistance than if he were to act alone. The trade-off is that such a scenario will certainly be less stable than if he had built it himself. However, each option has its advantages and disadvantages, and in a state of insufficient strength, one must accept it. The Zhou family is nearly in shambles. Having arrived at this situation is already the best outcome. After all, no one possesses a divine perspective. Had he known of his uncle's demise, he would have never sought revenge against the Chun family, but would have swiftly liquidated assets and fled. Oh no, upon leaving the city, it may even facilitate a strike against the Mingguang group. An arrow is drawn and must be released. For now, it is best to proceed slowly. In 3 days, the situation will be revealed. For others, 3 days is a fleeting moment. For Zhou Chun, it is ample time to grow stronger. At this moment, He stood in the center of the resting area, observing the sapling on the ground, filled with a sense of uncertainty. Has it grown significantly? If memory serves, it was merely half a meter tall before. It now appears to have surged approximately 10 centimeters, an evident change. At the top, the bubbles emerging from the green leaves seem clearer than before. With a preliminary attempt to impart skills, you have witnessed the development of the tree of inheritance and have gained some insights. You know that through this tree of inheritance, you can observe the conditions of the inheritor. Should the inheritor exhibit any abnormalities, please make timely decisions to prevent them from affecting the entire tree of inheritance, thus averting contamination of the legacy. Oh, as Zhou Chen absorbed the text, he pondered thoughtfully. This indeed makes things quite convenient, especially the last point. Accepting oneself as a successor, should one deviate onto a misguided path, one can directly observe this in the realm of dreams. For now, let us focus on Shaoxi. If the results prove satisfactory, I might consider imparting knowledge to two other absolutely loyal individuals. Lao Lang, Lu Ming, Lu Qi are relatively trustworthy candidates, at least for teaching some foundational techniques. This is essentially all there is. During the last venture into dreams, the manual provided a warning. The vast dissemination of lower-tier systems poses risks. He has only imparted knowledge to a handful of individuals, which should not correlate with a large-scale outreach. Zhou Chan extended his finger, gently caressing the verdant leaves. The sapling swayed amusingly, intriguing him. It is time to attend to pressing matters. Zhou Chan rose, his gaze fixed upon the 6 to 9 levels ahead. That wretched place is certainly beyond his current reach. He even suspects that the so-called lordly beings could easily annihilate numerous adversaries of the same realm single-handedly. Judging by historical challenges, ascending the tower is undoubtedly difficult, yet not insurmountable. Thus, this 4-in-1 Lord Layer should logically possess a means of passage. Otherwise, there would be no need to place an insolvable obstacle in the way. During his previous attempt, he was unable to withstand even a single strike. The second blow dispatched him instantly, leaving him with minimal information to observe. Zhou Chun, being rational, is aware of his limitations and would not foolishly challenge an opponent he knows he cannot defeat. He headed toward the training ground adjacent to the resting area. The performance points accumulated from the previous level must be utilized. Basic training, attack, defense, agility, advanced training, practical exercises, to be unlocked upon reaching the 10th level, allowing for comprehensive practical training, with the option to select combatants. The battle process supports pause, slow motion, and weakness annotations. Currently, 50 performance points can be expended to unlock one usage opportunity in advance. It has been decided. 50 performance points are sufficient for 5 regular training sessions or 5 uses of the resting area. Zhou Chen grimaced and confirmed his choice. 110 performance points were immediately deducted, leaving him with 60 points. Before his eyes, the panel swiftly transformed. One after another, avatars and names materialized. The first to catch his gaze was the all-too-familiar blue and white figure. Its sharp claws expanded and contracted, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hunter, White Wolf, a conventional gray spirit thriving in the gray realm, adjustable power range, lower second realm to upper second realm, adjustable difficulty modes, stationary puppet, easy, regular, overclocked, customizable training settings, training duration, 96 to 240 hours, 4 to 10 days. Zhou Chan experimented with the difficulty settings, discovering that the training duration dynamically adjusts according to the chosen difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the shorter the training time. Selecting the weakest stationary White Wolf could extend the training period to 10 days. Even in training mode, settings can be altered at any time, with the remaining training time adjusting accordingly. However, the training target cannot be modified further. Reasonable. Quite reasonable. Certainly, he was not so mentally unstable as to spend such a sum engaging in a 10-day duel with a motionless White Wolf. The Defender, Colossus, the Swift, Wasp, the Desert, Sands, and Lu Sun. Individual entity, lacking data samples. Simulating actual combat may yield discrepancies. Please engage in a degree of real-world sparring to gather data. Chikawachina, individual entity, lacking data samples. Upon perusing further, Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Not only were there mechas, but those around him could also serve as targets. However, since these individuals had not truly sparred with Zhou in reality, the assessment of their strength might not be entirely accurate. Gazing at Chikawa Chinna's character depiction, Zhou clenched his fists. Were it not for the exorbitant cost of 50 performance points, he would undoubtedly test her mettle. The list of potential combatants was extensive, leaving one dazzled. After a cursory glance, Zhou proceeded to search for information regarding the Crimson Tyrant in the search bar at the top. In an instant, a plethora of information gradually emerged. Chapter 60. The Tyrant? Merely a plaything. Scarlet Tyrant, infant lord, belonging to the Scarlet clan. A unique, gray spirit endowed with the noble bloodline of the Scarlet race. Inherently at the lowest tier of the three realms. They wield the power of blood and possess an insatiable desire for battle. War serves as the most nourishing sustenance for their growth. Each Scarlet Tyrant is a born warrior. A rare few Scarlet Tyrants undergo a mutation upon birth, ascending to become lordly beings. During this evolution, if they sense an invasion from external foes, they awaken instantaneously, swiftly vanquishing formidable enemies. However, if engaged in prolonged conflict, their strength will gradually wane. Adjustable difficulty mode. Training duration, 72 to 240 hours. Would you like to select this target as your combat subject? The information provided is indeed exceedingly rich. At last, it fills the void of knowledge for Zhou, enlightening him on the particulars of his adversary. He opts for the standard mode, fine-tuning the parameters, and subsequently selects a valley environment reminiscent of levels 6 to 9. Confirming his choice, he is suddenly enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. Endless particles of light coalesce, and a mist akin to blood fog begins to spread, followed by the accumulation of stones forming mountains as particles assemble into a stony beach. In the distance, a blood-red silhouette gradually takes shape. Combat training is about to commence. You may adjust the training intensity at any time. Estimated training duration for the current mode, 72 hours, 3 days. Neither too long nor too short. Let's observe the outcome. As the countdown concludes, the arena is fully constructed. The thunderous sound of a heartbeat begins to resonate in Zhou ears. In an instant, he steels himself, donning the attire of the Songhong Shadow and gripping the Tsong blade firmly in hand. Please note, the Scarlet Tyrant is about to awaken. It will summon the power of vitality and launch a rapid crimson charge towards you. Please be prepared to evade. 5. 4. Goodness, how detailed. Listening to the announcement echoing in his ears, Zhou steadies his mind, concentrating fully. 3, 2, 1, beep beep. Here it comes. Zhou feels a gust beneath his feet, swiftly exerting all his strength to dart aside. Yet it proves futile. A flash of crimson alters its trajectory slightly, and Zhou finds himself unable to adjust in time. In a moment of panic, he raises the Tsong blade to shield himself. In the blink of an eye, the crimson force surges toward his face. It doesn't hurt? Zhou expression twists in shock, only to realize that nothing seems to have transpired after 2 or 3 seconds. He stares ahead, witnessing a colossal claw poised against his blade. Damage assessment. You will incur severe injury from this strike, rendering you incapable of resistance. Would you like to restart the training? Restart. Zhou swallows hard. At least he does not have to endure pain. The scene rapidly resets, and a new countdown emerges. The authentic experience of levels 6 to 9 did not grant him an opportunity to act preemptively. Thus, waiting until the countdown concludes to move is the most accurate reflection of real combat scenarios. A flurry of thoughts flits through Zhou mind. He slightly bends forward, gathering his strength. As the countdown ticked away, upon reaching the final second, he activated Instant Flash and swiftly moved to the left. Within the vast valley, a pale flash and a crimson glow ignited simultaneously. Had he evaded? The distance covered by Instant Flash was not particularly far, yet the instantaneous burst of speed was remarkable. The Scarlet Tyrant attempted to alter its course, but alas, both their velocities were too great, resulting in a narrow miss. Excellent, then what follows? Just as he steadied himself, and prepared to adjust his direction, he felt a hard object pressing against his lower back, hot and unyielding. It pressed firmly against his waist, causing his body to involuntarily shudder. Confused, he turned around. Time froze once more. There stood the Scarlet Tyrant, who should have merely brushed past him, now directly behind him. Blood-red tendrils extended from its back, stretching out several meters to strike, remaining perfectly still. Damage assessment. You will be pierced through the spine by this strike, losing your ability to resist. Would you like to restart training? Restart. Zhou Chun felt increasingly vexed. It appeared that not only was his opponent exceptionally fast, but its subsequent attacks were also extraordinarily rapid. The technique of instant flash was far from perfected. In his mind, the Ember Crystal still held much knowledge yet to be fully absorbed. Ideally, this sword technique was not meant for evasion, but for delivering lethal blows, somewhat akin to the development of Wind Chaser style. His agility had improved, yet he remained at a loss as to how to integrate it with his attacks. Zhou Chun had not anticipated that such a brief moment of rigidity could be exploited by his opponent, leading to yet another instant defeat. As the scene reconfigured for the third time, Zhou Chun was truly at a loss. Using instant flash allowed him to evade the initial wave of attacks, but he could not escape the second thrust. Conversely, without using instant flash, he could not evade the first wave of attacks. So what was to be done? Should he refine instant flash to enhance its evasion range, or find a way to mitigate the post-skill rigidity? As Zhou Chun pondered this dilemma, the third practical exercise commenced. Buzz. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to shift his stance, he noticed that everything around him suddenly slowed down. It felt as though time had decelerated tenfold. The menacing Scarlet Tyrant advanced with excruciating slowness. Zhou Chun could clearly see its grotesque visage and the blood-red barbs glistening on its surface. The training ground has entered slow-motion mode, allowing you to observe the opponent's trajectory and attack patterns more closely, enabling you to devise a counter. A remarkable advantage, capable of speed and strength. Yet the Tyrant was merely a plaything. 50 performance points, truly worth the effort. Pause training. This plaything seemed to toy with him at will. Zhou Chun rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. After 5 hours of relentless specialized training, he had not paused for a moment. He continuously slowed down, rewound, and restarted. In the face of the aggressively advancing Scarlet Tyrant, he finally managed to evade a few attacks, albeit only in slow motion. Perhaps he could awkwardly dodge 3 to 4 strikes, but that was the extent of his progress. The disparity in strength between the two parties is vastly pronounced. That creature is not only swift and ferocious, but also capable of ranged attacks. Although Zhou Chun possesses formidable offensive power, the crux of the matter lies in his utter lack of opportunity to strike his opponent. The practical training exercise is somewhat unique, allowing for pauses without affecting subsequent timing, thus providing an opportunity for specialized training in other areas. Within the respite area, Zhou Chun furrows his brow. The Scarlet Tyrant moves with astonishing speed. Its initial onslaught upon awakening is utterly fierce, compelling him to devise a strategy to evade its lethal strikes. The potential solutions are limited to 2, evasion or defense. Evasion tests one's speed, creating distance to render its attacks futile. Defense, however, encompasses a broader spectrum of considerations. Why does everyone pursue more powerful attacks? Because they are relatively easy to enhance and yield effective results in combat. In contrast, defense is significantly more challenging to cultivate. Yet, from a game perspective, the first 2 levels emphasize offensive capabilities, while the 3rd and 4th levels focus on speed. I had anticipated that the subsequent levels would test defensive skills, but was instead confronted with a direct boss battle. The current scenario resembles a comprehensive assessment. If I excel in the other 2 dimensions, theoretically, I could still succeed. However, according to the theory of the weakest link, deficiencies will severely impact the overall minimum performance. Therefore, should I not also endeavor to fortify my lower limits by acquiring some defensive techniques? It seems improbable that the 3 foundational training regimens are mere formalities. I should surely experience each one at least once. Zhou Chun's gaze shifts toward one of the foundational training exercises, defense. Chapter 61. The Young Master of Farming. guardian of the white jade seed, defensive training. Defense is not merely about withstanding attacks. It is an intricate amalgamation of perception, agility, and technique. Through this training, you shall acquire greater mastery over yourself, enhancing your perceptual abilities, learning to mitigate damage, and employing minimal force to repel external assaults. Enough talk. Let us commence. To be candid, merely reading this description, Zhou Chun felt an urge to give it a try. Although traditionally, those skilled in blades and swords are expected to place great emphasis on offensive capabilities, he found himself at an impasse. Furthermore, in the conventional teachings of martial arts, offense and defense are invariably intertwined. One must learn to endure before learning to strike. This foundational principle is paramount. In the absence of significant changes in one's realm, growth in a singular attribute exhibits diminishing returns. For instance, the challenge of enhancing a top athlete's 100-meter sprint from 12 seconds to 10 seconds is considerably less daunting than improving from 10 seconds to 5 seconds. Rather than seeking ways to increase his speed to evade the Crimson Tyrant, Zhou Chun deemed it more prudent to explore defensive techniques. By mastering some speed alongside defense, who knows what effects might be achieved? The logic seemed sound, yet the actual outcomes remained to be seen. Should the results prove unsatisfactory, he could always contemplate alternative strategies. With an investment of 10 performance points, defensive training was immediately activated. The surrounding scenery dissolved into ashes, which then reformed. A waft of fragrant aroma assailed his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. Here it comes again. It seems I am not to be spared. Zhou Chun opened his eyes to behold golden wheat swaying in the breeze, creating a mesmerizing sea of fragrance. He need not lower his gaze. By mere touch, he discerned that he was indeed adorned in the attire befitting a young master of farming, exclusive to the wheat fields. White jade wheat, a special variety from the realm of ashen ruins. Skipping ahead, under your diligent care, the white jade wheat king has successfully been ushered to the outside world. As the farm owner, you believe the ordeal had come to a close, allowing you a moment's respite. Yet, you did not anticipate that this year's white jade wheat king was extraordinary, for beneath its mature roots, several white jade seeds had formed. White jade seed, infused with abundant spiritual essence, consuming it purifies pollution, enlightens the mind, and possesses boundless utility. Before reaching full maturity, it remains buried deep underground. Exposure to air drastically diminishes its efficacy. You carefully concealed its existence, only to be detected by the 9-headed bees. At this moment, you find yourself encircled by the swarm, and the battle between you is on the brink of eruption. 9-headed bees, sever one head, and 2 shall grow in its place. The 9-headed bees possess the trait of injury division. When they perish from specific attacks, they self-replicate, with a single progenitor capable of undergoing up to 9 successive divisions. Although they may appear inconspicuous in limited numbers, this unique species will elevate its extraordinary status as its population expands. To protect your precious white jade seeds, you must engage in a desperate battle against the swarm of 9-headed bees. Under their relentless assault, you must survive or perish. Such fervent rhetoric. Once again, it is the farmer versus the farm animals. Isn't the characteristic of this 9-headed bee a bit too extraordinary? A single one can double and split 9 times, amounting to 2 to the power of 8. After a minute, these 256 can continue to divide. Perhaps they possess certain weaknesses, rendering them not as formidable as one might imagine. Nonetheless, as these thoughts dissipated, the training commenced. Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings, clearing an area of approximately 10 meters in radius. The incessant buzzing overhead filled the air. Approximately 30 adult bees, each the size of a fist, with a unique blend of dark brown and earthy yellow, circled above, their buzzing distinctly audible. Encircled by gray mist, their stingers shimmered with a cold glint, exuding a palpable aggressiveness. Whoosh! Under Zhou Chun's gaze, one could no longer contain itself and darted toward him. Clearly, they understood that to reach the white jade seed, they must eliminate Zhou Chun. Gulme. Zhou Chun focused intently, drawing his sword. Slash! The blade's arc flickered momentarily, and he barely felt any resistance. The nine-headed bee was effortlessly cleaved in two. In terms of defense, it was not even comparable to the white wolf, and even among its kind, it was hardly formidable. The severed bee plunged into the ground with a soft thud, falling silent. After 3 to 5 seconds, the buzzing reemerged. Such rapid division. The newly split bodies had shrunk considerably, but as Zhou Chen observed, gray particles began to coalesce around them, swiftly augmenting their size. Shortly after, the second nine-headed bee plummeted. This time, Zhou Chen's gaze remained calm. After a brief moment of gathering strength, the azure blade unleashed a dazzling display, akin to a meteor shower descending. In the blink of an eye, the second nine-headed bee was sliced into fine fragments. How many pieces? Zhou Chen could not ascertain, but conservatively estimating, there must be around 10. Under such circumstances, surely it could not revive? Buzz! In a mere 3 to 5 seconds, the bees, now reduced to numerous fragments, rapidly regenerated new bodies, wobbling as they took to the air once more. Cut off one head, two grow in its place. How am I to defend against this? Zhou Chen's expression shifted slightly. This creature splits and divides upon being attacked. Should he strike or refrain? The remaining nine-headed bees surged forth, and this time, Zhou Chen adjusted his strategy slightly. Instead of swinging his blade, he positioned the azure blade horizontally before him. With two resounding clinks, the nine-headed bees were sent reeling. The force of the impact was so great that the entire bee staggered, crashing to the ground. It took several seconds to regain its composure. Was wielding the sword effective? Zhou Chen pondered. The basic sword technique he had employed was indeed a defensive maneuver in swordplay. When faced with an enemy's assault, positioning the blade at a specific angle could dissipate the opponent's force. If executed skillfully, not only could one negate the incoming power, but also redirect a portion of it back, disrupting the opponent's rhythm. This technique is commonly seen in games. Zhou Chen was certainly aware of it, but he admittedly lacked proficiency in this area. The timing, force control, and angles involved in wielding the blade are a multifaceted challenge. However, he finds far greater satisfaction in directly severing his adversary's head. So let it be. Perhaps he might even develop a new technique. Zhou Chen steadied his mind, inhaled deeply, and began to resonate. The azure blade danced gracefully in his hands, repelling each descending nine-headed bee as if they were mere bullets. Should he fail to deflect one, the consequence would be a burst of crimson from his own body. As he continued to parry, he occasionally inadvertently shattered a few of the creatures. Gradually, the swarm swelled to 100, 500, then 1,000. The bruised and battered air, having endured countless setbacks, chose to restart time and again. Chapter 62, New Techniques, Skin and Bone Refinement, Harvest Summary in Progress. Slashing Soldier Technique 5, 450-100, Wind Chaser Technique 20, 425-100, Breath Resonance Method 10, 235-100, Unnamed Technique 120, 120-100, Training concluded. Challengers are encouraged to persevere. Zhou Chen has devised a new technique. After a single session of training, he has progressed from nothing to a breakthrough from stage 0 to stage 1, which is quite impressive overall. Unnamed Technique. A weapon technique primarily based on blocking, which utilizes special skills to neutralize enemy attacks and turn the tide of battle. 1. Skin and Bone. Activating this technique may enhance the strength of the bones and skin. It sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? Skin and bone, a rather odd phrase. The enhancement of the Wind Chaser technique focuses on speed, enabling a significant burst of velocity. The Slashing Soldier technique enhances overall physical quality. And upon the completion of a series of sword moves, one may experience a comprehensive physical enhancement, yielding remarkable results. The direction of this new technique, indeed, takes an unexpected approach towards the concepts of bone and skin. In traditional martial arts, there exists a term for resilience, often referred to as copper skin and iron bones. Practitioners who excel in horizontal training can withstand ordinary blades, leaving merely a white mark upon their skin surface. Even those less skilled in horizontal training undergo processes of skin refinement and bone tempering, establishing a solid foundation for further advancement. The day's training comes to an end. As the sun rises high in the sky, Zhou Chun rises from his bed. The visible enhancement of his abilities each day provides a gratifying feedback loop that is utterly irresistible, provided he refrains from dwelling on the unpleasant aspects of levels 6 to 9. The increase in defense brought by the new technique is indeed beneficial. The body operates in harmony, each component interlinked. The fortification of the bones simultaneously enables a greater exertion of strength. Humming a cheerful tune, he pushes open the door and steps outside. Passing by the training grounds, he glances inside. Xiao Shi, donned in a fitted training outfit, possesses an unwavering gaze. Her movements, though ordinary, display a standardization that Zhou Chun had exhibited previously. However, in just a few short days, her swordplay has become remarkably proficient. Typically, a girl with no prior exposure to martial arts would still struggle with misaligned movements, barely managing to execute the relevant techniques. Zhou Chun is well aware of her previous strength. She was an entirely ordinary girl. Even the lightest sword, a sharpened iron blade, would leave her fatigued after repeated swings. Yet now, her movements are strikingly precise, indicating a notable increase in her physical strength over these past few days. This girl seems to possess quite commendable potential. Zhou Chun is taken aback by this development. Observing her progress, he hesitates momentarily, contemplating whether to impart the breath method to her as a trial. Without this fundamental technique, relying solely on swordplay would make it impossible for her to formally enter the realm of martial arts. At best, she would only be able to master a sharp thrust, lacking any extraordinary finesse. At least for now, the subject of the experiment is performing adequately in all aspects. Chingu, are you eavesdropping? A sneaky voice echoed from behind. Zhou Chun turned around, his expression impassive. Is there a need for me to eavesdrop? He inquired. No. Look at my mouth, Old Wolf chuckled. What brings you here? Zhou Chun scrutinized him, then glanced at the stack of books in his left hand. What's this? Preparing for the college entrance examination? Oh no. Old Wolf lifted the books. Chingu, Li Sun mentioned he strolled by the entrance and said you previously requested some information. He specifically brought these for you. Oh, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. A few days ago, he had taken the opportunity to message Lu Sun, expressing his desire to delve into the history of Tianxia and the intricate concepts surrounding the extraordinary. He preferred content that was inaccessible to the common person, avoiding fabricated information to enrich his understanding of this world. To his surprise, Lu Sun had not responded, leading Zhou Chun to believe that he had no intention of engaging. Yet today, Li Qiushi truly brought something over. Let me see, Zhou Chun said, reaching for the stack of books. The covers were remarkably simple, adorned only with a few bold titles. Beware of arrogance and impulsiveness. Maintain a calm mind. How to be a good person. I will strive for goodness. Violence cannot solve problems. We are all good children. Goodness gracious. Just the titles alone made Zhou Chun feel a sense of targeted irony. Tian Yi. Are you certain these are the books you wanted? Old Wolf also sensed something amiss with the titles. Was a young master preparing to embrace the Buddhist path? What kind of books was he reading? It's fine, you can head back now. Zhou Chun shook his head. Oh, all right. I won't disturb you any longer. Old Wolf scratched his head, not probing further, and walked away. What's wrong? After the departure, Xiao Shi peered out curiously. You're up quite early. How long have you been practicing? Zhou Chun asked. A few hours. Xiao Shi rubbed her slightly sore forearm, feeling quite good. Thank you. Have you tried it on the dummy yet? Zhou Chun queried. Not yet. Come on, let us give it a try. The two entered the training ground and approached the dummy. I'll begin now. Xiao Shi steadied herself and took a deep breath. In an instant, she drew her sword and executed a swift strike. Wow, this strike was even more rapid than her previous practice. The sword lunging forward and directly piercing the surface of the dummy. With a sharp clang, the dummy sustained a small dent. Hiss! The recoil left Xiao Shi feeling somewhat uncomfortable, her arm tingling slightly as she inhaled sharply. Not having learned the slashing soldier technique, the sword was not anything extraordinary. The dummy was constructed from a mixed metal of reasonable weight yet sturdy. If Xiao Shi could create a dent with a single thrust, she could easily pierce through the flesh of an ordinary person. How was that? Xiao Shi asked, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Quite impressive. Zhou Chun raised his thumb, acknowledging that at such a level, an ordinary person should be unable to approach him. Furthermore, his appearance was sufficiently beguiling. As long as one was not an exceptionally strong practitioner, he could effortlessly catch them off guard and strike them down. I merely wish for self-preservation. Upon the mention of taking a life, Xiaoxi's aura diminished significantly. Self-preservation sufficed. Zhou Chen nodded. Xiaoxi appeared somewhat hesitant. After glancing at Zhou Chen, she spoke with a hint of uncertainty. May I remain here? I find this technique fascinating, and I am eager to continue learning martial arts from you. I'm willing to pay or work for you as a means to offset some of the tuition. Interested in wielding blades and firearms? Zhou Chen chuckled. Very well. I happen to need a maid. You understand my meaning, right? As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings and spotted a training wooden sword in one corner of the training ground. He then picked up the wooden sword and approached the dummy that the girl had just attacked. Watch closely, he advised, and then, gripping the wooden sword, he executed a horizontal slash. There was no blinding white light, nor were there excessive special effects. The wooden sword vibrated at a high frequency and simply cut through, crack, splintering into a flurry of wooden shavings. At that very moment, the dummy was cleanly severed in half. Not bad. It seems the wooden sword is indeed usable. Zhou Chen clapped his hands and gradually walked away, leaving behind the faint echo of his words drifting into the dazed girl's ears. Try to replicate my slash. As a hint, attempt to adjust your breathing. The girl's eyes flickered, her mind seemingly lingering on that stunning strike from moments ago. Wait, I have become a maid. After a while, she jolted, suddenly realizing. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen had already walked far away. Chapter 63. The Roots of Tianxia's Decline. The Path of the Extraordinary. How splendidly I present myself. Zhou Chen awarded himself full marks. He picked up the wooden sword merely to gauge its weight, but to his surprise, it felt quite commendable in his grasp. Confronting the training dummy, he genuinely felt a sense of confidence. He was certain he could cleave it with the wooden sword. Thus, he struck, and, as anticipated, the dummy shattered accordingly. Following the enhancement of the slashing soldier technique, the increase in intensity was almost palpable. Moreover, proficiency is not merely a matter of reaching 100-100. Rather, every increment in proficiency translates into a tangible enhancement of power, without a shred of deception. He decided to impart a modicum of knowledge to Xiaoxi, allowing her to contemplate it on her own. As for whether she would grasp it, that remained to be seen. He had no intention of overwhelming her with too many core concepts all at once. Zhou Chen returned to his room, carrying a large bag of books. Let me see what treasures Brother Liu has prepared for me. He spread the books across the table and casually opened one titled Violence Cannot Solve Problems. Upon opening the first page, he discovered it was merely a facade. Beneath the surface lay the true title, Supremacy of Force. He flipped to the second book, How to Be a Good Person, The Rise of Bandits. Splendide. The superficial titles bore no resemblance to the actual content. Zhou Chen skimmed through the first book, which seemed to emphasize the paramount importance of martial prowess, vaguely describing the so-called extraordinary. The second book piqued his interest, summarizing how foreign extraordinary individuals had risen to prominence over the years, labeling them as bandits. It could be considered a historical account. Truth be told, Zhou Chen was genuinely curious about the development of foreign nations. If the textbooks were not misleading, before the advent of the extraordinary era, Tianxia was, in fact, the most formidable nation on the White Star, or at least one of the most formidable. It led in technological advancement. And in terms of extraordinary capabilities, Tianxia indeed boasted a lineage of martial artists with thousands of years of heritage. The three realms of minor masters could easily be referred to as minor superhumans. Although the number of three-realm practitioners was exceedingly rare and four-realm practitioners were even scarcer, the situation was far worse in other countries. The Star Alliance had been researching some form of human enhancement serum, with mediocre results, while the European Federation was preoccupied with ecclesiastical pursuits, chasing after elusive beliefs. In terms of individual combat prowess, Tianxia undoubtedly ranked as the strongest in the world, far surpassing other nations. Yet, How could the arrival of the Grey Tower alter the situation so drastically? Undeniably, the aura of the Grey Ruins acted as a poison to martial artists, with greater effects on those of higher realms. However, the foundational strength remained. No matter how one pondered, Tianxia should not have fallen to such depths. The textbook provided this explanation. Initially, Tianxia sealed the Grey Tower, strictly controlling the global exploration pace. While certain nations continued their explorations in secret, the slow progress led to gradual setbacks. Meanwhile, those clandestine explorations yielded substantial gains, quietly developing their extraordinary powers, ultimately culminating in a siege against Tianxia, resulting in the current predicament. Thus, the summary of 300 years of extraordinary history could be encapsulated in this manner. Generally speaking, the argument holds, yet in reality, it is fraught with numerous flaws. Tianxia is not naive enough to believe it can completely seal everything. Moreover, a system cannot be established overnight. While an individual may suddenly gain strength through fortuitous encounters, the rapid ascendance of a nation ventures into the realm of the fantastical. Surely, Tianxia would not be oblivious to such changes. The rise of the bandit. Preface: the descent of the Grey Tower. The ethereal essence emanating from the Grey Realm has ushered in monumental transformations for the White Star, simultaneously instigating profound changes within Tianxia. We have committed numerous errors and traversed many detours. This book, edited by Mr. Hiweigwa, endeavors to objectively describe, analyze, and summarize how other nations achieve extraordinary prowess, while also reflecting on the decline of Tianxia. It is no surprise that the information provided by Brother Liu is so professionally insightful. Zhou Chun straightened his posture. He was well aware of Hiweigwa. Currently the head of the patrol division in the northern martial region, he was undeniably one of the top-tier powerhouses in Tianxia during his youth. Now, with his accumulated influence, he stands among the few at the pinnacle of Tianxia. It is remarkable that this book is under his editorship, even from his position in Yunjin City. Zhou Chun had heard of this gentleman's illustrious reputation, indicating the book's substantial value. Zhou Chun steeled himself and turned to the first page. Extraordinary pathways. What the enemy possesses that I lack, what the enemy excels at that I lag behind. The extraordinary pathways birthed from the Grey Tower, the very roots of Tianxia's decline. Oh, Zhou Chun furrowed his brow, meticulously reading each line of text. The tome was neither too thick nor too thin, providing an overarching introduction to various battles and significant events along the timeline. Tianxia has stood for 500 years, culminating in the arrival of the Grey Tower. Subsequently, the White Star unified this pivotal event under the term, the New Era. The calendar was revised to reflect this new chronology. The earliest major battle can be traced back to the 50th year of the New Era, precisely half a century after the Grey Tower's arrival. From the alliance of multiple nations, a remarkable figure emerged within the Star Alliance, Leon's bird. While others were still in the exploratory phase, he had already attained formidable strength across the four realms. Moreover, he secretly cultivated a legion of warriors, each slightly weaker than himself, alongside countless others from the second and third realms, forming a powerful battalion. The Burt family was already of considerable influence, having schemed for this day for an indeterminate length of time. With their meticulous preparations, a civil strife erupted within the Star Alliance. This monumental conflict, however, was quelled in a mere 2 months, with Leon's establishing himself as the paramount authority of the Star Alliance. Upon reaching the apex, he did not rest on his laurels. Rather, he instigated a sweeping war across the White Star. The extraordinary pathway birthed extraordinary beings who displayed their ferocious fangs for the first time. Anomaly. The mutated warriors born from this pathway coordinated their abilities, delivering a staggering blow to all nations of the White Star. The anomalous power surged through the warriors' hands, effortlessly tearing through torrents of steel. As for large-scale weaponry, the essence of the Grey Realm had long since permeated every corner of the White Star, with only the variance in concentration determining the unimaginable devastation wrought upon conventional arms. Conventional weapons have proven largely ineffective, while the individual prowess of the Star Alliance warriors remains extraordinarily formidable. As the conflict progressed, the geopolitical landscape among nations underwent significant transformations. Most notably, Tianxia has completely lost its dominant position. However, it still retains its status as a powerful nation, albeit unable to exert its previous overwhelming influence. With the conclusion of the war, nations no longer adhere to the Grey Tower blockade regulations proposed by Tianxia, rejecting the gradual exploration of the Grey Tower. In this era of tumultuous change, falling behind equates to suffering the consequences. Thus commenced a grand exploration, as people fervently entered the Grey Tower in search of energy, technology, and extraordinary pathways. Everything felt fresh and invigorating. Yet acquiring these so-called extraordinary pathways proved far from easy. For the subsequent 50 years, humanity continued to navigate this uncharted territory, stumbling and struggling along the way. Even after 50 years of the new era, the means by which Leons acquire the aberration system, achieving the fourth realm level unnoticed, remains a mystery. Subsequently, this aberration system gave rise to numerous superheroes within the Star Alliance, dominating the landscape. Time pressed forward, leading to the year 110 of the new era, when Ichi Kamamoto of the Shuyang Empire suddenly announced the ninja system, which swiftly branched out into related paths, such as Bushido and Onmyoji. The White Star officially entered the realm of the fifth civilization, and the populace was once again engulfed in fervor. Chapter 64. Superheroes, ninjas, and the church. In the ensuing period, extraordinary pathways proliferated like mushrooms after a rainstorm. However, the majority were notably flawed and incomplete, varying significantly in strength and cost. In contrast, the systems mastered by Leons and Miyamoto Ryoichi exuded an air of sophistication and grandeur. The benefits of such pathways to the enhancement of national strength were undeniably profound. Furthermore, given that the Empire of Shuyang was essentially a progeny of the Star Alliance, it was only natural to pay homage to its parent with valuable resources. The union of these two nations was characterized by an eagerness to ensure that the White Star resonated with a singular voice. Just as William aspired for the Mingguang group to dominate within Yunjin City, the Star Alliance harbored ambitions for the White Star to be entirely its own. Continuous, albeit minor, frictions escalated into conflicts, plunging the situation into further turmoil. At this juncture, nations had reached the threshold of the six realms, fervently striving to explore the Grey Tower, each vying to be the first to break through. An unexpected crisis unfolded, as described in the book, affecting various extraordinary pathways. While the six realms emerged from this turmoil, the fervor for war dissipated. White Star had sustained severe injuries. The nations recognized that the repercussions of overexploiting the Grey Realm and the dispersal of Grey Ruins energy were far more exaggerated than they had anticipated. Continued reckless development would yield little benefit. Even if one conquered other nations, the inevitable consequences would remain unchanged. Thus, led by the Star Alliance and the Empire of Shuyang, the Grey Realm Alliance convened a series of meetings and resolved to forge a new star. Rather than curtailing the exploitation of the Grey Realm, they opted for an alternative route, developing a new celestial body. If the environment of the White Star was inadequate, they would seek solace elsewhere. As for those residing there, it was of little concern to them. Following a meticulous search, the Crimson Star, located 70 million kilometers from the White Star, emerged as the prime target for development by leading nations. Six realm practitioners possessed the capability to traverse the starry river with their physical forms. Bolstered by Grey Realm technology, the establishment of the Crimson Star Exploration Station progressed at an astonishing pace, and subsequent development advanced steadily. With the concerted efforts of all nations, the overall development proceeded exceptionally well. As the extraordinary systems continued to refine and technological advancements were made, the second new star, the Yellow Sand Star, was incorporated into the future development agenda. Once development reached a satisfactory stage, interstellar migration would commence. While this may sound like science fiction, with the assistance of Grey Realm technology, such feats were far from unattainable. In essence, those wielding genuine power had long since vacated the White Star, residing instead on celestial bodies with more favorable environments. Moreover, formidable, extraordinary pathways did not necessarily require entry into the Grey Tower for cultivation. Individuals could strengthen themselves externally. Only the most inferior and defective systems necessitated frequent forays into the Grey Tower. Of course, aside from the unification of systems, entry into the Grey Tower was also sought to acquire more extraordinary artifacts. Countless treasures lay hidden within the Grey Realm, and the quest for the unknown remains an eternal pursuit for humanity. As for the concept of a new star, Zhou Chun had heard whispers of it. Yet he naively assumed it was merely a matter of launching some kind of probe or surveying the soil and geology, assessing the air quality. He could never have imagined that cities had long been established above, inhabited by the privileged elite. The white star was not a vibrant, extraordinary planet. It was merely an expansive wasteland of pollution. Such a statement may seem exaggerated, for aside from Tianxia, many nations still have significant populations residing on White Star. Yet the difference is negligible. If given the choice, surely one would prefer to thrive in a new star with a better environment. No one wishes to inhale noxious fumes daily. Regrettably, I must inform you that Tianxia has not obtained the qualification for the new star. White Star remains our sole sanctuary. Since the year 250 of the new calendar, the Grey Tower Joint Development Regulations have emerged, and among Tianxia's 9 major regions, 3 have already devolved into cooperative zones, almost losing their sovereignty. In this extraordinary competition, we have suffered immeasurable losses. Tianxia does not shy away from exploring the Grey Tower, but was initially informed of certain ominous tidings. In the year 15 of the new calendar, 5 Grand Masters set forth to explore the Grey Tower, and ultimately, only one Grand Master emerged alive to convey that the Grey Tower would bring endless calamities and must not be succumbed to. Since then, Tianxia has approached the exploration with utmost caution. This is but one instance among countless events. Perhaps in the end, it is our failure to seize the opportunity that has led to the current predicament. Tianxia has not been as fortunate as other nations in acquiring a complete and robust extraordinary pathway. We can only attribute this to ill fortune, as fate has ultimately not favored Tianxia. Upon reading the final line, Zhou Chun exhaled deeply. His reading pace was rather swift, typically involving a preliminary skimming before delving deeper. Having finished the overview, his predominant sentiment was one of profound helplessness, a powerlessness against fate. Did Tianxia err? Perhaps it did. The 5 Grand Masters encountered some unknown plight during their initial exploration of the Grey Tower, as indicated by their dying words, leading Tianxia to miss a critical opportunity. However, Tianxia did not refrain from attempting to rectify this. After Leonis led the army to conclude the war, Tianxia joined the ranks of active exploration. The crux of the matter lies in the minimal results achieved. Establishing an extraordinary system is no simple feat. What is the Grey Realm? It is a place rife with the ruins of countless civilizations. The extraordinary pathways cannot simply be appropriated and employed for universal evolution. It is far more complex. Since it is a pre-existing system, the texts and terminologies require deciphering, which presents considerable challenges. Once these are unraveled, one must ascertain whether this mechanism is compatible with the human body and can be utilized effectively. Merely contemplating the magnitude of this undertaking is daunting. To this day, no one knows precisely what kind of geniuses Leonis and Miyamoto Ryoichi truly were. On the foundation of early, imperfect, extraordinary theories, they managed to forge a path that was remarkably fitting. What does this equate to? The entire mathematical community is still grappling with the problem of chickens and rabbits in the same cage, while you, my friend, have directly birthed calculus and linear algebra. It is as if the rightful developmental trajectory has been entirely bypassed, rendering the situation utterly incomprehensible. Zhou Chun closed the book. The information absorbed this afternoon was indeed overwhelming. The world appeared to be entirely divergent from his previous imaginings. This peculiar sense of déjà vu grew increasingly intense. Zhou Chun rubbed his temples. 3 centuries' time truly narrates a tale of banditry's rise. The Tianxia realm has gradually declined, step by step, succumbing to invasion and plunder. This decline is particularly pronounced due to its originally vast expanse. In contrast, those smaller nations have long been absorbed or have vanished altogether. Leon's The Path of Mutation. Miyamoto, Ryoichi, The Path of Ninja, and the Eurohi Empire, offering reverence to the divine through the sacred path. The sacred path does indeed have its traces. Within the various ruins of the Grey Realm, there are numerous records regarding divine beings. It appears that gods do exist and provide protection to myriad races. The White Star subsequently established a church, giving rise to a significant sacred power. One can only marvel at the sheer fortune of the Star Alliance and the Shuyang Empire, blessed with extraordinary talent. Yet, compared to others, Zhou Chun could not help but entertain incredulous speculations. The Star Alliance engages in mutations, the Wall Climber and the Green-Hatted Giant. And then there's the Star Alliance captain with a striking Dari. The Shuyang Empire delves into ninjutsu, with the burden of carrying rice up several flights of stairs, aspiring to become the Bandit King, Super Size Gums. Is there a possibility that they're the former owners of the Grey Ruins Tower? Private Server Edition? Chapter 65. The Banquet Beneath the Thick Fog Slashing Technique 4, 6100 Wind Chasing Technique 4, 6100 Unnamed Technique 2, 8100 Breath Resonance Method 2, 6100 Grey Tower Performance Score, 40 Reading and Honing Skills. These were the endeavors that occupied Zhou Chun over the past few days. With the collection of books provided by Lu Sun, he has gained a profound understanding of the current situation. Moreover, two long-standing techniques are nearing the 5th stage, while a new technique is on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd stage, unlocking new characteristics. He has spent considerable time engaging in fierce battles with the Hydra, temporarily setting aside the 3rd stage and practical training. The complex difficulty of the 4th stage is simply insurmountable at this juncture. He cannot recklessly charge into it. Furthermore, practical training is limited by time. Until he reaches the 10th level, he can only experience it once. He resolved to prepare thoroughly, making the most of every moment to maximize the outcomes. On a misty morning, at the entrance of the martial arts school, Zhou Chun cast a glance down the long street and gazed into the distance. A dense fog enveloped the entire Yunjin city. A deep breath would inevitably cause ordinary individuals to feel an unbearable itch in their lungs. The fog today is particularly thick, he thought, inhaling slightly. As a being of unknown rank, this mist would not pose much of a threat to him. Fog typically arises at this time of year in Yunjin, but this year it seems particularly severe. Old Wolf stood beside him, nodding after observing the outside. The gray haze pollution worsens year by year. At this rate, it feels like a significant problem is bound to arise sooner or later. This is nearly common knowledge. The Grey Tower and the fissures of the Grey Realm emit the essence of the Grey Ruins, impacting the environment of the White Star. However, the reality is far more dire than most citizens perceive. Old Wolf's words ring true. If this continues, a grave situation is inevitable. The affluent can escape to the new star, but Zhou Chun does not belong to such privileged circles. Attention, citizens of Yunjin City. Severe foggy weather is present, with gray spirits possibly wandering within the mist. Please minimize outdoor activities and remain indoors. If gray spirits are spotted, please report them to the Inspection Bureau promptly. The citywide broadcast echoed repeatedly, sending alerts to all residents. This clearly illustrates the distinction between this fog and ordinary smog. Let Uncle Zhong stay in hospital for a couple more days. With this thick fog, we can't risk anything on the road. Understood, Brother Chun. I will contact Uncle Zhong, Shanya replied with a nod. They had initially planned to pick up Uncle Zhong today, but the unexpectedly heavy fog had altered their plans. Although there would be caretakers along the way, the risk is somewhat elevated. It is indeed unnecessary to rush within these few days. Next, Zhou Chun needed to head to Hongfu Tower for the prearranged banquet. This renowned establishment, boasting a history of over a century in Yunjin City, has seen a succession of owners, with numerous gangs coming and going to conduct business within its walls. Currently, the restaurant is under the control of the Red Sakura Society, remaining the primary venue for negotiations among various factions. Here, one must weigh the implications of the Red Sakura Society behind any conflicts. Shall we go, young master? Old Wolf inquired. Let us depart. Zhou Chun nodded, subsequently boarding the vehicle. The remaining 3 second-tier martial artists followed closely in another car. With such limited resources, he had gathered all he could muster. Earlier that morning, Asakawa Chinna had sent him a message, briefly outlining the banquet details. She was currently occupied with internal issues within the Red Sakura Society and could not attend in person. However, she had already summoned a circle of influential figures, presenting Zhou-chun with an opportunity to showcase his abilities. One could foresee that as various factions gathered for the banquet, it was bound to be a most intriguing affair. "Brother Chun, are you feeling nervous?" Old Wolf asked while driving and engaging in conversation. "What is there to be nervous about? They are the ones attending the banquet. They should be the ones anxious," Zhou-chun replied with a smile. "Indeed, besides, you managed to break free from Mingguang residence. What is this minor situation compared to that?" Old Wolf chuckled. Zhou-chun's exploits had recently become the talk of Yunji City. No one knew precisely how he had managed to escape. Yet the evidence of countless corpses attested to his success. With the banquet hosted at Mingguang residence, it was considered their own territory. So many had failed to take down a single Zhou-chun. One must wonder if such a record is not indeed formidable. As Zhou-chun examined the guest list, the names of various factions caught his eye. The Liu family, the Wu family, the Yang family, the Tianxiang Martial Arts School, and the Jusher Martial Arts School were understandable attendees. Yet, the Sun family, the Ma family, and several other martial arts schools, were they merely there for the spectacle? Some were affiliated with the Red Sakura Society, while others were former subordinates of the Zhou family. There were also those who wavered, alongside some lesser-known factions. Is this truly a martial arts convention? It seems Miss Asakawa has great confidence in you, Brother Chun, having rallied quite a crowd on your behalf. Let's hope they do not summon the Mingguang group for mere amusement, Zhou-chun replied, non-committally. He closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Goodness, why is there such dense fog today? There are advantages and disadvantages, I suppose. This thick fog does indeed impact us, yet it affects the patrol unit even more. All units, be advised, the target has departed. Stay alert and prepare for action. A deep voice resonated through the communicator, instantly rousing everyone from their conversations. Clad in matching black tactical gear, they either lay prone on rooftops or crouched within alleyways. The previously scattered murmurs ceased abruptly with the announcement over the communicator. Yunji City has been inundated with continuous updates, rendering the streets almost deserted today. Under normal circumstances, ordinary citizens would not venture out. However, given that the banquet had been prearranged, everyone present was involved in this underworld. To miss such an event would be quite the embarrassment. With sharp gazes fixed upon the end of the road, the anticipated black vehicle had yet to make its appearance. Are they not here yet? A character, distinguished by his differing attire, frowned. Could it be that this fellow received news in advance and, out of trepidation, chose not to come, or perhaps took an alternate route? A teammate speculated. Upon hearing this, the captain furrowed his brow even deeper. They have arrived. The team instantly regained their composure. It was the vehicle belonging to Zhou-chun. The obscured license plate caught their eye, the specially designed, tinted windows shielding the interior from view. In the next moment, with a commanding shout from the captain, the team members surged forth from all directions, transforming mid-stride. A few rocket-propelled grenades struck first, and after a resounding explosion, the vehicle was completely overturned. The team encircled the wreckage. Something was amiss. One person was missing. Where could he be? The vehicle lay in ruins, split in two, and, as the team approached, they found only an empty shell. Immediately, their gazes shifted to the second vehicle behind it. This time, they refrained from using rocket fire. Several teammates moved forward to forcibly detach the door, only to discover the seats were vacant. Not a single passenger remained, not even the driver. Goodness, it's unmanned. The captain cursed under his breath and promptly seized the communicator. This is Team 01. We have secured Zhou-chun's vehicle, but it is unoccupied. He has most likely departed via an alternate route. Have you any findings? After a brief pause, a response echoed through the communicator. Team 02 reports no anomalies. Team 06 reports no anomalies. One by one, the reports came in. After a thorough round, only Team 03 remained silent. A chill ran through the captain's heart. An inexplicable sense of foreboding settling in. Chapter 66. The Banquet Scene, the Sword That Cuts Through Bullets. The Hongying Society has indeed made quite a considerable effort this time. I had anticipated only a few attendees, perhaps a handful of former influential factions. Instead, it seems that all the prominent powers of Yunjin City have been summoned. To be honest, a few months ago, when the Zhou family encountered their troubles, I almost believed that the power dynamics in Yunjin City had solidified. However, I did not foresee that they could turn the tide under such circumstances. Inside the Hongfu building, the sound of lively conversation filled the air. With the appointed time approaching, most guests had nearly gathered. The spacious hall was adorned with table after table, and plates of fruits and sunflower seeds had been set out in advance. The attendees from various martial arts schools began to crack seeds and engage in casual chatter. Has young Master Zhou not yet arrived? In just a few minutes, it will be the agreed-upon time. It is understandable for the main character to arrive fashionably late. This banquet was initiated by the Hongying Society, seemingly with the intent to pave the way for the Zhou family, attempting to restore their former stature. What are your thoughts on this? Out of nowhere, one table's rather naive member broached this topic. The matter, which had been somewhat taboo, was now laid bare. Yet, this gathering was precisely for such discussions. One must confront the situation at hand to gauge the sentiments of others. A moment of silence enveloped the room before someone spoke up. If Zhou Qiqiang, the head of the Zhou family, were still present, it would not be a problem under his leadership. He may be ruthless, but he treats his own well. The issue lies in the fact that the Zhou family now only has Zhou Chun, who is still quite young, who knows how things will unfold. In my opinion, everyone should refrain from overthinking. The cuisine at Hongfu building is delightful. It's best to eat well and speak less, merely to familiarize ourselves with one another. When gods clash, it is we, the underlings, who suffer. Some expressed skepticism, while others chuckled at the absurdity. Undoubtedly, the majority present held a doubtful stance. Despite Zhou Qin's considerable strength, he was not powerful enough to command their immediate allegiance. Fortunately, they were seasoned enough not to openly mock the situation. Everyone maintained a cheerful demeanor, and the overall atmosphere remained tolerable. Time ticked away, and 20 minutes had elapsed beyond the appointed meeting time. Has young Master Zhou not yet arrived? Could something have happened on the way? I had been attempting to contact him, but he was unreachable. Suddenly, someone spoke up. The guests exchanged glances, and before they could begin discussing, a loud crash resonated through the air. The door of Hongfu building was kicked open. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that the young master of the Zhou family will be unable to attend today, so let us proceed with our conversation. Dressed in a sharp suit and polished black shoes, a man strode confidently into the Hongfu building. Beside him, Jin Feng, the master of the Jinyang martial arts school, trailed half a step behind. It was a member of the Zhang family. The expressions of the crowd shifted, and dozens of eyes turned to him in unison. The Zhang family, currently the most significant force supported by the Mingguang Group. However, they do not operate a martial arts school. Instead, they established a subsidiary named Huai-O Technology under the Mingguang Group, dedicated to the development of cutting-edge technology in the realm of great technology. Regarding the strength of various factions, it is evident that, in the past, apart from Mingguang and Hongying, as well as the rather unique inspection division, the Zhou family held the foremost position, closely followed by Huiyao Technology. However, in terms of reputation, they are distant from the notorious Zhou family. Of course, everyone is well aware of the specifics concerning these two entities. What is this? Have you all fallen silent? Let us hear some applause, some cheers. Zhang Yun spread his hands, expressing that he had long desired for everyone to gather and converse calmly. This opportunity is quite timely. With that, he made his way into the interior of the restaurant, followed by a throng of people. Jinyang Martial Arts Academy, XX Family, XX Family. Overall, their strength is not particularly formidable, as the Mingguang Group had previously not placed much emphasis on nurturing such aspects. Yet, those present dared not voice any dissent. The arrival of the Zhang family naturally signified the presence of the Mingguang Group. One might wonder, is this truly the extent of attendees? It is understandable that the Zhou family is absent, but why has no one from the Hongying Society shown up? Zhang Yun slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting that an originally agreed-upon business deal had been abruptly altered, leaving the Mingguang group quite displeased. They are likely still preoccupied with discussions and unable to attend. Huh? A sense of unease washed over the crowd as they exchanged glances. The banquet initiated by the Hongying Society is now being disrupted by individuals from the Mingguang group? Well then, the kitchen has begun to prepare the dishes, and after such a long wait, I am sure everyone is quite hungry. With a gentle demeanor, Zhang Yun took his seat at the head of the table, surrounded by his associates. In the absence of a decisive leader, it seems I shall voice my thoughts first. Zhang Yun cleared his throat twice, slightly bowed his head to survey the audience, and stated that he was representing Huiyao Technology today. Everyone should be aware of our group's recent accomplishments, though if not, there is no need for concern. They will gradually come to know. Today, coinciding with this gathering, all present are prominent figures within Yunjin City, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. Bang! Do not continue with your remarks. Another loud crash echoed as the door was forcefully kicked open once more. Zhou Chun brushed off the dust from his attire. His once pristine long robe was now marred with streaks of blood, resembling blooming plum blossoms. Behind him, three grim-faced second-tier martial artists closely followed. Nearby, several members of the Hongying Society maintained a calm and composed demeanor. The invitation to the banquet issued by the Hongying Society was extended, yet the guest of honor could not even make an appearance? Absolutely inconceivable. What is this? Are you all dazed? Let's hear some applause, some cheers. Zhou Chen spread his hands and smiled. What is this? Have you two conspired together? Your lines are identical? The crowd glanced at him, then at Zhang Yun, who now wore a rather somber expression at the head of the table. Young Master Zhou, your tardiness led me to wonder if you had met with some misfortune along the way. Zhang Yun's expression darkened slightly. Zhou Chun, smiling, stepped forward, casually passing by an unknown table, seizing a cup and pouring its contents into his mouth. After swirling around, he spat it all onto the ground. After a few steps, the distance between both parties grew increasingly narrow. I remember you. 4 years ago, you were merely a junior staff member, constantly trailing behind my father, pleading for assistance. Now you put on quite the facade. Are you truly pretending, or shall I be the one to bring you down? Zhou Chun smiled as he spoke. Zhou Chun, you are not so different, relying solely on the legacy of your forebears. If I were you. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Chun drew his sword with a swift motion. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted. No one anticipated that Zhang Yun, mid-sentence, would draw his gun and fire. If I were you, I would not attend this banquet, he remarked, his eyes narrowing, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The cannon-like bullet erupted from the chamber. Dozens of gazes converging upon the center of the first floor. Ding! What is this? In the next instant, Zhang Yun's eyes widened in shock. Zhou Chun had positioned his long sword before him. This nearly imperceptible assault, after a sharp crack, seemed to defy the odds and split in two. Huh? Zhou Chun was momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback. Following this, two individuals nearby let out piercing screams. While seated and enjoying the spectacle, they were suddenly struck by bullets. Chapter 67. Who is in favor? Who is against? Splitting bullets? What manner of swordsmanship is this? The principle, at its core, is not overly complex. By placing the blade of a sword precisely in the path of a bullet, one can ensure that the projectile strikes the edge, thereby achieving the intended effect. Moreover, it is not strictly necessary to be swifter than the bullet itself. One need only be faster than the opponent's draw. With keen eyesight and the ability to anticipate the bullet's trajectory, one might cleave it with a sword. Theoretically, such a feat is achievable, yet in practice, it remains rather fantastical. Who among those present would dare to assert their ability to attempt such a thing? Furthermore, judging by the thunderous sound akin to cannon fire, it is clear that this is no mere handgun, but rather a formidable hand cannon. Zhou Chun remained steady, his wrist unwavering, his breath calm. He indeed split the bullet in two with a single stroke. Several members of the Hongying Society, ever wary of Zhang Yun, found themselves reacting belatedly, positioning themselves in front of Zhou Chun in response to the sudden discharge. You dare! One of the second-tier experts, dispatched by the Hong Ing Society, leapt into action, swiftly traversing the distance in the arena. Just as he was about to reach Zhang Yun, a man who had been seated beside him, silent until now, struck fiercely. A deafening explosion erupted instantaneously. The clash of two second-tier beings resonated as their palms met, unleashing a thunderous sound that reverberated through the air. Waves of force radiated outward, scattering the nearest tables and chairs with sheer, residual energy. Is this truly the onset of a battle? The situation escalated with alarming rapidity. The expressions of the onlookers shifted, prompting them to retreat. At that moment, a second flash of white light streaked across the arena. Zhang Yun had been fixated on Zhou Chun, yet now he found only a fleeting afterimage. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his battle armor and swiftly sidestepped. A cry of anguish erupted, only to be abruptly silenced. An arm severed by a sword. Two blades pierced through the heart. The esteemed second-tier, gray-clad combatant could not withstand even half a round. Two swords, and it was lights out. How audacious of you! Zhou Chun scoffed as he sheathed his blade. How dare you? The man engaged with a strong member of the Hong Ing Society glared fiercely. You should concern yourself with your own safety first. The onslaught from the Hong Ing expert was relentless, quickly overpowering him in a 2-on-1 confrontation. You have such gall to strike at a member of the Zhang family. Just wait. The man leapt into the air, attempting to escape. Another flash of cold light appeared, and though Zhou Chun did not succeed in a fatal strike, his long blade left a deep gash on the man's back, exposing bone. Second-tier experts are typically not weak. Yet compared to that lordly creature in the Tower of the Grey Ruins, Zhou Chun felt as though they were feeble in comparison. It is left to you. With a decisive strike, Zhou Chun immediately distanced himself. The intensity of the second-tier's attack warranted a modicum of respect. The remaining assailants converged upon their target. Within mere seconds, they swiftly dispatched him on the spot. Apologies for the minor disturbance that occurred on the way here. I hope it has not unduly troubled any of you present, Zhou Chun said with a broad smile. At the end, he seemed to recall something and hurriedly searched for a small mirror to check his teeth. Fortunately, there was no blood on his face or teeth. Zhou Chun adjusted his collar, and with a few simple movements, he quickly restored his appearance, making it difficult for anyone to associate him with the earlier incident. Everyone, please sit down and don't just stand there foolishly. Let us eat. Oh, right. Could the waiter bring out a few more sets of tables and chairs? I apologize for the inconvenience caused. As he spoke, his gaze swept towards the owner of the Jin Feng Pavilion. The latter trembled slightly, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, likely cursing inwardly. We at the Jinyang Martial Arts Academy will compensate you for the damages at full price, Jin Feng said with a smile. He couldn't comprehend why the young man he had seen just over half a month ago had suddenly transformed so drastically today. As long as compensation is provided, Zhou Chun replied with a smile, there's no need for you to stand, please sit down. Oh, no need for that. I came here to congratulate young Master Zhou, and I want to impose further, the astute Jin Feng said. If he had displayed such an attitude over half a month ago, Zhou Chun would not have brought people to confront him. Jin Feng clasped his hands and pretended to leave. Not so fast. Zhou Chun raised his hand to stop him. Sit at that table. Zhou Chun pointed to a table not far from him, which was not in the corner, but rather in a noticeable position. It feels like sitting on a fire. Jin Feng felt a slight chill run down his spine. While he wished to align himself with the Mingguang group, he did not want to become embroiled in the situation. He thought everything was nearly prepared, and he had come mainly to support the scene. Of course, a more significant reason was that he had no choice but to comply. Who would have thought that your act of bravado would lead to such swift retribution? You are truly bringing shame to the Mingguang group. Jin Feng and his companions all took their seats. At Zhou Chun's signal, dishes were served one after another. Everyone gathered here today. I trust one need not elaborate on the purpose of our meeting. Zhou Chun stood up and raised a glass of wine, prompting everyone else to rise as well. I am someone who speaks quite frankly and dislikes beating around the bush. Your willingness to attend this gathering is a show of respect for the Hong Ing Society and for my family, so I would like to toast to you all. With that, he tilted his head and drank from his glass. Young Master Zhou is indeed gracious, and exceptionally talented. The Zhou family is fortunate to have him. The crowd toasted in unison, drinking together. Excellent, Zhou Chun smiled. Today's gathering signifies that the Mingguang group will not rest easy. There may be underhanded tactics at play, so those who do not wish to wade into these murky waters may leave now. Really? Before Jin Feng could respond, a man from the crowd stood up. Zhou Chen recognized him as the leader of the Iron Wolf Society, a former subordinate of the Zhou family. After the Zhou family's troubles, he had quickly shifted allegiance to the Mingguang group, only to be rejected and disregarded. Zhou Chen remained silent, gesturing for him to proceed. The men exchanged glances and began to make their way toward the exit. Wait, are you really leaving? A flash of light cut through the air, a pure white radiance piercing the void. As the man turned around, a look of shock spread across his face, and before he could utter a word, he was cleaved in two. What on earth? Did this fellow just unleash a blade of energy? No, this is becoming increasingly surreal. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. Some attendees stood up while others recoiled in disbelief. Expressions of astonishment and incredulity swept across the room. The speaker was the second in command of the Iron Wolf Society, ranked at the lowest tier of the second realm. Even at this junior level, it was still the second realm. How could you possibly execute such a lethal strike? A crescent-shaped blade of energy traversed over 10 meters and severed a man in half. The energy of the second realm can penetrate the body, while only a third realm warrior, commonly referred to as a minor master, can freely manifest their power to achieve tangible lethality. Surely, you cannot have ascended to the third realm, can you? Alas, the strike was miscalculated. He merely intended to sever an arm. Zhou Chen gestured for someone to step forward and clean up the blood. The wind pursuit technique was progressing rapidly, poised to break through to the 5th stage. And his breathing method was similarly halfway complete, significantly increasing the quantity of his martial essence. Thus, he took flight, merging his martial essence with the sword technique, executing this nearly ethereal strike. Of course, this was not without the influence of the Ember Crystal. In recent days, the thoughts inspired by the Ember Crystal in his mind had grown increasingly lucid, aiding him in accomplishing this astonishing feat, remarkable from any perspective. To speak of it plainly, within the ranks of martial artists beneath the third realm, this single strike would be sufficient to establish dominance. Now, returning to the earlier discussion, my Zhou family seeks to consolidate the underground forces of Yunjin City, and the various martial arts schools and factions require a leader. Though I'm still young, with the assistance of the Cherry Blossom Society and the remaining strength of the Zhou family, I should barely qualify for this role. While departing is certainly open for discussion, to prepare to leave without uttering a word is somewhat impolite. Thus, I shall pose my question once more. Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw? Zhou Chen paused slightly. The room fell silent. Excellent. We all share the same roof. It would be rather inappropriate for you to observe from the sidelines while we forge an alliance here. Therefore, I propose the establishment of the Yunjin Martial Arts Alliance, coordinating the major factions and martial arts schools, with the Zhou family serving as the inaugural leader of the alliance. Who is in favor, and who opposes? Chapter 68. The Resounding Inquiry Dam. The fog today is particularly dense. Everyone remained vigilant. Such thick fog often heralds the presence of malevolent spirits. Know perhaps about it. Signs of the malevolent energy have already been detected 300 meters away. The team leader stated casually before swiftly advancing. The other patrollers promptly followed suit. Upon their arrival at the scene, a towering malevolent spirit, over 5 meters tall, had been effortlessly dispatched by Lu Sun with a single strike of his hand. The drifting remnants were quickly absorbed by the device at his waist. Deputy Lu, Inspector Li, the group greeted respectfully. Proceed to patrol other areas. I've already dealt with the malevolent spirit here. Lu Sun replied with a slight nod as the team turned and made their way into the distance. Brother Lu, there is something peculiar about today's fog, Li Qiushi remarked, furrowing his brow, his gaze fixed on the ominous atmosphere at the end of the street. Shrouded in a sense of perceptual obstruction, distinctly different from previous years. Who knows? The environment in Baixing is deteriorating. Perhaps dense fog will become the norm in the future. Lu Sun mused, shaking his head gently as he lit a cigarette. What is the situation at Hongfu Tower? Zhou Chen has arrived, but I am not yet fully apprised of the details. Li Qiushi replied curiously. Brother Lu, you seem to hold that young man in high regard. As the two continued their conversation, Lu Sun took a deep drag from his cigarette and chuckled lightly. To be honest, I didn't think much of him before. I only knew he was the youngest son of the Zhou family. However, after that accident, his subsequent actions genuinely surprised me. He possesses an unusual tenacity. Really? Li Qiushi recalled his previous interactions with Zhou Chen. While he is indeed fierce, being a member of the Zhou family, isn't it rather normal for him to be so? I find that young man's words quite infuriating. Just a few sentences can elevate one's blood pressure. We've detected a malevolent spirit. The device at Li Qiushi's waist suddenly beeped, interrupting his thoughts. After determining the direction, the two hastened toward the source. They sprinted and soon encountered two massive malevolent spirits at an intersection. Let us take them down, Lu Sun declared, leading the charge. Together, they swiftly vanquished the malevolent spirits. Afterward, they noticed a few individuals trembling by the roadside, clad in matching black attire emblazoned with the word extraordinary prominently displayed. Did you not hear the broadcast from Yunjin City? Are you disregarding your lives? Lu Sun's expression turned icy. We heard there are treasures within the fog that can help one become extraordinary. The 5 individuals stammered, clearly terrified, tears streaming down their faces. 2 of them bore wounds on their limbs, blood flowing profusely. Where in the hell does this nonsense about treasures in the fog come from? Li Qiushi's expression mirrored Lu Sun's cold demeanor. Our patrols exist to prevent such occurrences, he continued, yet it appears to be of little use. Although most citizens remain indoors, a stubborn few insist on the delusion that treasures lie within the mist, believing that the dense fog accompanies the opportunity for the extraordinary. What fortune often lies within peril, and what opportunities for change present themselves in the present moment? Who can say when such rumors first took root? Nonetheless, each year, as the fog envelopes Yunjin City, there are always a few reckless souls who venture into its depths. Strangely enough, a handful of the fortunate manage to discover scattered extraordinary particles within the mist, absorbing them into their bodies to slightly enhance their physical condition. Yet, in light of the inherent dangers, such gains are hardly significant. Li Qiushi extracted a hemostatic spray from his pocket and stepped forward, preparing to assist a few individuals, when an unsettling sensation suddenly gripped him. Something was amiss. Just as he became aware of the anomaly, Lu Sun charged forth, delivering a powerful blow. This strike transformed into a fiery dragon that consumed the unfortunate souls entirely. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as they began to dissolve, their forms resembling that of clay figures melting under the relentless flames. Damn it, a mimicry! Li Qiushi trembled and hastily distanced himself. This year's fog was indeed peculiar. The number of gray spirits had conservatively doubled, perhaps even tripled. Many lives would surely be lost. Lu Sun, cigarette in mouth, retreated a few steps, allowing the flames to engulf the individuals. The dense fog of Yunjin City is regarded as a unique, extraordinary event, occurring almost yearly, with sporadic intensifications every few years. This year's severity ranks among the most alarming. Strangely, the observation stations and various factions had initially failed to recognize this anomaly. Only by stepping into the fray could one truly perceive the stark contrast to previous years. The threat to extraordinary beings is not excessively grave. Those of first-tier strength can generally navigate the situation with caution. However, for ordinary individuals, the circumstances are far more dire. The fervent pursuit of the extraordinary often overshadows discussions of power and status. In such an environment, the mere ability to survive becomes a compelling draw for countless souls. Focus your mind. The mist exerts a certain suppressive influence on the mental plane. Do not allow distractions, Lu Sun advised. I apologize, Brother Lu, Li Qiushi replied, rubbing his cheeks and quickly regaining his composure. The mimicry, a unique gray spirit adept at imitation, does not conjure likenesses from thin air. The previous movements so strikingly lifelike. indicated that a few residents had indeed performed similar actions in their search for the extraordinary. Glimpsing the remnants scattered on the ground, Li Qiushi sighed softly. This marked the 12th victim they had encountered. It was likely that the casualties within the city today could reach hundreds, if not close to 1,000. One could only dread that this crisis was not a mere coincidence, or worse, that someone might exploit the chaos for their own gain. Lu Sun took a deep drag of a cigarette before flicking the extinguished butt away. Li Qiushi felt a shiver run down his spine. He barely had time to inquire about the underlying meaning of Lu Sun's words when their communicator vibrated urgently once more. Team 10 is in crisis. A third-tier fog spirit has been detected. Deputy Commander Liu, please proceed immediately to the designated location for support. A third-tier gray spirit, fog spirit. The expressions of the two men instantly turned serious as they strode purposefully forward, weaving through the mist. Lu Sun sent a message to the team, inquiring about their status. Team 10, report your situation. The situation is currently dire. The fog on Shilon Street is exceedingly dense. We have discovered 20 corpses, their appearances horrifically tragic, as if they had experienced some form of terror before their demise. 2 of our team members have been severely wounded by the fog spirits, and we are attempting to escape the fog-laden area. However, the fog is so thick that we find ourselves utterly ensnared, unable to discern the path ahead. The commotion from the team was rife with heavy breaths and chaos. Lu Sun and his companion quickened their pace, and after a moment, they finally approached the designated location. The fog here was indeed much thicker. Lu Sun's expression grew increasingly solemn. Qiushi, please take a look. No sooner had he spoken than he turned, only to find that his companion had vanished. Where is he? Lu Sun exclaimed in alarm. He refrained from recklessly searching and activated his communicator, only to be met with static. Report to the patrol department. There are not only fog spirits here. A second formidable gray spirit seems to be present. Upon completing his report, Lu Sun suddenly discerned a faint silhouette ahead. He slowed his steps, and before him sat a disheveled man clad in ragged clothing, panting heavily with bloodshot eyes. His garments were tattered, his hair a wild mess. Bruises and scars marred his exposed skin, and the man, appearing to be in his 40s, had traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Old Zhao. Lu Sun's expression shifted slightly. Commander Liu, I simply seek fairness. I desire an answer. Have I erred? My son was a hero, a paragon of righteousness. He never committed any wrongdoing, yet his death remains shrouded in mystery. I demand an explanation. I in the wrong? Old Zhao gasped for breath, a look of profound sorrow etching his features as he struggled to rise from the ground. Those 3 brutes bullied a girl. My son intervened. Was that a fault? Because he is the principal's son, because he is connected to your patrol department, am I to be condemned? I wish to know, aside from Principal Zhang and that Xiao Yuan, who is the third party, please do not provide me with an ambiguous answer. I seek the truth. Commander Liu, I know you are a good man, unlike them. I implore you, I beg of you, tell me. As Zhao spoke, he took a few steps forward and, with a thud, knelt before Lu Sun. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sun delivered a powerful blow upon the kneeling man. After a resounding thud, he pressed his palm against the man's chest, slamming him into the ground, shattering the surface with numerous cracks. The man trembled violently, nearly dissipating. Report to the patrol department. There are still 3 nightmare spirits present. I'm currently seeking their true form. The nightmare spirits, manifestations of inner terror. Lu Sun's expression darkened as he gazed at the man pinned beneath him. Despite knowing the other party is but a mere illusion, each of their words relentlessly probes his soul. Why? Why must it be this way? Should we truly be subjected to such treatment? The old man Zhao's voice was hoarse, his teeth clenched tightly, his expression a grotesque amalgamation of rage and sorrow. You are merely a specter. Lu Sun replied with an air of calmness. Indeed, I am but a specter, yet I am also a reflection of your innermost thoughts. Commander Liu, I implore you. I beseech you to tell me. They are guilty, yet they can reform. My son is innocent, so why must he lie buried in the earth? You urge me to look ahead, but where lies my path forward? Chapter 69. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Come, young Master Zhou. Allow me to treat you to a drink. Under your esteemed leadership, the Zhou family is bound to flourish splendidly. Your swordsmanship, young Master Zhou, is truly exceptional. I raise my glass to you and hope for your continued guidance in the days to come. Might I inquire if you have any thoughts regarding the division of territories? Oh, very well. We shall discuss this another time. Within the confines of Hongfu Tower, cups clinked and laughter resonated. The atmosphere was so convivial that one would scarcely recall the earlier tension. Indeed, there are few practitioners of the Third Realm in the entire Yunjin city, and they are predominantly concentrated within a handful of major factions. Although Zhou Qin's skills may not fully reach the Third Realm, they are more than sufficient to handle them. Who can fathom why this young man has suddenly grown so formidable? If you possessed such prowess, would your father have perished 3 months ago? Thus, is it to be believed that Zhou Qin's swordplay was honed during these past 3 months? Or was there some unforeseen circumstance that prevented him from unleashing his full potential at that time? In any case, Zhou Qin is entirely different from what they had imagined. While he may not rival the Zhou family's zenith, the endorsement of the Hongying Society lends them credibility. Out of respect for the Hongying Society, an alliance with the Zhou family is essential. This alliance, led by the Zhou family, affords them the title of ally, though they are not true subordinates. In this regard, everyone seems to find it acceptable. No matter how strong Zhou Qin may be, in terms of temperament, he remains but a child. Interacting with him will undoubtedly be far easier than dealing with the former Zhou Qi, as dishes were served in succession and drinks were poured round after round. The atmosphere appeared quite delightful. Come now, my old friend, the master of Jinfeng Pavilion. Zhou Qin traversed from table to table, finally pausing before one. Congratulations, young Master Zhou. The master of Jinfeng Pavilion said, his smile barely concealing his true sentiments. Congratulations indeed. Zhou Qin raised his glass, inviting the master to share his thoughts. Congratulations to young Master Zhou on becoming the leader. You are young and accomplished. The master of Jinfeng Pavilion stood, taking a step back to avoid a potential sword strike. Perhaps the master did not grasp my intent. I wish to inquire about the future plans of the Jinyang Martial Arts School. Zhou Qin asked with a smile. Future plans, you say? We shall recruit more apprentices and cultivate more martial artists. That is the essence of it. I meant to ask if the Jinyang Martial Arts School is considering any other directions, perhaps steering clear of that group, involved in creating mechas. Matters of such nature are beyond my singular control. Come, young Master Zhou, let's drink. The master of Jinfeng Pavilion raised his glass and downed it in one swift motion. Zhou Qin chuckled lightly and chose not to press further. Turning to glance at a man seated further back at the table, Zhou Qin observed his dark, sun-kissed skin marked by the passage of time. Even dressed in a well-fitted suit, there was an undeniable dissonance in his demeanor. May I inquire your name? Zhou Qin asked with curiosity. Zhao Laoan, the man replied tersely. Have we met before? Zhou Qin pondered aloud. The man did not respond. Zhou Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. His memory was not particularly poor, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered the other man, given their lack of familiarity. It seemed he had to delve further back in time, save for that day at the cemetery. At that moment, he had found the old man, Zhao, somewhat familiar, suggesting that the timeline needed to be pushed even further back. Zhao's gaze was filled with confusion as he scrutinized the smiling young man before him, appearing genuinely unaware of when he had met Zhou Qin. Had he arrived with the Mingguang group? Zhou Qin raised his glass. Zhao remained silent, adhering to his reserved demeanor, merely lifting his own cup. Come now, uncle, at least grant me the courtesy of a few words. Why the grim expression? Are you planning to do me harm? Zhou Qin inquired with a hint of playful sarcasm. Zhao's expression finally shifted slightly, but before he could raise his glass, Zhou Qin had already downed his drink, placing the cup back on the table with a smile. He then stepped forward, positioning himself at the main table and clapping his hands to capture the attention of everyone present. How was the food, everyone? Zhou Qin asked with a smile. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. As we form this alliance, we hope to receive your guidance, young Master Zhou. The crowd responded, rising to toast in a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. Until he pressed his palms down, he declared, as allies, we are indeed one family, and we should look out for one another. Yet, amidst this banquet, There existed a group that refused to ally, relishing the delicacies of Hongfu Tower without contributing, and even scheming to eavesdrop on the core plans of our Yunji alliance, potentially reporting back to our enemies. What nonsense! Has this so-called verbal alliance ever conveyed anything of significance? And I wish to leave. It is you who prevents my departure. As Zhou Chan began to speak, Jin Feng sensed something amiss. Nearly half the gazes in the room were fixated on their table. Was there still a semblance of law and order? Zhou Chen clenched his fist and asked, "What should we do?" The response was a sudden silence from the crowd. His actions were somewhat overtly deliberate and exaggerated, yet the message was unequivocally conveyed. The attendees exchanged glances, their eyes clashing in a silent dialogue. "I propose we make a grand spectacle of this. Let us do it magnificently and with great fanfare. What does everyone think?" As he spoke, he pointed to one individual. "Brother Liu, what say you?" "I must agree. Young Master Zhou speaks the truth," Brother Liu replied, steeling himself. "And you, Brother Wu, what is your opinion?" Zhou Chen turned to another. "Indeed, young Master Zhou is correct." The two exchanged a knowing glance and rose from their seats, their eyes locking on at Jin Feng's table. "Then, what do you all think?" Zhou Chen's words hung in the air, and suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry erupted from the blade at his waist. "Are you seeking to cultivate immortality?" The resounding cry was infused with a fierce energy, nearly painful to the eardrums. Zhou Chen's inexplicable strength seemed to have emerged from nowhere. Yet all present understood. He had successfully emerged from Mingguang, and there was no room for luck in his endeavor. In the esteemed Jin Yang Martial Art Hall, Jin Feng, you truly possess audacity. Although Zhou Xiao does not hold a grudge against your provocations alongside Zhang Yun, extending an opportunity for collaboration, you remain utterly ungrateful. This matter, Jin Feng, is indeed inexcusable. You should make your sentiments known. We, recalling our past camaraderie, genuinely wish to avoid confrontation with you. When one speaks, another inevitably follows. When one advances, a second shall too. Jin Feng's expression shifted repeatedly. The current situation was within the realm of his expectations, yet not entirely so. The Mingguang group had promised that the initial assault would be the demise of Zhou Chen, subsequently taking over the banquet. This aspect had always raised his suspicions. A failure in this regard could be comprehended. However, what about the subsequent actions? It was stated that even if Zhou Chen evaded the first ambush, further maneuvers would ensue after the banquet. But where were those actions? Could the Mingguang group send someone promptly? If they do not arrive soon, we shall meet our demise. When did this fog seep into the room? A voice from a table near the entrance gasped in surprise. Indeed, the mist had intruded. Its speed was astounding. The exclamations swiftly captured everyone's attention. In a mere 5 or 6 seconds, the previously sealed doors and windows were inundated with a thick white fog. An indescribable, bone-chilling sensation rapidly coursed from the crown of their heads down to the very roots of their being. As a blur enveloped their vision, before they could react, they were already engulfed by the relentless, swirling mist. Chapter 70. I, Zhou Pinyin, can instantly tell you are not human. The dense fog is truly extraordinary. How accurately it was forecasted as it descended just as the mention of fog arose. It envelopes the entire Yunjin city, facilitating our movements. I surmise that the patrolling officers are now overwhelmed with chaos. In this instance of heavy fog, the frequency of the appearance of gray spirits has markedly escalated. Despite various districts having pre-constructed shelters or repelling sound waves, it seems inevitable that there will be considerable casualties. A few team members exchanged hushed conversations. Beneath the fog, their pace was rather leisurely. I remarked, "Can we refrain from chatting? Do you genuinely think this is a leisurely stroll? And you, Ahu, with your incessant chatter, are you genuinely worried about the residents within the city, lamenting their potential demise?" The captain scoffed, delivering a swift kick to one of the team members. The team appeared rather disorganized, which was, of course, to be expected. They were not elite soldiers subjected to rigorous training, stripped of their extraordinary powers. They were merely ordinary individuals. "Just ahead, slow down," the captain instructed, casting a glance at the wristwatch displaying the map. The group gradually fell into silence, adjusting their equipment. The operations at Hongfu Tower should have commenced, and with the headquarters taking action, the results must be remarkable. We cannot afford to disappoint them. This mission is unequivocal. Storm the martial arts hall and eliminate as many disciples as possible. Those who remain within the hall are core disciples. The loss of even one would be a significant blow to the Zhou family. Everyone, focus! The Zhou family currently lacks sufficient defenses. Although the heavy fog has rendered most firearms ineffective, it has a far greater impact on the martial artists. Anyone who harbors distracting thoughts during the mission, eyeing a few valuables here or searching for treasures there, will not be spared my wrath, the captain warned, his expression stern. Rest assured, Captain, we understand the gravity of the situation. I am eager. I yearn to eliminate Zhou Chun. The captain signaled for the team to conduct a final check. Gradually, the surroundings grew quiet, the chilling cold of the fog palpable. 01 Team 1 assemble. 02 Team 2 assemble. The communication device crackled with voices. After the failure to encircle Zhou Chun, all teams had converged at the periphery of the Zhou family martial arts hall, forming an impenetrable encirclement. 05 Team 5 assembled. The captain sent out a message. After a brief wait, all was confirmed. The atmosphere grew increasingly solemn as everyone fixed their gaze in unison towards a specific direction, awaiting the command. 1 second, 2 seconds. All units advance. At last, a voice resonated through the communication device. In the next heartbeat, all team members surged forward. They dashed across the street, shattered barriers, and within mere steps, they entered the martial arts hall. You have finally arrived. However, after charging ahead for a short distance, the anticipated scene of astonished martial artists was conspicuously absent. A powerful fist, imbued with inner strength, shattered the mist with a thunderous roar, striking the captain, who had just donned his battle armor. He did not even have the chance to utter a cry of agony before being sent hurtling through the air. The captain? Gasps of shock filled the air as the onlookers turned to one another. Li Tianrong, what are you doing to Zhou family? The crowd was astounded. Li Tianrong, a mid-level warrior of the Second Realm, was once a disciple of the Zhou clan. However, following a conflict with Zhou Qiqiang and subsequent injuries, he departed from the martial arts school. Eventually, he was reassigned under the Zhou family security, responding to the mandates of the Hongying Society. Numerous warriors of similar standing to Li Tianrong existed, their abilities varying in strength. According to everyone's predictions, they should currently be at Hongfu Tower, merrily toasting and chatting, only to meet their demise under the orchestrated assault from headquarters. Why are they here? Eliminate the intruders, Li Tianrong bellowed, his voice piercing through the fog, prompting a multitude of martial artists to surge forth. Damn it, why are there still members of the Hongying Society? Are they abandoning their own headquarters? Amidst the furious exclamations, the sound of fists colliding resonated through the air. A chaotic melee erupted within the martial arts school. What in the world is this? Be careful, there are gray spirits within the mist. Inside Hongfu Tower, a dense fog poured in. A few grotesque creatures formed from the mist were shattered by the collective strength of the crowd. Yet in the blink of an eye, the thick fog engulfed the entire Hongfu Tower. This peculiar mist was far more formidable than it appeared. Within it, the sensory systems were the first to be disrupted. Everyone was aware of the direction of the entrance, but once enveloped by the fog, it felt as though their sense of direction was lost. Confusion reigned as the crowd jostled and collided, eliciting cries of alarm. What is this? Zhou Chun manifested the azure blade in his hand, his gaze steady. His field of vision extended only about a meter. Beyond that lay an impenetrable wall of white mist. A weightiness settled upon him, as if an invisible shackle confined his body. This cannot be the doing of the Mingguang group, Zhou Chun thought, his brow furrowed. Both he and the Hongying Society had surmised that the Mingguang group would inevitably take action, but the specifics remained elusive. It was indeed beyond their expectations. The breathing technique continued to operate, and the azure blade hummed ominously. Initially, he could hear the shouts of the crowd, but now only a cacophony of indistinct murmurs filled the air. Is anyone there? Zhou Chun called out loudly, reaching out to his side. The few martial artists he had brought along were nearby. He extended his hand, but found nothing. Something is terribly amiss. Zhou Chun's alertness heightened. Suddenly, He heard a faint sound of weeping. The tone seemed familiar, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Please, spare me, spare us. We do not wish for this, but we have no choice. Please grant us a chance to live. Zhou Qin's gaze grew increasingly cold as he stepped forward. The mist seemed to receive some command, slowly parting to the sides. He gradually discerned the scene before him. A few men and women knelt on the ground, their expressions laden with sorrow. Among them, a young woman wept profusely, her tears cascading down her face like rain on a pear blossom, nearly fainting from despair. Brother Chun, I was wrong, truly wrong. We were left with no choice. I implore you to forgive us. As she spoke, she staggered her feet. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, yet her delicate visage was marred by tear stains. Her swollen eyes shed tears incessantly, evoking a pang of compassion in anyone who beheld her. Brother Chun, what offense have we committed against you? Even a yolk of an egg must be stirred evenly. Even earthworms must be split vertically. A whole family, not a single survivor. You're such a good person. Why must you extinguish our lives? We have already recognized our faults. She continued to choke on her sobs, tears flowing like a torrential downpour. Zhou Chun let out a soft sigh. His demeanor softened. Brother Chun, you must have regrets, do you not? Tian Yun beat her lip, asking through her tears. You do not truly comprehend your mistakes. You merely understand that your lives are at an end. My Zhou Ping was an exceptionally good child. The acts of murder and arson were entirely forced upon you. In the next instant, Zhou Chun abruptly drew his sword. The blade sliced through the air without warning, cleaving Chun Jun in two. Impudent wretch, I can see at a glance that you are no human. Chapter 71. Resurrection? All slain. Suddenly, a sword was cleaved forward. The energy surged, resonating with a humming sound. Under the enhancement of the wind chaser technique, this strike was as swift as a flash of lightning. Weep? I command you to weep. With a single entwined strike of energy, the opponent, still in a state of shock and unable to react, was cleaved in two. Zhou Qin's subsequent actions were even swifter. He redirected the long blade, striking down repeatedly. Thus, Chun Jun's family, who had returned from the dead, was once again reduced to mere fragments. Even in death, they could not find peace. What a wretched existence. With a cold snort, Zhou Qin's azure blade trembled, scattering the remnants. However, it was evident that this chaos was far from over. The surroundings remained enshrouded in thick fog, and despite the tumult he had caused, no one had yet appeared. An illusion? Zhou Qin's heart sank slightly. This was the only hypothesis he could entertain. Surely, it could not be that the entire hall had vanished, leaving him utterly alone, especially with the resurrection of Chun Jun's family. Could this truly be a manifestation of some hallucination? Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. He feared not a direct confrontation with others, but was wary of psychological assaults. Thus far, in both the Grey Tower and the real world, he had not encountered any powers of a mental nature. Xiao Chun. Suddenly, from the depths of the mist, a weary voice resonated. Zhou Chun maintained his composure as he raised his gaze. There, in a wheelchair, Uncle Zhong panted heavily, struggling to propel himself forward. Xiao Chun. Do I still have hope of standing again? I have often pondered. If I had not intervened that day to save you, would the outcome have been different? I am truly in agony. Thrust. The azure blade pierced through his chest. Rest easy, Uncle Zhong, you are liberated. With a twist of the sword's edge, Zhou Chun tore him asunder. Zhou Chun, what are you doing? An incredulous voice rang out nearby. It was not over. Zhou Chun lifted his head. Zhou Qiqiang, half collapsed in a pool of blood, struggled to prop himself up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Chun, what has happened to you? You are not Zhou Chun. Thrust. Thrust. A similar strike was executed. You dare to impersonate my father? I'm not Zhou Chun. Then who are you, my father? Zhou Chun scoffed derisively. Brother Zhou Chun, what are you doing? The crisp voice rang once more. Shall she? Zhou Chun's expression softened slightly. She gazed at the ground in shock, then at the sword in his grasp. After a moment's hesitation, she bravely approached, her small hand gently grasping his arm. Your face is so soft. Let me kiss it. Zhou Chun lightly pinched her cheek. Brother Zhou Chun. I. Thrust. 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 Xiaoxi's eyes widened in shock as she was kicked to the ground. You. You cannot even articulate a single coherent sentence. What nonsense is this? Go die somewhere else. Zhou Chun cursed vehemently. His mood was indeed far from pleasant. This annoying creature had evaded direct confrontation for so long, resorting only to such antics. What was the purpose of this? Was this not madness? Do not speak. This girl possesses an undeniable beauty, particularly as she lies amidst a pool of blood, exuding a unique sense of shattered artistry. Zhou Chun clapped in admiration before promptly kicking her away. You cowardly cur, hiding behind the scenes? Very well. Before Zhou Chun could finish his words, a thunderous roar erupted around him. The surroundings appeared to fracture like a mirror, and with a deafening explosion, everything shattered completely. Flames blazed forth as shells detonated. Most firearms were rendered ineffective by the eerie atmosphere of the Grey Ruins, a phenomenon particularly pronounced within the realm of the Grey Tower. However, this did not imply a complete lack of progress. Numerous technological and military enterprises had developed novel weaponry, suitable for specific scenarios. For instance, a rocket-like launching device was employed at that moment. With a resounding blast, it shot forward and subsequently exploded. The illustrious Hong Fu Tower, which had stood for over a century, was instantaneously reduced to rubble. The ferocity of the explosion scattered the surrounding mist significantly. A dazzling gray-blue conflagration mingled with shockwaves, sending a plethora of debris raining down upon the warriors below. While it appeared formidable, the actual lethality was far less than anticipated. With numerous night spirits occupying the battlefield, it should have been a trivial matter for this gray wave bomb to eliminate at least a dozen foes. One could only wonder if that young man had perished. Perhaps he had succumbed to the night spirit's assault before the bomb's power could even propagate. Enough talk. Let us scour the battlefield and eliminate all who remain. Upon this command, the group swiftly advanced. The dense, impenetrable fog dispersed over a vast area from the shock of the gray wave bomb. Emerging from the collapsed Hong Fu Tower were numerous figures. My arm has been blown off. It's the Mingguang group. Panic surged through the attendees as they realized their peril. They had no time to lament whether attending the gathering was a mistake, disregarding their injuries. They hastily fled the ruins. Faced with several approaching squads, they had to quickly regain their composure and prepare for combat. 3 squads of armored warriors from the Mingguang group were not numerous, yet they were formidable. A long roar pierced the air. Almost immediately, a colossal fist struck the chest of one individual, leaving him no time to react. Having just escaped the wreckage, he was thrust back into it once more. 3 realms. How can we fight? A chill ran through the hearts of the spectators. The man who had been struck was the head of a martial arts school, possessing mid-level strength of the second realm, seemingly unscathed. Yet he had not even been able to respond before being sent flying, his fate uncertain. Divide into groups and locate Zhou Chen's body. There he is. Just as he spoke, the man sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a thick veil of white mist enveloped him, and his speed surged dramatically. A beam of white light shot from the ruins, racing into the distance, and within mere seconds, it vanished into the fog. After just a few paces, the man realized he could not immediately catch up to the figure. He had come solely for Zhou Chun. Allowing him to escape was simply out of the question. Enveloped in a dense fog, an immense mist coalesced, swiftly ensnaring and sealing the indistinct figure within its grasp. Come back to me. With a powerful tug, the figure bound by the chains of fog surged towards him. The distance between them diminished rapidly. The man, having readied a forceful punch, felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger wash over him. An indescribable sharpness caused a fierce sting to erupt upon his skin. His expression shifted slightly as he instinctively altered the trajectory of his strike. A fleeting glimmer of cold light appeared, suddenly materializing before his face. With a swift motion, his arm grazed the blade's edge, transforming his direct punch into a heavy palm strike. Boom! Following a violent collision, Zhou Chun was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a heap of rubble. What kind of power is this? He gazed at his lacerated forearm, remnants of the weapon still lingering, accompanied by a surge of intense pain. The man's demeanor darkened slightly. A rustling sound emanated from ahead. He waved his hand. parting a small patch of mist with his movement, revealing Zhou Chun. A figure clad in pale battle armor slowly rose from ground, brushing off the debris. Those two eyes, seemingly ablaze with a ghostly flame, pierced through the V-shaped visor as they locked onto his gaze. What manner of gray attire is this? The man was suddenly taken aback. What greeted him was an almost blinding flash of pale light, an instantaneous strike. Chapter 72, Swordsmanship. Pointing to the Tsang dragon. Foglok. The man clenched his fist in midair, and chains of mist materialized out of nowhere. Zhou Chen's strike was swift and fierce. Even with the man's keen vision, he could only perceive a fleeting arc of light that stung his eyes. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he summoned a thick mist to envelop him. The chains formed from the fog obstructed Zhou Chen's path forward. The Tsang blade swung down, producing a series of crisp, snapping sounds. Zhou Chen's ferocious sword strike was ultimately effected, granting the man ample time to react. As they closed the distance, the man's right hand became entwined with endless mist. He neither dodged nor evaded, seemingly preparing for a direct confrontation with Zhou Chun. With the current lethality at play, even the Blood-Red Lord would likely feel the impact. You, a mere Karami, wish to engage me head-on? Zhou Chun was naturally pleased with this development. The shadow of the Tsang Hong fully activated, and in a flash, the essence of the weapon adhered to the surface of the Tsang blade, descending with ferocity. Whoosh! The long blade whistled through the air, creating a sharp, piercing sound. And then, it fell short? What? Zhou Chun was taken aback. Just as the blade was about to strike, the man split apart, causing the sword's edge to miss entirely. This is bad. His heart raced with alarm. Just as he prepared to execute a second flash, a sharp explosion rang in his ears. His mind buzzed, and his movements slowed. The parting mist quickly closed in, enveloping him entirely. More and more mist surged forth, cloaking the area and obscuring the vision of others. Damn it, we're going all out. This bunch of bastards is intent on killing us. Attack together, hold nothing back. If we want to survive, we must slay them. The warriors roared in fury. Ignoring their pain and other grievances, they scrambled to their feet, steadying their breaths, and engaged in battle with the Mingguang group's team. Support the young master. Several of Zhou's martial artists changed countenance, about to charge out when the lurking night spirits activated their abilities, ensnaring them. Within the mist, Zhou Chun continued to swing his blade, the blade's energy dispersing briefly before dissipating into the fog. While the essence of the weapon could eradicate some of the mist, its limited quantity made him wary of reckless expenditure. Death! Suddenly, a combatant clad in armor burst forth from the mist. Zhou Chun focused intently, and the moment the opponent revealed himself, he struck with his sword, severing the head instantly. Soon after, a second and third assailant emerged from other directions within the mist. Equipped with specialized goggles, and possibly directed by the man in the third realm, they completely discerned Zhou Chen's position. 1, 2. 5 enemies slain in succession. Perhaps they did not expect to kill him solely with these individuals. Exhausting some of his energy was sufficient. Boom! A mist bomb, unknown in origin, struck him heavily, causing him to stagger. Then, like a signal, an increasing number of mist bombs shot out from all directions. With a lower rank and limited duration of the gray suit, a war of attrition naturally became the optimal choice. Zhou Chun silently cursed under his breath and quickly steadied himself. Then, the Tsang blade danced around him, moving in a flurry. The sounds of clashing metal and heavy thuds resonated continuously. The density of the mist bombs was nearly on par with the nine-headed bee, and their speed matched as well. Thankfully, he had been practicing diligently these past few days, and the new techniques had enhanced both his bones and skin. When the mist bombs struck him, they made a resounding thud against his rear, leaving him feeling quite rigid. Zhou Chun continuously swung his blade while searching for an escape route. After a series of defensive maneuvers, he suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed, darting in a particular direction. He was reluctant to engage in combat. Fleeing was undoubtedly the better option. The mist chains ensnared him, but he had anticipated their approach and shattered them with a decisive swing. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched notes filled his ears, La la la, a male voice. Strained and high, sounded like a eunuch's quack. In that instant, Zhou Chan felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, as if his feet were leaden, sapping all strength from his limbs. Consequently, the mist chains naturally coiled around his body. That bizarre voice assaulted him once more. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his mind, and in a moment, he lost all sense of direction. After the world spun around him, he realized he was now half kneeling on the ground, his ears buzzing as if a swarm of bees were buzzing in his head. Damn that loud voice. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen struggled to lift himself. Before he could regain his footing, the man with the power to manipulate mist finally revealed himself, charging from the periphery and delivering a heavy punch. Boom! Zhou Chen barely managed to raise the Tsong blade. The terrifying force of the punch struck his side, first numbing him, followed by a crushing wave of pain. Coughing, blood welled in his throat, and a heaviness settled in his chest. After rolling twice on the ground, the dizzy sensation began to subside. Additionally, the ashes that had long been ingested and yet remained undigested within him finally began to undergo their final decomposition. An array of chaotic thoughts emerged. Although his current state was far from optimal, his mind felt exceptionally clear. Breathe. Maintain a steady rhythm. Resonate with the weapon in hand. Channel the essence of the weapon. With a whoosh, the long sword slashed forward in a vertical strike, the essence of the weapon flowing forth and drawing forth a gleam of cold light. This sword technique was indeed impressive, but alas, it was of no use. The man sneered. The mist once again split and reformed. The attack was undeniably powerful, but what good was it if it could not strike the opponent? Bang! In another collision, Zhou Chen was sent flying. The man descended swiftly, delivering a barrage of heavy punches amidst the cacophony of piercing screams that assaulted his mind. Zhou Chen found it exceedingly difficult to defend himself. The man's aggression was not overwhelming, and being of the same realm, he paled in comparison to the Scarlet Lord. Yet the sheer frequency of the attacks was relentless. After a series of brutal strikes, Zhou Chen's body felt as though it had been disassembled, racked with pain. After an unknown number of rounds, Zhou Chen seized an opportunity, delivering a kick directly to the man's abdomen, creating some distance between them. Amidst the dense fog, sharp cries pierced the air, relentless and unyielding. Zhou Chen clutched his head, exasperated by the incessant shouting of the man nearby. Could he not silence himself? Thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind, each fragment searing through his consciousness like a branding iron, nearly boiling over. A thick veil of mist surged towards his face. Zhou Chen's eyes glowed a crimson hue, and almost instinctively, he raised his sword to strike. With a swift slash, he was taken aback. What? This blow, seemingly no different from the previous ones, unexpectedly carved a deep gash across the man's abdomen. His mist-like form was supposed to be immune to harm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sword's energy surged tremendously, enveloped in a faint aura, effortlessly inflicting a wound. In that moment of astonishment, Zhou Chen's reflexes kicked in more rapidly. The azure blade fell like raindrops, each stroke infused with a rich essence of energy, producing a crisp sound through the air. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and now it was his turn to retreat in haste. Although he was of the third realm, his strength lay in cunning rather than brute force. Moreover, his ascension to this third realm was achieved through dubious means. If he could be harmed, his advantages would dissipate entirely. No one in the arena could have anticipated the swift shift from offense to defense. Zhou Chen grew increasingly adept, as fragmented memories in his mind wove together seamlessly. With each breath, his vitality surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Energy poured out, coalescing into a dense, radiant light at the edge of his blade. True swordsmanship, he realized, is the perfect amalgamation of the power one currently wields, combining all aspects of oneself to deliver a strike of unparalleled precision. A subtle shift in his thoughts, and the azure blade emitted a resonant sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar. What in the world are you? The man's confidence, once steadfast, crumbled into panic within mere seconds. There was no time for contemplation. Thoughts of eliminating Zhou Chun and completing his mission were cast aside as he fled frantically. "Help me stop him," the man bellowed in anger. Suddenly, the sharp voice echoed through the mist once more. Sound waves rippled outward, targeting Zhou Chun. A piercing pain shot through his ears, causing them to bleed slightly. Yet, at that moment, he seemed utterly undeterred. Zhou Chun's gaze blazed with intensity, fixated ahead. His blood ignited, energy nearing a boiling point. In an instant, his figure vanished, and a white radiance surged forward. The azure blade stirred the endless fog, the sword carving an unmistakable, pale dragon through the air. The mist coiled and intertwined, revealing glimmers of scales. As the furious dragon's roar echoed with a semblance of true draconic might. With swordplay as the foundation and energy as the fuel, he focused his willpower entirely. The essence of martial prowess, the epitome of extraordinary skill. This is my unique sword technique, the pointing azure dragon. Chapter 73. Where lies the path? Are you a warrior? What kind of warrior are you? A third realm warrior. How can the effects be so profound? The man clad in misty battle armor felt a chill run down his spine. In his line of sight, he could no longer discern any figure adorned in pale battle armor, nor could he see the endless fog. Only a magnificent azure dragon dominated his vision, soaring amidst the clouds, rushing forth with an overwhelming presence. The hollow pupils of the dragon now radiated a formidable aura, as if a true dragon was gazing upon him. The pale figure exhaled mist. Though it appeared slow, it left no room for reaction. The man widened his eyes, his vision engulfed by a blinding white halo. With a thunderous dragon's roar, the surrounding fog was violently dispersed. Slash! Accompanied by a resounding shout, Zhou Chun swung down the azure blade. All the difficulties that had long plagued him vanished in an instant. The colossal azure dragon descended, enveloping his adversary's figure. Attempting to escape into the mist, Zhou Chun was utterly confident that, before the might of his blade, even the most formidable of foes might evade, but this particular individual stood no chance whatsoever. Boom! The explosive sound was deafening. The mist within a radius of several meters was instantaneously cleared, and the residual shockwaves continued to spread outward. Bathed in the evaporating white particles, Zhou Chun, despite his severe injuries, felt an indescribable exhilaration. The art of weaponry. This was a masterful integration of technique, representing a monumental leap in overall strength. A robuste physique, abundant weapon essence, and skilled techniques. Each element was indispensable. As the strange phenomena gradually dissipated, the man's battered body lay quietly within a crater on the ground. To describe the extent of his devastation, there were scarcely any intact pieces of flesh on his entire body, many bones reduced to mere fragments. The Azure Dragon Strike, a technique Zhou Chun comprehended through the crystalline ember, was far more than a mere downward slash. The intense force composed of weapon essence obliterated his opponent's gray armor, delivering a cataclysmic blow to his physical form. To be frank, this move was rather akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Given its lethality, not only would this vaporous adversary struggle to withstand it, but even the naked, red-horned woman in the gray tower would likely find it insufferable. The man's resilience lay in his ability to vaporize and evade attacks at will. His figure elusive, yet lacking distinct strengths. Had Zhou Chun been a fraction swifter in capturing his opponent's form, he might have dispatched him without resorting to weapon techniques. Nevertheless, the outcome was certainly commendable. Zhou Chun inhaled deeply, activating his breathing technique to swiftly recalibrate his physical state. His internal meridians and vital organs throbbed with pain, a consequence of the battle and the toll of wielding the technique for the first time. After all, novices often lack finesse in their initial attempts. Zhou Chun massaged his lower back, having initially believed his reservoir of weapon essence to be vast, only to realize now that it was not as plentiful as he had anticipated. He gazed ahead. The mist had dissipated significantly, and the crowd remained embroiled in scattered skirmishes. Those not engaged in battle stood dumbfounded, their eyes fixed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The collective shock and bewilderment in the hearts of the crowd were difficult to articulate. "Gentlemen, I will count to 3. It is still not too late to flee. Zhou Chun gazed at the members of the Mingguang group, a grin spreading across his face. Retreat, retreat, retreat. What do you mean, retreat? If I had any strength left, I would have already charged at you. Are you out of your mind? Why don't you take the lead? Everyone, follow orders and retreat immediately. The Mingguang group had a clear strategy for the day. Part of the team would engage with the Zhou martial arts school, while another faction would target Hongfu Tower. Over at Hongfu Tower, a single gray wave grenade had proven quite effective. Unfortunately, Zhou Chen remained largely unaffected. This meant the Mingguang group had to proceed with their next move. A formidable gray-clad individual, leveraging the terrain, was accompanied by a companion, creating a cacophony of chaos, along with a few scattered gray-clad attackers poised for ambush. From any angle, they appeared capable of utterly overpowering Zhou Chun. Who could have predicted that the tide would turn in an instant? If only the Crimson Tyrant were as feeble. Zhou Chun sighed, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon a figure fleeing into the distance. The individual seemed to sense something amiss, glancing back just as their eyes met. Oh my! Startled, the person quickly averted their gaze and scrambled away. If others are fleeing, what makes you think you can escape? Zhou Chun summoned the remnants of his strength and lunged forward with a swift step. He aimed at the fleeing figure and hurled his long sword. His aim faltered slightly, grazing the individual's thigh. The sword's brutal wound elicited a piercing scream. The off-balance man tumbled several rolls before being seized by a strong hand by his collar. What is your name? Lu Bo. I asked for your name. I am Liu Bo. The man's voice trembled, overwhelmed by intense fear and pain, causing him to quiver uncontrollably. What did you just call out? I mean, you sounded quite enthusiastic earlier. Go on, keep shouting. Don't you have a strong voice? Aren't you supposed to cooperate? Zhou Chun grinned menacingly, glancing around before beckoning to a nearby martial artist who appeared relatively unharmed. Go, bring me some rope. Finally resolved. Why have so many fog spirits and nightmare spirits emerged within the city, while other gray spirits remain scarce? Li Qiushi exhaled deeply, his expression one of confusion. Each team had already dealt with several second and third-tier nightmare spirits and fog spirits. It felt as though someone were manipulating events from behind the scenes. Lu Sun completed his thought. Li Qiushi's expression shifted slightly. According to the current feedback from the detectors, the gray spirits within the city have been largely eradicated. Thanks for your hard work, Li Si. It seems there has been a violent outbreak at Hongfu Tower, with heavy casualties. Should we mobilize team members to assess the situation? Lu Sun quickly received a message from the patrol division. Call 2 teams. We are moving out. Lu Sun lit a cigarette for himself. All right. Li Qiushi exhaled a cloud of smoke and hurried to keep pace with him. Soon, the team members gathered in droves, swiftly advancing towards the Hongfu building. What is the situation regarding casualties? Lu Sun inquired as they hurried along. Our squad fared reasonably well. Only 2 brothers sustained injuries and have been sent back. The dense fog posed significant hindrances. Had it not been for this thick mist, the mission would have proceeded with far greater ease. Indeed, the fog is so thick that the path is nearly indiscernible, and we almost harmed our own. Lu Sun observed the conditions of his comrades in silence, an undercurrent of lethal intent brewing within his gaze, which ultimately dissipated into a resigned sigh as he continued onward. The heavy fog was anticipated, yet its intensity, coupled with the presence of numerous phantoms, was far from ordinary. The identity of the puppeteer behind this chaos was becoming increasingly evident. Lu Sun refrained from sharing the visions he had encountered during his ordeal with the nightmare spirits. The echoes of old Zhao's relentless inquiries lingered in his ears, as though a vice gripped his throat, rendering him voiceless. Those inquiries were a manifestation of Zhao's questioning and the powers of the phantoms, memories that stubbornly haunted his mind. Is there a sound? Indeed, there was, ahead. Someone appeared to be singing? What melody was this? He had never heard such a tune before. The startled exclamations of his team members roused Lu Sun from his reverie. He perked up his ears, and from a distance, a peculiar sound reached him. You lead. The horse. At dawn, the evening glow. Lu Sun truly heard someone singing. Pick up the pace, he urged. The group hastened their steps. Suddenly, the fog shifted from thick to thin, and visibility began to improve. One step, two steps. Their vision cleared completely, and the team slowed, finally discerning a figure, suspended beneath a street lamp, bound by a coarse hemp rope. It resembled a fish caught on a hook, pulled from the water, dangling midair. The individual was blindfolded, drenched in sweat, their voice hoarse yet resolute, pouring every ounce of strength into their song. Through seasons of spring and autumn, summer and winter, in moments of sweetness, bitterness and spice, may I inquire where the road lies? The road lies beneath our feet. May I inquire where the road lies? The road lies beneath our feet. La 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 la. Chapter 74. The Wind-Piercing Technique, Stage 5. Wine Pressure. Did you truly unleash sword energy with a mere sword cry? And, subsequently, cleave a dragon with your long sword? Lu Sun inquired within the interrogation room. Such trivial tricks are hardly worth mentioning. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Lu Sun, his expression unyielding, retorted, "At this juncture, there is no need for modesty." Very well. I initially intended to converse with you under the guise of an ordinary gang leader. Since that is not the case, I shall be forthright. I am the sword god. Lu Sun's forehead furrowed in confusion. He now believed that the label attributing Zhou Chen as a man of few words and great ferocity required revision. It was now more fitting to describe him as a man of both ferocity and verbosity. Are you aware that the Zhou family was attacked by the Mingguang group? Lu Sun intently gazed at him as he spoke. Is that so? Zhou Chen's demeanor shifted slightly. What transpired? The Mingguang group may be in a more dire predicament. Lu Sun continued. According to their claims, their squad was in pursuit of a rogue entity that escaped from the laboratory and inadvertently trespassed into the Zhou residence. Before they could articulate their intentions, they were preemptively assaulted by your family's martial artists, resulting in a disastrous confrontation and heavy casualties for their team. Taking a moment, Lu Sun added, "They are now demanding compensation from your family." Me? Zhou Chen nearly laughed in disbelief. No, I truly find this laughable. Pointing at his own nose, he could no longer maintain his composure. They invade my Zhou family's martial arts hall and then expect me to compensate them? Is this even a reasonable request? Regardless, that is indeed what they assert. Whether or not you provide compensation is your affair, Lu Sun replied calmly. I'll give them a resounding no. Zhou Chen scoffed coldly. What is this? Are they also using the same excuse regarding the incident at Hongfu Building? They come to search for a rogue entity, accidentally engage me in conflict, and then demand compensation? You guessed correctly, Lu Sun nodded. Very well, I have had enough of these shameless scoundrels, Zhou Chen fumed. So what is the situation with the rogue entity amidst the fog? Was it indeed orchestrated by the Mingguang group? This matter deserves clarification. The interrogation room fell silent for a moment. Under the bright lights, their gazes locked. Certainly, there is an explanation, Lu Sun said as he lit a cigarette, his craving for smoke seemingly escalating recently. Amidst the swirling smoke, his sharp eyes narrowed slightly. The Mingguang group issued a sincere apology to the citizens of the city, expressing their remorse for the lives lost in the fog incident. And they are willing to assist the families of the deceased in becoming extraordinary individuals or provide partial monetary compensation. Is that all? Zhou Chen inquired. That is all. How absurd. Does your inspection bureau not take any action? Under pressure from the Star Alliance and the Xuyang Empire, the chief ordered the investigation to cease, Lu Sun stated. Once again, the small room fell into silence. Is it truly only been half a day since the investigation commenced before it was abruptly halted? Zhou Chen nearly spat with frustration. How many of those books I gave you did you actually read? Lu Sun shifted the topic. Half. But were the contents objective, or did they contain a blend of the compiler's subjective opinions? Primarily objective descriptions. These textbooks are primarily found in regions controlled by Tianxia or at certain specialized academies, and the average person may never encounter this segment of history in their lifetime. The humiliating history of Tianxia, the extraordinary developmental journey of foreign nations, the pollution of the White Star by the ash-filled atmosphere. A series of textual fragments flashed through Zhou Chen's mind. If the opportunity arises, I would recommend you leave Yunjin and pursue authentic, extraordinary education in other regions. You would discover a new realm. Your abilities should not be squandered in Yunjin. Zhou Chen's gaze was somewhat peculiar. When did this shift occur? It seemed that Lu Xun's attitude towards him had subtly changed. It wasn't he that he held Zhou Chun in high regard, but neither did he exhibit overt hostility. "Do not look at me with that expression," Lu Xun said, pointing to his deputy badge. "Do you see what this is? Deputy of the Inspection Bureau. You aren't about to lecture me on so-called justice and the importance of not letting talent go to waste, are you?" Zhou Chun inquired. No. That notion is too abstract for my taste. I prefer the tangible. By recommending talent, I can earn merit, and once I accrue enough, I can escape this miserable place called Yunjin and no longer have to engage in your petty intrigues. Very well. Zhou Chen's perspective on him began to shift. Let us leave it for now. I would indeed like to depart, but with the ash tide erupting outside, it may already be too late. Ultimately, it was the sudden death of his uncle that had thrown everything into disarray. Had the news been disseminated months earlier, Zhou Chun would have already fled. What vengeance could be sought? There was nothing left at home to even consider revenge. Alternatively, had they waited a few months longer to emerge, people might have believed the Zhou family still held significant power, and they would have been deterred from taking action against them, thus improving his situation considerably. Allicht, Liu Yi. I've asked my questions. The time is getting late. Can I take my leave now? Zhou Chen queried. Go ahead. Splendid. The youth promptly rose from his seat, following Lu Xun's lead. Each time he entered the Grand Inspection Bureau of Yunjin, he found himself navigating a corridor now teeming with nearly full interrogation rooms. Exiting the interrogation area, the hall of the Inspection Bureau was filled with numerous citizens coming to report grievances and lament. The fog had indeed had a profound impact. See you later, Lu Ge. Lu Xun waved his hand as he proceeded to handle cases, not responding to him. Finally, he could return. Today's banquet had devolved into chaos, and it was now the early hours of the morning. As he stepped out of the Inspection Bureau, the fog had lightened somewhat, at least not so dense as to obscure the path ahead. Lao Lang, bandaged and holding a bowl of cold noodles, squatted on the curb, slurping away. Lao Lang. Hey, Xinge, you're out? Lao Lang exclaimed as he finished the last slurp and quickly stood up. I told you, with all those bandages, you needn't have come to fetch me. Oh, it's nothing. A good number of brothers have shown up. Lao Lang gestured towards several lined-up vehicles, where his comrades were gathered, chatting by the roadside. Are you worried I might get killed along the way? Zhou Chen chuckled. Better to be cautious. After all, you are now the leader of the Yunjin Martial Arts Alliance. How could anything happen to you? Old Wolf chuckled, a trace of reverence unconsciously surfacing on his face. While the escape from Mingguang residence was not witnessed by many and thus lacked direct evidence, the Mingguang group was constrained at that time, dispersing considerable military strength elsewhere. This further cast doubt on Zhou Chen's abilities. However, today's pervasive fog enveloping the city and the events unfolding within Hongfu Tower have unequivocally validated Zhou Chen's prowess. In terms of individual strength, he likely surpassed the once formidable Zhou Qiqiang, who, due to past injuries, had only attained the level of a half-step into the third realm. Thus, when it comes to combat capability, Zhou Chun had already positioned himself just beneath that esteemed second uncle. All right, let us behave ourselves. Time to return to the martial arts school, Zhou Chun jestingly scolded, giving Old Wolf a playful pat on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. The vehicle swiftly moved forward, leaving the patrol's jurisdiction behind. Zhou Chun closed his eyes, and a radiant screen unfurled rapidly within his mind. The ember crystal transformed into a sword technique, and simultaneously, his skills experienced a remarkable breakthrough. Wind Chaser Technique 5-1 Swift. Activating this technique may enhance your agility. 3. Riding the wind. Maintain your breath to sustain resonance, allowing you to perceive the flow of the wind and waves with greater nuance. 5. Wind pressure. With your weapon in hand, swing it to generate wind pressure, which can amplify the slashing blade technique to inflict tremendous devastation. This is the legendary sword Aura. Chapter 75, The Crimson Tyrant, the Blood Clone Technique. Good evening, Zhou Xiao. Good evening, Master of the Pavilion. Tian Yi. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, many martial artists had gathered. Those brothers who had entered Zhou Xiao's security detail were called back due to the recent events. A glance around reveals the Zhou family shrouded in a thick fog, with various shattered and damaged structures collapsed, mingled with patches of blood that had yet to be cleaned. The once resplendent Zhou martial arts hall now appeared rather desolate. The Mingguang group had dispatched a considerable number of personnel. Their intentions were clear. Zhou's family could still hold out for now, but for various reasons, if they could eliminate a significant number of disciples, it would deal a severe blow to Zhou's overall strength. In such a scenario, discussions of integrating other gang forces would be futile. They would inevitably be gradually eroded by rival factions. Furthermore, the Mingguang group would not need to intervene much, as Yunjin City would naturally carve out a new hierarchy. If they could dismantle the Zhou family's foundation, Zhou Chun would not rise to prominence. Alternatively, if Zhou Chun were to be eliminated, Zhou's family would be left leaderless. Who could have anticipated that, despite preparing for both contingencies, neither side succeeded? Strictly speaking, Zhou's martial arts hall experienced a partial setback. The casualties among core disciples were significant and would undoubtedly shake the foundation of the Zhou family. However, Zhou Qin's actions at Hongfu Tower had remarkably bolstered morale. He had slain the head of Huiyao Technology with a single sword during the banquet, proposing an alliance. In the face of attacks from 3 realms, he had unleashed the Canglong sword. And finally, he had hung one individual from street lamp, allowing him to sing loudly, with lyrics that were particularly fitting for the occasion. To be frank, the members of the Mingguang group could hardly fathom how Zhou Chun managed to maintain such bravado. Was he truly this adept at posturing? It seemed as though he had been born for this role. The thick fog had yet to fully dissipate, and in terms of outcomes, Zhou's family could be considered the victor amid mutual losses. After exchanging greetings with the injured, Zhou Chun made his way to his small room. He bore serious injuries, yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. He was merely putting on a brave front. He consumed some restorative herbs to replenish his vitality and energy, while the breathing technique continuously operated, allowing the Kangen to draw in invisible particles to stabilize his condition. He could hardly believe he had managed to endure. Having experienced a day of remarkable performance, he finally returned to his humble abode. There was no time to change clothes. His body weakened, and he collapsed onto the bed. His consciousness plunged wildly, and the surrounding scenery gradually transformed. When he opened his eyes once more, a line of bold text appeared before him. You will have 5 minutes to adjust your state. After the time is up, you will face the 6-9 layer challenge. Excellent. This is just what I needed. Today, I shall slay you with a single sword. Entering the Grey Tower, his condition fully restored. It was akin to a deep slumber in the mortal realm. Having just engaged in a fierce battle during the day, Zhou Chun now brimmed with confidence. Hell mode was still hell mode. He had no doubt that the Crimson Tyrant could not easily withstand such a powerful strike. Zhou Chun continued to breathe deeply, resonating the martial essence within. A sensation of power surged through every limb and sinew, while the heartbeat resonated with a rhythmic intensity. Soon, the 5-minute countdown reached its conclusion. The surroundings shifted, and Zhou Chun found himself ensconced within a barrier. A sanguine mist enveloped him, damp and sticky, as a colossal cocoon pulsated nearby, akin to a beating heart. Numerous crimson threads converged toward the cocoon. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a talon pierced the membrane, and a beguiling form emerged from the chrysalis. Zhou Chun's breath grew heavier. The azure blade sang in his grasp, its essence coalescing into a vague dragon's head. Boom! At the moment, the barrier dissipated. A thunderous sound reverberated. Zhou Chun surged forward alongside the Scarlet Tyrant. The roar of a dragon erupted, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the adversary's path. Closer and closer. They drew together in the blink of an eye, not dodging, then perish. He braced himself for the opponent's change in trajectory, preparing to adjust accordingly. Yet, to his astonishment, the foe did not evade at all. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun unleashed the azure blade, enveloping the mist in a roaring descent. And then, a pool of blood was utterly crushed and evaporated. No, was that merely a doppelganger? Zhou Chun had anticipated the opponent might be exceedingly tough or might suddenly alter their course. He had not, however, foreseen that this entity was simply an avatar composed of blood. The azure dragon not only dispersed the blood, but also gouged a massive pit into the ground. However, it proved futile. Even a swift delivery from Dongfeng would have struck the doppelganger. After breaking free from the cocoon, the scarlet tyrant transformed into a crimson line, hurtling forward. Zhou Qin's vision was not sharp enough to discern any differences from such a distance, compounded by the obscuring blood mist. The sword strike concluded, leaving him momentarily empty within. He raised his gaze, witnessing blood coalescing at the cocoon, rapidly forming a new body that charged forth. My heavens! Bang! Pain etched across Zhou Qin's face. It must be said, the new technique training was indeed beneficial. Following the violent collision, a visible crimson shockwave radiated from the point of impact. The azure blade was marred with fractures, yet it did not shatter immediately. Zhou Qin propelled himself into the distance, pain radiating from every part of his body, but he still retained some capacity for movement. After rolling a few times on the ground, he forced his upper body upright. Before he could catch his breath, a fierce gust of wind swept towards him. The blood-red boots were the first to catch his eye. He slowly raised his head. The taut, smooth skin intertwined with crimson patterns bore menacing barbs across its surface, adding a peculiar allure to its appearance. He inhaled deeply and suddenly swung his fist. I shall strike you down. Bang! Unfortunately, he missed. Zhou Qin reflected on the scene he had just witnessed, finding it difficult to articulate how to put it. He had never anticipated the presence of barbs everywhere. Wasn't this bound to tear one's skin to shreds? This wretched creature possessed doppelganger abilities, yet no warnings were given in the training sessions. Zhou Qin rubbed his neck, as if remnants of the pain from the separation of bodies lingered there. However, upon reconsideration, the fact that the Crimson Tyrant had never previously employed this ability suggests that it may indeed harbor a profound fear of the swordsmanship's potency. It is essential to adjust one's perspective. Nevertheless, there is now a glimmer of hope in overcoming the challenge. With the formidable sword techniques, the further refinement of the Azure Scar, and the yet-to-be-activated Thunder Scar, Zhou Qin possesses ample opportunities to enhance his prowess. Thus, it is time to assess the gains of the day. The conclusion of a fierce battle is of paramount importance. A subtle shift in thought, and a radiant screen swiftly unfurls before him. Nightmare's spirit approaches, attacking your psyche, reaching deep within to manipulate your emotions. Once under its control, you will gradually be consumed by the nightmare spirit. You behold the souls of those who perished at your hands, the loyal Uncle Zhong, your father whom you yearn for day and night, and the beautiful, enchanting maiden. In a surge of exhilaration, you eliminate them all. Faced with the onslaught, you concentrate fully, engaging in a spectacular duel, successfully assimilating the Ember Crystal and crafting it into your own technique. Pointing Azure Dragon. Pointing Azure Dragon. Manipulating weapons to unleash a surge of elemental energy, forming a dragon-like silhouette capable of erupting with tremendous speed for short-distance displacement, resulting in immense destructive power, which, when augmented by Azure Scar, yields extraordinary effects. Chapter 76, A Bounty of Explosions. Wind Cutting Technique 4, 8100 Wind Chasing Technique 5, 5100 Unaimed Technique 2, 9100 Breath Resonance Method 2, 8100 Gray Tower Performance Score, 40 Embers Gray, 6100 Gray Jade, 41. All four techniques have experienced a notable increase in proficiency. Particularly, the Wind Chasing Technique, now at Stage 5, unleashes a howling sword aura. This is not the mere imitation of sword energy he previously forced out by attaching his essence to the blade. With the sword in hand, feeling the currents of air, he can now swing forward and release a genuine sword aura, just as he did at this moment, standing at the center of the resting space. Zhou Qin gripped the azure blade and struck. A faint stream of air expanded forward approximately 40 centimeters, then dissipated completely. He remained silent for several seconds. No, the issue lies in his stance. Zhou Qin adjusted once more, calming his mind, and swung again. The sword aura spread 10 centimeters, then 20, half a meter, before vanishing again. He fell into a deep silence. Well, it seems that the grand vision of slicing forth a massive sword aura spanning dozens of meters is somewhat unrealistic. Such a faint blade energy, if surrounded by more vivid colors, would likely go unnoticed without careful observation. Fortunately, This is merely a starting point. To put it plainly, he is still a novice player, unaware of his own tier. Effortlessly unleashing a colossal sword aura with a single stroke is simply not feasible at this stage. At the very least, with the wind-chasing technique stage 5 property of wind pressure, he can now combine it with his essence to effectively deal damage from mid-range. Unexpectedly, his later comprehension of the wind-chasing technique has surpassed that of this sword-cutting technique in terms of progress. He is genuinely curious about the new properties that the stage 5 sword-cutting technique might reveal. After briefly reviewing his panel, Zhou Qin's gaze fixed on the impressive figure of the embers, which had reached 4 digits, more than he anticipated. He had expected around 3,000. Upon examining the battle records, the 3-tiered opponent alone had contributed 2,500 points of embers. Warriors do not drop embers. The remaining points were derived from members of the Mingguang team and several second-tier mist spirits, providing several hundred points. Absorbing embers does not require him to personally slay them. The range for absorption extends 2 to 3 meters around him. Embers dissipate rapidly. The time between his battles with that 3-tiered foe was merely a few minutes, and most of the earlier fallen adversaries had already vanished completely. It seems he can no longer afford to waste time. After dispatching an enemy, he must absorb immediately. Synthesis. With a command, a multitude of ember particles detach from the luminous screen, gathering in midair before coalescing into numerous gray crystals. Gray jade. 102, available for synthesis indeed. The synthesis unit is 100. Zhou Qin clicked to confirm. He feared that the unit might be 1,000 instead of 100, as that would mean an endless accumulation. Under his watchful gaze, the gray jades floated in the air, and soon, countless pure particles began to detach from the gray jades, piecing together gradually. It resembled the process of gray embers congealing into gray jades. Slowly, a pure white radiance began to illuminate his vision. The light was not particularly bright, yet it exuded a warmth that was inviting. After a brief moment, the radiance gradually diminished, revealing a pearl-white crystal that floated serenely. Zhou Qin extended his hand to grasp it. The texture was exquisitely smooth and warm to the touch. Upon contact, an unmistakable craving surged within him. He had experienced a similar sensation when holding the gray jade. It was nowhere near as intense as what he felt now. White jade, a higher-tier refined essence derived from the gray jade, possessing purer energy with significantly reduced impurities, capable of yielding superior effects. Ingesting the white jade allows one to directly enhance the gray equipmenter, attain insights and techniques. The effects are not markedly different from those of gray jade, except for the considerably lower impurity count. After all, a solid foundation is never deemed excessive. One must naturally utilize quality resources when available. Even white jade is not entirely perfect. The truly affluent individuals consume shining jade, an advanced essence of white jade from a young age, nurturing the bones and cultivating spiritual essence. Shining jade is the true treasure. How outrageous! Over 100 ashes yield 1 gray jade. 100 gray jades yield 1 white jade. 100 white jades for shining jade? If he were to annihilate all the gray equipment users in Yunjin City, would he even be able to exchange for a single shining jade? Zhou Qin selectively disregarded the text that appeared before him. He squeezed the pearl-white stone in his hand, filled with an intense desire to swallow it whole. Yet he found himself at a crossroads. At this moment, he possessed considerable abilities, but it appeared that every aspect required reinforcement. There was no need to elaborate on the scars. He was on the brink of entering the next stage, poised for a new wave of enhancement. The gray equipment was indeed remarkably useful. During the recent attack on Hongfu Tower, the initial round of gray wave projectiles had proven the immense value of the gray equipment's resistance to firearms. Moreover, the thunder marks had yet to fully unfold, and he could not discount the surprises they might bring. Then there were the techniques. Each self-created technique had its unique efficacy, making choices difficult. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhou Qin promptly moved to the training ground, activated the training, and swallowed the jade in one swift motion. The gray equipment reacted, with the scars and thunder marks vying to seize the power of the white jade, but he forcefully suppressed them. Defensive training. The scenery rapidly shifted, and the buzzing of numerous bees filled his ears. White jade wheat. Skipped. 9-headed bees. Skipped, skipped, skipped. As the effects of the white jade gradually took hold, Zhou Chun felt an invigorating surge of energy within, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth in his mind, gathering and awaiting release. Crack! With a sharp sound, the first 9-headed bee launched its charge. Zhou Chun chose not to deflect it, but instead cleaved it with a sword. The long blade descended, slicing it into 4 or 5 pieces. The 9-headed bee swiftly split apart, the second, the third. Soon, the number of 9-headed bees surrounding him escalated from dozens to over 100. Excellent, this is how it should be. Time was of the essence in training. To progress swiftly, one must elevate the pressure. Ding! A swarm of 9-headed bees descended, only to be deftly repelled by him. Almost immediately, an increasing number of these creatures fell as he wielded the azure blade, creating a flurry of afterimages. During this process, the proficiency of his new technique soared at an astonishing pace. He realized that there was no need for excessive contemplation. His short-term objective was crystal clear: to vanquish the Scarlet Tyrant. His offensive capabilities had undoubtedly surpassed his current tier. The 4th-level slashing soldier technique was more than sufficient, especially as he was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. He could refine his skills independently, without the need to deplete his precious white jade. In terms of speed, the 5th-level wind-chasing technique would continually provide support, which was equally adequate. However, in terms of resilience, there was ample room for improvement. The first level of the new technique could fortify both skin and bones, enhancing this aspect and granting Zhou Chun greater leeway for error. Furthermore, the white jade, once assimilated into his body, was under his command. Should he feel that he had sufficiently trained the new technique, he could effortlessly redirect the remaining energy towards other pursuits. Without further ado, the 9-headed bees, let the resonance commence. Chapter 77. The Advancement of Scars, the Style of the Screen. 15 standard teams, exactly 15. 8 have been nearly annihilated, with over half suffering grievous injuries. How is it that you did not all perish within? How am I to report this to the higher-ups? Tell me, how do I explain this to them? In the conference room on the top floor of the Mingguang group, a man with chestnut hair slammed his fists onto the table with ferocity. His expression was one of rage, and his anger was palpable. The vast conference room fell into a chilling silence as several surviving team leaders stood lined up like quaking quails. Were they not terrified? With 15 teams, half of them have been lost. This was no ordinary squad that had beset Zhou Chun and Zhong Bo. These were elite forces. Who could have anticipated that in a two-front battle, they would gain nothing? Tell me, what have you accomplished regarding the assault on the Zhou clan? The killing of Zhou Chun and the attendees at Hongfu Tower? Speak. Frank slammed his fist down once more. The wooden table, crafted from an unknown hardwood, cracked with a resounding snap. You, Zhao Dali, you led the attack on the Zhou martial arts school. Now, provide me with an explanation. The man pointed at turned pale, his lips quivering. After a moment, he stammered, I apologize, Mr. Frank. I intended to leverage the advantage of the smoke to rush into the Zhou martial arts school and catch them off guard, but I did not anticipate that the Zhou family had also prepared in advance. The security personnel returned to the school silently, and they were well prepared to confront us. It was my command that faltered. I assure you, Mr. Frank, we will find a way to eliminate Zhou Chun and rectify our mistakes. You assure me? Frank laughed in anger. What do you have to guarantee that? Did you not see the battle records? Even with John wielding the Mist-Spirit armor and the others joining the assault, they could not slay Zhou Chun. Will we ever find such a favorable opportunity again? This was precisely the point that the Mingguang group could not tolerate. After several prior encounters, even the most naive would know to exercise extreme caution moving forward. Moreover, Zhou Chun was no fool. His strength was formidable. Based on the descriptions from those present, Zhou Chun's technique, the White Dragon, would likely overwhelm even those of the conventional three realms. This young man's prowess was astonishing. Damn it, his rapid rise in strength must be attributed to the legacy left by his uncle. The more Frank contemplated, the more incensed he became. Zhou Chun's swift ascension was highly abnormal. Logically, Even with an unusual gray outfit, such rapid improvement should not be possible. Yet the reality was evident, and all could only conclude that his gray attire was indeed extraordinary, or that the Zhou family's uncle had bequeathed other treasures. In any case, after these recent events, the Mingguang group had suffered considerable losses. Not only had they failed to suppress the Zhou family thoroughly, but they had also inadvertently bolstered their reputation. It was a devastating loss, akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. Just the thought of it ignited a murderous impulse within Frank. Since Zhou Chun had now become a significant threat, he would have to be set aside for the moment. He took a deep breath, attempting to force himself to regain his composure. Fortunately, during this misty incident, we have reaped considerable rewards. Let them stir as they wish. The project is of utmost importance. Once we completely breach it, we will at least have an explanation for our superiors. Zhou Chun, that damned fellow, that cursed Mingguang group, in some respects, has indeed accomplished something commendable. To gather a piece of white jade, I truly owe them my gratitude. Within the wheat field, Zhou Chun circulated his breathing technique, his hands a flurry of motion. One by one, the 9-headed bees came crashing in, their explosive sounds ringing out as they were effortlessly batted away. At this moment, Zhou Chun wielded 2 blades of azure, each mirroring the other, dancing through the air. Each swing sent the rain-like swarm of 9-headed bees flying, yet without severing them. The scene was surreal, evoking a sense of the fantastical. As the speed of his azure blades increased, Zhou Chun enveloped himself in an impenetrable shell. Occasionally, a few might slip through, but they posed no significant threat. Time passed, second by second. Finally, as the countdown reached its conclusion, the ground was littered with the corpses of 9-headed bees, while the sky teemed with their numbers. The 9-headed bees had a limited capacity for division. Once they reached their limit, they required a brief respite before they could continue to split. They were not invulnerable to death when struck enough times. They would ultimately perish from the force. The multitude of bodies scattered around bore testament to the sheer volume of the swarm Zhou Chun had faced. As the countdown struck 0, today's specialized training came to an end. Harvest summary in progress. Slashing technique for 95